Hello to all survivors. Welcome to the channel. Before we start the audiobook, leave a comment telling me which city you're taking refuge in. We'd love to know where the safe zones are. Hit the like button and subscribe. Now let's go to day 0. I closed the laptop, hands shaking. It was past midnight. In the next room I could hear Dorothy's soft snoring, Marcus breathing steadily in sleep. This house, this family, this city, everything I loved felt suddenly fragile, like it was all built on rotting wood and good intentions. The first tourist turned 3 days later. I was making the downtown run, streetcar packed with visitors in for Mardi Gras. French Quarter stop, the chaos of Bourbon Street visible through the windows. A woman in her 40s, Minnesota accent, already drunk at 2 in the afternoon, started coughing. Hard, wet coughs that made other passengers edge away. "You okay, ma'am?" I called back. She nodded, still coughing, face flushed. "Flu, I think. Bad timing." Then the blood came. Not a little, a hemorrhage. She vomited blood across the streetcar floor, passengers screaming and scrambling back. I hit the emergency brake, grabbed the radio to call for medical help. The woman collapsed, started seizing. I pushed through the panicked crowd to help her, basic first aid training kicking in. Don't move someone having a seizure, keep them from hitting their head, wait for it to pass. It passed. She went still. I checked for a pulse. Nothing. Dead, just like that, from flu to corpse in under 3 minutes. Then her eyes opened. They weren't her eyes anymore. The pupils were blown almost black with blood vessels burst across the whites. She looked at me without recognition, without any human understanding, just hunger. She lunged. I barely got my arm up in time, her teeth snapping an inch from my throat. Other passengers were screaming, trying to get out the exits. The woman, the thing that had been a woman, moved with shocking speed and strength, nothing like the drunk tourist who'd boarded 10 minutes ago. I grabbed the brass bell, the heavy manual backup we still carry, and swung it hard into her skull. The impact made a wet crack. She went down, but immediately started getting back up. I hit her again. The 4th blow finally stopped her. I stood there, covered in blood, holding a bell I'd rung 10,000 times to announce stops, now a murder weapon. Passengers flooded out onto Bourbon Street. Someone was calling 911. I looked down at the dead woman, at the impossible thing that had just happened, and I knew. Solanum, the breach. Whatever they'd spilled at Tulane, it had started. The police came. Paramedics. I gave my statement in a daze, kept saying she attacked me, kept describing the seizure and the blood and the violent resurrection. The cops looked skeptical. The senior officer, a tired-looking woman with gray streaks in her hair, took me aside. "Mr. Dubois, we're going to need you to come downtown. This is a possible homicide." She was dead. She died and then she came back and attacked me. That's not how death works. "Look at the body, check her vitals. She had no pulse." They did check. The paramedic examining her went pale, called over his supervisor. "Urgent," whispered conference. They loaded the body into an ambulance, moved with the kind of careful speed that told me they were scared. The police officer's phone rang. She answered, listened, looked at me with new fear in her eyes. "You're free to go, Mr. Dubois. We'll be in touch." Just like that, I was released. No charges, no more questions. Someone had made a call. Someone with authority had made this go away. I walked home through the French Quarter, too shaken to drive. The streets were packed with Mardi Gras revelers, brass bands playing on corners, smell of fried food and beer and piss. Normal New Orleans chaos. No one knew, no one suspected. But I saw them now. Other people coughing, looking flushed, moving through the crowds with fevers they were ignoring because they'd paid good money for this vacation and weren't going to let a little flu stop them. I saw the disease spreading in real time, person to person, through handshakes and shared drinks and kisses between strangers. At home, Dorothy took one look at me and pulled me into her arms. "Baby, what happened? You're covered in blood." I told her everything. The woman on the streetcar, the attack, the resurrection. She didn't call me crazy. Dorothy survived too much in her life to dismiss impossible things. "This is what you saw at Tulane," she said. Not a question. "Yes. And you think it's spreading." "I know it is." Marcus came home from school an hour later, excited about some science fair project. I wanted to grab him, shake him, tell him to pack a bag because we were leaving New Orleans tonight. But where would we go? If the disease was in the tourist population, it was already spreading across the country. Every person who'd boarded a plane, caught a bus, driven home, they were all potential carriers. We were trapped in this city with a plague that killed you and brought you back wrong. That night, the news finally caught up. Reports of unusual violent incidents in the French Quarter. 3 people dead, several injured. The mayor appeared at a press conference, assuring everyone that the situation was under control. Probably bath salts or synthetic drugs, nothing to cancel Mardi Gras over. The show would go on. I watched that press conference and I saw the lie. The mayor's eyes, the way she kept glancing off camera at someone giving her instructions. This was the cover-up. Whatever agency had spilled Solanum, whatever government department was responsible, they weren't going to admit it. They were going to let this play out, let the city burn, let the tourists die and spread the infection, all to protect some classified research program. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. "Mr. Dubois?" A woman's voice, strained and urgent. "This is Dr. Sarah Chen from Tulane. We met briefly last year. I need to talk to you about what you saw 2 weeks ago." My blood went cold. "I told the federal agents I didn't see anything. I know what you told them. I also know you were there when the containment vessel broke. I need you to listen very carefully. What they're telling the public is a lie. This isn't drugs, this is Solanum, and it's going to kill everyone in this city unless we stop it. How did you get my number? That doesn't matter. What matters is I'm trying to contain this, but I can't do it alone. The people responsible, they're more interested in protecting themselves than saving lives. I need someone outside the system, someone who knows the truth." "Why me?" "Because you were there. Because you saw what happened and you haven't run screaming to the media or the police. Because I've been watching you, Mr. Dubois, and I think you understand what's at stake." She paused. "And because I'm going to die for what I know and someone needs to survive to tell the truth." I looked at Dorothy and Marcus in the next room watching the news, faces worried but not yet terrified, not yet understanding. "Where do you want to meet?" "Jackson Square tomorrow at dawn. Come alone. And Mr. Dubois, if anyone's following you, don't come. They'll kill both of us." She hung up. I sat in the darkness of our living room, listening to the Mardi Gras preparations outside, music and laughter from people who had maybe 3 days left to live. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about every choice that had led me here. If I'd left 30 seconds earlier to pick up Marcus, I wouldn't have seen the breach. If I'd lied better to the federal agents, maybe they wouldn't be watching me. If I'd kept my mouth shut and driven my streetcar like nothing was wrong, maybe my family would be safe. But I'd seen it. And once you see the truth, there's no unseeing it. At 4:30 a.m., I slipped out of the house, left a note for Dorothy saying I had an early shift. Walked through the pre-dawn streets of Trem, past houses still strung with Christmas lights no one had bothered to take down, past corner stores just opening for the breakfast crowd. Jackson Square was empty except for a homeless man sleeping under a blanket near the St. Louis Cathedral. The equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson rose against the lightning sky, pigeons just starting to gather. I sat on a bench, waiting. Dr. Chen appeared at exactly 6 a.m. wearing jeans and a two-lane sweatshirt, looking nothing like the composed scientist I'd seen in the hazmat suit. She was in her early 40s, Chinese-American, with dark circles under her eyes that said she hadn't slept in days. She sat down next to me, didn't look at me, stared straight ahead at the cathedral. "Thank you for coming. Tell me what Solanum is." It's a weaponized rabies variant. Started as theoretical research, what would happen if you modified rabies to be more contagious, faster acting, more violent in its neurological effects. The military wanted to know if an enemy state could deploy something like this, how we'd defend against it. So Tulane got a contract to study it. And you created it? We created it. Not me personally. I was brought in later to study transmission vectors, but yes, Tulane's virology department under military contract synthesized Solanum. We proved it was possible. Then we proved it was horrifying. Then we were ordered to keep working on it anyway. She finally looked at me, eyes haunted. The breach 2 weeks ago was during transport to a military facility. The containment vessel was old, had hairline fractures. I told them it wasn't safe. They overruled me. And when it broke, when the virus spilled across that loading dock, they made the decision to cover it up rather than alert the public. Why? Because admitting we created a bioweapon that escaped would mean congressional investigations, criminal charges, the end of classified research programs worth billions of dollars. So they sanitized the scene, paid off the witnesses, and decided to manage the outbreak quietly. Quarantine the city, contain it before it spreads, blame it on drugs or terrorism or anything except the truth. But it's already spreading. I know. That's why I'm talking to you. The incubation period is 3 to 7 days. The people infected on the 28th are just now showing symptoms. By tomorrow, by Mardi Gras, there will be hundreds of cases. By next week, thousands. The city is going to fall, Mr. Dubois, and the people responsible are going to let it happen rather than admit what they did. A jogger passed our bench, headphones in, oblivious. Normal morning in the French Quarter. The last normal morning, maybe. What do you want from me? Dr. Chen handed me a flash drive. Everything I know about Solanum, how it was created, who ordered it, who knew about the breach. Names, dates, emails, research data. The complete history of how your government created a plague and then unleashed it on its own citizens. Why not go to the press yourself? Because I'm being watched every second. Because if I try to run, try to talk, they'll disappear me. I've already seen it happen to 2 colleagues who expressed concerns. Dr. Martinez, cardiac arrest, Dr. Okonkwo, car accident. Both in the last week, both very convenient. She stood up, started walking away. Hide that drive, protect it, and when this city falls, when the truth can't be hidden anymore, you make sure the world knows what really happened here. Wait, I called after her. How do we stop it? She turned back, and I saw tears in her eyes. We don't. Solanum has a 100% transmission rate through fluid contact, a 100% mortality rate, and the reanimation, that's not some zombie movie bullshit. That's real. The virus keeps the brainstem functioning while destroying higher cognition. They stay mobile, aggressive, driven by hunger and rage. And they're infectious as long as the body holds together. There has to be something, a cure, a vaccine. If there was, don't you think I'd be using it? The only way to stop Solanum is to destroy the infected tissue. Fire, decapitation, catastrophic brain trauma, that's it. That's our only defense against what we created. She walked away across the square. I watched her disappear into the morning crowd of delivery trucks and early shift workers. I held the flash drive in my pocket like a live grenade. I should have gone straight to a news station. Should have uploaded the files to every media outlet and congressional office and activist group I could find. But Dr. Chen's words echoed in my head. Dr. Martinez, Dr. Okonkwo, convenient deaths. If I exposed this now before the city fell, they'd just kill me and destroy the evidence. No one would believe a streetcar operator over government denials. I needed the outbreak to be undeniable first. Needed the truth to be so obvious that my evidence would confirm what everyone already suspected. Which meant I had to survive long enough for the city to fall. I went home. Dorothy was making breakfast, Marcus getting ready for school. The news played on the small kitchen TV, more reports of drug-related violence in the quarter, mayor promising increased police presence for Mardi Gras. "You okay, baby?" Dorothy studied my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I need you to do something for me," I said. "I need you to pack emergency bags, food, water, medicine, important documents, and I need you to be ready to leave this house at any moment." "Antoine." "Please, Grandma. Just trust me." She looked at Marcus, then back at me. She understood. "How bad?" "Worst thing that's ever happened to this city. Worse than Katrina." Marcus's eyes went wide. "Uncle Antoine, what's going on?" I wanted to tell him everything. Wanted to explain about Tulane and Solanum and the government cover-up. But he was 16. He deserved a few more hours of normal life before everything went to hell. "Just a precaution," I lied. "Probably nothing." He didn't believe me. Smart kid. I went to my streetcar shift because not going would be suspicious. The city felt different that morning, February 11th, 3 days before Mardi Gras. More police on the streets. Military vehicles I'd never seen before parked in strategic locations. Helicopters overhead. All of it disguised as security preparation for the festival, but I knew better. They were getting ready for war. My first passenger of the day was a man in his 60s, tourist from Texas, coughing into his hand. My second was a college student with a fever, heading to class anyway. My third, fourth, fifth, all showing symptoms. The streetcar became a rolling incubator, spreading Solanum along the St. Charles line while I called out stops and collected fares. At the Lee Circle stop, Prophet Louis was still preaching. His sign had been updated. Tulane plague, repent now, days remaining. 2. A woman next to me snorted. "Crazy person, someone should call social services." I almost told her he was the sanest person in the city. Almost told her she should be listening instead of laughing. But I kept quiet, drove the route, went through the motions. At noon, the first death was reported publicly. A tourist from Michigan found dead in his hotel room, body in an advanced state of decay that shouldn't have been possible after just 12 hours. By evening, there were 5 more. By midnight, 20, the cover-up was failing. You can't hide bodies when they're piling up faster than you can remove them. February 12th, 2 days before Mardi Gras. The mayor held another press conference canceling the parades, declaring a public health emergency. Too late. Way too late. The tourists were already here, hundreds of thousands of them packed into hotels and bars and restaurants, sharing the disease like Mardi Gras beads. I saw my first public reanimation that afternoon. A man collapsed outside Café du Monde, tourists gathering around to help. He seized, bled out, died. Then got back up with those terrible black eyes and lunged at the nearest person, screaming, running, blood. The police shot him. 12 rounds center mass before someone put one through his brain. The crowd scattered in panic, spreading the infection as they fled, some already carrying the virus, some getting infected in the chaos. I drove my streetcar home and told my supervisor I was done. Quit right there. She tried to argue. They needed operators, the city needed public transportation, but I walked away. My responsibility now was to my family, not the RTA. At home, I found Dorothy and Marcus watching the news with growing horror. The official death toll was at 147. Unofficial sources on social media were reporting thousands. The hospitals were overwhelmed, the CDC had arrived, the National Guard was mobilizing. "We're leaving," I told them, "right now." "Baby, where are we gonna go?" Dorothy's voice was steady, calm. "If this thing is spreading, running just means dying somewhere else. We can get out of the city, find somewhere isolated, and bring the infection with us? What if one of us is already sick and don't know it yet?" She shook her head. "No, we stay here. We fortify this house. We survive together or we don't survive at all." Marcus looked terrified but trying to be brave. "Uncle Antoine, what's really happening? Is it a terrorist attack?" I pulled out the flash drive Dr. Chen had given me. "It's worse than that. It's us. We did this to ourselves." I told them everything. Tulane, Solanum, the military contract, the cover-up. Marcus listened with the growing comprehension of someone too smart to deny the obvious. Dorothy just nodded like she'd always known our government was capable of this kind of evil. "So what do we do?" Marcus asked. "We survive, and we make sure the truth survives with us." That night we prepared, boarded up the windows, filled every container with water, moved food upstairs. I had a shotgun my grandfather left me, old but functional, and 2 boxes of shells. Dorothy had a pistol she'd carried since the neighborhood got bad in the 80s. Not much, but it was something. The sounds from outside changed after midnight. No more music, no more laughter. Just sirens, gunfire, screaming. The city was dying. You could hear it in the darkness, the death rattle of New Orleans. February 13th, the day before Mardi Gras that would never happen. I woke to the sound of my phone ringing. Dr. Chen. "They're coming for me," she said without preamble. "The military, they know I talked to someone. They're going to make me disappear." "Where are you?" "Still at my apartment. They've got the building surrounded, but I bought myself some time. Mr. Dubois, I need you to know, the flash drive isn't everything. There's a complete record of the Solanum project at Tulane, Building C, Sublevel 2. Research files, communication logs, orders from the Pentagon, physical copies they can't erase. If you can get to it..." "Dr. Chen, the city is falling apart. I can't..." "This is bigger than survival. This is about making sure they pay for what they've done. The people responsible, they're already evacuating. They're going to leave the city to burn and then deny everything. You have to get that evidence. You have to..." The line went dead. I called back. No answer. I sat in the darkness of our boarded house listening to the city collapse. Dr. Chen was right. Survival wasn't enough. If I lived through this, but the people responsible escaped justice. If they covered up their crime and no one ever knew the truth, then everyone who died would have died for nothing. I had to get to Tulane, had to get the complete evidence, had to survive long enough to expose what they'd done. Dorothy found me sitting there lost in thought. "What you planning, baby?" "Something stupid. Good. Stupid might just work." She handed me a cup of coffee, impossibly calm despite the apocalypse outside. "You go do what you need to do. Me and Marcus will hold this house until you get back. Grandma, I can't leave you alone. Child, I survived men with fire hoses and dogs in 1964. I survived Hurricane Betsy in 65. I survived Katrina with chest-deep water in this very house. I'll survive this too." She gripped my shoulder with surprising strength. "You go get your evidence. You make them pay. That's how we survive, by making sure this never happens again." Marcus came downstairs, dressed and ready. "I'm coming with you." "Absolutely not. Uncle Antoine, I can help. I know the Tulane campus. I know where the medical research buildings are. You need me. What I need is for you to be safe, to stay with your grandmother and protect this house. The house doesn't need protecting, you do. He was crying now, but standing firm. Please, let me help. Let me do something that matters. I looked at Dorothy. She nodded slightly. Against every instinct, I agreed. Okay, but you do exactly what I say. No arguments, no heroics. We get in, get the files, get out. Understand? I understand. We prepared quickly. Backpacks with water and supplies. Weapons. I took the shotgun, gave Marcus the pistol after a quick lesson on safety. Dorothy loaded her own gun and took position at the upstairs window, ready to defend our home. You come back to me, she said, hugging us both. Both of you, that's an order. We left through the back door just after dawn. The streets of Trem were a nightmare. Bodies everywhere, some dead and some lurching with that terrible infected movement. Fires burning, smoke making everything hazy and surreal. I led Marcus through back alleys and side streets, the routes I'd learned driving a streetcar for 14 years. We avoided main roads where the infected congregated, drawn to noise and movement. Twice we had to hide while groups of them shambled past, their deteriorating bodies leaving trails of blood and worse. Tulane was 4 miles from our house. It took us 3 hours to cover the distance, moving in terrified silence through a city transformed into hell. We saw survivors in windows, hiding like we should have been. We saw the National Guard trying to maintain a perimeter on Canal Street, failing. We saw helicopters evacuating someone important from the Superdome. Politicians or military brass, the people who'd created this mess and were now abandoning us to it. The Tulane campus was chaos. The virus had spread through the student population like wildfire. Dormitories were burning, bodies everywhere. But Building C, the medical research facility, was intact and guarded. Military guards, at least a dozen in full gear, protecting not the students or the city, but the evidence of their crime. We can't get past that, Marcus whispered. He was right, but then I saw someone else approaching the building from the other side, a black woman in her 30s moving with purpose, carrying what looked like military gear herself. She saw us, motioned us to take cover. We ducked behind an overturned car. She circled around to join us, moving with professional efficiency. You trying to get into Building C? She asked quietly. Who are you? Dr. James Rivera, CDC. And before you ask, yes, I know what's really in that building. I know what Tulane was doing, and I know the government is trying to bury it. He pulled out credentials. I've been investigating bioweapon research programs for 3 years. Heard rumors about Solanum, about illegal gain-of-function research. Couldn't prove it until now. Why are you here? Same reason you are, I'm guessing. Evidence, the kind that can't be denied or destroyed. He studied the guards. But we're not getting past them with force. We need a distraction. The distraction came in the form of 50 infected students pouring around the corner of the building, drawn by the guards' presence. The soldiers opened fire, focusing on the immediate threat. In the chaos, Dr. Rivera led us around to a side entrance. How do you know where you're going? I asked as he bypassed the security system with practiced ease. Told you, been investigating this program for years. I know Building C better than the people who work here. We descended into the sub-level, emergency lighting flickering. The research wing was pristine, untouched by the chaos above. Files, computers, refrigeration units with samples. Dr. Rivera went straight to a file room, started pulling folders. Help me. We need everything with Solanum or Project Pale Horse in the title. Marcus and I grabbed files, dozens of them. Research proposals, progress reports, communication with the Pentagon, approval letters from congressional defense committees, the complete history of how America created a plague. Got something? Marcus called from a computer terminal. Emails. They're all here, and they knew Uncle Antoine. They knew the containment vessel was faulty, knew it could break, and they transported it anyway. They decided the risk was acceptable. Acceptable. Hundreds of thousands of people dead, and someone had calculated it was an acceptable risk. Dr. Rivera was photographing everything with a professional camera. This is enough. This proves everything. We need to get it out, get it to media outlets, congressional oversight. Gunfire above us, the infected had breached the building. We need to move, I said. We grabbed what we could, stuffed files into backpacks. Dr. Rivera downloaded files onto multiple drives. We had maybe 3 minutes before the infected flooded down here or the soldiers fell back to protect the evidence. We made it to the stairs. The infected were pouring down from above. We ran for a different exit, one Dr. Rivera knew from his reconnaissance. Behind us, I heard screaming, the guards being overwhelmed. We emerged into daylight on the far side of campus, survivors everywhere, running, dying, transforming. The city was losing the battle. Maybe had already lost it. Where now? Dr. Rivera asked. My house, Treme. We can regroup there, figure out how to get this evidence out. We ran. The streets were worse now. Mid-afternoon on February 13th, the infection had spread exponentially. For every person still human, there were 10 infected. The military had abandoned containment, pulled back to protect strategic locations. They were letting the city die. We made it 6 blocks before we ran into Prophet Lewis. He was still preaching, standing on an overturned car in the middle of the street, his sign visible above the chaos. Blood covered his clothes, but he seemed uninfected, protected by sheer manic faith or incredible luck. The judgment is here, he shouted. The pale horse rides. The pestilence consumes the wicked. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The infected surrounded him, dozens of them, but they seemed confused by him, by his erratic movements and wild screaming. He was too unpredictable, too alien to their simplified predator instincts. We have to help him, Marcus said. He's fine. He's... Prophet Lewis saw us, pointed directly at us. The witness, the one who carries the truth. God has shown me your purpose, brother. You will survive to tell the tale. You will. An infected student, faster than the others, leaped onto the car. Prophet Louis turned to face it, still preaching, and the thing tore out his throat. No! Marcus screamed. Prophet Louis fell, blood pouring from his neck, but even as he died, he was smiling. His last words gurgled through blood. The truth will set you free. We ran. Had to run. Couldn't help him. Dr. Rivera pulled Marcus along as I covered our retreat with the shotgun. Behind us, Prophet Lewis's body rose, infected now, joining the mindless horde. He'd been right all along, about Tulane, about the plague, about the judgment coming. No one had listened. We'd all dismissed him as crazy, and now he was dead, proved right in the worst possible way. We made it to my house in Trem just before dark. Dorothy was still holding position upstairs, had fought off 3 infected while we were gone. She embraced us, checked us for wounds, fed us food we barely tasted. Dr. Rivera set up a laptop, started compiling the evidence. I need to get this uploaded somewhere safe, multiple locations. Then I need to get it to my contacts at the CDC, at the Times, at congressional oversight committees. The internet still works? For now. Government hasn't cut communications yet. They're trying to maintain the illusion that this is containable. He looked at me. But we're past containment. This is extinction level. Solanum spreads too fast, kills too thoroughly. By tomorrow, New Orleans is gone. By next week, Louisiana. By next month. He didn't finish. Didn't have to. Marcus was at the window, watching the fires spread across the city. This is really it, isn't it? The end of everything? No, I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it. This is the end of normal. But people survive. Humanity survives. We just have to make sure we survive to tell the truth. That night, February 13th, the last night before Mardi Gras, we compiled evidence while the city burned around us. Dr. Rivera's fingers flew across the keyboard, uploading files to secure servers, encrypted cloud storage, sending copies to journalists and officials and anyone who might survive long enough to act on them. Done, he said finally. It's out there. Even if we die, even if they try to cover this up, the evidence exists. Multiple copies in multiple locations. Now what? Now we survive long enough for it to matter. But survival was getting harder. The infected were everywhere. The sounds outside our boarded windows were constant, moaning, scratching, the shuffle of deteriorating bodies. The military had completely abandoned the city. The government's final solution, we'd learn later, was to let the infection burn itself out, quarantine the entire region, let everyone die, then sweep in to sanitize and deny. We slept in shifts. Dorothy, Marcus, Dr. Rivera, and me. 4 people holding on to life in a city of the dead. I woke at 3 a.m. to the sound of vehicles. Not infected, not evacuating civilians, something else. I looked out through a crack in the boards. Military trucks, 6 of them, soldiers deploying with specific purpose, breaking into houses systematically. Not rescue. Something else. Dr. Rivera joined me at the window. They're sweeping for survivors, for witnesses. Why? To make sure no one lives to testify, to make sure everyone who knows the truth dies with the city. He grabbed his backpack, the evidence. We need to run. Now. We woke Dorothy and Marcus, moved to the back door. Too late. Soldiers were already surrounding the house. A voice through a megaphone. Occupants of the structure, you are ordered to evacuate immediately for your own safety. This area is being sanitized. Sanitized. Clean word for murder. There's 4 of us, I shouted back. Survivors. We need medical evacuation. Acknowledged. Exit the structure with your hands visible. Dr. Rivera grabbed my arm. Don't. They're not here to save us. What choice do we have? We fight, we run, we don't go quietly. He was loading his weapon, face grim. I've seen how bioweapon cover-ups work. Survivors are loose ends. We walk out there, we don't make it to any evacuation helicopter. There's 24 soldiers out there. I know. But if we stay, we die. If we surrender, we die. At least fighting gives us a chance. Dorothy chambered a round in her pistol. Then we fight. Marcus looked terrified but determined. Together. The soldiers were moving closer. We had seconds to decide. I thought about Prophet Lua dying while preaching truth. I thought about Dr. Chen, disappeared for trying to expose the crime. I thought about all the people who'd tried to speak up, tried to warn, tried to save lives and been silenced. If we died, the evidence died with us. The physical files we carried, the flash drives, the complete record of Tulane's guilt, it would all be destroyed. There's a back way, Dorothy said quietly. Through the Robichaux house next door. Been empty since Katrina. Connects to the alley behind Dumaine Street. Can you make it? She smiled, fierce and beautiful even at 83. Baby, I've been running from men with guns my whole life. One more time won't kill me. We moved. Out the back door while the soldiers breached the front. Through Dorothy's garden, over the fence, Marcus helping her moving with surprising speed despite her age. Into the abandoned house next door, through rooms thick with dust and mold and memories. Behind us, gunfire. They knew we'd run. We emerged into the alley. Infected were there, drawn by the noise. Dr. Rivera shot 2. I took down 3 more with the shotgun. Marcus and Dorothy ran ahead, finding cover behind a dumpster. More soldiers coming from both ends of the alley. We were trapped. "Go," Dr. Rivera said. "I'll hold them. You'll die. I know. But you have to survive. You have the evidence. You have the story." He handed me his backpack, the files and drives. "Get out of the city. Get somewhere safe. Make sure the truth comes out. Dr. Rivera, go!" He stepped into the open, firing at the soldiers, buying us seconds. We ran the other direction, toward the infected instead of the military. Better odds somehow. Behind us, sustained gunfire, Dr. Rivera's weapon going silent, then nothing. We kept running. Treme had become a war zone, soldiers hunting survivors, infected hunting everyone, fires consuming entire blocks. This was the sanitization, kill the witnesses, burn the evidence, let the plague take the blame. We made it to St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, the old above-ground tombs providing cover. Hid among the dead while soldiers and infected passed by. Marcus was crying silently. Dorothy held him, humming a spiritual I remembered from childhood. "We can't stay here," I whispered. "Where do we go?" Dorothy asked. Nowhere was safe. The whole city was a kill zone. But I thought about Dr. Chen's words. The people responsible were evacuating, which meant there had to be a way out, an evacuation point for the privileged few who'd created this disaster. The Superdome. I'd seen helicopters there earlier. If we could get there, if we could find a way onto one of those evacuations. We head for the Superdome. That's 6 miles, through the worst of it. I know. Ionum. We moved at first light, February 14th. Mardi Gras Day, the day that should have been celebration, the city's greatest party, Fat Tuesday before Lent. Instead, it was the day New Orleans died. The streets were rivers of blood, bodies everywhere, most of them moving. The infected had the numbers now, overwhelming any remaining resistance. We saw National Guard positions overrun, police making last stands in barricaded buildings, civilians huddling in attics while the dead surrounded their homes. We saw other survivors, too. A family of 5 holed up in a restaurant, a group of college students barricaded in a fraternity house, an old man on his roof taking pot shots at infected with a hunting rifle. All of them doomed, all of them making their final stand in a city that had already fallen. We moved through the Garden District, those beautiful antebellum mansions now tombs, past the streetcar line I'd operated for 14 years, the rails slick with blood, past Lee Circle where Prophet Louis had preached, past Jackson Square where Dr. Chen had given me the first evidence. We made it to the warehouse district by noon. That's where we found them, the survivors. Not military, not government, civilians, maybe 300 of them, barricaded in an old warehouse, armed and organized. Someone had spray-painted above the entrance. "Humanity endures." We approached carefully. A woman in her 40s, covered in blood but moving with purpose, met us at the entrance with a shotgun. "You infected?" "No." "Prove it." She checked us for bites, for fever, for the telltale signs. We passed. "Get inside, quick." The warehouse was a fortress. Barricaded entrances, weapons organized, food and water rationed. A diverse group, tourists trapped by the outbreak, locals who'd fought their way here, even a few military deserters who'd refused the sanitization orders. A man stepped forward, tall and broad, with the bearing of someone used to authority. "I'm Jackson Ward, ran hotel security before this all went to hell. This is our survival group. We share resources, share duties, and we all get out of this alive. That's the deal." Antoine Dubois. "This is my grandmother Dorothy, my nephew Marcus." "What were you doing out there? It's a death sentence." I pulled out the flash drives, the files. Getting evidence, proof of what really happened. Who's responsible? The room went quiet. Everyone stared at the files like they were holy relics. A woman stepped forward, young, maybe 30, with dreadlocks and fierce eyes. My name's Marie. I'm a bartender, was a bartender, Bourbon Street, lost my whole crew to this thing. She looked at the evidence. You're saying this wasn't an accident? Someone did this deliberately? Not deliberately released, but deliberately created and deliberately covered up. I told them everything. Tulane, Solanum, the military contract, the breach, the sanitization teams hunting survivors. Jackson swore quietly. So we're not just fighting the infected, we're fighting our own government. Yes. Then we need to get that evidence out. Get it to someone who can do something with it. How? The military controls all the evacuation points. Marie stepped forward. Not all of them. There's still boats at the marina, private vessels. If we can get to the water, we can get out of the city, get to the Gulf. From there, anywhere. It was a plan. Not a great one, but better than dying in a warehouse. The marina's 3 miles from here, Jackson said. Through the worst of the infection, we'd lose half our people. Then we send a small team, I said. Fast, quiet. Get the evidence out. The rest of you hold here, wait for rescue or evacuation when the military gets this under control. You mean if they get it under control, someone said. If. We planned the mission. Jackson would lead. Marie would come, she knew the marina, had friends with boats. I would carry the evidence. Dorothy and Marcus would stay at the warehouse, safe with the group. Marcus protested. Uncle Antoine, I should come, I've made it this far. And that's why you need to stay. Grandma needs you. These people need you. And if I don't make it back... I handed him a flash drive, one of many copies. You make sure this gets out. You tell the story, promise me. He was crying again but nodded. I promise. Dorothy pulled me aside. You come back to me, Antoine. This city's already taken enough from our family. I'll try, Grandma. Don't try. Do. We left at dusk, 6 of us. Jackson, Marie, me, and 3 others from the warehouse. The streets were worse at night. The infected more active, drawn to any movement or sound. We moved in silence, weapons ready, hearts pounding. We made it 2 miles before we hit the roadblock. Not infected. Military. A full squad establishing a hard perimeter. No one in, no one out. We can't get past that, Marie whispered. Jackson studied the soldiers with professional eyes. Not without a massive distraction. The distraction came from behind us, gunfire, explosions. The warehouse was under attack. They found the survivors, Jackson said. They're cleaning up. Dorothy, Marcus, the 300 people making their last stand. I started to turn back. Marie grabbed my arm. If you go back, you die. If we all go back, we die. The evidence dies. My family is back there. I know, mine's dead too. Everyone's family is dead, but if we don't get this evidence out, they all died for nothing. She was crying as she said it, fierce and desperate. We have to go forward. It's the only way to make this mean something. She was right. I hated that she was right. But the mission was bigger than my family, bigger than any of us. The truth had to survive. We used the chaos to slip past the perimeter. The soldiers were focused on the battle behind us, the warehouse burning, the screams of people I'd just met dying to government bullets and infected teeth. We ran toward the marina, each step taking us farther from the people I loved. We made it to the docks. Most boats were gone, evacuated or stolen. But Marie found one, a fishing trawler, old but functional. I can run it, she said. Used to work charters before bartending. Get us to the Gulf, then up the coast. We boarded. Jackson and the others held the dock while Marie got the engine started. Infected were closing in, drawn by the noise. More soldiers coming from the perimeter, realizing we'd slipped through. Go! Jackson shouted. We'll hold them. You'll die, I said. He smiled, sad and knowing. Yeah, but you'll live. Get that evidence to people who can use it. Make them pay for what they did to our city. The engine roared to life. Marie pulled away from the dock. On shore, Jackson and the others opened fire, buying us time. I watched them disappear into smoke and chaos, watched them die so we could escape. We made it to open water. Behind us, New Orleans burned. The entire city, from the Quarter to the Garden District to Trem, was ablaze. The government's final solution: if they couldn't contain the infection, they'd sterilize it with fire. Somewhere in that inferno, Dorothy and Marcus were dying, if they weren't already dead. I stood at the stern, watching my city burn, and I understood what Dr. Chen had meant. I was going to die for what I knew. Maybe not physically. I'd escaped the city, but everything I'd been, everything I'd loved, was dying in those flames. Marie steered us east, into the Gulf, into the darkness beyond the burning horizon. We had the evidence. We had the truth. But the cost. God, the cost. Where are we going? I asked. Mobile first, then wherever we need to go to make this public. I looked at the flash drives, the files we'd fought so hard to protect. This was it, the complete record of how Tulane created Solanum, how the military approved it, how the government covered it up and let a city die rather than admit their mistake. But would anyone care? Would anyone listen? Or would they find a way to spin it, to deny it, to make us the villains for exposing it? We reached Mobile 3 days later, February 17th. The infection had spread beyond New Orleans. It was in Baton Rouge, in Lafayette, moving up the Mississippi River. The government had quarantined the entire Gulf Coast, established military checkpoints, imposed martial law. They were trying to contain it, but Solanum spread faster than bullets. We found an internet cafe still open, one of the few remaining functional businesses in a city preparing for siege. I uploaded the files everywhere. News outlets, social media, government oversight websites, international press. I sent copies to senators, representatives, the UN, the WHO. I made sure the evidence was so widely distributed that it couldn't be buried. Within hours, it was everywhere. The story of Tulane's bioweapon research, the military contract, the breach, the cover-up. My name, my face, my testimony. The world knew. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Congressional investigations launched, military brass arrested. The Tulane administrators who'd approved the research were charged with crimes against humanity. The Secretary of Defense resigned. The President gave a speech accepting responsibility, promising justice. But New Orleans was still burning. Louisiana was still falling. And the infected didn't care about justice or investigations or political consequences. Marie and I stayed in Mobile for 2 weeks, watching the plague spread despite the government's best efforts. The quarantine was failing. Solanum was too contagious, too deadly. Cases appeared in Atlanta, in Houston, in Jackson. The infection was going national. On March 2nd, the President addressed the nation, admitted everything, confirmed the Tulane research, the breach, the cover-up, announced a national emergency, called for a coordinated international response. Too late. Always too late. By March 15th, the eastern seaboard was infected. By April 1st, the Midwest. The government collapsed into regional military authorities. Society fractured. Civilization crumbled. But the truth was out. The evidence was preserved. The people responsible were named, shamed, some of them executed by mob justice before official trials could happen. History would know what they'd done. Future generations, if there were future generations, would learn from this catastrophe. Marie and I kept moving, staying ahead of the infection, documenting the collapse. She became my partner in testimony, my witness to the witnessing. We found other survivors, small groups holding on to humanity in the ruins. We shared our story with them, made sure the truth continued to spread. In June, we learned that Dorothy had died in the warehouse battle. Quick death, relatively painless. She'd been shot by soldiers during the sanitization, died protecting Marcus. Marcus had survived. He'd escaped the warehouse, made it to a refugee camp in Texas. He'd kept the flash drive I'd given him, continued to spread the evidence even after mine went public. He became a voice for the victims, a symbol of survival. We reunited in July, in a refugee camp outside Austin. He was different, harder, older, carrying scars both visible and hidden. But he was alive, and he'd kept his promise. I told the story, Uncle Antoine, just like you asked. We stayed in that camp for 3 months. The infection continued to spread, but pockets of humanity endured. The military established safe zones. Scientists worked on treatments, vaccines, ways to clear the infected. It was slow, painful work. In September, I was contacted by the International Criminal Court. They wanted my testimony for the war crimes trials. The Tulane scientists, the military officers, the government officials who'd approved Project Pale Horse and then tried to cover it up. They were all facing justice. I testified, spent 3 days on the stand telling everything I knew. The courtroom was packed with survivors, with families of the dead, with journalists documenting every word. The defendants sat in bulletproof boxes, protected from the mob that wanted their blood. I looked at them, these bureaucrats and scientists and officers, and I tried to feel anger, tried to feel hatred. But all I felt was empty. They'd destroyed civilization, they'd killed millions, and they looked so small, so ordinary, so human. The verdict came in November. Guilty on all counts, sentences ranging from life imprisonment to execution. The judge read the decision in a voice thick with emotion. The defendants created a plague that brought civilization to the brink of extinction. Their crime is without precedent in human history. No punishment can match the enormity of what they've done. But punishment happened anyway. Most of the defendants were executed. Others died in prison, killed by guards or inmates who'd lost family to Solanum. A few escaped, went into hiding, became hunted fugitives in a broken world. Justice, such as it was, I returned to what remained of Louisiana in December, nearly a year after the outbreak. The government had declared New Orleans a total loss, too contaminated to rebuild. But people were returning anyway, stubborn and desperate to reclaim their city. I walked through the ruins of Trem. Dorothy's house was gone, burned to the foundation. The streetcar tracks I'd operated for 14 years were twisted and overgrown. The French Quarter was a graveyard. But there were signs of life, people clearing rubble, gardens growing in empty lots, a new city emerging from the ashes of the old. I found Dorothy's grave in a makeshift cemetery near what used to be Congo Square. Someone had marked it with a cross made from streetcar parts, beautiful and fitting. I sat beside it and told her everything that had happened, the trials, the convictions, the slow rebuilding of civilization. "We made them pay, Grandma," I said. "Not enough. Can never be enough. But we made them pay. Marcus joined me there. He'd gotten accepted to medical school, one of the few still operating in a safe zone in Colorado. He was going to be a doctor, going to help treat Solanum survivors, going to try to prevent the next outbreak. You should be proud, Uncle Antoine. You exposed the truth. You got justice. Justice isn't the same as redemption. I know, but it's something." We stayed at that grave until sunset, watching the light fade over the ruins of New Orleans. The city was dead, but its people endured. The truth endured, and maybe that was enough. I live in a refugee settlement now outside Baton Rouge. Marie's with me. We've become something like family, bonded by shared trauma and survival. We help new survivors, teach them about Solanum, share our story with anyone who will listen. The infection continues. There are still millions of infected shambling through dead cities and will be for years. Decades maybe, but humanity is recovering. Slowly, painfully. We're rebuilding civilization with the hard-won knowledge of what cost our hubris. I keep copies of the evidence in a safe place, multiple copies hidden around the settlement, stored digitally in secure locations. The complete record of how we did this to ourselves. How our government created a monster and then unleashed it on its own people rather than admit the mistake. Marcus visits when he can. We talk about Dorothy, about the city we lost, about the future we're trying to build. He's going to be a better doctor than his mother ever got the chance to be. He's going to make sure Solanum's lessons are never forgotten. Yesterday I got a letter from a historian working on a comprehensive account of the outbreak. She wanted to interview me, get the full story from the source. I agreed. The story needs to be told completely honestly without sanitizing the horror or the guilt, because that's my role now. I'm the witness. The one who survived to testify. The one who carries the truth. I didn't choose this burden, didn't want it. Would give anything to go back to driving a streetcar, calling out stops, living in Dorothy's house with Marcus, existing in beautiful ignorance of the evil our government was creating in Tulane's labs. But I can't go back. None of us can. We can only go forward carrying the weight of what happened, making sure it matters. Making sure the millions who died aren't just statistics, aren't just casualties of a cover-up, but victims of a crime that the world will never forget. On the anniversary of the outbreak, February 11th, we hold memorials. Thousands of survivors gathering to remember the dead, to demand accountability, to ensure the truth endures. I speak at these gatherings, tell my story, show the evidence, name the names of the people responsible. Some of them are still alive, still in hiding, still hoping the world will forget. But we won't forget, can't forget. The ruins of our cities, the mass graves, the infected still wandering through dead zones. These are monuments to their crime. Last week I got contacted by someone claiming to be from the military's remaining biodefense program. They wanted to meet, discuss what I knew about Tulane's research, offer me a position as a consultant to prevent future outbreaks. I almost said yes. Almost thought I could help, could use my knowledge to stop this from ever happening again. But then I remembered Dr. Chen's last words, remembered the federal agents at my door, remembered how quickly good intentions become classified programs, become bioweapons, become plagues. I declined, sent them all my evidence instead publicly, and told them if they wanted to prevent future outbreaks, they should shut down every bioweapon research program in the country, prosecute anyone still conducting gain-of-function research, choose transparency over secrecy. They didn't respond. Of course they didn't. The machine that created Solanum is damaged, but not destroyed. Somewhere in some lab with military contracts, scientists are still playing with viruses, still believing they can control the uncontrollable, still thinking they're the exception to the rule that bioweapon research always, eventually kills the people it was meant to protect. I can't stop them. I'm just one man with a story and evidence that half the world still wants to deny. But I can bear witness. I can tell the truth. I can make sure that when the next outbreak happens, and it will happen because we never learn, there's a record of what came before, a warning, a testament to the cost of hubris. Marie and I were talking last night about what comes next. The settlement is stable now. The infection spread has slowed. Civilization is rebuilding, different than before, but still recognizably human. She asked if I ever thought about going back to work, finding some kind of normal life. I don't know how to answer that. My normal life died with Dorothy, with Marcus's innocence, with the city I loved. I'm 43 years old and I feel ancient, hollowed out by grief and guilt. I didn't create Solanum, didn't authorize the research or approve the transport or order the cover-up. But I knew the truth and I hesitated, and people died because of that hesitation. Would it have mattered if I'd gone to the press on February 11th, the day I saw the breach? Probably not. The infection was already spreading. The government would have denied it, silenced me, let the outbreak happen anyway. But I'll never know for sure. And that uncertainty gnaws at me every single day. Maybe that's my real punishment. Not the loss, not the survival, but the knowledge that I could have done more. Should have done more. The weight of all those deaths pressing down on me, asking why I didn't scream louder, fight harder, risk more. But I carry it. I carry the guilt and the evidence and the story, and I keep moving forward because that's what Dorothy would have wanted. That's what Dr. Chen died trying to protect. That's what gives meaning to all the loss. The historian came yesterday, spent 6 hours interviewing me, recording every detail. She's writing a comprehensive account of the outbreak, not just the facts, but the human stories, the individual tragedies that add up to catastrophe. She said my testimony would be the centerpiece, the narrative thread connecting science and politics and human cost. "You're a hero," she said at the end. I almost laughed, almost told her heroes don't run while their families die. Heroes don't survive while better people fall. Heroes don't carry this much guilt. But I didn't say that, just thanked her and went back to my small room in the settlement, to the box of evidence I keep under my bed, to the memories I can't escape. Marcus calls every Sunday. He's thriving in medical school, top of his class, already working on Solanum treatment protocols. He doesn't talk about Dorothy much, the pain's still too fresh. But he talks about the future, about the hospital he wants to build, about making sure the next generation of doctors never forgets what caused this plague. He's 24 now somehow, 8 years since the outbreak. He's lived more than half his childhood in a world defined by Solanum, by death and survival and the slow rebuilding of civilization. And he's still optimistic, still believes we can do better. I hope he's right. Hope his generation learns from our mistakes. Hope they build a world where bioweapon research is banned, where transparency replaces secrecy, where the pursuit of power gives way to the protection of life. But I've seen too much to be optimistic. I've seen how easily good intentions become disasters, how quickly truth gets buried under politics and profit. I've seen the people responsible for millions of deaths get trials and sentences while the victims get mass graves and survivors' guilt. Still, I keep telling the story, keep showing the evidence, keep answering questions from historians and journalists and students who want to understand how this happened. Because even if we can't prevent the next disaster, we can at least make sure this one is remembered. Make sure the truth survives even if everything else falls. There's a memorial being built in Baton Rouge, a museum dedicated to the Solanum outbreak. They want me to be part of the permanent exhibit, my testimony, my evidence, my story preserved for future generations. I haven't decided yet. Part of me wants the recognition, wants to know my suffering meant something. Another part just wants to disappear, to stop being the witness and become just Antoine again, simple and unknown. But I won't disappear. Can't. The moment I saw that containment vessel break at Tulane, the moment Dr. Chen handed me that flash drive, the moment I watched my city burn, those moments marked me. Made me into something other than what I was. A symbol, maybe, or a warning, or just a man who saw too much and lived to tell about it. The infected are almost gone now. 8 years of cleanup, 8 years of hunting them through ruined cities and burning the bodies. There are still pockets, still danger zones where thousands of them congregate. But the immediate crisis is over. The world has moved from apocalypse to aftermath. We've established safe zones, rebuilt infrastructure, created new governments from the ashes of the old. Population's down 80% from before the outbreak, but the survivors are resilient, determined. We've seen the worst of human capability, the bioweapons, the cover-ups, the sanitization teams murdering civilians, and we're choosing to build something better. Or trying to. There are still military research programs, still classified projects, still secrets being kept in the name of national security. The temptation to create the next Solanum, to weaponize the next virus, to play God with life and death, it's still there, lurking in the halls of power. That's why I keep talking, keep showing the evidence, keep reminding people what happened when we went down this path before. I can't stop the next disaster, but I can make sure we remember the last one. Marie's been talking about leaving the settlement, heading west where the population's denser, where civilization's rebuilding faster. She wants to open a bar again, create some small piece of normalcy in this broken world. She asked if I'd come with her. I don't know. I've been running since the outbreak. From New Orleans, from the infection, from the truth I couldn't escape. Maybe it's time to stop. Maybe it's time to find a place and hold it, build something instead of just surviving. But wherever I go, I'll carry the evidence, the files, the drives, the complete record of how we destroyed ourselves. It's my burden now, my purpose, the reason I survived when so many others didn't. Sometimes I dream about Dorothy. She's in her garden tending her tomatoes, humming spirituals. She looks at me with those wise eyes and says, "You done good, baby. You told the truth. That's all anyone can do." I wake up and the dream fades, but the weight remains. The knowledge that I survived, that I testified, that I exposed the crime, it should feel like redemption, should feel like I've paid my debt to the dead. But it doesn't. It just feels like I'm still carrying it all. The guilt, the loss, the terrible responsibility of being the one who lived to tell the story. And I'll carry it until I die, whenever that is, however long I last in this broken world we're trying to rebuild. The truth is out there now, in archives and testimonies and museum exhibits, in Marcus's medical research and the new laws banning bioweapon development and the trials that convicted the guilty, in the ruins of New Orleans and the mass graves and the infected still wandering through quarantine zones. The truth is preserved, the story is told, the warning is given, and I'm still here, still breathing, still witnessing. Still Antoine Dubois, streetcar operator turned survivor turned testifier. Still carrying the flash drives under my mattress. Still checking news sites for mentions of suspicious research programs. Still waiting for the next call from a whistleblower or a journalist or someone else who's seen too much. Because that's what you do when you're the one who survived. You keep watch. You keep telling. You keep fighting to make sure it meant something. That the millions of dead didn't die just to protect some bureaucrat's career or some general's pet project. You keep bearing witness even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts. That's my life now, my purpose, my penance. And it's not enough. Will never be enough. But it's all I have. So I'll keep doing it day after day, year after year, until my own death finally comes and someone else has to carry the burden. Until the story becomes history, and history becomes lesson, and lesson becomes warning. Until humanity finally learns that some knowledge is too dangerous to pursue, that some weapons are too deadly to create, that some prices are too high to pay. Until we choose wisdom over hubris, transparency over secrecy, life over power. Or until we create the next Solanum and the cycle starts again. I pray it's the former, but I prepare for the latter. Because I've seen what we're capable of. I've seen the laboratories where we play God. I've seen the officials who choose careers over lives. I've seen the systems that create disasters and then try to cover them up. I've seen it all. And I survived to tell about it. That's my burden, my purpose, My testimony, the truth preserved in blood and fire and grief, the truth carried forward by one stubborn man who won't let the dead be forgotten. The truth waiting for the day when humanity finally listens. I'm still waiting. Still hoping. Still bearing witness, always bearing witness until the end. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. We pulled the damaged container off the main belt and set it aside on a hand truck. Marcus started filling out the incident report on his tablet while I went back to my station. Teresa had been watching the whole thing. "What's the deal with that one?" she asked. "Busted cold chain container from Nevada," I said. "Medical samples or something. Marcus is gonna quarantine it." She shrugged. "Hope it's not anything nasty. Remember that time we had that leak from the veterinary shipment? Whole section smelled like formaldehyde for a week." I laughed. "Yeah, that was brutal. This is supposedly level 4 biocontainment, though. Government stuff. Probably some CDC research project." Deshaun overheard us and leaned in. "Level 4? That's the serious shit, man. Ebola, anthrax, weaponized viruses. They don't fuck around with that classification." "It's fine," I assured him. "Marcus is handling it by the book. It'll be isolated until the hazmat team picks it up." But it wasn't fine. 20 minutes later, as I was scanning a heavy appliance box, I heard a loud crack from across the floor. I turned to see the damaged biotech container had somehow ended up back on the conveyor belt, probably grabbed by mistake by one of the automated sorting arms. The container was moving along at high speed when it hit a junction point where two belts converged. The impact was enough to split the already weakened casing wide open. A cloud of white vapor exploded from the container, spreading across the conveyor system like a breaking wave. I could see dark liquid splashing across dozens of packages, contaminating everything in its path. "Everybody stop!" Marcus was running toward the affected area, waving his arms. "Shut down, Delta 7. Emergency stop, now!" I hit the emergency shutdown button at my station, but the damage was already done. The contaminated packages had been distributed across multiple belt systems before anyone could react. The white vapor was dissipating now, but I could see the liquid had spread across at least 100 packages in different sections of the facility. Workers near the breach point were stumbling back, coughing and wiping at their eyes. One guy, a loader named Jimmy Parsons, had been standing right next to the belt when the container split. He was on his knees now, retching and gasping, his face slick with sweat. Marcus grabbed his radio. "This is Floor Manager Reeves requesting immediate hazmat response to Sort Station Delta 7. We have a biocontainment breach. Repeat, biocontainment breach. Medical emergency in progress." The facility alarm began to wail, a piercing siren that signaled all workers to evacuate to designated safe zones. But even as people started moving toward the exits, I could see the contamination spreading. Workers who had handled the affected packages were already showing symptoms. Sweating, trembling, eyes unfocused. Jimmy Parsons collapsed completely, convulsing on the floor. Two of his co-workers rushed to help him, and that's when everything went to hell. Jimmy's seizure stopped suddenly. He went completely still for maybe 5 seconds, long enough for the guys helping him to think he'd died. Then his eyes snapped open, but they weren't Jimmy's eyes anymore. They were filmed over with a milky white glaze, empty of recognition or humanity. He lunged at the nearest worker, a young woman named Shanice who'd been kneeling beside him. His teeth sank into her throat before anyone could react. Blood sprayed across the concrete floor as Shanice screamed, a horrible wet sound that cut through the alarm sirens. Jimmy was tearing at her like a rabid animal, ripping chunks of flesh from her neck and shoulders while she thrashed beneath him. "Jesus Christ!" Deshaun grabbed a pry bar from the equipment rack and swung it at Jimmy's head, connecting with a sickening crack. But Jimmy barely reacted. He released Shanice and turned toward Deshaun, blood dripping from his mouth, a low growl rattling in his throat. Deshaun hit him again, harder this time, and Jimmy went down. But all across the sorting floor, other workers were collapsing and rising again with that same dead-eyed stare. The T-virus, whatever the hell it was, worked fast, maybe 3 minutes from exposure to transformation. And it was spreading through physical contact, through bites and scratches, through the contaminated packages that workers had touched with bare hands. Teresa grabbed my arm. "Virgil, we need to get out of here now." She was right. The sorting floor was descending into chaos. Infected workers were attacking anyone nearby, and the panic was causing more injuries as people trampled each other trying to reach the exits. I could see Marcus still trying to coordinate an evacuation, his radio pressed to his ear as he shouted instructions. But the exits were bottlenecking. Too many people trying to squeeze through too few doors. And the infected were multiplying by the second. I made a decision. The maintenance corridors. There's a route through the HVAC system that connects to the loading docks. We can bypass the main exits. Deshaun nodded. "Lead the way, man. I'm with you." We ran toward the east wall where a service door led into the facility's maintenance infrastructure. Behind us, the sorting floor had become a scene from a nightmare. The automated systems were still running, conveyor belts carrying packages through rivers of blood, sorting arms continuing their programmed routes while people died beneath them. The surreal normalcy of the machines contrasted grotesquely with the carnage unfolding on the floor. I swiped my maintenance access card and yanked open the service door. Teresa and Deshaun followed me into the corridor, and I slammed the door shut behind us, engaging the magnetic lock. The corridor was dimly lit by emergency lighting, a narrow passage lined with pipes and electrical conduits. I could hear screaming through the walls, muffled but constant. The entire facility was being overrun. What the fuck was in that container? Deshaun was breathing hard, his eyes wide with terror. "I don't know," I said. "Some kind of bioweapon has to be. Nothing natural works that fast." Teresa was checking her phone. "No signal. They must have cut communications to contain the breach." "Or the infected damaged the cell towers," I suggested. "Either way, we're on our own." We moved through the maintenance corridors, navigating by the emergency lighting and my knowledge of the facility layout. I'd been down here plenty of times over the years, fixing equipment or running cables for new systems. The corridors formed a maze beneath and around the main sorting floor, connecting every section of the massive complex. If we could reach the loading docks on the west side, we could get out through the truck bays and into the parking lot. From there, we could make it to my truck and get the hell away from this place. But I wasn't leaving Memphis without Connie. St. Jude Children's Hospital was only a few miles away, downtown near the Pyramid and Beale Street. If this outbreak was as bad as it seemed, the whole city could be infected within hours. I had to get to my wife, had to make sure she was safe. The thought of her in danger made my chest tight with fear. 26 years together. We'd survived everything life threw at us. We'd survived this too. The maintenance corridor ended at a junction point where multiple passages converged. I was trying to remember which route led to the loading docks when I heard footsteps behind us. Heavy, dragging footsteps. I turned to see 3 infected workers shambling toward us, their movements jerky and uncoordinated but driven by single-minded purpose. They'd followed us into the corridor somehow. Or maybe they'd been maintenance workers who got infected when the virus spread through the ventilation system. "Move!" I shoved Teresa and Deshaun toward the right-hand corridor and grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. The infected were getting closer, reaching for us with blood-stained hands. I pulled the pin on the extinguisher and sprayed them with CO2 foam, filling the corridor with a white cloud that obscured their vision. It didn't stop them, but it slowed them down enough for us to run. We sprinted through the corridors, taking turns at random, just trying to put distance between us and the infected. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but adrenaline kept me moving. Behind us, I could hear more footsteps, more of them joining the pursuit. The facility was a death trap. Every corridor could be filled with infected workers. Every turn could lead us into an ambush. We emerged into a larger chamber, one of the main electrical substations that powered the automated systems. The room was filled with massive transformers and circuit breaker panels, humming with high-voltage current. And standing in the center of the room was Hub Director Dr. Chester Armstrong, flanked by two men in tactical gear carrying automatic weapons. Armstrong was in his 50s, a slick corporate type who'd been installed as Hub Director 3 years ago after the previous director retired. He had a PhD in logistics management and a reputation for cutting costs and maximizing efficiency, but I'd always suspected there was something off about him. He spent too much time in closed-door meetings with visitors who didn't look like FedEx corporate types. He authorized shipments that bypassed normal security protocols. And now, seeing him here with armed guards while the facility burned around us, I knew my instincts had been right. "Mr. Hendricks," Armstrong said calmly, as if we'd just run into each other in the break room. "I'm afraid you've seen something you shouldn't have." "You did this," I said. The pieces were falling into place. "That biotech container. You were shipping weaponized virus samples. You're using FedEx as a distribution network for bioweapons." Armstrong smiled, a cold expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Very perceptive. Yes, the T-virus was developed at a classified facility in Nevada, part of a black budget program to create controllable bioweapons. I've been facilitating the distribution of samples to various interested parties around the world. Very lucrative business, actually. Unfortunately, tonight's shipment was damaged during transport. A regrettable accident." "Regrettable?" Teresa stepped forward, her fists clenched. "People are dying out there. Your fucking plague is turning them into monsters." "Collateral damage," Armstrong said dismissively. "The buyers knew the risks. They're paying for a weapon, after all. What they do with it is their business." One of the armed guards raised his rifle, pointing it at Teresa. "That's close enough." Deshaun moved to stand beside me, his jaw set. "You're not gonna let us leave, are you?" "I can't," Armstrong admitted. "You know too much. In a few hours, when the containment teams arrive, this facility will be sterilized. Everyone inside will be declared victims of an industrial accident. The truth about the T-virus will remain classified, and you three will be among the casualties." "Bullshit," I said. "There's no way they can cover this up. The whole city's gonna be infected by morning." Armstrong checked his watch. "Actually, we have approximately 90 minutes before the infection spreads beyond the facility perimeter. My associates have already sealed all exits and activated the emergency lockdown protocols. No one gets out. The containment teams will arrive at dawn with flamethrowers and nerve gas. They'll eliminate every infected person in this building and dispose of the evidence. Standard procedure for bioweapon containment breaches." "You're fucking insane," Teresa said. "I'm pragmatic," Armstrong corrected. "This outbreak represents a setback to my operation, but not a catastrophic one. I have other distribution networks, other clients. The business will continue. But you three represent a security risk that must be eliminated." The guards raised their weapons, fingers on triggers. I looked around frantically for an escape route. We were trapped in a room with 2 armed men and a psychopath who was willing to let thousands of people die to protect his weapons smuggling operation. The electrical substation had only 2 exits, one behind Armstrong's men and one on the far side of the room near the main transformer array. I made eye contact with Deshaun and Teresa, hoping they'd understand what I was about to do. Then I grabbed the nearest circuit breaker handle and yanked it down. The room plunged into darkness as half the facility's power grid went offline. Emergency lighting kicked in after a few seconds, but it was enough time for us to move. I grabbed Teresa's hand and ran toward the far exit, dragging her with me. Deshawn was right behind us. Gunfire erupted in the darkness, muzzle flashes strobing across the chamber. Bullets ricocheted off the metal transformer housing, sparking and whining. I heard one of the guards shouting orders, but we were already through the exit and into another maintenance corridor. The loss of power had consequences throughout the facility. The automated sorting systems ground to a halt, conveyor belts stopping mid-cycle. Emergency doors sealed automatically, compartmentalizing different sections to prevent fire spread. And somewhere in the darkness, infected workers were still hunting for prey. We ran blindly through the corridors, using the dim emergency lighting to navigate. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Behind us, I could hear Armstrong's guards pursuing, their tactical flashlights cutting through the darkness. We had to find a way out, had to get past the lockdown and escape the facility before the containment teams arrived. The corridor opened into the quality control section, a large open area where packages were inspected and rewrapped if necessary. The room was filled with work tables and packaging materials, and more importantly, it had windows that looked out onto the employee parking lot. I could see my truck out there, a black Ford F-150 parked in my usual spot, so close but separated by reinforced glass and locked security doors. "We need to break through," I said, looking around for something heavy. Deshawn grabbed a pallet jack, one of the manual ones with a heavy steel frame. "Stand back." He rammed the pallet jack into the nearest window, and the glass cracked but didn't break. The windows were designed to withstand impacts, probably to prevent theft. Deshawn hit it again, putting his full weight behind the strike, and this time the glass shattered outward. Alarms began to wail, adding to the chaos. We climbed through the broken window, dropping 8 feet to the pavement below. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my ankles, but I forced myself to keep moving. The parking lot was eerily quiet, lit by sodium vapor lights that cast everything in an orange glow. In the distance, I could see smoke rising from other parts of the facility. The infection was still spreading, even with sections sealed off. We ran to my truck and I fumbled with my keys, nearly dropping them in my haste. Behind us, Armstrong's guards were climbing through the broken window, their rifles trained on us. I got the truck door open and we piled inside, Teresa in the passenger seat and Deshawn in the back. I jammed the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine caught immediately, that beautiful V8 rumble that meant freedom. Bullets punched through the truck's rear window as I threw it into gear and floored the accelerator. We fishtailed across the parking lot, tires squealing, more gunfire chasing us. I could see the main gate ahead closed and locked with a heavy security barrier. I didn't slow down. We hit the barrier doing 60 miles an hour and the impact was tremendous. The airbags deployed, slamming into my face and chest. The world became a confusion of pain and noise and chemical powder from the airbags. But we were through. The truck's momentum had carried us past the barrier and onto the access road that led to the highway. I fought the deflating airbag out of my way and kept driving, the truck's frame groaning with damage but the engine still running strong. We'd made it out of the FedEx hub, but we weren't safe yet. The city was in danger. My wife was in danger. And somewhere behind us, Dr. Chester Armstrong was orchestrating a cover-up that would sacrifice thousands of lives. Teresa was bleeding from a cut on her forehead where she'd hit the dashboard during the crash. "Where are we going?" she asked. "St. Jude Children's Hospital," I said. "My wife works there. I have to get to her." "The hospital's going to be a nightmare if this infection spreads," Deshawn said from the back seat. "Every infected person in the city is going to end up there looking for victims." "I know," I said, "but I'm not leaving Connie to face that alone." We drove through the industrial district surrounding the FedEx hub, heading toward downtown Memphis. The streets were mostly empty at this hour, just a few late-night delivery trucks and the occasional taxi. But I could see emergency lights in the distance, police and fire vehicles responding to incidents. The outbreak was already spreading beyond the facility. Workers who'd fled before the lockdown were carrying the infection into the city. And the contaminated packages that had been loaded onto trucks before the breach was discovered were being delivered all over Memphis, spreading the T-virus to homes and businesses throughout the metropolitan area. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw a text from Connie. "Virgil, something terrible is happening at the hospital. Emergency room is overwhelmed with violent patients. Security is calling in police. Are you okay? Please call me." My blood ran cold. It had already started. The T-virus was in the hospital, maybe brought in by infected people seeking treatment, or maybe through contaminated packages delivered to the medical center. Either way, Connie was in immediate danger. I called her number but got a busy signal. The cellular network was being overloaded by thousands of people calling for help simultaneously. I tried again and again but couldn't get through. Frustration and fear warred inside me. My wife was trapped in a hospital full of infected patients, and I was still miles away fighting through city traffic. We crossed the Wolf River and entered the downtown area. Memphis at 2 in the morning should have been quiet, but tonight the streets were alive with chaos. I could see people running, screaming, fleeing from something. Store windows were smashed, cars were abandoned in the middle of intersections, and everywhere I saw the infected. They shambled through the streets in growing numbers, attacking anyone they encountered, spreading the virus with every bite and scratch. I had to swerve around a police car that had crashed into a fire hydrant, water geyser shooting 30 feet into the air. The officers were nowhere to be seen, probably dead or transformed. We passed Beale Street, the famous entertainment district, and I could see that the bars and clubs had become slaughterhouses. Infected people stumbled out of doorways covered in blood, while tourists and locals fled in panic. The pyramid loomed ahead of us, that massive arena that had been converted into a Bass Pro Shop. It sat at the edge of the Mississippi River, a landmark visible for miles. And beyond it, rising against the night sky, was St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, my destination, my wife. But between us and the hospital was a nightmare. The streets were clogged with wrecked cars and panicked civilians. The infected were everywhere, their numbers growing exponentially as each victim became a new carrier of the plague. I tried to push through, using the truck's bulk to clear a path, but we were moving at a crawl. Every second counted. Connie needed me. Teresa pointed ahead. "Roadblock, Memphis PD." A line of police cruisers blocked the intersection ahead, officers standing behind them with weapons drawn. They were trying to establish a containment perimeter, keeping the infected from spreading into the residential neighborhoods beyond. But it was a futile effort. The infection was already everywhere. You can't quarantine a zombie outbreak with squad cars and handguns. I pulled up to the roadblock and a sergeant approached my window, his face drawn with stress. "Sir, I need you to turn around. This area is under quarantine." "My wife is at St. Jude," I said. "I need to get to her." "St. Jude is in the hot zone," the sergeant said. "Nobody goes in or out. Those are my orders." "Fuck your orders," Teresa snapped. "People are dying. We need to help them." The sergeant's hand moved toward his sidearm. "Ma'am, I understand you're scared, but I can't let you pass. The infection is spreading too fast. We're waiting for National Guard support to establish proper containment. By the time the Guard gets here, everyone will be dead or infected," Deshawn said. "Let us through. We know how to survive this. We escaped from the FedEx hub where it started." The sergeant's eyes widened. "FedEx hub? We got reports of an industrial accident there, but command hasn't given us details. What the hell happened?" Bioweapon release, I said. Some kind of virus that turns people into those things. I pointed at the infected stumbling toward the police line. It spreads through bites and bodily fluids, 3 to 5 minutes from infection to transformation. And it started with contaminated packages that went out on delivery trucks all over the city. The sergeant's face went pale. Jesus Christ, we're fucked. Behind him, the police line was under assault. Dozens of infected were pressing against the cruiser barricade, reaching over the hoods, grabbing at officers. Gunfire erupted as cops started shooting, but there were too many infected and not enough bullets. The line was collapsing. "Let us through," I said again. "There's nothing you can do here. Save yourself." The sergeant looked at his men, seeing them being overwhelmed, and made a decision. "Go, get your wife and get out of the city. Head north to the county line. We're evacuating all civilians to refugee centers in Arkansas." I nodded my thanks and drove through the gap between cruisers as the police line disintegrated behind us. In my rearview mirror, I saw the sergeant running for his vehicle, other officers retreating as the infected swarmed over their position. The containment perimeter had lasted maybe 10 minutes. This was how it happened. This was how civilization fell. One broken police line at a time. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital appeared ahead, a modern complex of buildings dedicated to treating childhood cancer and other catastrophic diseases. It was one of the most advanced medical facilities in the country, funded by donations and dedicated to the mission that no child should die in the dawn of life. My wife had worked there for 15 years, first as a nurse and now as a shift supervisor. She loved those kids, fought for them every day against diseases that seemed impossible to beat. And now she was fighting something even worse. The hospital's emergency entrance was pandemonium. Ambulances were backed up in the bay, their crews struggling to move patients through the doors. But many of those patients weren't sick in the conventional sense. They were infected, transforming into zombies while still strapped to gurneys. I saw one EMT get bitten while trying to restrain a patient, watched as he stumbled back, blood pouring from his torn arm. Within minutes, he'd be one of them. I parked the truck in the visitor lot and killed the engine. "Teresa, Deshawn, you don't have to come in there. This is my fight." "The hell it is," Teresa said. "We're a team, Virgil. We survived the hub together. We'll survive this together." Deshawn nodded. "Besides, someone needs to watch your back. Let's go get your wife." We climbed out of the truck and I popped the toolbox in the bed, pulling out the weapons I kept for emergencies. A baseball bat, a crowbar, and a hatchet I used for camping trips. Not much against an army of the undead, but better than bare hands. I gave the crowbar to Teresa and the baseball bat to Deshawn. I kept the hatchet for myself. The hospital's main entrance was locked down, but I knew a staff entrance on the east side that Connie used when she worked late shifts. We ran around the building, staying low and moving fast. The grounds were crawling with infected patients who'd escaped from the emergency room. Some still wore hospital gowns, IV lines trailing from their arms. Others were civilians who'd come seeking help and found only death. We reached the staff entrance and I used Connie's access card, which I'd borrowed from her purse that morning. The door clicked open and we slipped inside, sealing it behind us. The interior hallway was dimmer than normal, running on emergency backup power. The hospital's main systems must have failed. I could hear screaming somewhere deeper in the building and the wet sounds of feeding. "Connie works in the pediatric oncology ward," I said. "4th floor, west wing. We take the stairs." We moved through the hospital corridors, and it was surreal how normal some areas still looked. Posters on the walls encouraging hand washing and flu vaccines. Children's artwork decorating the hallways. An abandoned toy cart full of stuffed animals. But the normalcy was punctuated by horror. Blood on the floors, overturned crash carts, and bodies. So many bodies, doctors and nurses who'd tried to help their patients and paid with their lives. We reached the stairwell and started climbing. On the second-floor landing, we encountered our first infected. It was a young woman in scrubs, probably a nurse, her name tag reading Jennifer Cole-Orion. She lurched toward us with a hiss, her hands outstretched. I didn't hesitate. The hatchet came down on her skull with a sickening crunch, and she dropped. I had to put my boot on her chest to pull the blade free. It was the first time I'd killed anything larger than a fish, and the act left me shaking. But there was no time for remorse. We had to keep moving. The third floor was worse. The infection had spread through the surgical wing, and the hallways were filled with infected patients and staff. Some were still wearing surgical masks and caps, a grotesque parody of medical professionals. We fought our way through, our makeshift weapons rising and falling. Teresa proved to be stronger than she looked, using the crowbar to cave in skulls with brutal efficiency. Deshaun swung his baseball bat like he was going for a home run, each hit connecting with bone-crushing force. And I chopped and hacked with the hatchet, trying not to think about the fact that these things used to be people. We emerged onto the fourth floor covered in blood and panting with exhaustion. The pediatric oncology ward was ahead, its entrance marked by cheerful murals of cartoon characters. Through the windows in the double doors, I could see movement inside. Please let Connie be alive, please. I pushed through the doors and entered the ward. It was a scene from hell. The children's rooms lined both sides of the hallway, and through the open doors I could see tiny infected bodies stumbling around, their hospital gowns soaked with blood. These were kids who'd been fighting cancer, their immune systems already compromised by chemotherapy and radiation. The T-virus had torn through them like wildfire. And now they were monsters, pint-sized zombies driven by the same hunger as their adult counterparts. My heart broke seeing them. These were the kids Connie had dedicated her life to saving, and now they were damned. I wanted to help them, but there was nothing I could do. They were beyond saving. All I could do was put them down before they hurt anyone else. A small boy, maybe 6 years old, came lurching out of a room to my left. He was bald from chemotherapy, an IV port still implanted in his chest. His eyes were that same milky white as all the infected. He reached for me with small hands, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to strike down a child, even an infected one. Teresa pushed past me and swung the crowbar, catching the boy in the temple. He went down instantly. She looked at me with hard eyes. "If you can't do what needs to be done, you're gonna get us killed." She was right. I had to compartmentalize, had to view the infected as already dead regardless of age. Sentiment would get us killed. I nodded and steeled myself for what came next. We moved through the ward, clearing rooms one by one. Most of the children had transformed, but we found a few who were still human, barricaded in their rooms with terrified nurses and doctors. We told them to stay locked in, to not open their doors for anyone. Help was coming. Though I wasn't sure if that was true or just a comforting lie. At the end of the hallway was the nurse's station, and behind the fortified desk I saw her. Connie, my wife. She was alive. She'd barricaded herself in with 2 other nurses and was armed with a metal IV pole that she'd fashioned into a makeshift spear. When she saw me, her face transformed with relief. "Virgil!" She ran around the desk and threw herself into my arms, and I held her tight, feeling her solid and real against me. "I thought you were dead. I thought—" "I'm here," I said. "I'm here. We need to get you out." She pulled back, wiping tears from her eyes. "We can't leave the patients. There are still children alive in some of the rooms." "We'll come back for them," I promised. "But right now we need to get somewhere safe and figure out what the hell is happening." One of the other nurses, an older woman named Patricia, spoke up. The hospital administrator evacuated to the roof. They're saying there's a helicopter coming to extract essential personnel. Then that's where we go, I said. Roof access is through the central stairwell. Let's move. We gathered everyone who was still uninfected, about 8 people total, including nurses, a doctor, and 1 security guard who'd been protecting the ward. Together, we made our way back to the stairwell and started climbing to the roof. The building was 7 stories tall, and each floor we passed showed increasing signs of the outbreak's devastation. On the 6th floor, we encountered a group of infected doctors who'd been attending a late-night conference in the administrative offices. They came at us as a pack, and the fight was brutal and exhausting. The security guard, a young man named Tyler, was bitten on the hand while trying to protect one of the nurses. He knew what it meant. We all did. He asked us to lock him in a supply closet before he turned to prevent him from hurting anyone. It was the bravest thing I'd ever seen, and I made sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain. We reached the roof access door and burst through into the cool October night. The roof was a flat expanse of industrial HVAC equipment and helicopter landing pad. And standing near the pad was Dr. Chester Armstrong, along with his 2 tactical guards and a handful of hospital administrators. A civilian helicopter sat on the pad, its rotors already spinning, ready for immediate takeoff. Armstrong saw me and his expression hardened. "Mr. Hendricks, I'm genuinely surprised you made it this far." "The feeling's mutual," I said. "What are you doing here?" "Extracting key personnel before the containment operation begins," Armstrong said. "The hospital administration was kind enough to provide transport in exchange for my silence about certain financial irregularities in their budget." One of the administrators, a nervous man in an expensive suit, stepped forward. "There's only room for 6 people on the helicopter. The rest of you will have to wait for the next extraction." "There won't be a next extraction," Armstrong said flatly. "In approximately 30 minutes, tactical nuclear devices will be deployed to sanitize the city center. This facility will be vaporized along with everything else in a 3-mile radius. The government can't risk the T-virus spreading beyond Memphis. They're going to burn it all and blame it on a terrorist attack." Connie grabbed my arm. "Virgil, he's lying. They wouldn't nuke an American city." "He's not lying," I said. I'd seen Armstrong's operation, knew what he was capable of, and I knew how governments dealt with bioweapon breaches, containment at any cost. They'll sacrifice Memphis to stop the infection from going nationwide. Armstrong gestured to his guards. "Only essential personnel on the helicopter. The rest of you are, regrettably, expendable." The guards raised their weapons, covering us. We were trapped on a rooftop with armed men and a psychopath who was about to escape while we died in atomic fire. This couldn't be how it ended. I hadn't come this far, survived this much. To lose Connie now. Deshaun must have been thinking the same thing. Without warning, he charged the nearest guard, using his superior size and strength to tackle the man. They went down in a tangle of limbs, wrestling for the rifle. Teresa joined the fight, swinging her crowbar at the second guard. Chaos erupted on the rooftop. I grabbed Connie and pulled her toward the helicopter. If we could reach it, we could force the pilot to take us, but Armstrong was faster. He pulled a handgun from his jacket and fired 3 shots. The first missed. The second hit Deshaun in the shoulder, spinning him around. The third hit Dr. Patricia in the chest, dropping her instantly. Deshaun roared in pain and rage, and somehow, despite being shot, he managed to wrench the rifle away from the guard he was fighting. He swung it like a club, catching Armstrong in the jaw and sending him sprawling. But the effort cost him. Blood was pouring from his shoulder wound, and he was getting weaker by the second. Teresa had disarmed the second guard with her crowbar, breaking his arm in the process. She kicked the rifle away and turned to face Armstrong, who was climbing to his feet, his handgun still in his hand. He fired at her, but the bullet went wide. She rushed him, closing the distance before he could fire again, and drove the crowbar into his gut. Armstrong doubled over and Teresa hit him again, this time across the face. He went down hard, the gun skittering across the rooftop. I grabbed the fallen pistol and pointed it at the remaining guard and administrators. "Nobody moves." Deshawn was sitting against one of the HVAC units, pressing his hand to his shoulder wound. Blood seeped between his fingers. "Virgil, I don't think I'm gonna make it, man." "Yes, you are," I said. "We're all getting out of here." But even as I said it, I could see the infection taking hold. The T-virus had entered his bloodstream through the bullet wound, and it was working its terrible magic. Deshawn's eyes were losing focus, his skin going pale and clammy. He looked at me with desperate clarity. "Do it," he said, "before I turn. Please." I wanted to refuse, wanted to believe there was still a chance. But I'd seen how fast the virus worked. There was no cure, no treatment. Once infected, transformation was inevitable. And I owed Deshawn a clean death, not the horror of becoming a monster. I raised the pistol, my hand shaking. "I'm sorry, Deshawn. You saved our lives. Make it count," he said. Then he closed his eyes. I pulled the trigger. The shot echoed across the rooftop, and Deshawn slumped sideways, gone. Just like that. A brilliant young man with his whole life ahead of him, reduced to another casualty of Armstrong's greed and the T-virus plague. Teresa was standing over Armstrong, her crowbar raised. "This piece of shit needs to pay for what he's done." Armstrong was barely conscious, blood running from his nose and mouth where Teresa had hit him. He looked up at us with unfocused eyes. You're all going to die anyway. The bombs are already in position." "Then you're dying with us," I said. I grabbed Armstrong by his jacket and dragged him toward the roof access door. The helicopter's pilot was frantically trying to lift off, but Teresa threw her crowbar into the tail rotor, and the resulting damage caused the aircraft to spin out of control. It crashed onto its side, rotors shattering, fuel spilling across the helipad. The administrators who'd been trying to board were thrown clear, and they scrambled away from the wreckage before it exploded into flames. "Where are you taking him?" Connie asked. "Back to where this started," I said. "The FedEx hub. If we're all going to die, I'm making sure he pays first." We went back down through the hospital, fighting our way past infected on every floor. I dragged Armstrong with us, ignoring his protests and pleas. Teresa and Connie covered our rear, putting down any zombies that got too close. The hospital was lost now, completely overrun. The children we'd tried to save were dead or infected. The nurses and doctors who dedicated their lives to healing were monsters shambling through blood-soaked corridors. St. Jude, a beacon of hope for sick children, had become a tomb. We reached the ground floor and exited through the staff entrance we'd used earlier. My truck was still in the parking lot, miraculously untouched despite the chaos surrounding the hospital. We threw Armstrong in the truck bed and climbed inside. I started the engine and drove, heading back toward the FedEx hub. The city was dying around us. Fires burned in every direction, painting the night sky orange and red. The Memphis skyline, usually so beautiful at night, was backlit by destruction. The infection had spread throughout the metropolitan area in less than 3 hours. Every neighborhood, every street, every building was affected. The police and fire departments had collapsed. The hospitals were overrun. And somewhere, hidden in bunkers beneath the city or aboard command aircraft circling overhead, government officials were watching it all and preparing to end it with nuclear fire. Connie sat beside me in silence, processing everything she'd seen. Teresa was in the back seat, keeping an eye on Armstrong to make sure he didn't try to escape. The hub director was conscious now, nursing his injuries and glaring at us with hate-filled eyes. You think you're heroes, Armstrong spat. You're nothing. Just laborers and nurses, expendable. The real players, the ones who funded the T-virus research, they'll continue their work. This is a minor setback. The weaponized virus market is too lucrative to abandon. Shut up, I said. I didn't want to hear his justifications, his rationalizations for turning weapons of mass destruction into a commodity. He represented everything wrong with humanity, the greed and callousness that valued profit over lives. We drove through the industrial district, the same route I'd taken hours ago when this nightmare began. The FedEx hub loomed ahead, its massive structure dark and silent. The power was still out from when I'd thrown that circuit breaker. Emergency lighting cast the facility in ghostly illumination. I pulled up to the broken security gate and drove through, parking near the loading docks. The facility appeared deserted, but I knew better. The infected workers were still inside, thousands of them, wandering the corridors and sorting floors like a swarm of ants in a hive. I dragged Armstrong out of the truck bed and marched him toward the main entrance. Teresa and Connie followed, both armed with weapons we'd scavenged. Inside the facility, we could hear the moans of the infected, that horrible chorus of the damned. "Where are you taking me?" Armstrong demanded, fear creeping into his voice for the first time. "You wanted to use this place as a distribution center for death," I said. "Seems fitting that you should die here too." We entered through the loading dock, navigating by emergency lighting and flashlights. The sorting floor was a nightmare landscape, bodies everywhere, some still moving, others torn apart. The automated systems had finally stopped completely, the conveyor belts frozen mid-cycle, packages scattered across every surface. And shambling through it all were the infected workers, hundreds of them, drawn by our noise and movement. I found what I was looking for in the industrial maintenance section. A massive industrial shredder used for destroying damaged packages and eliminating evidence of mishandled shipments. It was a huge machine with rotating blades designed to reduce anything fed into it to confetti-sized pieces. I'd seen it destroy refrigerators, computers, entire pallets of merchandise. It could definitely handle one human body. I activated the shredder's backup power system and the machine roared to life with a mechanical scream. The blades spun up to full speed, a blur of steel teeth hungry for material. Armstrong's eyes widened with terror. You can't do this!" "You're right," I said. "I should be better than this. I should arrest you. Let the justice system handle it. But the justice system is gone. The world is gone. And you need to pay for what you've done." I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the shredder's feed chute. He struggled and screamed, begging for mercy, promising money and information and anything he could think of. But I was beyond hearing his pleas. I thought about Deshawn, dying on that rooftop. I thought about the children at St. Jude, transformed into monsters. I thought about the millions of people across Memphis who were dead or infected because of this man's greed. "This is for everyone you killed," I said. Then I shoved him into the feed chute. Armstrong's screams were cut short as the shredder's blades caught him. The machine processed him efficiently, mechanically, reducing flesh and bone to a red mist that sprayed across the floor. It took maybe 10 seconds. When it was done, there was nothing left of Dr. Chester Armstrong except a puddle of biological slurry draining into the facility's waste system. I stood there, breathing hard, my hands shaking. I'd killed a man, fed him into a machine designed for destroying garbage, and I felt nothing. No remorse, no satisfaction, just emptiness. The world was ending, and I'd become a killer to survive it. Connie touched my shoulder. "Virgil, we need to go." She was right. The noise of the shredder had attracted every infected in the facility. They were converging on our position from all directions. a horde of the dead drawn by the sound and smell of fresh meat. We had maybe minutes before we were overwhelmed. We ran back toward the loading docks, fighting our way through clusters of infected workers. I was exhausted, my muscles screaming with fatigue, but adrenaline kept me moving. Teresa was flagging too, her swings with the crowbar becoming slower and less effective. Only Connie seemed to have energy left, her nurse's training keeping her focused and efficient even in crisis. We burst through the loading dock doors and ran for my truck. Behind us, the infected poured out of the facility like a flood, hundreds of them, thousands maybe. The entire hub's workforce transformed into a shambling army of the dead. We reached the truck and I fumbled with the keys, nearly dropping them in my panic. The engine started and I threw it into gear, pulling away just as the first wave of infected reached us. Hands slapped against the truck's sides, grasping and clawing. One zombie managed to grab onto the tailgate and was dragged along as we accelerated. Teresa leaned out the window and bashed its head with the crowbar until it released and tumbled away. We sped away from the FedEx hub, leaving that monument to death and distribution behind us. But where could we go? The city was doomed. The bombs were coming. In minutes or hours, Memphis would cease to exist, reduced to a radioactive crater to prevent the T-virus from spreading nationwide. I drove north toward the county line, following the route the police sergeant had mentioned. Maybe there were refugee centers, maybe the military had established safe zones. Maybe there was still hope for survival somewhere beyond the city limits. But as we drove, I could see the infection had already spread too far. Every town we passed showed signs of the outbreak. Abandoned cars, burning buildings, bodies in the streets. The T-virus had escaped Memphis's borders, carried by fleeing refugees and contaminated packages delivered before the outbreak was discovered. The whole region was infected. Maybe the whole state, maybe further. We passed through small towns where the living fought desperate last stands against the dead. We saw National Guard roadblocks being overrun by hordes of infected. We witnessed a helicopter gunship strafing crowds of zombies with chain gun fire, achieving nothing except creating more corpses that would eventually reanimate. The military was losing. Hell, they'd already lost. They just didn't know it yet. As dawn broke on October 15th, we were 50 miles north of Memphis, stopped at an abandoned gas station to refuel and catch our breath. The news was reporting mass evacuations across Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi. The infection was spreading exponentially, doubling every few hours. Cities were falling one by one. Atlanta had gone dark. Nashville was under siege. Little Rock was in flames. And then the news anchors started talking about nuclear options. The president addressing the nation, explaining the difficult decision that had been made. For the greater good, to preserve the species, strategic weapons would be deployed against infected population centers to create fire breaks and prevent further spread. At 9:37 a.m., I watched from our roadside vantage point as the Memphis skyline disappeared in a flash of white light. The tactical nuclear device detonated 3 miles above downtown, maximizing the thermal and pressure effects while minimizing fallout. The shockwave was visible even from 50 miles away, an expanding ring of compressed air that flattened everything in its path. The FedEx World Hub, where I'd worked for 22 years, ceased to exist in an instant. St. Jude Children's Hospital, where Connie had saved so many lives, was vaporized. Beale Street, the Pyramid, the Mississippi River waterfront, all of it gone. The mushroom cloud rose into the morning sky, a monument to humanity's failure. Millions of people had lived in Memphis. Now millions were dead, either from the virus or the bomb. And it wasn't enough. The infection was already beyond the city limits, already spreading through the heartland. They'd nuked Memphis for nothing. More bombs fell as the day progressed. We watched from our refuge as Nashville went up in flames. then Atlanta, then Little Rock and Birmingham and Jackson. The government was trying to create a cordon sanitaire across the entire southeastern United States, sacrificing millions to save hundreds of millions. But it wasn't working. The infection was too widespread, too resilient. The zombies couldn't be stopped by walls or bullets or bombs. They just kept coming, kept spreading, kept feeding. By nightfall on October 15th, the news networks stopped broadcasting. The power grid failed across the region as automated systems shut down and workers fled their posts. Cell towers went dark. The internet collapsed. We were alone in a dying world. Teresa died on October 16th. We'd been scavenging for supplies in an abandoned Walmart when we were ambushed by a group of infected. She fought bravely, protecting Connie and me while we grabbed what we needed. But one of them got through her guard, bit her on the arm. She knew what it meant. She made us promise to put her down before she turned, then sat down in the parking lot and waited for the end. I used the last bullet in Armstrong's pistol to grant her that final mercy. Another friend gone. Another casualty of the plague. Connie and I continued north, joining the streams of refugees fleeing the infected zones. We heard rumors of safe havens in the northern states, of military installations that had successfully quarantined themselves, of islands where the virus couldn't spread. But mostly we heard screams and gunfire and the moans of the dead. The virus continued to evolve, or so the scattered radio broadcasts claimed. Some infected were getting faster, more aggressive. Others seemed to retain fragments of their former intelligence, using tools and basic problem-solving skills. The T-virus was adapting, becoming more effective at killing and spreading. Within weeks, it would be unstoppable. We survived for 3 months, 3 months of running and hiding, scavenging and fighting, watching the world collapse around us. We saw cities burn and governments fall. We watched as the military's last organized resistance crumbled in Chicago and New York. We witnessed humanity's final stand at the Canadian border, where desperate refugees were gunned down by soldiers trying to prevent the infection from spreading north. Connie and I made it as far as Wisconsin before our luck ran out. We'd been staying in a farmhouse, living off canned goods and rainwater, trying to wait out the worst of the plague. But the infected found us. They always found you eventually. There were just too many of them. When they broke through our barricades, Connie and I made a decision. We had one last way out, a bottle of sleeping pills we'd saved from the abandoned pharmacy. We'd agreed that if it came to this, if we were about to be taken, we'd choose our own end rather than become monsters. We held each other as the infected broke down the farmhouse door. We swallowed the pills together, washing them down with the last of our water. And as the darkness closed in, as the screaming and moaning grew louder, I held my wife and thought about the life we'd built together. 26 years of marriage, 2 beautiful daughters, a modest house, steady jobs, simple dreams. All of it gone now, consumed by a plague born from human greed and weaponized ambition. The last thing I heard before the pills took me was Connie whispering, "I love you." The last thing I felt was her hand in mine. And then nothing, just darkness and silence and the end of everything. The T-virus won. Humanity lost. The FedEx hub that had started as a distribution center for packages became the distribution center for extinction. And somewhere in the ruins of Memphis, contaminated packages still sat on frozen conveyor belts, a monument to the night the world ended and the dead began to walk. My name was Virgil Hendricks. I worked at the FedEx World Hub in Memphis, Tennessee. I was 48 years old, married to the love of my life, father of 2 daughters I'd never see again. I survived 22 years on the sorting floor, processing millions of packages, keeping America's commerce flowing. I thought I'd retire someday, buy that place on Kentucky Lake, spend my golden years fishing and watching sunsets with Connie by my side. Instead, I became a witness to the apocalypse. I watched my co-workers transform into monsters. I killed infected children at St. Jude Hospital. I fed a man into an industrial shredder for his crimes against humanity. I survived bombs and gunfire and hordes of the undead. And in the end, none of it mattered. The plague spread anyway. The bombs fell anyway. Civilization collapsed anyway. They say every package tells a story. Well, here's mine. A story of ordinary people caught in extraordinary circumstances. A story of survival and sacrifice, love and loss, humanity and horror. A story that ends not with hope or redemption, but with darkness and defeat. The dead inherited the earth. We gave it to them, one contaminated package at a time. And somewhere in the rubble of the FedEx World Hub, among the shattered conveyor belts and silent sorting machines, the T-virus continues to spread, seeking new hosts, new victims, new worlds to conquer. This is how it ends. Not with a bang, but with a bite. Not with hope, but with hunger. Not with salvation, but with the endless moaning of the dead, shuffling through the ruins of everything we built, everything we loved, everything we were. My name was Virgil Hendricks, and this was my testament. This was my warning. This was my story. May whoever finds these words learn from our mistakes. May they find a way to stop what we could not. May they survive what we did not. But I doubt they will. The virus is too strong. The dead are too many. And humanity, for all our intelligence and technology and weapons, proved too weak, too greedy, too foolish to save ourselves. Goodbye, world. It wasn't much, but it was ours. And we destroyed it with our own hands, shipped it to hell in a biotech container marked "Handle with extreme care." We should have handled it better. We should have been better. But we weren't, and now we're gone. And the dead dance on our graves while the last lights of civilization flicker and die in the gathering darkness that will never end. This is Virgil Hendricks, signing off. The factory floor is silent. The conveyor belts have stopped. The packages will never be delivered. And the zombies walk through the ruins of Memphis, through the ashes of St. Jude, through the radioactive crater where millions once lived and loved and dreamed of tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is only the endless night and the hunger and the dead who will never stop, never tire, never cease their terrible purpose. We thought we could control the virus. We thought we could weaponize nature and profit from death. We were wrong, and our punishment was extinction. May God have mercy on our souls, because the T-virus sure as hell didn't. May whatever comes after us be wiser than we were, kinder than we were, better than we were. May they learn from our ashes and build something worth preserving. But probably they won't. Probably there's nothing after us except the dead, shuffling through an empty world, searching for prey that no longer exists, until entropy itself claims them and reduces everything to dust and memory and silence. This was humanity. This was our legacy. A warning written in blood and fire, sealed with a nuclear kiss, delivered by the FedEx World Hub to a world that will never read it, because everyone who could read is dead or dying or turned into something that doesn't care about words or warnings or the desperate last testimonies of the damned. Goodbye, good night, good luck. Though luck won't save you, nothing will save you, nothing saved us, and nothing will save whatever comes next. The dead have won, the living have lost. And somewhere in Memphis, in the ruins of a facility that once employed thousands and processed millions of shipments, the T-virus waits patiently for its next victims, its next hosts, its next chance to spread and consume and destroy. We gave it that chance. We created it, weaponized it, shipped it, and unleashed it. And it consumed us utterly, completely, eternally. This is the end. This is how it ends. Not with hope, but with horror. Not with resistance, but with resignation. Not with survival, but with surrender to the inevitable march of death across a world we once called home. My name was Virgil Hendricks. I lived, I loved, I worked, I fought, I survived as long as I could. And then I died, holding my wife's hand, swallowing poison to avoid a fate worse than death. Listening to the zombies break down our last refuge while the pills pulled me down into merciful oblivion. This is my story. This is our story. This is humanity's story, written in the blood of billions, illustrated with mushroom clouds and shambling corpses, published in the ruins of civilization for an audience that will never exist. Read it and weep. Read it and remember. Read it and learn that sometimes, despite our best efforts, despite our courage and intelligence and will to survive, sometimes the monsters win and the heroes die, and the world ends not with redemption but with the cold certainty that we brought this upon ourselves through greed and pride and the fatal assumption that we could control forces beyond our understanding. We couldn't. We didn't. And now we're extinct, replaced by creatures that wear our faces but have forgotten our names, our dreams, our desperate hope that tomorrow would be better than today. There is no tomorrow. The factory floor is silent. The packages are undelivered. And Virgil Hendricks, 48 years old, 22 years at FedEx, loving husband and proud father, lies dead in a Wisconsin farmhouse, his story told, his warning issued, his last breath spent on the word love, spoken to a woman who made every day of his ordinary life extraordinary. This is the end. This is goodbye. This is the final shipment from the FedEx World Hub to a world that stopped accepting deliveries the night the dead learned to walk and the living learned to die. Handle with extreme care. Do not open until the end of the world. Deliver to no one because everyone is dead. This is Virgil Hendricks, Memphis, Tennessee, October 14th through January 16th, signing off forever from a world that no longer exists to leave a message that will never be read by people who will never be born. We were here. We mattered. We loved. We died. And the zombies ate our corpses and moved on, searching endlessly for the next meal in a buffet that has finally run dry. Goodbye, cruel world. You were beautiful once. Before the packages came, before the virus spread, before the bombs fell and the dead rose and civilization collapsed into screaming chaos. You were beautiful, and we destroyed you, and I'm sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry. For all of it, for every mistake, every greedy decision, every moment we chose profit over people and power over compassion. I'm sorry and I'm gone. And the dead don't care about apologies because they don't care about anything except the hunger that drives them forward through the ruins of everything we built. This is the end. No more chances, no more hope, no more tomorrows. Just the eternal now of death and darkness and the cold comfort that at least the suffering is finally over. My name was Virgil Hendricks, and I witnessed the end of the world from a FedEx sorting floor in Memphis, Tennessee. I fought zombies with a hatchet and a prayer. I killed the man who started it all. I loved my wife until my final breath. And I died knowing that it was all for nothing, because the plague won anyway and humanity lost and the world ended despite our best efforts to save it. This is my testimony. This is my warning. This is my goodbye. May God have mercy on us all because the T-virus never did, never will, and never could. It's just a virus. It doesn't hate us. It doesn't love us. It just consumes us efficiently and eternally until there's nothing left to consume. And then silence. Beautiful, terrible, absolute silence. The kind of silence that comes when every voice has been stilled and every heart has stopped beating, and the last human breath has been exhaled into a world that no longer cares. This is the end. Handle with care. Do not resuscitate. Game over. The dead have won. Goodbye from Virgil Hendricks, husband, father, worker, survivor, victim. Goodbye from the FedEx World Hub. Goodbye from Memphis. Goodbye from humanity. We were here. We're not anymore. And the zombies don't even remember our names as they shamble through the ashes looking for meat that has long since rotted away. This is how it ends. This is how we end. Not with a bang, but with a bite. Not with hope, but with hunger. Not with survival, but with extinction. The factory floor is silent. The dead are walking. And Virgil Hendricks is gone, his story told, his life over, his world extinct. This is the end of the world. This is the end of everything. This is the end. Goodbye. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. We're pulling into the 38th and Blake station when I feel it. At first I think something's wrong with the train. Some kind of mechanical issue because the whole car starts to shake. But then I look out the window and see the platform moving, the metal canopy overhead swaying like a tree in a windstorm, and I realize this is something much worse. An earthquake. In Denver? We don't get earthquakes in Denver. We get blizzards and hailstorms and the occasional tornado, but not earthquakes. The shaking intensifies, and I hear screaming from the passenger compartment behind me. My hands move on instinct, years of training kicking in, and I hit the emergency brake. The train jerks to a stop and the shaking continues, maybe 10 seconds, maybe 15. Impossible to tell when your heart is hammering and your brain is trying to process what's happening. Then it stops. Just like that, the platform stops swaying. The train stops shaking, and there's this moment of absolute silence. I can hear my own breathing harsh and fast in the small compartment. Then the noise starts up again, passengers shouting, someone crying, and I grab the radio to call it in. Control, this is A-Line Operator O'Connor. We just experienced what felt like seismic activity at 38th and Blake. Train is stopped, requesting instructions. Static. I try again. Control, this is A-Line Operator O'Connor. Do you copy? More static. Then Rick's voice comes through, distorted and choppy. All units experiencing communications issue. Stay. Positions. Rick, say again. You're breaking up. Nothing. The radio goes dead. I stare at it for a moment, then set it down and open the door to the passenger compartment. The car is chaos, people picking themselves up off the floor, bags scattered everywhere, one of the windows cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The businessman with the briefcase is bleeding from a cut on his forehead. The college kid has lost his phone and is scrambling around looking for it. The nurse is helping an elderly woman back into her seat. Is everyone okay? I call out, trying to project calm even though my own hands are shaking. Anyone seriously injured? People shake their heads, call out that they're fine, mostly fine, scared but okay. I do a quick head count, 32 passengers, all accounted for. No one seems to be critically hurt. I pull out my phone to call 911, report the earthquake, but there's no signal. No bars at all. I try anyway, get nothing but a recorded message about all circuits being busy. Ladies and gentlemen, I say, raising my voice to be heard over the murmur of frightened conversation. We're experiencing some kind of seismic event and communication issues. I need everyone to remain calm and stay in your seats. I'm going to step outside and assess the situation, and then we'll figure out our next steps. I don't wait for responses. I climb down from the train onto the platform, and that's when I see the smoke. To the northeast, maybe 5 or 6 miles away, a column of thick black smoke is rising into the morning sky. It's coming from the direction of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, the old weapons manufacturing site that's been a wildlife refuge for years now. They stored chemical weapons out there back in the day, all kinds of nasty stuff, and even though it's supposedly been cleaned up and secured, there are still areas that are off limits. Still old bunkers and storage facilities that nobody talks about. The smoke keeps rising, getting thicker, and I feel something cold settle in my gut. This isn't just an earthquake. Something bad has happened out there. Something very bad. I'm standing there staring at the smoke when I hear the screaming. Not the scared passenger screaming from before, but something different. Something primal and raw and wrong. I turn and see people on the street level, maybe 50 yards away, running. Just running, not looking back, their faces masks of terror. And behind them, stumbling out from between buildings, I see the first one. At first I think it's a drunk, or maybe someone who got hurt in the earthquake. The way he's moving, all jerky and uncoordinated, arms hanging loose at his sides, but then I see his face. Even from this distance I can see something's wrong with his face. The skin is gray, mottled, and his mouth is open wide, wider than it should be, and there's foam or drool or something streaming down his chin. He's making noises, this awful guttural growling that carries across the distance, and he's chasing the people who are running. He catches one of them, a woman in a business suit, and he tackles her to the ground. She screams, that same primal scream I heard before, and he bites her. I can see it from here, see him lean down and bite into her shoulder, see the blood spray. My brain is refusing to process what I'm seeing. This isn't real. This is a movie, a prank, something, anything other than what it looks like. More of them are appearing now, stumbling out from side streets and alleyways, all moving with that same jerky, uncoordinated gait, all with that same wrong look to their faces. And they're all converging on the people running. I hear more screaming, more of that horrible growling, and somewhere in the distance a car alarm starts blaring. Behind me on the train, passengers are pressing against the windows, pointing, shouting. Some of them are taking out their phones, trying to record what's happening. The businessman with the bleeding forehead pushes past me onto the platform. "What the hell is going on?" he demands. "What are those people doing?" I don't have an answer. I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. But then I remember something I heard on the news a few weeks back. Some story about strange animal behavior near the arsenal, about dead birds and sick wildlife, about how the EPA was investigating possible contamination from the old waste sites. At the time, it seemed like typical government cleanup theater, nothing to worry about. Now, watching those people stumble and attack and spread whatever this is to their victims, I'm thinking about contamination in a whole new way. "We need to get back on the train," I say, grabbing the businessman's arm. "Right now, everyone back on the train." "I'm not getting back on that train," he says, pulling away from me. "I'm walking to my office. This is insane. I'm calling my lawyer." "There's no signal," I tell him, but he's already walking away, heading for the stairs that lead down to street level. I almost go after him, almost grab him and drag him back. But there are 31 other people on that train who need me more than one stubborn idiot. I watch him disappear down the stairs, then I climb back aboard and seal the doors. "What's happening out there?" the nurse asks. Her name tag says Maria. She's maybe 40, Hispanic, calm despite the situation. Those people, they looked sick. "I don't know what's happening," I admit. "But we're staying on this train until I can get through to control and figure out what to do." I go back to the operator's compartment and try the radio again. Still nothing but static. I try my phone again. Still no signal. Through the front window I can see more people running past, some of them bleeding, all of them terrified. And behind them, always behind them, more of those sick people stumbling and chasing and catching and biting. It's spreading. Whatever this is, it's spreading fast. I think about Megan, my daughter, 12 years old, in 7th grade at McAuliffe International School down in Lodo. Sarah's supposed to drop her off this morning before heading to her own job at the law firm. Is she okay? Is Sarah okay? I try calling Sarah's number, get nothing. Try texting, the message sits there unsent. I'm about to try again when something slams into the side of the train. It's one of them. One of the sick people, a man in a security guard uniform, his face gray and twisted, foam streaming from his mouth. He's clawing at the window, leaving bloody streaks on the glass, making that awful growling sound. The passengers nearest to him scramble away, pressing against the opposite wall of the car. The thing that used to be a security guard pounds on the window over and over, and I can see his hands are torn up, knuckles bleeding like he doesn't even feel the pain. "Oh God," someone says. "Oh God, oh God, oh God." "Everyone stay calm," I call out, even though I'm anything but calm. "The windows are reinforced. He can't get in." But even as I say it, I see more of them approaching the train. 5, 10, 20 of them, all stumbling toward us like we're a magnet and their iron filings. They surround the train, pounding on the windows, clawing at the doors, that terrible growling filling the air. Inside the car, passengers are panicking now, some crying, some shouting, one woman hyperventilating into a paper bag. Maria, the nurse, is moving through the car, trying to calm people down, checking on injuries, being a professional even when everything is falling apart. I need to make a decision. We can't stay here. The train is stranded between stations, no power to move forward, and we're sitting ducks for whatever these things are. But if we abandon the train, we're on foot, exposed, vulnerable. I look out at the platform, at the stairs leading down to street level, and I see more of those things stumbling up. They're coming from everywhere now. Then I remember the emergency equipment locker in the back of the operator's compartment. Every train has one, mandated by safety regulations, usually full of stuff that never gets used. First aid kits, fire extinguisher, emergency tools. I pop it open and take inventory. Bolt cutters, pry bar, emergency hammer for breaking windows. Flares, high visibility vest, radio beacon, and my personal addition that's technically against regulations. A aluminum baseball bat I've kept in there since I had a close call with an aggressive passenger 2 years back. I pull out the bat and the pry bar, then grab the emergency hammer for good measure. "Listen up," I call out to the passengers. "We can't stay here. Those things are only going to get more aggressive, and we have no idea how long before help arrives. I'm going to lead us off this train and to the nearest secure building. We stay together, we move fast, and we don't stop for anything. Understood?" "This is crazy," someone says. "We should wait for the police." "The police aren't coming," I tell them, harsher than I mean to. "Look around. Communications are down, people are being attacked in the streets, and whatever is happening at the arsenal is still pouring smoke into the sky. We're on our own here." Maria stands up, her nurse's authority cutting through the panic. "He's right. We need to move. Everyone who can walk, get ready. Anyone who's injured or needs help, speak up now." The elderly woman Maria was helping earlier raises a shaky hand. "I twisted my ankle. I don't think I can run." "Then you'll lean on me," Maria says, moving to her side. "What's your name?" "Dorothy. Dorothy Kemp." "Okay, Dorothy. You stick with me and we'll get through this together." I check the platform again. The things have surrounded the train completely now. Maybe 40 or 50 of them, all pounding and clawing and making that horrible noise. But I notice something. They're not very coordinated. They stumble, they fall over each other, they get distracted. If we move fast, we might be able to slip past them. And there's a building across the street, one of those new mixed-use developments with ground-floor retail and apartments above. It looks intact. No broken windows, doors still closed. If we can make it there, we might be able to barricade ourselves inside. "Okay," I say, moving to the rear door of the train, the one farthest from the main cluster of those things. "When I open this door, we run for that building across the street, the one with the green awning. Stay together, stay close, and if one of those things gets near you, you don't try to fight it, you just keep running." "Got it?" Nods. Murmurs of agreement. terror in their eyes, but also determination. People are amazing sometimes. Push them hard enough and they find strength they didn't know they had. I grip the manual door release and take a deep breath. This is insane. This is absolutely insane, but staying here is certain death. And at least this way we have a chance. I think about Megan again, about getting to her school, about making sure she's safe. That's all that matters. Getting to my daughter. I pull the release and the door hisses open. Cold November air rushes in, carrying with it the smell of smoke and something else. Something rotten and wrong. The things turn toward the sound, toward the movement, but we're already moving. I jump down first, bat in one hand, and start clearing a path. The college kid is right behind me, then Maria helping Dorothy, then the rest of the passengers in a tight group. One of the things lurches toward me, a woman in a torn dress, her face a mask of gray flesh and milky eyes. I swing the bat and connect with her temple. She goes down hard, but I don't stop to see if she gets back up. We're running now, all of us, a ragged group of terrified people sprinting across the platform and down the stairs to street level. Behind us, I can hear the things giving chase, their growls and shrieks echoing off the buildings. The street is chaos. Abandoned cars, some with their doors hanging open, engines still running. Bodies on the pavement, some moving and some not. More of those things stumbling between the wreckage, hunting for anything alive. I lead our group across the street, dodging a overturned hot dog cart, leaping over a motorcycle that's lying on its side, still spinning its rear wheel. The building with the green awning is maybe 50 yards ahead now. We can make it. We have to make it. Something grabs my ankle and I go down hard, my face slamming into the asphalt. The bat skitters away from me. I look back and see one of the things has me, a teenager in a high school Letterman jacket, his face gray and twisted, teeth bared. He's pulling me toward his mouth, that foam dripping from his chin, and I can see in his eyes there's nothing human left in there. Just hunger. Just rage. I kick at his face with my free foot, connecting once, twice, and his grip loosens enough for me to pull away. The pry bar is still in my belt. I yank it out and bring it down on his head with everything I have. The impact makes a wet, crunching sound and he goes limp. I scramble to my feet, grab my bat, and keep running. The college kid has pulled ahead, reaching the building first, and he's yanking on the door. It's locked. Of course it's locked. He pounds on the glass, shouting for someone to open up, and I can see faces inside. People who made it here before us, people who are too scared to open the door. "Open the damn door!" I yell, slamming my hand against the glass. Behind us, the things are getting closer, maybe 30 seconds away now. Open it or we're all dead. For a moment, nothing happens. Then I see someone inside move, a man in a suit, and he's coming toward the door. He unlocks it and pulls it open, and we all pile through, one after another, stumbling into the lobby of the building. The man in the suit slams the door shut behind us and locks it again, and just in time. The things hit the door a few seconds later, pounding on the glass, smearing it with blood and foam. The lobby is crowded with people, maybe 60 or 70 of them, all looking terrified, all pressed as far back from the doors and windows as they can get. There's a security desk in the corner where a guard is frantically trying to get his radio to work, and a row of elevators that I'm guessing aren't operational. The man in the suit who let us in stares at me with wide eyes. "What the hell is happening out there?" he asks. "We felt the earthquake and then people started attacking each other. It's like something out of a movie." "I don't know," I tell him, still breathing hard from the run. There was smoke from the arsenal, then people started getting sick, aggressive. It's spreading fast. "Rocky Mountain Arsenal?" a woman nearby asks. She's wearing scrubs like Maria, maybe works at one of the hospitals. "They store hazardous materials out there, old chemical weapons, if the earthquake breached one of the containment facilities." She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't need to. We all understand what she's saying. Some kind of biological or chemical agent has been released, and it's turning people into those things outside. Rabies X, I think, remembering something I read online a few months back about experimental rabies treatments being tested at military facilities. Could this be that? Could this be some weaponized version of rabies that got loose? I pushed through the crowd toward the security desk. "Do you have working communications?" I asked the guard. He's young, maybe 25, and he looks like he's about 2 seconds from a complete breakdown. His name tag says Brad. "Radio's dead," Brad says. "Landlines are down. Cell towers must be overwhelmed because nobody can get a signal." I tried the emergency elevator phone, but that's not working either. We're completely cut off. "What about the roof? Can we get up there? See what's happening?" "Elevator's not working. Stairs are on the north side of the building." I look around the lobby. These people are scared, but they're not panicking yet. That's something. But they're trapped here, and eventually those things outside are going to find a way in, or we're going to run out of food and water, or something else is going to go wrong. We need a plan. We need information. We need to understand what we're dealing with. "I'm going up to the roof," I announce. "Anyone who wants to come with me, now's the time." The college kid steps forward. "I'll go." He's tall, athletic, wearing a CU Boulder hoodie. "I'm Derek." "Shane. You play any sports, Derek?" "Lacrosse, midfielder." "Good. You're probably in better shape than me." I look around. "Anyone else?" Maria raises her hand. "Someone should go who has medical training. If we're going to survive this, we'll need to know what we're dealing with from a health perspective." "You sure? That climb is going to be tough." "I run half marathons. I can handle stairs." I nod, then turn to the rest of the group. "Barricade these doors and windows. Use whatever you can find, furniture, vending machines, anything heavy, and stay away from the glass. If those things break through, you funnel them into a narrow space where you can defend it. Understood?" The man in the suit nods. "We'll hold it down here. Just be careful up there." Derek, Maria, and I head for the north stairwell. The door is heavy metal, and it closes behind us with a solid thunk that echoes up the shaft. The stairwell is dimly lit by emergency lighting, the kind that runs on batteries when the power goes out. Our footsteps echo as we climb, flight after flight, and I can feel my legs starting to burn by the time we hit the 5th floor. Maria is right, she can handle stairs. She's barely breathing hard while I'm starting to labor. Derek is young enough that this is probably nothing to him. By the 10th floor, my lungs are screaming and my thighs feel like they're made of lead, but we keep going. 12 floors. 15. 20. Finally, we reach the roof access door, another heavy metal barrier with a push bar. I lean against it and we spill out onto the roof into the cold November morning. And what I see takes my breath away. Denver is burning. Not everywhere, not yet, but I can see fires scattered across the downtown area. Buildings with smoke pouring from windows, cars overturned and flaming. The 16th Street Mall visible to the south with people running and things chasing them. The smoke from the arsenal is massive now, a black column reaching up into the sky and spreading out in a mushroom cloud that's drifting southeast on the wind. And everywhere I look, I see chaos. I see people running, fighting, dying. I see those things, hundreds of them now, maybe thousands, spreading through the streets like a plague. Maria pulls out a pair of small binoculars from her bag, the kind nurses carry for checking pupils, and scans the city. "Oh my God," she whispers. "It's everywhere. The whole city. Look at Coors Field." She hands me the binoculars and I look where she's pointing. Coors Field, the baseball stadium, looks like a war zone. The gates are torn open and people are pouring out, some running, some stumbling with that telltale jerky gait. Even from here I can see the carnage, the bodies, the chaos. Something happened there. Maybe people sought refuge and got overwhelmed. Maybe one of those things got inside and the infection spread in the crowded stands. I turned the binoculars toward Lodo, toward where Megan's school should be. The buildings are too close together to see much, but I can see smoke rising from that direction too, and the streets are packed with those things. Getting to her is going to be nearly impossible, but I have to try. She's my daughter. She's everything. We need to get down there, I say, lowering the binoculars. I need to get to Lodo. My daughter's school is there. Shane, look at what's happening, Derek says, his voice tight. There's no way to get through that. There must be thousands of those things between here and there. I don't care. I'm going. Maria puts a hand on my arm. We understand. We all have people we're worried about. But rushing out there alone is suicide. We need to think this through. We need a plan. Before I can respond, we hear it. The sound of helicopter rotors, heavy and low, coming from the east. We turn and see them. 3 military helicopters, Apache attack choppers, flying in formation over downtown. They're low enough that I can see the weapon systems mounted on their sides, the pilots in their helmets. One of them breaks formation and circles over Coors Field, and I see something drop from its belly. A missile. It streaks down and impacts the field, and even from miles away I can see the explosion, a massive fireball that engulfs part of the stadium. They're bombing their own city, Derek says, his voice hollow with disbelief. They're actually bombing Denver. Another helicopter releases its payload, this time on a cluster of buildings near Union Station. The explosion lights up the morning, and I can feel the shockwave even from here, a wall of pressure that makes my ears pop. More helicopters appear, coming from the direction of Buckley Air Force Base to the east, and they're all armed, all targeting the densest concentrations of those things, which means they're targeting the most populated areas, which means they're targeting survivors too. They've given up on containment, Maria says, her voice shaking. They're trying to burn it all down before it spreads further. I think about what that means. The military has protocols for this kind of thing, containment procedures, escalation matrices. If they've already reached the point where they're cluster bombing their own city, that means they think the situation is beyond saving. That means they've decided Denver is lost. That means everyone's still alive in the city, everyone's still trying to survive, is collateral damage in their eyes. We need to get off this roof, I say, heading back toward the access door. If they're bombing the city, nowhere is safe. We need to find shelter somewhere underground, somewhere we can ride this out. But even as I say it, I know I'm lying to myself. There is no riding this out. This isn't something you can wait to blow over. This is the end of the world as we know it, happening in real time. And all we can do is try to survive as long as possible and hope for, what? A cure? A rescue? A miracle? I think about Megan again, about her smile, about the way she laughs at terrible jokes, about how she gives me a hard time for not knowing who her favorite musicians are. I think about missing her dance recital last month because I had to work a double shift. I think about all the times I chose work over her, chose to avoid the awkwardness of dealing with Sarah over spending time with my daughter. I think about how if I die today, if one of those things gets me or a military bomb turns me into ash, my last interaction with Megan will have been a text message 3 days ago, where I told her I'd see her next weekend. We're back in the stairwell, descending now, and I'm making a decision. I'm going to get to that school. I'm going to find Megan. And if I die trying, at least I'll die knowing I put her first, even if it's too late to matter. We make it back to the lobby and find that the situation has deteriorated. More of those things have gathered outside, pressing against the doors and windows, and I can hear the glass starting to crack. The barricades the survivors built are holding for now, but they won't last forever. People are arguing, some saying we should make a run for it. others insisting we stay put, a few suggesting we go to the basement and hide. The man in the suit who let us in earlier is trying to maintain order, but his authority is slipping. Then I see him, across the lobby near the elevator bank, talking to a group of men who look like they're ready to bust heads. Declan Murphy. I recognize him from the news, from the lawsuits, from the protests outside his office. Former military contractor, now one of Denver's biggest slumlords, owns half the rundown apartment buildings in 5 Points and charges exorbitant rents for units that barely meet code. He's in his 50s, tall and broad-shouldered, with silver hair cut military short and a face like a clenched fist. He's wearing tactical gear, the expensive kind you buy at REI when you want to look like you're ready for combat but have never actually seen combat, and he's got a pistol holstered at his hip. I watch as Murphy gestures to his men, 5 of them, all built like linebackers, all armed. They're loading supplies into duffel bags, water bottles, food from the vending machines, first aid kits. They're hoarding evacuation resources while everyone else in this lobby is scared and defenseless. Of course he is. Of course Declan Murphy would use a disaster as an opportunity to take what he wants and leave everyone else to die. "Hey!" I call out, pushing through the crowd toward him. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Murphy looks at me like I'm an insect that's had the audacity to land on his windshield. "I'm securing resources for my people. Not that it's any of your business. Your people. Everyone in this building is trying to survive. You can't just take everything. Watch me." He turns back to his men. "Load it up. We're leaving in 5 minutes. One of his men, a bald guy with a scar across his nose, steps forward when I get too close. "Back off, pal. This doesn't concern you." I look past him at Murphy. "Where are you going? The streets are full of those things. The military is bombing downtown. There's nowhere safe to go." "That's where you're wrong," Murphy says, zipping up one of the duffel bags. "I've got a bunker, private facility, fully stocked, air filtration, the works. Built it 5 years ago for exactly this kind of scenario. We're going there and we're taking enough supplies to last 6 months. You can't leave these people here to die. I can and I will. Natural selection, O'Connor. The strong survive, the weak perish. That's how it's always been." He knows my name. Of course he knows my name. He probably knows everyone who's ever testified against him in housing court, everyone who's ever complained about his properties. I testified 2 years ago on behalf of a tenant in one of his buildings, an elderly man who was living in a unit with black mold and no heat. Murphy evicted him a week later. "You're a real piece of work, Murphy," I say, my hand tightening around the bat I'm still carrying. "People are dying out there and all you care about is saving your own ass." "That's right. My own ass and the asses of people who are useful to me. You're not one of them. Now get out of my way before I have Vasquez here break your legs." The bald guy, Vasquez, cracks his knuckles and grins at me. He's probably got 50 pounds on me and looks like he eats steroids for breakfast. But I'm beyond caring about the odds. I'm beyond caring about getting hurt. All I can think about is Megan, about getting to her, and about how men like Murphy are the reason the world is going to shit even without zombies trying to eat us all. I don't swing the bat. Not yet. Not here. Not now with all these people watching. But I remember his face. I remember his location, his bunker, his resources. And I make a promise to myself that if I survive this, if I get Megan to safety, I'm going to make sure Declan Murphy pays for every selfish, cruel thing he's ever done. His men finish loading the supplies and Murphy leads them toward a service exit at the back of the building. I watch them go, watch them disappear through the door, and I hear the survivors in the lobby murmuring with anger and fear. They're right to be afraid. Without those supplies, without water and food, they won't last more than a few days. Murphy just sentenced them all to death so he could live a little longer in his bunker. I turn to Maria and Derek. We're leaving, right now. We're going to my daughter's school. That's suicide, Derek says again. We'll never make it. Maybe not. But I'm going anyway. You two can stay here if you want, but I need to try. Maria looks at Dorothy, the elderly woman she was helping, who's sitting on a bench with her swollen ankle elevated. She looks at the crowd of scared people in the lobby. Then she looks at me. I'm coming with you, she says. These people need help, but my daughter needs me more. She's at East High School. If we're going to Lodo, we can go together part way. Derek runs his hands through his hair, clearly struggling with the decision. Then he nods. Okay, screw it. My apartment is near Civic Center. If we're heading that direction anyway, I might as well try to grab some supplies. And my roommate Jake, he might still be there. He was working the night shift at the hospital, but maybe... He trails off, but I understand. Everyone has someone they need to find, someone they need to save. That's what keeps us human, even when the world is ending around us. We gather what supplies we can from what Murphy left behind. A couple of water bottles, some protein bars from someone's abandoned purse, a first aid kit. Derek finds a fire extinguisher under the security desk and takes it as a weapon. Maria has her medical bag. I have my bat and my pry bar. Not much to fight off a horde of zombies because that's what they are. I've stopped trying to pretend otherwise. But it'll have to do. I take one last look at the people in the lobby. The man in the suit, Brad the security guard, Dorothy with her injured ankle, all the others who are too scared or too smart to come with us. Part of me wants to give them a speech, tell them to stay strong, promise them that help is coming. But I'd be lying. Help isn't coming. The government has already decided this city is lost. These people are on their own, just like we all are. Good luck, I say to them, and then we're moving toward the back exit, the same one Murphy took, hoping it leads somewhere that isn't crawling with the infected. The service hallway is dark and narrow, lined with pipes and electrical conduits. We can hear water dripping somewhere, and the whole space smells like industrial cleaner and mildew. There's an emergency exit sign glowing red at the far end, and we head toward it, our footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. Derek is in the lead with the fire extinguisher. I'm in the middle with my bat ready, and Maria brings up the rear. We reach the exit door, and Derek pushes it open slowly, peeking out into the alley beyond. I hear him swear under his breath. What is it? I whisper. 3 of them. Maybe 20 feet away. They haven't seen us yet. Can we go around? The alley runs east-west. They're to the west. We need to go east to get to Lodo. We'll have to go past them or through them. I move up next to Derek and look out. 3 infected, all in various states of decay and injury. One's missing an arm, probably torn off by another infected or caught in something during the chaos. One's a woman in a hospital gown, her gray skin streaked with blood and foam. The third is a cop still in uniform, his badge glinting in the morning light. They're swaying on their feet, heads moving back and forth like they're scanning for prey. We move quiet, I whisper. If they spot us, we run. Don't engage unless we have to. We slip out of the door one at a time, staying low, keeping to the wall of the alley. The infected are distracted by something. Maybe they hear noise from the street beyond. Maybe they smell blood from some victim we can't see. We're 10 feet past them when the woman in the hospital gown turns her head and looks right at us. For a moment, nothing happens. She just stares, her milky eyes focusing slowly, her mouth hanging open. Then she lets out a shriek, that same awful sound from before, and she's charging at us with her arms outstretched. Run, I shout, and we bolt down the alley. Behind us, I hear the other 2 infected join in the chase, their shrieks echoing off the buildings. The alley opens onto a side street, and we burst out into the open, nearly colliding with an overturned delivery truck. There are more infected here, drawn by the noise we're making, and they're converging on our position from 3 different directions. Derek swings the fire extinguisher at the closest one, a teenager in a McDonald's uniform, and catches him in the chest. The impact knocks the infected back but doesn't slow him down much. He's coming at Derek again when Maria appears with a crowbar she must have grabbed from somewhere and brings it down on the infected skull. He drops. I'm dealing with 2 at once, both of them in business attire like they were commuters who got caught in the outbreak. The woman is faster than the man and she's on me before I can swing the bat. Her hands grab my jacket and she's pulling me toward her snapping jaws, that foam dripping onto my collar. I get the bat between us and push, using the leverage to keep her at arm's length, but she's surprisingly strong. The man is circling around trying to get at me from the side, and I know if I don't do something fast, I'm done. I plant my feet and shove as hard as I can, sending the woman stumbling backward into the man. They go down in a tangle of limbs, and I bring the bat down on the woman's head, then the man's, over and over until they stop moving. My arms are shaking and I'm breathing hard, and there's blood splattered on my uniform, but I'm alive. "Shane, more coming!" Maria shouts, pointing down the street. She's right. At least a dozen more infected, drawn by the noise and the smell of blood, are shambling toward us. We need to move. We run north toward downtown, dodging abandoned cars and debris. The streets are littered with bodies, some fresh, some already starting to rot in the cold morning air. I try not to look at them, try not to think about the fact that each one was a person with a life and a family and dreams. They're gone now. We might be soon, too. We make it 3 blocks before we have to stop, ducking into a storefront that used to be a coffee shop. The windows are shattered and the inside is trashed, tables overturned and pastries scattered across the floor. But it's empty of infected. We barricade the door with a heavy display case and catch our breath. "East High is 10 blocks from here," Maria says, checking her phone even though there's still no signal. "But we'll have to cross Broadway, and that's a major street. It'll be packed." "Civic Center Park is on the way," Derek adds. "We can cut through there, might be less infected than the streets." I look out the broken window at the chaos beyond. Smoke is rising from multiple fires now, and I can hear gunshots in the distance, the rapid pop, pop, pop of automatic weapons. The military is still engaged, still trying to contain this, or maybe they're just trying to make sure nothing gets out of the city. I think about the highway checkpoints that are probably being set up right now. National Guard troops with orders to shoot anyone trying to leave. Quarantine protocols being enacted across the whole metro area. We're trapped in a cage with monsters, and the people who are supposed to protect us are the ones who locked the doors. "Okay," I say, turning back to Maria and Derek. "We go through Civic Center. But we stay alert, stay together, and if we run into a horde we can't handle, we find another route. No heroes. We're no good to anyone dead." They nod, and we prepare to move again. I check my bat, make sure I've got a good grip, and try to push down the fear that's threatening to overwhelm me. Somewhere out there, maybe 5 or 6 miles away, Megan is either safe or she's not. She's either hiding or she's running or she's already one of those things. I can't think about that. I can't let myself go there. I have to believe she's okay. I have to believe I'll find her and she'll be alive and we'll figure out a way to survive this together. Because if I stop believing that, if I let the despair in, I might as well lie down and let the infected have me. We leave the coffee shop and head north again, moving from cover to cover, using parked cars and building corners to shield us from sight. The infected are everywhere now, wandering the streets in groups, attacking anything that moves. We see a dog, a German shepherd, running from a pack of them. We see a man on a bicycle get swarmed and dragged down. We see a woman trying to break into a locked building while infected claw at her from behind. We can't help any of them. We can barely help ourselves. Civic Center Park opens up before us, a vast expanse of grass and concrete with the city and county building looming on the far side. The building's facade is pockmarked with bullet holes and one wing is on fire, smoke pouring from broken windows. The park itself is a nightmare. Hundreds of infected, maybe thousands, shambling between the trees and monuments. Some are fresh, still in the clothes they died in, still looking almost human except for the gray skin and milky eyes. Others are further gone, clothes torn and bloody, skin hanging in strips, bones showing through where flesh has been torn away. We can't go through there, Derek says, stating the obvious. We'll have to go around. But going around means adding miles to our trip, and we're already running on fumes. My legs are cramping, my lungs burning, and I can feel the exhaustion settling into my bones. Maria looks like she's holding up better than me or Derek, but even she's showing signs of fatigue, her face pale and drawn. Wait, Maria says, pointing. The parking garage, on the west side of the park. If we can get to the ramp, we can go up a few levels and cross over the street from there. We'll be above the infected. It's risky, but it might work. The parking garage is one of those old concrete structures, open-air levels connected by ramps, tall enough that we could get a bird's-eye view of the situation and maybe find a safer route through. We circle around the edge of the park, staying low, keeping to the shadows of the buildings. An infected in a postal uniform spots us and gives chase, but Derek takes him down with the fire extinguisher before he can raise an alarm. We reach the parking garage and slip inside. The ground level is empty except for a few abandoned cars and a body slumped against a concrete pillar. We take the ramps up, climbing higher. And by the time we reach the 4th level, we're above most of the chaos. From here, we can see across Civic Center Park, across Broadway, all the way to the Capitol building with its gold dome glinting in the smoke-filtered sunlight. Oh no, Maria breathes, looking toward East High School. I follow her gaze and see what she's seeing. The school is surrounded. Infected packed shoulder to shoulder around the building, thousands of them, all trying to get inside. The doors and windows are barricaded, but I can see cracks forming, barriers giving way. It's only a matter of time. My daughter, Maria says, her voice breaking. Isabella, she's in there. I put a hand on her shoulder. We'll find a way, we'll get her out. But even as I say it, I know it's probably a lie. There's no way through that mass of infected. Even if we had guns, even if we had a tank, we couldn't fight our way through thousands of them. East High is a fortress, but it's also a tomb. And everyone inside is just waiting to die. Maria knows it too. I can see it in her eyes, the moment when hope dies and acceptance takes its place. She sags against the concrete wall, and for a moment I think she's going to collapse. Then she straightens, wipes her eyes, and looks at me. We keep going, she says. We get your daughter. At least we save one of them. I want to argue, want to tell her we'll come back for Isabella, want to make promises I can't keep. But she's right. We keep going. Because stopping means dying, and dying means we can't help anyone. We continue across the parking garage, looking for a way down that doesn't lead directly into a horde. Derek spots a fire escape on the north side of the structure, a rusty metal staircase that leads down to a loading dock. We climb down carefully, the metal creaking under our weight, and drop onto the loading dock. From there, it's a short sprint to an alley that runs between office buildings. We're maybe 20 blocks from Megan's school now. So close. But the streets between here and there are getting worse. More infected. More fires, more chaos. We see a group of survivors barricaded inside a bank, the infected trying to smash through the reinforced glass. We see a police car overturned and burning, 2 cops lying dead beside it. We see a helicopter crash into the side of a building, the fireball engulfing 3 floors. And then we hear it. A sound that cuts through all the other noise, all the screams and shrieks and explosions. An air raid siren, the kind they use to test once a month, the kind that's been silent for decades because we thought we'd never need it again. It's coming from the direction of downtown, from the emergency management headquarters, and it's wailing its warning across the city. "That's the civil defense siren," Derek says, his face going pale. "My grandfather told me about those. They used to use them for nuclear attack drills." "They're not using it for drills now," I say, looking up at the sky. "They're warning people to take shelter, which means something big is coming." As if on cue, we hear the jets. High overhead, too high to see clearly, but the sound of their engines is unmistakable. Fast movers, probably F-16s from Buckley, circling the city. They're not dropping bombs yet, but they will. The helicopters were just the opening act. The jets mean they're going to level the place. "We need to get underground," Maria says. "A basement, a parking garage, anywhere with concrete above us." "Not until I get to Megan's school," I say, starting to run again. "You two can find shelter if you want, but I'm not stopping." They don't argue. They just run with me, and I'm grateful for that. Grateful that even in the midst of hell, even when every rational thought is screaming at them to save themselves, they're still with me. That's what humanity is. Not the weapons or the cities or the technology. It's the decision to stand with someone when the smart play is to run. We're 15 blocks from the school when we run into them. Not infected. People. Living people. A group of maybe 30 survivors armed with makeshift weapons moving in a tight formation down the middle of the street. They've got shopping carts loaded with supplies, and they're being led by a woman in tactical gear who's barking orders like a drill sergeant. When they see us, several of them raise their weapons. Baseball bats, tire irons, one guy with an actual shotgun. "Stop right there," the woman shouts. She's maybe 40 with short gray hair and a scar running down her left cheek. Military, I'm guessing, or ex-military. She's got that bearing, that command presence. "Identify yourselves." "Shane O'Connor, RTD operator. This is Maria and Derek. We're heading to Lodo. We're not infected." "Prove it. Show me your hands. Any bites, any scratches, you're not coming near us." We hold up our hands, turning slowly so they can see we're clean. The woman approaches cautiously, her eyes scanning us for any signs of infection. Apparently satisfied, she lowers her tire iron. "Captain Linda Brooks, retired," she says. "These are survivors from the apartments on Welton. We're heading for the Capitol building. Heard on the emergency broadcast that they're setting up a refugee center there." "The emergency broadcast is still working?" Derek asks. "Was working an hour ago. Might be down now. Things are changing fast." She looks past us toward the smoke rising over downtown. "You're crazy if you're heading toward Lodo. That's ground zero. That's where the infection is densest." "I have to get to my daughter," I tell her. "She's at McAuliffe International. I'm going whether it's crazy or not." Brooks studies me for a moment, then nods. "I understand. I've got a son in Colorado Springs. No way to reach him, no way to know if he's okay. I hope you find your daughter, I really do." She turns to her group. "Let's move out. Stay tight, stay alert." They march past us, this ragged band of survivors, and I watch them go. Part of me wants to go with them, to find safety in numbers, to let someone else make the decisions, but Megan is out there. Megan needs me, and I'm not going to let her down again. We continue toward Lodo, and the city gets worse with every block. Bodies everywhere now, the streets slick with blood. The smell of death and smoke so thick it makes my eyes water. We have to fight our way through infected multiple times, Maria and I working in tandem while Derek covers our backs. We're getting better at it, learning their patterns, understanding that they're strong but not intelligent, that they'll chase noise and movement but can't plan or strategize. But we're also getting tired, really tired, the kind of tired where your muscles stop responding right, where you make mistakes, where a stumble could mean death. I'm running on pure adrenaline and the thought of Megan, and I know that can only carry me so far. We're 10 blocks from the school when we see the building. A massive structure of glass and steel, one of those new luxury apartment complexes that shot up during the downtown boom. The ground floor is completely smashed in, infected pouring in and out like ants from a kicked anthill. And at the top of the building, on what looks like the 20th floor, I see people. Survivors gathered at the windows, waving, screaming for help that isn't coming. Then I see movement on the roof. A figure, too far away to identify, standing at the edge. For a moment, they're just standing there, and I think maybe they're trying to signal to someone. Then they jump. I watch them fall, watch them plummet 20 stories to slam into the pavement below with an impact I can hear from a block away. I turn away, bile rising in my throat. Derek is bent over, vomiting into a storm drain. Maria just stares, her face blank, all emotion locked down tight. "We keep moving," she says quietly. "We don't think about it, we just keep moving." So we do. Block after block, horror after horror, we keep moving. We see a man eating his own arm, infected but not yet dead, gnawing on his flesh with vacant eyes. We see a child, couldn't be more than 5 years old, wandering alone and calling for her mother while infected close in from all sides. We see a woman in a wedding dress, still clutching a bouquet, her face gray and her eyes milky. Each image burns itself into my brain, another scar to carry for however long I've got left. Finally, after what feels like hours but is probably only 45 minutes, we see it. McAuliffe International School, a 3-story brick building with large windows and a modern addition that houses the gym and cafeteria. The windows are intact, the doors barricaded, and I can see movement inside. People, alive people. Maybe Megan. Please God, let Megan be in there. But between us and the school is a problem. A big problem. There's a horde of infected, maybe 200 of them pressed against the school's entrance, trying to claw their way inside. They're packed tight, shoulder to shoulder, and there's no way through them. "Ideas?" I ask, knowing the answer, but hoping for a miracle. "Fire escape," Derek says, pointing to the side of the building. "East side. If we can get around the horde and climb up, we might be able to get in through a window." It's risky, but it's better than trying to fight through 200 infected. We circle around, using a parallel street, staying as quiet as possible. The infected at the front of the school are so focused on trying to break in that they don't notice us slipping down the alley beside the building. The fire escape is there, exactly where Derek said, a metal staircase leading up to the 2nd floor. I go first, climbing as quietly as I can, my boots making small clanking sounds on the metal grates. Derek follows, then Maria. We're halfway up when one of the infected notices us. It lets out a shriek and starts shambling toward the fire escape. Then another notices, then 10 more. Within seconds, the whole alley is filling with infected, all of them converging on our position. "Climb!" I shout, abandoning stealth for speed. We race up the fire escape, reaching the 2nd floor landing just as the first infected reaches the bottom of the stairs. I look at the window next to the landing. It's locked, reinforced with security bars. Damn it. "3rd floor!" Maria yells, already climbing. We go up again, the infected following, some of them figuring out how to climb the stairs, others just clawing at the metal structure and making it shake. 3rd floor landing. Another window. This one has bars too, but they're older, more corroded. I pull out my pry bar and wedge it between the window frame and the bars, then pull with everything I have. The bars shift. Not much, but enough to give me hope. Derek adds his strength to mine, and together we wrench the bars far enough that we can squeeze through. I break the window with my elbow, reach through and unlock it from the inside. We climb through one at a time, tumbling into what looks like a classroom. Empty desks, a whiteboard covered in half-erased math equations, posters about respecting diversity and trying your best. Behind us, the infected are climbing the fire escape, their hands reaching through the broken window. I grab a desk and wedge it against the window, then stack another desk on top of it. It won't hold them forever, but it might buy us some time. "Megan!" I shout, moving to the classroom door. "Megan O'Connor, is anyone here?" For a moment, there's only silence. Then I hear footsteps running and a door opens down the hall. A woman appears, maybe 30 years old, with glasses and a teacher's lanyard around her neck. Behind her, I can see students, dozens of them huddled in what looks like a library. "Who are you?" the teacher demands, her voice shaking. "How did you get in here?" "I'm Shane O'Connor, my daughter Megan. She's a student here. Is she with you?" The teacher's expression softens. "Mr. O'Connor, yes, Megan's here. She's safe. She's in the library with the others." Relief hits me so hard I almost fall over. She's alive. Megan is alive. I follow the teacher down the hall, Maria and Derek behind me, and we enter the library. There are maybe 60 people here, students and teachers and a few parents who must have been dropping their kids off when everything went to hell. They all look terrified, exhausted, but alive. And there she is, Megan, sitting with a group of other kids near the windows, her brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing her favorite hoodie with the NASA logo. When she sees me, her eyes go wide and she's running, crashing into me with enough force to knock the breath out of me. I wrap my arms around her and hold on tight, so tight, feeling her alive and warm and real. "Dad," she sobs into my chest. "I was so scared." Mom dropped me off and then the earthquake happened and people started getting sick and we've been trapped here for hours and I didn't know if you were okay and... "I'm here," I tell her, stroking her hair. "I'm here and I'm getting you out of this, I promise." I look around the library at all these people, all these survivors who've been hiding here while the city tears itself apart outside. They're looking at me with hope, like maybe since I got in from outside I know something they don't, like maybe I have a plan. I wish I did. The teacher who let us in introduces herself as Ms. Alvarez. She explains that they barricaded themselves in the library after the first infected broke into the school through the gym. They've been here ever since, listening to the chaos outside, waiting for rescue that never came. They have some food from the cafeteria, some water, but not enough to last more than another day or two. And the infected keep gathering outside, keep trying to break in, and it's only a matter of time before the barricades fail. "We need to evacuate," I tell her. "The military is bombing the city. I saw fighter jets overhead. If we stay here, we're sitting ducks." "Evacuate to where?" Ms. Alvarez asks. "Every road out of the city is blocked. We tried calling for help, but there's no signal. We're trapped." I think about Murphy's bunker. I think about the resources he hoarded, the supplies he stole. If we could get there, if we could force him to let us in, we might have a chance. It's not much of a plan, but it's better than staying here waiting to die. "There's a bunker," I say. "Private facility supposed to be fully stocked and secure. It's owned by a guy named Declan Murphy. If we can get there..." "Murphy?" One of the other teachers speaks up, a young guy with a beard. "Declan Murphy, the slumlord? That guy's a monster. He won't let us into his bunker." "Then we make him," I say, gripping my bat. "We take it by force if we have to. But staying here is death. At least if we move, we have a chance." Maria steps forward. "I was a trauma nurse for 10 years. I've seen what happens when people give up hope. We can't stay here. We have to try." Derek nods. I'm with Shane and Maria. We fight for survival or we lie down and die. Those are the only two options. Slowly, reluctantly, the others start to agree. Ms. Alvarez organizes the evacuation, dividing the 60 survivors into groups, gathering what supplies they can carry. We arm ourselves with whatever we can find: scissors, rulers, textbooks that can be used as shields. It's pitiful, but it's something. The hard part is getting out of the building. The infected are still massed at the front entrance, still clawing their way in. We can't go that way, and the fire escape we used is now crawling with infected who followed us up. We're trapped on the 3rd floor with no clear route out. Then Megan speaks up. "The roof," she says. "There's roof access through the maintenance room. We could go up, then cross to the next building. It connects through a walkway." I look at Ms. Alvarez. "Is that true?" "Yes, but the walkway hasn't been used in years. I don't know if it's even safe." "It's safer than going through that horde," I say. We go up. We move through the school, staying quiet, listening for any sign that infected have breached the barricades. The maintenance room is on the 3rd floor down a narrow hallway lined with janitor's closets and storage rooms. The access ladder leads up through a hatch to the roof, and one by one we climb. 60 people climbing a ladder in near silence while the world ends around them. It takes forever, but we make it. The roof of the school is flat, covered in gravel and dotted with HVAC units. To the east, I can see the walkway Megan mentioned, a covered bridge connecting the school to an adjacent office building. It looks sturdy enough, but the door on the far side is closed and probably locked. We don't have much choice. We cross the walkway in groups, the structure swaying slightly under our weight. I go first with Megan, testing each step, making sure the bridge will hold. It creaks and groans but doesn't collapse. We make it to the other side, and I use my pry bar to force open the door. It gives with a loud crack that echoes across the rooftops. The office building is empty, or at least appears to be. We descend the interior stairwell floor by floor, checking each level as we go. No infected, no survivors. Just empty offices full of abandoned desks and dead computers. We make it to the ground floor and find a parking garage connected to the building. There are cars here, dozens of them, and some of them might still have keys. Derek and I check vehicles while Maria and Ms. Alvarez keep the group together. The 3rd car I try, a Honda Accord, has keys in the cup holder and starts when I turn the ignition. A miracle in the midst of hell. We find 2 more vehicles, a pickup truck and a minivan, both with keys and gas. It's not enough to transport all 60 of us, but it's a start. We load as many people as we can into the vehicles, packing them tight. Megan sits in the front seat of the Accord next to me, her hand gripping mine so tight it hurts. Maria takes the pickup with a group of students. Derek drives the minivan with Ms. Alvarez and more kids. The rest of the survivors will have to move on foot, staying close to the vehicles. I start the engine and we pull out of the parking garage into the chaos outside. The streets are worse than before, if that's possible. Fires everywhere, bodies everywhere, infected wandering in packs. I have to drive slowly, weaving around obstacles, sometimes over obstacles, trying to find a route that doesn't lead us directly into a horde. Megan is silent beside me, staring out the window at the destruction. I want to say something comforting, something that will make this okay, but there's nothing. There are no words that can make this okay. We're heading west, toward the address Murphy gave before he left. It's in Highland, one of the older neighborhoods that's been gentrifying for the past decade. The bunker is supposedly under one of the historic buildings he owns, converted from an old bomb shelter into a luxury survival facility. If we can get there, if we can get inside, we might last long enough for what? For the government to regain control? For a cure to be developed? For the infection to burn itself out? I don't know. I just know we need to survive today and tomorrow and the day after that for as long as we can. We make it maybe 10 blocks before we hit serious trouble. The 16th Street Mall, normally full of shoppers and tourists, is completely overrun. Thousands of infected shoulder to shoulder filling the pedestrian mall from end to end. The vehicles ahead of me stop and I slam on the brakes. We can't go through. We'll have to find another route. I'm about to reverse when I see them. Military vehicles, 3 Humvees and a troop transport coming from the north. They're moving fast, running down infected, not stopping for anything. The machine gun mounted on the lead Humvee is firing, muzzle flashes lighting up the smoke-filled air, infected dropping like wheat before a scythe. For a moment I think they're here to help us, to evacuate survivors. Then I see what they're doing. They're not evacuating. They're clearing the streets, clearing them for what comes next. The jets I heard earlier appear again, lower this time, close enough that I can see the ordnance mounted under their wings. Cluster bombs, designed to spread destruction over a wide area, to level buildings and kill everything in the blast radius. And they're heading straight for downtown. "Drive!" I scream at Derek and Maria through the window. "Drive now! Get out of here!" We peel away from the 16th Street Mall, tires screeching, engines roaring. Behind us, I hear the first bomb hit, a massive explosion that shakes the ground and sends a shockwave racing down the street. Windows shatter, buildings shake, and a fireball rises into the sky so bright it hurts to look at. More bombs fall. The entire downtown area is being obliterated, the military turning Denver into a parking lot to stop the infection from spreading. And we're right in the middle of the kill zone. I drive like a madman, taking turns without slowing, running red lights that don't matter anymore, clipping infected and sending them spinning. Megan is screaming, her hands braced against the dashboard. In the rearview mirror, I can see the pickup and minivan following, Maria and Derek keeping pace. Behind them, the fires are spreading, multiple buildings now fully engulfed, the smoke so thick it's blocking out the sun. We make it across the Platte River just as another cluster of bombs hits. The bridge shakes, cracks appearing in the concrete, but it holds. We're in Highland now, the streets slightly less chaotic, though still full of infected and debris. I'm following the GPS on my phone, which miraculously has a cached map even though there's no signal. Murphy's bunker is 3 blocks ahead in a building that used to be a warehouse. We screech to a stop outside the building and pile out of the vehicles. The survivors on foot are catching up, running as fast as they can, some of them injured, all of them terrified. The building's entrance is a heavy steel door with a keypad lock. I pound on the door with my fist. "Murphy, open up! There are survivors out here!" Nothing. I pound again, harder this time. "Murphy, damn it, I know you're in there. Open the door!" Still nothing. I look back and see infected converging on our position, drawn by the noise and the smell of living flesh. We've got maybe a minute before they're on us. Derek appears at my side with the fire extinguisher. "Stand back," he says and swings it at the keypad. It shatters on the 3rd hit, sparks flying, and the lock disengages. The door swings open and we pour inside, all 60 of us, slamming it shut behind us just as the infected reach us. I can hear them pounding on the steel, but it holds. We're in a concrete stairwell leading down. Emergency lights cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. We descend, flight after flight, going deep underground. At the bottom is another door, this one unlocked, and beyond it I see what Murphy has built. The bunker is massive, a converted Cold War bomb shelter that's been upgraded with every modern amenity. Rows of bunk beds, a kitchen area with shelves full of supplies, a medical station, even a small gym. And standing in the middle of it all, surrounded by his 5 men, is Declan Murphy. He's got his pistol in hand, pointed at us. "I told you, O'Connor," he says, his voice cold. This facility is for me and mine, not for every random survivor who shows up begging for help. There are children here, I say. Megan pressed against my side. Women, teachers, people who've done nothing wrong. You can't turn them away. Watch me. You've got 10 seconds to get back up those stairs before I start shooting. I look at his men, see the uncertainty in their faces. They're thugs, sure, but they're not killers. Not yet. They're uncomfortable with this, with turning away kids and teachers and people who just want to live. But they won't disobey Murphy, not without a push. You heard about what's happening up there? I ask Murphy, keeping my voice steady. The military is bombing the city. The whole downtown area is being leveled. Everyone up there is dead or dying. And you're worried about sharing your bunker with some kids? Natural selection, Murphy says again. But there's something in his voice now, a wavering. He knows I'm right. He knows that turning us away is tantamount to murder. He just doesn't care. You're a coward, I tell him. A pathetic, small-minded coward who's so afraid of losing control that he'd rather let children die than share what he has. Murphy's face goes red. I'm a realist. I built this place for exactly this scenario. I planned, I prepared, I invested millions. You just showed up thinking you deserve what I worked for. Well, tough luck, O'Connor. Life's not fair. I'm about to respond when Maria speaks up from behind me. My daughter died at East High School, she says quietly. I watched from a parking garage as thousands of infected tore that building apart. I couldn't save her. But I can save these children. And if you try to stop me, if you try to turn them away, I will make you regret it for however many hours you have left. Something in her tone, in the absolute conviction of her words, gives Murphy pause. He looks at his men, sees them looking back at him with doubt in their eyes. The balance of power is shifting, and he knows it. Fine, he says finally, lowering his pistol. They can stay, but I'm in charge here. What I say goes. Anyone who doesn't like it can leave. It's not a generous offer, but it's better than being locked out. I nod, accept his terms, and we move deeper into the bunker. Murphy's men help us get settled, distributing blankets and water, showing us where the bathrooms are. It's cramped with 60 people, but we make it work. Megan stays close to me, refuses to let go of my hand. I find us a corner where we can sit together, away from the others, and I hold her while she cries. All the fear and terror and adrenaline finally catching up to her. I stroke her hair and tell her it's going to be okay, even though I don't believe it. The hours pass. We hear explosions above us, feel the bunker shake from the impacts. The military is being thorough, making sure nothing survives. Murphy has a radio, one of those ham systems that can pick up emergency broadcasts, and we listen as the situation develops. The infection has spread beyond Denver. Reports coming in from Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, Boulder. The whole Front Range is compromised. Containment has failed. The military is implementing wider quarantine protocols, establishing perimeters around the entire state. No one in, no one out. And still the infection spreads. The virus is evolving too, according to the reports. The infected are showing increased aggression, faster movement, some kind of adaptation that makes them more dangerous. The scientists being interviewed are baffled, talking about accelerated mutation rates, about how this doesn't match any known pathogen. One doctor suggests it's not natural, that it's engineered, that someone designed this to be impossible to contain. Murphy laughs when he hears that. Engineered, he says, shaking his head. Of course it's engineered. You think this happened by accident? The Rocky Mountain Arsenal has been doing classified research for decades. Biological weapons, nerve agents, things they don't tell the public about. This is what happens when that stuff gets out. You knew? I ask him, anger rising. You knew this could happen and you didn't warn anyone? I didn't know specifically, but I prepared for possibilities. That's the difference between people like me and people like you, O'Connor. I plan for disaster. You just stumble through life hoping things work out. I want to hit him. I want to take my bat and cave in his smug, self-satisfied face. But I don't. Because Megan is watching and she doesn't need to see her father become a murderer. Not yet. The bunker has enough supplies to last maybe 3 months if we ration carefully. But 60 people consume resources fast, and Murphy makes it clear he's not happy about sharing his stockpile. He rations the food and water, gives us barely enough to survive, keeps the best supplies for himself and his men. People start to complain, start to push back, and tensions rise. On the 3rd day, one of Murphy's men gets sick. His name is Vasquez, the bald guy who threatened me back at that first building. He starts with a fever, then nausea, then he's vomiting blood and his skin is turning gray. We all know what's happening. He's been infected. Maybe he got scratched during the evacuation and didn't tell anyone. Maybe the virus can incubate for days before showing symptoms. Either way, he's turning. Murphy doesn't hesitate. He pulls his pistol and shoots Vasquez in the head before the transformation completes. The gunshot in the enclosed space is deafening and Megan screams. Everyone is shouting, panicking, and Murphy is yelling for calm while his men try to restore order. Anyone else hiding bites or scratches? Murphy demands, looking around the bunker. Speak up now or I'll inspect everyone personally. No one comes forward, but the damage is done. Trust is broken. Everyone is looking at everyone else with suspicion, wondering who might be infected, who might be next. The bunker has become a pressure cooker, and we're all just waiting for it to explode. I volunteer to help dispose of Vasquez's body. Murphy and I carry it up the stairs, unlock the outer door, and throw it into the street. The infected are still out there, thinner now after the bombing, but still present. They converge on the body within seconds, tearing into it with their teeth and hands. We lock the door and head back down. This isn't sustainable, I tell Murphy as we descend the stairs. 60 people in one bunker, limited supplies, everyone's scared and on edge. Something's going to give. Then some of them will have to leave, Murphy says coldly. I'll give it another week, then I'm cutting the dead weight. Keep the strong. Get rid of the weak. These are children, teachers, innocent people. No such thing as innocent people, O'Connor. Everyone's a survivor or a victim. I know which one I am. I realize then that Murphy is going to kill people. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. He's going to decide who's useful and who's expendable, and he's going to throw the expendable ones out into the infected hordes. And there's nothing I can do to stop him, because he's got the guns and the men and the willingness to do whatever it takes. Unless I stop him first. The opportunity comes on day 7. We're running low on water, the filtration system can't keep up with 60 people, and Murphy announces that we're going to have to ration even more strictly. He's standing by the supply shelves, clipboard in hand, calculating who gets what. I'm watching him from across the bunker, my bat leaning against the wall beside me, and I'm making a decision. Megan is safe here for now. The other survivors are alive. But as long as Murphy is in charge, that safety is temporary. He'll start throwing people out, or worse, and eventually it'll be Megan's turn, or Maria's, or some other person who doesn't deserve to die. I can't let that happen. I pick up my bat and walk over to Murphy. He looks up from his clipboard, sees me approaching, and his hand moves toward his pistol. Something you need, O'Connor? Yeah, I say. I need you to stop being a psychopath. His hand is on his pistol now, pulling it from the holster, but I'm faster. I swing the bat and catch him in the wrist, the impact sending the pistol clattering across the floor. He stumbles back, clutching his broken wrist, and I hit him again, this time in the ribs. He goes down hard, His men are moving now, coming to his defense, but Derek is there, blocking them with the fire extinguisher. Maria has picked up Murphy's pistol and is pointing it at the men, her hands steady despite her fear. "Stop," she says. "All of you, just stop. This ends now." Murphy is on the ground, gasping for breath, blood leaking from his mouth. I stand over him with the bat raised, and I see the fear in his eyes. Good. Let him be afraid. Let him know what it's like to be helpless while someone more powerful decides if you live or die. "You're going to listen to me," I tell him. "All those supplies you hoarded, we're distributing them evenly. All those decisions you made about who's valuable and who's not, we're making them democratically now. And if you have a problem with any of that, I'm going to beat you until you stop having problems, understood?" He nods, wheezing. I lower the bat and step back. His men are watching, waiting to see what happens next. Derek and Maria are ready to fight if they need to. The other survivors are gathered around, watching this confrontation that will determine all our futures. "We're not animals," I say, raising my voice so everyone can hear. "We're not going to turn on each other, we're not going to throw people out to die, and we're not going to let one person decide who lives and who doesn't. We survive together or we don't survive at all." There's a moment of silence. Then Ms. Alvarez starts clapping. Others join in, a smattering of applause that grows into something genuine. Murphy's men lower their weapons. The crisis is over for now. But Murphy, lying on the ground with his broken wrist and his wounded pride, doesn't forget. I can see it in his eyes, the hatred, the desire for revenge. I should kill him. I should take the bat and finish what I started, but I can't. Not in front of Megan, not in front of these kids who still believe the world can be saved. So I let him live. And it's the biggest mistake I'll ever make. Days pass. We establish a new system, more democratic, more fair. Food and water are distributed evenly. Work assignments are rotated. Decisions are made by committee. Murphy sulks in a corner, his wrist bandaged, his men no longer willing to follow his orders. For a while, it works. But the bunker is falling apart. The air filtration system is struggling, making strange noises and sometimes shutting off for minutes at a time. The generator that powers everything is running low on fuel. The supplies are dwindling faster than we anticipated. And worst of all, we can hear the infected above us scratching at the door, never leaving, always waiting. On day 14, Derek volunteers to go on a supply run. There's a convenience store 2 blocks away that might still have water and food. It's dangerous, but we're desperate. I volunteer to go with him, along with 2 of Murphy's former men who want to prove they're on our side now. We gear up with whatever weapons we have, prepare ourselves mentally for what we're going to face, and head up the stairs. The outer door opens onto a scene from hell. The bombing has stopped, but the city is destroyed. Buildings collapsed, streets cratered, fires still burning in places, and infected everywhere, wandering through the ruins like ghosts. We move quickly, staying low, using rubble for cover. The convenience store is intact, its windows shattered, but the interior mostly untouched. We slip inside and start gathering supplies. Water bottles, canned goods, batteries, anything useful. We're loading up when we hear the noise. It's different from the growling of the infected. This is organized, mechanical. Engines. Lots of them. We peek out through the broken window and see them coming. Military vehicles, at least 20 of them, rolling down the street. But they're not evacuating survivors. They're finishing what the bombs started. The vehicles stop and soldiers pour out, all of them in full hazmat gear, all of them armed with flamethrowers. They're going building to building, burning everything, making sure nothing survives. Scorched earth policy. If they find us, they'll kill us, infected or not. We're in the quarantine zone, which means we're already dead as far as they're concerned. We hide in the back of the convenience store behind the frozen food section while the soldiers work their way down the street. They torch the building next door, the flames so hot we can feel the heat through the wall. Then they move on, heading west, and we're left gasping in the smoke-filled air. "We need to leave," one of Murphy's guys says. "Leave Denver, leave Colorado, get as far from this as we can." "The quarantine," I remind him. "They've locked down the whole state, there's no way out." "Then we're dead anyway. Might as well die trying." I think about Megan, about whether it's better to stay in the bunker and wait for the inevitable, or to take our chances and try to break through the quarantine. Neither option is good. Both lead to death. But at least one involves fighting for survival instead of waiting to die. We gather the supplies and head back to the bunker. The run through the streets is harrowing, infected and soldiers both threats now, and one of Murphy's guys doesn't make it. An infected takes him down 3 blocks from safety. We have to leave him, have to listen to his screams as we run. His name was Marcus, and he had a daughter in Oklahoma, and he deserved better. When we get back to the bunker, I tell everyone what we saw. The soldiers with flamethrowers, the systematic destruction, the fact that the government has given up on saving anyone. Some people break down, crying, unable to process that we're truly abandoned. Others get angry, start planning ways to fight back, to resist. Most just sit in stunned silence. Murphy sees his opening. He's been waiting for this, for morale to break, for people to lose hope. He stands up, his wrist still bandaged but his voice strong. "I tried to tell you," he says. "I tried to warn O'Connor and the rest of you bleeding hearts that this would happen. But you didn't listen. You wanted democracy and fairness and all that idealistic garbage. Where did it get you? Trapped in a bunker with dwindling supplies while the world burns above us." "Shut up, Murphy," I tell him. "No, I won't shut up, because I'm the only one here willing to speak the truth. We're not all going to survive this. There aren't enough supplies, there isn't enough room, and soon there won't be enough air. Some of us have to leave, and I vote we start with the people who can't contribute, the kids, the teachers, the weak." "You're insane," Maria says, stepping forward. "We're not throwing children out to die." "Then we all die together. Is that what you want? To sacrifice everyone for some misplaced sense of morality?" The bunker erupts in argument, people shouting over each other, accusations flying. It's exactly what Murphy wanted, to sow discord and division, to turn us against each other. And it's working. That night, while most people are sleeping, Murphy makes his move. He and his 3 remaining men overpower the guard at the supply room and start loading supplies. They're planning to leave, to take what they need and abandon the rest of us. I wake to the sound of whispers and movement, see what's happening, and grab my bat. "Going somewhere, Murphy?" I ask, blocking the stairs. He turns, and in his good hand he's holding a knife, one of the large camping knives from the emergency kit. His men have similar weapons. They're ready for a fight. "Out of my way, O'Connor, this is over. I'm taking what's mine and leaving. You and your little democracy can starve down here for all I care. Those supplies belong to everyone. You're not taking them. Try to stop me." He lunges with the knife faster than I expected for a man his age. I dodge barely and swing the bat. It catches him in the shoulder and he staggers. His men rush me, and suddenly I'm fighting for my life in a cramped underground bunker while everyone else is waking up and panicking. Derek appears with the fire extinguisher, takes out one of Murphy's men with a blow to the head. Maria has the pistol again, fires a warning shot that ricochets off the concrete ceiling. The noise is deafening, and now everyone is awake, shouting, screaming. Murphy and I are grappling now, his knife inches from my throat, my bat wedged between us. He's strong, stronger than he should be, fueled by rage and desperation. We crash into the supply shelves, canned goods raining down on us. He gets on top of me, raises the knife, and I know this is it. This is where I die. Then Megan screams, "Dad!" Murphy hesitates, just for a second, and it's enough. I get my hand on his broken wrist and squeeze. He howls in pain and drops the knife. I grab it, and in one motion I drive it into his side between the ribs, angling up toward his heart. His eyes go wide with shock, and he slumps forward on top of me. I push him off and stand up, breathing hard, covered in his blood. His men have been subdued by Derek and some of the other survivors. Murphy is lying on the ground, bleeding out, staring at me with those hateful eyes. "You killed me," he wheezes. "You killed yourself," I tell him. "The moment you decided your life was worth more than everyone else's." He tries to say something else, but blood fills his mouth and he chokes on it. Then he's gone, eyes staring at nothing, body going limp. I've killed a man. Not an infected, not a monster, but a human being. And I don't feel bad about it. I should. I know I should, but all I feel is relief that he's gone and can't hurt anyone anymore. We dump his body out the door like we did with Vasquez. The infected take it within seconds. His men, without their leader, agree to cooperate with the rest of us. They're not bad people, just people who were following bad orders. Maybe they'll be better now. The bunker settles into an uneasy peace. We've got enough supplies to last maybe another month if we're careful. But the air filtration system is getting worse, shutting off more frequently. And when it's off, the air gets stale and hard to breathe. The generator is running on fumes. Time is running out. On day 21, we hear something on Murphy's ham radio. A broadcast, faint and crackling with static, but there. Someone is alive out there, broadcasting from outside the quarantine zone. They're saying something about safe zones, about areas that are still secure, about evacuation routes for survivors. We crowd around the radio, trying to make out the words through the interference. The broadcast mentions Cheyenne Mountain, the old NORAD facility, says it's been converted to a refugee center. But to get there, we'd have to travel over 100 miles through infected territory, break through military quarantine lines, and hope we're not shot on sight. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. But it's the only hope we have. I look at Megan, see the exhaustion in her eyes, the way she's aged years in the past 3 weeks. I look at Maria, at Derek, at Ms. Alvarez, and all the kids who've been so brave. They deserve a chance. They deserve to try. "We're leaving," I announce. "All of us. We're going to Cheyenne Mountain." "That's crazy," someone says. "We'll never make it." Maybe not, but we die either way. At least this way we die fighting. We spend the next 2 days preparing. We gather every vehicle we can find on the street outside, hotwire them, fill them with gas siphoned from abandoned cars. We create weapons from whatever materials we have. We divide into groups, establish communication signals, plan routes. On day 23, we leave the bunker. All 58 of us, we climb those stairs one last time and emerge into a city that's barely recognizable. The bombing has left downtown Denver a moonscape of craters and rubble. The fires have burned themselves out, leaving everything covered in ash. The infected are fewer now, many killed by the military assault, but they're still out there, still hunting. We load into the vehicles and start driving south toward the highway that will take us to Cheyenne Mountain. The streets are obstacle courses of debris and bodies. We have to push aside wrecked cars, navigate around collapsed buildings, sometimes reverse and find alternate routes when the road ahead is impassable. And the infected find us. They always find us. They chase the vehicles, some running now, faster than before. That evolution the reports mentioned, making them more dangerous. We have to stop and fight multiple times, survivors pouring out of the vehicles with bats and crowbars and makeshift weapons, holding off the infected long enough to clear the road. We lose people. A teenager named Cameron gets pulled from the back of a pickup truck. A teacher named Mr. Rashad is overwhelmed while defending the rear of our convoy. Each loss is devastating, each death a reminder that we're probably not going to make it. We reach I-25 and turn south. The highway is a graveyard of abandoned vehicles, thousands of them stretching as far as I can see. People who tried to evacuate when the outbreak started, who got stuck in traffic and never made it out. Some of the cars still have bodies inside. Some have been torn apart by the infected. All of them are monuments to failed hopes. We weave through the cars, sometimes driving on the shoulder, sometimes pushing vehicles out of the way. It's slow going, maybe 20 miles an hour, and all the while the infected are tracking us, following the sound of our engines. We make it maybe 30 miles before we hit the first military checkpoint. It's been abandoned. The soldiers either evacuated or killed, but the barricades are still up. Concrete barriers, razor wire, signs warning that unauthorized entry will be met with lethal force. We have to get out and physically move some of the barriers to create a gap wide enough for our vehicles. While we're working, they come. A horde of infected, maybe 500 strong, drawn by the noise and activity. They pour over the highway barriers like a wave, and we're running, scrambling back to the vehicles, some people not making it, screaming as they're dragged down. I'm shoving Megan into the Accord when I see Maria. She's 20 feet away, surrounded by infected, her medical bag clutched to her chest. She's fighting them with a tire iron, keeping them back, but there are too many. Our eyes meet across the chaos, and I see her make a decision. She throws the medical bag toward me. It lands at my feet. Then she turns and runs in the opposite direction, drawing the infected away from us, sacrificing herself so we can escape. I want to go after her, want to save her. But Megan is pulling on my arm and the infected are closing in, and I have to choose. I choose my daughter. I get in the car and drive, watching in the rearview mirror as Maria disappears into the mass of infected. She saved us. She gave her life so we could have a few more minutes, a few more miles. I will never forget her. I will carry the weight of her sacrifice for whatever time I have left. We push through the checkpoint and keep driving. The infected are everywhere now, the infection having spread faster than anyone thought possible. We pass through towns that have been completely overrun, see infected shambling through streets that once held farmers' markets and school plays and little league games. The America we knew is gone. What's replacing it is a nightmare. We're 50 miles from Cheyenne Mountain when the vehicles start breaking down. First the pickup, then the minivan, both of them running out of gas and sputtering to a stop. We consolidate into the remaining vehicles, cramming people in so tight they can barely breathe. Some people have to run alongside, holding on to the doors and windows, doing their best to keep up. Derek is one of those running. I see him in the mirror, his face set with determination, his legs pumping as he tries to match our speed. Then his foot catches on something and he goes down hard. The vehicle behind us can't stop in time. I hear the impact, hear people screaming, and when I look back, Derek is lying in the road and he's not moving. We can't stop. If we stop, we're dead. I have to leave him there. I have to leave another friend, another person who helped me survive, lying broken on the highway. The guilt is crushing, but I keep driving because that's all I can do. By the time we see Cheyenne Mountain in the distance, we're down to 2 vehicles and 30 people. The others are dead, or lost, or turned into infected themselves. We're exhausted, starving, running on nothing but willpower and terror. But we're close. So close. The mountain facility is surrounded by military forces, a full division at least, with tanks and artillery and enough firepower to level a city. They've established a perimeter 5 miles out, and as we approach, we see them tracking us with their weapons. A voice comes over a loudspeaker, telling us to stop, to exit our vehicles with our hands up, to submit to quarantine procedures. We do as they say. We get out, hands raised, and soldiers in hazmat suits approach with weapons drawn. They check us for bites, for scratches, for any sign of infection. They're rough, not gentle, treating us like criminals instead of survivors. But they let us through. They actually let us through. We're taken to a processing center, a series of tents where we're decontaminated, questioned, examined by doctors who look at us like we're already dead. They tell us that only a few hundred survivors have made it to Cheyenne Mountain from the entire Colorado quarantine zone. Out of millions of people, only a few hundred. We're the lucky ones, they say. We should be grateful. I don't feel grateful. I feel hollow, empty. All the people I lost, Maria, Derek, Cameron, Mr. Rashad, Marcus, all the others whose names I learned and then watched die, they deserved to be here. They fought just as hard, sacrificed just as much. Why them and not me? Why do I get to live when they don't? Megan is processed separately from me. They take her away for medical examination and I don't see her for 3 hours. Those are the longest 3 hours of my life, worse than anything I experienced in Denver because at least then I knew where she was. Finally, they bring her back, tell me she's clear, she's not infected, she can join the rest of the survivors in the refugee center. The refugee center is inside the mountain in the old NORAD facility. It's cramped and dark and smells like too many people in too small a space, but it's safe. The walls are solid rock, the doors are sealed, and there are soldiers with guns making sure nothing gets in. We're given bunks, given food and water, given blankets and medical care. But safety comes with a price. The military isn't evacuating anyone. This facility, along with a few others scattered across the country, is where humanity is making its last stand. Everyone outside the walls is considered lost. The infected own the world now, and we're just refugees hiding in the dark, waiting for the end. The scientists here are working on a cure, they say. They've isolated the pathogen, they're running tests, they're making progress. But I see their faces when they think no one's watching. I see the despair, the hopelessness. They know the truth. This virus, this rabies X or whatever it is, was engineered to be incurable. It adapts too fast, mutates too quickly. Every time they think they've found a solution, the virus evolves and the solution becomes useless. Days turn into weeks. Megan and I settle into a routine in the refugee center. She attends classes taught by Ms. Alvarez and the other teachers who survived. I work in the kitchens helping prepare food for the 2,000 people crammed into this facility. At night, we lie in our bunks and listen to the reports from the outside world. The infection is spread globally. Every continent, every country, every major population center. The infected number in the billions now. The few remaining pockets of organized resistance are falling one by one. Australia is gone, Japan is gone. Most of Europe is gone. The United States military has retreated to a handful of fortified positions, abandoning everything else. And the infected are still evolving. Reports come in of infected that can run as fast as living humans. Infected that hunt in coordinated packs. Infected that are developing rudimentary problem-solving skills, opening doors, using tools. Whatever the virus is doing to their brains, it's not just destroying, it's changing, adapting, creating something new. On day 45 inside the mountain, we get word that Denver is being sterilized. Not bombed, not burned, sterilized. They're using thermobaric weapons, fuel-air explosives that will consume every molecule of oxygen in a 10-mile radius and incinerate everything else. Mile High City is going to become a crater visible from space. We're brought to an observation room with monitors showing satellite feeds. I don't want to watch, don't want to see my city erased from existence, but I can't look away. Megan buries her face in my shoulder as the countdown begins. The explosions are beautiful and terrible. Massive fireballs that bloom across the Denver metro area, so bright they hurt to look at even through the monitors. The shock waves are visible from orbit, rippling out in concentric circles. When the fires die down, there's nothing left. No buildings, no streets, no evidence that 1 million people once lived there. Just ash and melted stone and silence. I think about Murphy's bunker, about whether anyone was still hiding there when the bombs fell. I think about Union Station, where I started my last shift, about Coors Field, where I used to take Megan to watch baseball games, about all the places that shaped my life and are now gone forever. The government officials at the press conference after the bombardment call it a necessary measure, a way to prevent the infection from spreading further. They're lying. Everyone knows they're lying. The infection has already spread further. Sterilizing Denver wasn't about containment. It was about making sure there was nothing left for the infected to feed on, nothing left worth reclaiming. It was giving up, officially and completely. The weeks continue. Food rationing gets stricter. The air filtration systems struggle to keep up with the number of people breathing. Fights break out over bunks, over rations, over stupid things that wouldn't matter if we weren't all slowly going crazy trapped in a mountain. On day 60, a group of scientists requests volunteers for medical testing. They want to study survivors, see if anyone has natural immunity or antibodies that might lead to a treatment. I volunteer, thinking maybe I can contribute something. Maybe Maria's and Derek's sacrifices can mean something. They take blood samples, tissue samples, run me through scanners and monitors. A week later, they call me back and tell me I'm a carrier. I have the virus in my system, but my immune response is keeping it dormant. I'm not infected, not turning, but I have it in me. And there's a chance, a small chance, that I could still turn even after all this time. They want to quarantine me, separate me from the general population, including Megan. I refuse. I've survived hell, lost everyone, made it to this supposed safe haven, and now they want to lock me away from my daughter because of a virus I might be carrying? No, absolutely not. I leave the medical bay before they can stop me, find Megan, and we hide in the deeper sections of the facility. The old maintenance tunnels that nobody patrols. We're not alone down there. Others are hiding too. People who've given up on the official refugee center, who'd rather take their chances in the dark than follow rules that don't make sense anymore. We survive for another 2 weeks in the tunnels before they find us. Soldiers armed and armored dragging us back to the medical bay. Megan is screaming, fighting, begging them not to separate us, but they do. They take her away and lock me in an isolation cell with white walls and a small window, and nothing to do but think about everything I've lost. Through the window, I can see other isolation cells, other carriers like me. Some of them look sick, skin turning gray, eyes going milky. The virus is winning in their bodies, the dormancy breaking down. I wonder how long before I start showing symptoms, how long before I turn into one of those things I've spent the past 2 months killing. Days pass, maybe weeks. I lose track of time. They feed me through a slot in the door, never making contact, never speaking. I'm an object to them, a specimen, not a person. I bang on the door, demand to see Megan, get nothing but silence in response. Then the alarms start, red lights flashing, sirens wailing, and I hear gunfire, lots of it. I look through my window and see chaos in the corridor outside, infected inside the facility, attacking soldiers and doctors. Someone brought the virus inside, maybe one of the carriers who turned, maybe a security breach, doesn't matter. The mountain has been compromised. The isolation cell doors unlock automatically, some kind of emergency protocol. I step out into the corridor and it's pandemonium. People running, infected chasing, blood everywhere. I have no weapons, no plan, nothing but the desperate need to find Megan. I run through the facility, dodging infected and survivors both. following the signs toward the refugee center. The infection is spreading fast in the enclosed space, people turning within minutes of being bitten. The soldiers are falling back, establishing new defensive lines, sacrificing sections of the facility to buy time for evacuation. Evacuation. That's a laugh. Evacuate to where? Outside the mountain is billions of infected. Inside is hundreds more. There's nowhere left to run. I find Ms. Alvarez in the refugee center, barricaded with her students in what used to be a classroom. Megan is with her, alive, uninfected. When she sees me, she runs and I catch her and hold her, and for a moment everything is okay. We have to go, I tell Ms. Alvarez. The whole facility is compromised. If we stay here, we die. Where do we go? She asks. And it's the same question everyone's been asking for 2 months. Where do we go when there's nowhere left? I don't have an answer. But I remember something Murphy said back in his bunker before I killed him. He talked about adaptation, about survival of the fittest, about how humanity has always found a way. Maybe we can't beat the infected, maybe we can't reclaim the world, but maybe we can survive, somewhere, somehow, long enough to matter. We go up, I say, to the surface. We find vehicles, we find supplies, and we keep moving. We survive as long as we can. It's not much of a plan, it's barely a plan at all. But it's something, and something is better than waiting to die. We gather as many survivors as we can, maybe 40 people, and we fight our way to the facility's vehicle bay. There are trucks here, military transports, armored and fueled and ready to go. We pile in, civilians and soldiers both. Everyone who still wants to live. The bay doors open and we drive out into the Colorado wilderness. The world outside is a graveyard. Infected stumbling through the forests, cities burning in the distance, smoke blotting out the sky. We drive west toward the mountains, toward places so remote that maybe the infection hasn't reached yet. We don't have a destination. We just have motion, forward momentum, the refusal to stop. Behind us, Cheyenne Mountain explodes. The soldiers who stayed behind, they triggered the facility's self-destruct. Probably to contain the infection, probably to deny the infected any resources. The explosion lights up the night sky and I feel it in my chest, the death of the last refuge, the final proof that humanity has lost. We drive through the night and into the next day. We're attacked multiple times, infected, drawn to the sound of our engines. We lose people. The trucks break down. We consolidate again. Fewer vehicles. Fewer people. Always fewer people. On day 70, we run out of gas in the middle of the Rockies. The trucks sputter to a stop on a mountain road overlooking a valley, and we have nowhere else to go. We can see infected down below wandering through what used to be a ski resort. But up here at this elevation, it's just us and the cold and the dying light. Megan and I sit on the hood of the truck and watch the sun set over the mountains. It's beautiful, the sky painted in oranges and reds and purples, and for a moment I can pretend that none of this happened. That we're just on a camping trip, father and daughter, enjoying nature. Dad, Megan says quietly, are we going to die? I want to lie to her. Want to tell her everything will be okay, that help is coming, that we'll find a way through this. But I'm tired of lying. I'm tired of pretending. Yeah, I tell her. Probably soon. She nods, accepting this with a maturity that breaks my heart. I'm glad I got to see you again. I'm glad we had this time together. Me too, sweetheart, me too. We sit in silence as the sun disappears and darkness falls. Around us, the other survivors are settling in for the night, building fires, rationing what little food we have left. Ms. Alvarez is teaching the kids a song, something about home and hope. The soldiers are keeping watch, weapons ready, knowing that sooner or later the infected will find us. I look at Megan, at her face illuminated by firelight. and I make a choice. She's going to survive this. I don't know how. I don't know for how long, but she's going to have a chance. Even if I have to give up mine to give it to her. That night, while everyone sleeps, I check myself for symptoms. My hands are steady. My skin is still normal. My mind is clear. The virus hasn't won yet, but I can feel it in there waiting, like a bomb that could go off at any moment. I'm a threat to everyone around me, especially to Megan. I should leave, should walk off into the darkness and let the infected have me before I turn and hurt someone. But I can't. I can't leave Megan alone, not after everything. So I stay, and I hope, and I hold on to my humanity for as long as I possibly can. The days blur together. We survive on scavenged supplies, on melted snow, on the occasional deer that wanders into our camp. The infected find us from time to time, but we're high enough that they're sparse up here. We fight them off, lose a few more people, keep going. On day 90, the radio picks up something. A broadcast, military frequency talking about safe zones in Alaska. Places so cold and remote that the infected can't survive, where the virus becomes dormant in the freezing temperatures. It might be real. It might be a trap. It might be nothing. But it's hope. And hope is all we have left. We start planning a route north. It's thousands of miles through infected territory with no guarantee we'll make it. But what else are we going to do? Stay here and slowly starve? At least moving gives us purpose, gives us something to fight for. On day 95, I wake up and my hands are shaking. My vision is blurred. My skin feels hot, feverish. I check the mirror and see the first hints of gray creeping into my complexion. The virus is breaking through my immune system. I'm turning. I have maybe hours, maybe a day before I'm gone completely. Before I become one of those things that killed millions, that ended the world. I can't let that happen. I can't let Megan see me turn into a monster. I write her a note, tell her I love her, tell her to be strong and survive and live long enough to remember the world that was. I leave it on my bunk where she'll find it. Then I take a pistol from the weapons cache, one bullet in the chamber, and I walk away from camp. I make it maybe a mile before I can't walk anymore. My legs give out and I collapse against a tree, the forest spinning around me. The infection is burning through my system now, fast and merciless. I can feel my thoughts fragmenting, my humanity slipping away. Soon there will be nothing left but hunger and rage. I raise the pistol to my temple. My hand is shaking so badly I can barely hold it steady. This is it. This is how Shane O'Connor ends. Not torn apart by infected, not bombed by the military, but by his own hand, choosing to die human rather than live as a monster. I think about my life, about the choices I made, the people I lost. I think about Maria sacrificing herself so we could escape. Derek falling under the wheels of the car. Murphy bleeding out on the bunker floor. All the death, all the suffering, all for what? So I could make it this far just to put a bullet in my brain? But then I think about Megan, about giving her a few more days, a few more miles, a few more chances to survive. Maybe she'll make it to Alaska. Maybe she'll find others. Maybe against all odds, humanity will claw its way back from the edge of extinction. Or maybe we're all dead already and just don't know it yet. My finger tightens on the trigger. The world goes gray at the edges, my vision tunneling down to nothing. I can hear footsteps behind me, infected, drawn by my scent, coming to finish what the virus started. But I won't let them have me. I won't give them the satisfaction. I pull the trigger. The gun clicks. Empty. The chamber was empty. I was so far gone I didn't even check properly, didn't even do this one last thing right. And now the infected are here, emerging from the trees, hands reaching for me, mouths open wide. I try to stand, try to run, but my body won't respond. The infection has me now completely, and I can feel my thoughts dissolving, my consciousness fragmenting into something else, something other. The last thing I see before the darkness takes me is the mountains, beautiful and eternal, standing witness to the end of everything I was. And then I'm gone. Shane O'Connor is gone. What's left isn't human anymore. But somewhere out there in a camp high in the Rockies, Megan wakes up and reads my note and cries. Then she wipes her tears, picks up her pack, and keeps moving. North toward Alaska, toward hope, toward whatever comes next. The infection won. The zombies prevailed. Denver is ash. Cheyenne Mountain is rubble. Billions are dead and billions more are walking corpses. The civilization we built over thousands of years has collapsed in a matter of months. But a few survive. A few keep fighting, keep hoping, keep believing that tomorrow might be better than today. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all we ever had, even before the outbreak, even when the world made sense. Maybe survival itself is the victory. Or maybe we're all just delaying the inevitable, and the last human will die alone in the cold, knowing that all our art and science and love amounted to nothing in the end. Either way, the story of humanity on Earth is ending. The final chapter is being written in blood and fire and the shambling footsteps of the infected. And when it's done, when the last light goes out, the mountains will still be standing, indifferent and eternal, waiting for whatever comes next. The mile-high city lived up to its nickname. It went down in flames, taking the world with it. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. The radio in the bus was tuned to WWL, and they were still talking about the two-lane situation, but now there was an edge to it, a reporter saying something about a biological research incident and containment protocols. And I adjusted the volume a little, paying more attention now because biological anything sounded more serious than a chemical spill. Sounded like the kind of thing that could actually hurt people if it got out. The reporter was saying something about the facility being connected to a Department of Defense research program, something about disease resistance and rapid healing trials. But the signal started breaking up as I drove under the overpass on Canal Street, and by the time it came back, they were playing commercials for car dealerships and personal injury lawyers. By 7:30, I had 23 kids on the bus, the usual number for a Tuesday, ranging from kindergarten to 5th grade. And they were doing what kids always do, talking too loud, laughing at jokes I didn't understand, trading Pokemon cards and arguing about who had the rarest one, completely insulated from whatever was happening in the adult world, protected by that beautiful ignorance that childhood provides. I remember thinking how precious that was, that bubble of safety, and feeling grateful that I got to be part of maintaining it, even in some small way. Just getting them safely from home to school and back again, day after day, year after year. Jefferson Elementary sat at the edge of the Carrollton neighborhood, a 2-story brick building that had been there since the 50s, weathered and worn but still standing, still functioning. The kind of school that had educated generations of New Orleans kids and would probably educate generations more. The pickup line was already forming when I pulled in, other buses ahead of me. Cars wrapped around the block with parents doing the morning drop-off. Everyone following the same choreographed routine we did every single day. The dance of bells and schedules and traffic patterns that kept everything moving smoothly. I pulled into my designated spot, third in the line of buses, and opened the door to let the kids off, watching them file out with their backpacks and lunchboxes, some of them running toward the playground where they had 15 minutes before the first bell. Others heading straight for the building because they had breakfast in the cafeteria, part of the free meal program for kids whose families qualified. Jasmine waved goodbye to me like she always did, her smile showing the gap where she'd lost her front tooth last week, and I waved back, told her to have a good day, learn something new. The other drivers were standing outside their buses, and I joined them, lighting a cigarette even though I'd been trying to quit for Gloria's sake. She hated the smell and worried about my health. But old habits die hard, and the morning ritual of a smoke with the other drivers was something I wasn't ready to give up. Marcus was there, and Linda Chen, who drove the route out to Lakeview, and old James Washington, who'd been driving buses for 40 years and had stories about every street corner in the city, every pothole and bad intersection, could tell you which roads flooded first when it rained and which neighborhoods to avoid after dark. Linda was looking at her phone, frowning, and she said something about the news getting weirder, said her daughter, who went to Tulane, had texted her saying the whole campus was on lockdown. Nobody allowed in or out, armed guards at every entrance, and that didn't sound like a simple research accident to me. Sounded like something bigger, something the authorities were genuinely worried about. James said he'd heard on talk radio that there were ambulances at the university, lots of them, more than you'd expect for a contained incident. And Marcus chimed in about those military trucks he'd seen. Said there were more of them now, setting up checkpoints on some of the major roads leading out of the city. We were still standing there, smoking and speculating, when the principal's voice came over the loudspeaker system, echoing across the playground and parking lot, and there was something in her tone that made all of us stop talking and listen. Something tight and controlled, like she was working very hard to sound calm. Attention. All staff and parents, we are implementing an immediate lockdown of Jefferson Elementary. All students currently outside need to proceed to their classrooms immediately. All parents in the pickup line need to remain in their vehicles. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Idom. The playground went quiet in that eerie way that happens when children sense something is wrong. When they pick up on the fear in adult voices, even if they don't understand the specifics, and I watched as teachers started herding kids toward the building. Their movements quick and purposeful, not the usual casual stroll, but something more urgent, more frightened. Linda was already on her phone trying to call someone, and Marcus was heading back toward his bus, saying something about needing to check his radio, get more information about what was happening. I crushed out my cigarette and climbed back into my bus, turning the radio to the news station, and what I heard made my stomach drop, made my hands go cold despite the March warmth already building in the closed vehicle. The reporter was talking fast, her professional composure starting to crack, and she was saying something about multiple casualties at Tulane University, about a containment breach in the virology research facility, about infected individuals showing extreme aggressive behavior. And I sat there trying to process what those words meant, trying to reconcile them with the peaceful morning, the kids laughing on the playground just minutes ago. The ordinary Tuesday that was suddenly becoming something else entirely. The lockdown alarm started blaring, a harsh electronic screech that cut through the morning air, and I could see teachers running now. Literally running, grabbing kids who were still outside, dragging them toward the building, and one of the teachers, Mrs. Patterson, who taught 4th grade and always had a kind word for the bus drivers. She was moving slow, stumbling, and even from where I sat I could see something was wrong with her. Could see the dark stains spreading across the front of her white blouse. Could see her face had gone pale, wrong, like all the blood had drained out of it. She collapsed right there in the parking lot, just dropped like her strings had been cut. And 2 other teachers rushed toward her, and I was already moving, already climbing out of my bus, because 26 years of caring for kids meant you didn't just sit there when someone needed help. You acted, you responded, you did something. But before I could reach her, before I could cross the 30 feet between my bus and where she lay on the asphalt, Mrs. Patterson started moving again, but not like a person who'd fainted, not like someone coming back to consciousness, but jerking, twitching, her limbs moving in ways that looked wrong, looked broken, and the 2 teachers who'd been rushing to help her stopped dead, backed away. their faces showing the kind of fear that comes from seeing something fundamentally incorrect, something that violates basic expectations of how the world should work. Mrs. Patterson's head snapped up, and I could see her eyes had changed, had gone from the warm brown I remembered to something milky and vacant. And her mouth opened in a sound that wasn't quite human, something between a growl and a wheeze, wet and hungry. And she lunged at the nearest teacher, Ms. Rivera, who taught second grade and coached the after-school dance team, moved faster than any sick person should be able to move, and her teeth found Ms. Rivera's arm, tearing through fabric and flesh with an audible rip that carried across the parking lot. Ms. Rivera screamed, a sound of pure agony and terror, and tried to pull away, but Mrs. Patterson held on like a dog with a bone, shaking her head violently, tearing meat, and blood sprayed across the white lines of the parking space, across the asphalt still warm from yesterday's sun, and I stood there frozen, my brain trying to catch up with my eyes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing because it couldn't be real, couldn't be happening, not here. Not at Jefferson Elementary on a Tuesday morning in March. Other teachers were screaming now. Parents in the pickup line were laying on their horns, and I could see more people collapsing, more bodies dropping in the parking lot, on the sidewalk, near the school entrance, like whatever had infected Mrs. Patterson was spreading fast. Impossibly fast, faster than any disease I'd ever heard of. A mother in a Honda Accord, third car back in the pickup line, she was getting out of her vehicle, stumbling, her face going through the same transformation I'd seen in Mrs. Patterson, the color draining, the eyes changing. And she turned toward her own daughter, who was standing frozen by the car door, turned toward her with that same hungry, inhuman expression. I ran then, ran toward my bus because some instinct older than thought was screaming at me that I needed to move, needed to get away, needed to protect the kids, and I could hear Marcus yelling something behind me, could hear Linda screaming, could hear the chaos erupting across the entire school complex as whatever nightmare was unfolding spread faster than comprehension. I reached my bus and yanked the door closed, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip the handle, and through the windshield I could see the parking lot descending into absolute pandemonium. Could see teachers attacking students, parents attacking each other, could see the infected streaming toward the lined-up buses like they were drawn to the concentration of living bodies inside them. The radio was still on, and through the screaming and honking and chaos outside, I could hear the reporter saying something about avoid contact with infected individuals, about extreme caution, about military response authorized. And I sat there in the driver's seat trying to think, trying to plan, trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do, because this wasn't in any training manual, wasn't covered in any safety protocol, wasn't something you could prepare for in any conceivable way. Then I heard it, heard the sound that cut through everything else and galvanized me into action. The sound of children screaming from inside the school, from the classrooms where they'd been herded during the lockdown, from the cafeteria and gym and hallways, high-pitched and terrified and desperate. The sound of kids who knew something terrible was happening even if they didn't understand what. Kids who needed adults to protect them, to save them, to do something other than sit frozen in shock. I looked at the other buses and saw kids pressed against the windows, saw their faces white with fear, saw them pounding on the glass trying to get the driver's attention, and I realized with horrible clarity that some of the drivers were already gone, already infected, already transforming into those things that used to be human. Linda's bus was rocking on its suspension, something violent happening inside, and through the windows I could see movement, struggle. Could see Linda fighting something, someone, and then she went down, and I couldn't see her anymore, could only see the kids screaming, trapped in a metal box with whatever she'd become. My bus was empty, all my kids were already inside the school, and I had a choice to make. Could start the engine and drive away, could get the hell out of there and save myself, or I could do something, could try to help, could try to get some of those kids to safety even if it meant putting myself at risk. 26 years of driving, 26 years of being responsible for children. 26 years of building trust with parents who believed I would protect their babies. And I couldn't just leave. Couldn't live with myself if I drove away while kids died behind me. I fired up the engine, the diesel rumbling to life beneath me, and I threw the bus into gear. Not heading for the exit, but driving straight toward the school entrance, watching the infected scatter and stumble as the big yellow vehicle bore down on them, their primitive minds recognizing the threat of tons of metal moving fast. I laid on the horn, long blasts that I hoped would signal to any adult still functioning that I was there, that there was a way out, that they should get kids to the bus. And I pulled up as close to the main entrance as I could, right up on the sidewalk, crushing a bike rack and a bench and not caring because none of that mattered anymore. The entrance doors burst open and Ms. Chen, the art teacher who always had paint under her fingernails. She came running out with a group of kids clustered around her, maybe 8 or 9 of them, first and second graders by the look of them, and she was herding them like a shepherd with sheep, her body between them and the infected that were starting to circle back, starting to notice the concentration of prey. I yanked the bus door open and yelled for them to run, to get on the bus now, and they came, stumbling and crying and terrified, and Ms. Chen pushed them up the steps one after another, counting them in a voice that shook but stayed firm. 1, 2, 3, 4, making sure they all got on, making sure none were left behind. "Get on," I yelled at her. "Get on the goddamn bus." But she was looking back at the school, at the doors where more kids were appearing, more teachers trying to evacuate. And she said, "I have to go back. There are more in my classroom. I have to get them." And before I could stop her, she was running back toward the building, back into that nightmare. And I wanted to scream at her to stop, to save herself. But she was already gone, disappearing through the doors as another group of kids came pouring out. This time with Coach Henderson, the PE teacher, a big man who played linebacker at LSU back in the day. And he had at least 15 kids with him, ranging from tiny kindergartners to 5th graders who were almost as tall as some of the adults. He was moving fast despite his size, practically carrying 2 of the smaller kids under his arms, and the older ones were helping the younger ones, showing the kind of courage and selflessness that made my heart break because they shouldn't have to be brave, shouldn't have to face this, should be worrying about spelling tests and soccer practice and what was for lunch, not running for their lives from teachers who turned into monsters. They reached the bus and I counted them as they climbed aboard, Henderson lifting the smallest ones up the steps, his face running with sweat and something else, blood. There was blood on his shirt, and I didn't know if it was his or someone else's. "Is that all?" I shouted at him, shouted over the screaming and the chaos and the sound of breaking glass from somewhere inside the school, and he shook his head, yelled back, "There are more, classrooms all over, some teachers barricaded themselves in," and I could see the decision forming in his mind, could see him preparing to go back, and I grabbed his arm and said, "No, you stay here, protect these kids. I need someone strong on the bus." And he looked at me with eyes full of anguish, but he nodded, understood what I was really saying, that he'd done his part, that he needed to live so these kids would have an adult protecting them. More kids were coming, scattered groups from different parts of the school, some with teachers, some alone, some helping younger students, and I kept the door open and kept counting, kept yelling at them to hurry, to run, and the bus was filling up fast, way past its normal capacity, kids crowded into seats meant for 2 with 3 or 4 packed in. Kids standing in the aisle, kids sitting on the floor, and I didn't care about regulations or safety limits because the only thing that mattered was getting them out of there, getting them away from whatever infection or virus or weapon was turning people into those things. I saw Principal Walker then, saw her emerge from the school with a group of 6th graders, the oldest kids in the building, and half her face was covered in blood. her arm hanging limp at her side, clearly broken or dislocated. But she was still moving, still functioning, still trying to save her students. She got them to the bus and pushed them on, and I tried to get her to come too. Tried to tell her she needed medical attention, but she shook her head and said, "I'm bit, Leroy. I can feel it spreading. I'm not getting on that bus with these children." And the way she said it, with such absolute certainty and resignation, made me understand that she knew exactly what was happening to her, knew she was going to turn into one of those things, and she was choosing to stay behind rather than risk the kids. "Go," she said, her voice already starting to slur, starting to sound wrong. "Get them out of here, drive far, drive fast, don't stop." And then she turned and walked back toward the school, toward the infected that were streaming out of every entrance now. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, and I watched her collapse halfway there, watched her body start to twitch and convulse, and I slammed the bus door shut because I couldn't watch anymore, couldn't bear to see what she became. The bus was packed. I counted 47 kids in a vehicle designed for 38, and Coach Henderson was in the front seat helping me watch the doors, making sure none of them opened from the inside, making sure the kids stayed calm or as calm as possible under the circumstances. I put the bus in gear and started to back away from the school, and that's when the infected really came, pouring out of the building in a wave drawn by the noise and movement. And I watched in the mirrors as they swarmed over the other buses, over the cars in the pickup line, over everything that moved or made sound. I threw the transmission into drive and punched the accelerator, the diesel engine roaring as the bus lurched forward, and I aimed for the chain-link fence at the back of the parking lot, the fence that separated the school grounds from the residential street beyond, because the main exit was clogged with abandoned vehicles and infected bodies, and there was no way through. The kids screamed as we picked up speed as I drove straight at the fence doing maybe 30 miles an hour. And the impact when we hit was tremendous, the whole bus shuddering as the fence post snapped and the chain link tore. And then we were through. We're bouncing over the curb and onto Carrollton Avenue. We're escaping while behind us Jefferson Elementary descended into complete hell. I had no plan beyond getting away, no destination in mind except not there. And I drove down Carrollton with the accelerator pressed to the floor, the bus swaying as I took corners too fast, running red lights and stop signs because traffic laws seemed like a quaint memory from a world that no longer existed. The streets were already filling with people. Some running, some driving, some just standing in confusion or shock. And I could see it spreading, could see people collapsing, transforming, attacking, the infection or virus or whatever it was moving through the population like wildfire through dry grass. A man ran out into the street right in front of me, his clothes torn and bloody, being chased by 3 of those things that used to be people. And I didn't slow down, couldn't slow down, just blasted the horn and kept going. Felt the sickening thump as he bounced off the front of the bus and went down. And I told myself he was already dead, already lost, told myself I didn't have a choice, but the guilt settled in my stomach like a stone anyway. The radio was chaos, every station breaking into emergency broadcasts, some playing the emergency alert system tone, that harsh beep that usually meant severe weather or a missing child, but now meant something so much worse. I caught fragments as I scanned through. Shelter in place. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Military establishing safe zones. Proceed to designated evacuation points. But none of it was specific enough. None of it told me where to go or what to do or how to keep 47 kids safe when the entire city was falling apart. Coach Henderson was trying to calm the kids, telling them to stay in their seats, to stay quiet, to trust that Mr. Jackson knew what he was doing, but I could hear the doubt in his voice, could hear him struggling to maintain authority and composure when he was just as terrified as they were. Some of the kids were crying, sobbing for their parents, asking when they could go home, and I had no answers for them because I didn't know if their parents were even alive, didn't know if any of their homes would be standing by the end of the day. I turned onto Canal Street thinking I could take it all the way downtown and then cut across to the 9th Ward where Gloria was, where her daycare was, because I needed to know she was safe, needed to get her and her kids and bring them all somewhere secure. Somewhere we could ride this out until the authorities got it under control. But Canal was gridlocked, cars abandoned in the middle of the street, accidents blocking multiple lanes, and between the vehicles I could see them, see the infected, hundreds of them now. Stumbling and lurching and running, chasing anyone who moved, pulling people from cars and tearing into them with teeth and hands. I yanked the wheel hard right, jumping the bus up onto the sidewalk, crushing newspaper boxes and trash cans and a parked bicycle, anything to avoid getting stuck in that nightmare traffic jam. And I could feel the right side wheels leave the ground for a second as the bus tilted. Could hear the kids screaming. But then we came down hard and I was driving on the sidewalk, scattering pedestrians who were too shocked or too infected to get out of the way. The bus mirrors clipping storefronts and street signs as I fought to keep the vehicle moving. Ahead I could see the French Quarter, could see the spires of St. Louis Cathedral rising above the buildings, and I realized with horror what day it was. Realized that it was Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras, that the quarter would be packed with tourists and revelers, hundreds of thousands of people crammed into narrow streets designed for horse carts, people drinking and celebrating and completely unaware that death was spreading through the city, that the infection would reach them any minute, that the celebration would turn into a slaughter. I had to make a choice, had to decide whether to keep trying for Gloria or to get these kids out of the city entirely, to head for the interstate and drive until we ran out of gas or found safety or the bus fell apart beneath us. Every instinct I had screamed at me to go to Gloria to save my wife. But I looked in the mirror at those 47 faces, those scared children who were counting on me, who I'd already saved once, and I knew I couldn't risk them, couldn't drive into what would certainly be a death trap just to ease my own conscience. But I couldn't just leave her either. Couldn't abandon her without even trying, so I grabbed my phone and dialed her number with shaking hands while trying to keep the bus on the sidewalk, trying to avoid the infected that were starting to notice us, starting to converge on the noise and movement. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times, and I was praying harder than I'd ever prayed in my life, praying to a God I'd barely thought about since we'd stopped going to church 5 years ago, praying for her to answer, to be alive, to be safe. Leroy. Her voice came through and I almost sobbed with relief, almost lost control of the bus entirely, but I held it together, had to hold it together for the kids. Gloria, baby, listen to me very carefully. Something bad is happening, something terrible. You need to lock all the doors at the daycare right now, board up the windows if you can, and don't let anyone in no matter what they say, you understand? There was silence on the other end, just the sound of children playing in the background. And then her voice came back quieter, scared. Leroy, what's going on? I've been seeing things on the news about Tulane, about some kind of attack. Are you okay? Where are you? I'm in a bus full of kids from Jefferson Elementary, I said, running another red light, the bus lurching over a speed bump. The school was attacked. People are sick. They're attacking each other, turning into something else, and it's spreading fast. I'm trying to figure out how to get these kids somewhere safe, and then I'm coming for you. I'm coming to get you and your kids, and we're getting out of the city. Leroy, you're scaring me, she said, and I could hear the tears in her voice, could picture her face, the way her forehead creased when she was worried, the way she bit her lower lip when she was trying not to cry. The news is saying to stay inside, to wait for emergency services. They're saying the National Guard is coming, that they're setting up safe zones. Don't believe that, I said more harshly than I intended. Don't believe anything they're telling you. This isn't something the National Guard can handle. I've seen it, Gloria. I've seen what these things do, and if you wait for help, you're going to die. Lock the doors now, right now, and don't open them for anyone but me, you hear? Okay, she said, her voice small and frightened. Okay, I'm locking the doors. I'm getting the kids into the back room. Leroy, please hurry. Please come get us soon. I will, baby, I promise. I just need to figure out where to take these kids first. Somewhere safe, and then I'm coming straight to you. Nothing will stop me. You believe that? I believe you, she said. And then there was a crash on her end. Something loud and violent, and I heard her scream, heard children screaming, heard chaos erupting in the background. Leroy, someone's trying to break in. Oh God, there are people outside and they look wrong, they look sick. Leroy, help me, please. The line went dead. I screamed, actually screamed, slamming my hand against the steering wheel hard enough to hurt. And Coach Henderson looked at me with alarm. Looked like he was about to ask what was wrong, but he must have seen something in my face because he stayed quiet. Just put his hand on my shoulder in silent support. I made a decision then. Made it in the space of a heartbeat. Damn the consequences, damn the risk, damn everything except getting to Gloria and saving her because she was my wife, my partner, my reason for getting up every morning, and I couldn't lose her, wouldn't lose her, not without trying everything in my power to prevent it. I yanked the wheel left, cutting across traffic, heading for Rampart Street, which would take me around the quarter and toward the 9th Ward, and I pushed the bus harder, pushed it to speeds it was never designed for. The whole vehicle shaking and groaning under the strain. The streets were getting more crowded, more chaotic, people running in every direction, some toward imagined safety, some just running blind, and everywhere I looked I saw the infected, saw them pulling people down, saw them tearing into flesh, saw them spreading the contagion with every bite, every scratch, every drop of blood and saliva. We passed a National Guard checkpoint on Rampart, or what was left of one. The soldiers dead or scattered, their vehicles burning. And I could see bodies in uniform lying in the street, could see infected in military fatigues stumbling around with the same hungry, vacant expressions as all the others. So much for the authorities having things under control, so much for the safe zones and evacuation points. It was all falling apart faster than anyone had anticipated, faster than any response could be organized. The French Quarter was to my left now, and even over the sound of the diesel engine and the screaming kids, I could hear the chaos from Bourbon Street. Could hear the screams mixing with music that was still playing from bars whose owners hadn't figured out yet that the party was over. That Mardi Gras 2025 would go down in history as the day New Orleans died. Smoke was rising from multiple points across the quarter, buildings burning, and I wondered if it was the infected knocking over candles and lanterns or if people were deliberately setting fires trying to destroy the infection with flame. A crowd of people burst out of a side street ahead of me. 50 or 60 of them running in blind panic, and behind them came the infected, at least 100 of them. And they were running now, not shambling but actually running. And that was new. That was terrifying in a whole different way because it meant they retained some physical coordination, some capacity for speed, which made them so much more dangerous than the slow zombies from movies. I laid on the horn and the crowd scattered, people diving out of the way, and I kept the bus moving, plowing through the infected because there was no other choice, feeling the impact shudder through the chassis, trying not to think about what I was doing, what I was destroying, even if they weren't human anymore. Claiborne Avenue was ahead, and I could see smoke rising from the direction of the 9th Ward, could see what looked like buildings on fire. And my heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst, thought I might have a heart attack right there in the driver's seat, and then who would save the kids, who would drive them to safety? Coach Henderson must have sensed something because he leaned over and said, "Breathe, Leroy. Deep breaths. We need you functional." And I forced myself to slow down my breathing. Forced myself to think clearly even though every cell in my body was screaming panic. I turned onto Claiborne and immediately saw them, saw the military helicopters hovering over the 9th Ward. And at first I thought it was a rescue operation, thought they were evacuating people, but then I saw the muzzle flashes, saw the tracers lighting up the afternoon sky, saw them firing into the streets below, indiscriminate, continuous, and I understood with sick certainty that this wasn't a rescue, this was containment. This was the military deciding that the Ninth Ward was lost and everyone in it needed to die. Infected or not, I could see the tracers tearing into buildings, into cars, into people running in the streets. And I slammed on the brakes, the bus skidding to a stop, because I couldn't drive into that, couldn't take these kids into a kill zone where the military was murdering everyone they saw. But I couldn't leave Gloria either, couldn't just turn around and abandon her. And I sat there frozen in indecision, paralyzed by the impossible choice, knowing that whatever I decided, people I cared about were going to die. "Mr. Jackson," a small voice said from behind me, and I turned to see Jasmine, little Jasmine with her pink unicorn backpack, looking at me with eyes too old for her 8 years. "We need to help them. We need to help the people." "I know, baby," I said, and my voice broke on the words. "I know we do, but I don't know how. I don't know what to do." Coach Henderson was looking out the window, watching the helicopters, watching the destruction, and he said quietly, "We can't go in there, Leroy. It's suicide. They'll kill us all, infected or not. They're not checking, they're just shooting anything that moves." "My wife is in there," I said, and I hated how weak my voice sounded, how broken. My wife and 12 kids, they're in a daycare on Claiborne, less than a mile from here. I can't just leave them. He looked at me with sympathy and regret and said, "You already made your choice when you picked up these kids. When you got them out of the school, you chose to save them, and that means you have to keep them safe, even if it means—" He didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. Because we both knew what it meant. Knew that saving these 47 children meant abandoning Gloria and her 12. Meant living with that guilt for whatever remained of my life. Meant destroying something fundamental in myself that I would never get back. I looked at the helicopters again, watched them circling like vultures, watched the streams of tracer fire pouring into my neighborhood, into streets I'd walked for 30 years, into buildings where I knew the people, knew their names and their families and their stories, and I made a choice that killed me even as I made it. Put the bus in reverse and started backing away from the Ninth Ward. Started driving away from Gloria. Started saving myself at the cost of my soul. The kids were silent, even the youngest ones somehow understanding that something terrible had just happened. That I'd made a decision that would haunt all of us, and I drove with tears streaming down my face, blurring my vision, making it hard to see the road ahead. Coach Henderson didn't say anything. Just sat there with his hand on my shoulder, and I was grateful for that. Grateful he didn't try to tell me I'd made the right choice or that Gloria would understand. Because those would have been lies. And we both knew it. I drove aimlessly for a while, just trying to put distance between us and the helicopters, between us and the Ninth Ward and the death I'd left behind. And I ended up on the interstate heading west, heading away from New Orleans. Away from the smoke and screaming and chaos. Traffic was thick but moving, everyone trying to evacuate now. The radio full of reports about the outbreak spreading beyond the city, about similar incidents in Baton Rouge and Lafayette, about the military establishing containment zones and martial law being declared across Louisiana. I had maybe half a tank of diesel, enough to get us 60 or 70 miles, and I was trying to figure out where to go, what destination would give us the best chance of survival. When I noticed something in the rearview mirror, noticed one of the girls, Sarah Mitchell, who was in 3rd grade, looking pale, sweating, her eyes unfocused in a way that made my blood run cold. "Coach," I said quietly, trying not to alarm the other kids, "we got a problem. Back left side, 3rd seat." He turned to look, and I saw his face go white, saw him recognize what I was seeing, and he moved down the aisle quickly but carefully, trying not to cause panic, trying to get to Sarah before she turned, if she was turning, if what we feared was actually happening. He knelt down next to her seat and put his hand on her forehead, then jerked it back like he'd touched a hot stove. "She's burning up," he said, loud enough for me to hear, but quiet enough that most of the kids couldn't. "Must be 105, 106. "When did she get bit?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer because if she was infected and turning, every second she stayed on the bus was a second she could spread it to the other kids, could doom all of them. "I don't know," Henderson said, pulling up her sleeves, checking her arms, her neck, looking for bite marks or scratches. "I don't see anything. No wounds, no blood, unless it's somewhere I can't see without—" Sarah's eyes snapped open and she looked at Henderson, but it wasn't the sweet girl who loved drawing and always brought him pictures she'd made. It was something else looking out through her eyes, something wrong. And her mouth opened and that sound came out. That wet, hungry growl I'd heard before, and Henderson moved fast, grabbing her arms, holding her down as she started thrashing, started trying to bite him. The other kids started screaming, started trying to get away from her, crushing toward the front of the bus in a wave of panic, and I was trying to keep the vehicle on the road while watching the nightmare unfold in my mirror, watching Henderson struggle to contain a 60-pound 8-year-old who was fighting with inhuman strength and absolute single-minded violence. "Leroy, I need you to pull over," Henderson yelled, his voice strained. "Pull over now, we need to get her off the bus before she infects someone else." I couldn't think of what else to do, so I yanked the wheel and pulled onto the shoulder, gravel crunching under the tires, and I threw the bus into park and grabbed the handle that opened the emergency exit in the back. The handle I'd checked 1,000 times but never actually used, and the door popped open with a hiss of releasing pressure. Henderson was dragging Sarah toward the exit, and she was fighting him every step, clawing and biting and snarling, and the other kids were pressed against the windows watching in horror, watching their classmate become a monster, and I knew this was something they'd never forget. Another trauma to add to all the others this day had inflicted. He reached the exit and literally threw her out, threw her onto the gravel shoulder, and she rolled and came up already running, not at us but away, into the woods that lined the interstate. And Henderson slammed the door shut and stood there breathing hard, blood running from scratches on his arms where she'd gotten him. And I saw him look at those scratches, saw him realize what they meant. "Coach," I started to say, but he held up his hand to stop me. "I know," he said quietly. "I know what this means, but I'm not turning yet, not for a while. I can feel it. It's slow. I've got time, maybe hours, maybe more, and these kids need protection until then, need an adult who can fight, so I'm staying as long as I can, and when I feel it getting close, I'll leave. I'll walk into the woods and you'll drive away and never look back. Understood?" I wanted to argue, wanted to tell him we could find medicine or a doctor or something, but we both knew it was bullshit. Knew there was no cure, no treatment, just the inevitable transformation from human to monster, and all we could control was how we faced it. "Understood," I said, and I meant it, meant that I would honor his sacrifice, would do what he asked when the time came. We got back on the road, the kids quiet now, shocked into silence by what they'd witnessed, and I drove with a new understanding of how precarious our situation was. How close we all were to infection, how any wound, any scratch, any exposure could doom us. The radio was still broadcasting emergency messages, but the tone had changed, had gone from "authorities have the situation under control" to "seek shelter immediately," to what sounded like last-ditch desperation, instructions for military personnel, evacuation protocols, things that suggested the government knew they were losing, knew that whatever they'd unleashed at Tulane had gotten away from them. I caught fragments of a news report that stopped me cold, made me actually ease off the accelerator in shock. The reporter was talking about the source of the outbreak, about a classified Department of Defense research program at Tulane, something called Project Lazarus, designed to develop rapid healing capabilities for soldiers in combat, stem cell regeneration on an unprecedented scale, but the treatment had an unexpected side effect. It didn't just heal, it reanimated. It brought dead tissue back to life but without higher brain function, creating something that was alive in the biological sense but dead in every way that mattered. The program had been shut down, supposedly deemed too dangerous, but a faction within the research team had continued secretly, convinced they could perfect the formula, and someone had leaked the project's existence to a domestic terrorist group calling themselves the American Phoenix, extremists who believed the government had become tyrannical and needed to be destroyed so the nation could be reborn. They'd infiltrated the lab, stolen samples of the Lazarus virus, and released it deliberately, simultaneously at multiple points across New Orleans during Mardi Gras, ensuring maximum infection before anyone understood what was happening. The reporter's voice was shaking as she read the confirmed details. As she explained that the terrorists had released the virus at Tulane University, at the Superdome, where a pre-Mardi Gras concert was being held. At 3 different parade routes in the French Quarter, at the bus terminal, at the airport, at the train station, at every major congregation point they could access. And the infection had spread exponentially from there, carried by tourists who flew home before they turned, by evacuees who fled to neighboring cities, by emergency responders who went in to help and came out infected. This wasn't a contained outbreak. Wasn't something that could be quarantined and controlled. This was a deliberate act of biological warfare designed to bring down the entire country. And it was working. It was spreading faster than any response could contain it, turning American citizens into weapons against each other, destroying infrastructure and government and society from within. I thought about Gloria, about whether she'd been infected before the call dropped, whether she'd turned into one of those things or if she died in the military bombardment. And I didn't know which outcome would be worse. Didn't know if I hoped she'd survived or hoped she'd died quickly, cleanly, without suffering. The not knowing was its own special torture, the uncertainty that would eat at me forever, assuming I lived long enough for forever to matter. We drove for another hour, passing through small towns that looked like war zones, seeing abandoned police cars and military vehicles, seeing buildings burning, seeing bodies in the streets, and it became clear that there was no safe zone ahead, no evacuation point that hadn't already been overrun, no destination that would save us. The virus was everywhere, spreading impossibly fast, and we were just delaying the inevitable, just driving toward death at 60 miles an hour instead of facing it immediately. The bus started making a noise, a grinding sound from somewhere in the transmission, and I knew we were running on borrowed time, knew the vehicle had been pushed beyond its limits and was starting to fail. And when it died, we'd be stranded on the highway with 46 kids and nowhere to go. I started looking for somewhere to pull off, somewhere we could at least defend, and I saw a sign for a state park, Tickfaw State Park. And I took the exit without really thinking it through, just following instinct. The park was deserted, the entrance gate hanging open, and I drove through onto the access road that wound through pine trees and cypress swamps, looking for a building or a shelter or anything that could serve as a defensible position. I found a visitor center, a low concrete building with thick doors and few windows, and I pulled the bus up close to the entrance, close enough that the kids could get from the bus to the building without being exposed for more than a few seconds. "Everyone stay calm," I said, standing up and turning to face them, looking at their scared, exhausted faces. "We're going to go inside that building and we're going to rest, get some water, figure out our next move, but I need you all to stay together, stay quiet, and do exactly what Coach Henderson and I tell you, okay?" They nodded, too tired and traumatized to argue, too scared to do anything but obey. And we filed off the bus in an orderly line, Henderson bringing up the rear, watching for any signs of infected, any movement in the trees. The visitor center was unlocked, empty, and I ushered the kids inside, did a quick sweep to make sure it was clear, then locked and barricaded the doors with whatever furniture I could move. There was a water fountain that still worked, and the kids took turns drinking, and I found some vending machines and broke them open. Distributed candy bars and chips and soda, not exactly nutritious, but calories were calories, and the kids needed energy. Henderson was sitting by one of the windows keeping watch, and I could see he was getting worse, could see the sweat on his face, the tremor in his hands, could see him fighting the infection with pure willpower. I sat down next to him and we watched the sun setting through the trees, watched the sky turn orange and red and purple, beautiful and terrible, and he said quietly, "You did good today, Leroy. Saved a lot of kids. Gave them a chance. I left my wife to die," I said, and the words tasted like poison. "I abandoned her when she needed me most." "You made an impossible choice," he said. "There was no right answer, no good option, just different kinds of wrong. And you picked the one that saved the most lives. That's all anyone can ask. I don't think I can live with it," I said honestly. "I don't think I can carry this." "You will," he said with certainty, "because those kids need you to, because giving up would mean their suffering was for nothing. Would mean Gloria's death was for nothing, and you owe it to both of them to keep going, to keep fighting, to make sure her death meant something." We sat in silence for a while, listening to the kids behind us, some of them crying quietly, some of them trying to comfort each other, showing resilience and compassion that humbled me. And I thought about what Henderson had said, about owing it to Gloria to keep going, and I decided he was right, decided that surviving was the only way to honor her, the only memorial I could give her. Henderson's breathing was getting labored, ragged, and he looked at me and said, "It's getting close. I can feel it. The fever is getting worse. I'm starting to lose focus, starting to hear things that aren't there. You need to get the kids away from me soon." "How long?" I asked, dreading the answer. "Minutes, maybe, not hours. It's accelerating," he said, standing up with difficulty, his movements stiff and painful. "I'm going to walk out that door and into the woods, and you're going to lock it behind me, and you're not going to open it no matter what you hear, no matter what sounds like me, because it won't be me anymore. It'll be something else wearing my face." I stood up with him and we shook hands, and then I pulled him into a hug. This man I'd known for maybe 10 hours, but who'd shown more courage and selflessness than most people manage in a lifetime. And I said, "Thank you for everything, for protecting these kids, for staying as long as you could." "Take care of them," he said, his voice already starting to sound wrong, starting to take on that wet, growling quality. "Get them somewhere safe, somewhere they can grow up, have lives, have futures." He walked to the door and I unlocked it, moved the barricade, and he stepped out into the twilight, into the pine trees and shadows, and I watched him walk away until he disappeared, and then I locked the door and barricaded it again and tried not to think about what was happening to him out there in the dark. The kids had seen what happened, some of them anyway, the older ones who understood, and they were quiet, respectful, grieving for Coach Henderson even though they'd barely known him, recognizing his sacrifice for what it was. I tried to organize them, tried to assign sleeping spots and keep them occupied, but the truth was I had no idea what to do next, no plan beyond surviving the night, and I sat by the window with a tire iron from the bus's emergency kit and watched the darkness, waiting for infected to come shambling out of the woods. They came around midnight, drawn by some sense or instinct to the building where living humans sheltered, and they pressed against the doors and windows, clawing and pushing, and the kids woke up screaming, terrified by the sounds, by the sight of those faces pressed against the glass, mouths working soundlessly, eyes vacant and hungry. I moved from window to window, making sure the barricades held, making sure nothing could get in. And I counted maybe 30 or 40 infected outside, More than I could fight even if I had weapons, more than enough to kill us all if they got inside. We huddled in the center of the room, the kids clustered around me, and I told them stories to distract them, told them about growing up in New Orleans, about driving buses, about Gloria and our life together. Anything to keep their minds off the horror outside, anything to help them make it through the night. Some of them fell asleep despite everything, exhaustion overcoming fear, and I sat there holding Jasmine, who'd curled up against me, her small body shaking with silent sobs. And I promised her we'd be okay, promised her I'd keep her safe, promised her things I had no way to guarantee, because what else could I do? What else could I say to a terrified 8-year-old in a world that had become hell? The infected stayed all night, never leaving, never seeming to lose interest. And as dawn broke, I could see there were more of them now, maybe 50 or 60, and I realized they were accumulating, that more were coming, drawn by the presence of so many living people concentrated in one spot. We couldn't stay here, couldn't wait for rescue that wasn't coming, had to move, had to run. But the bus was surrounded. There was no way to reach it without going through dozens of infected, and I sat there trying to figure out how to get 46 kids from the building to the vehicle without losing any of them. Then I heard it. Heard the sound of a helicopter, different from the gunships that had destroyed the 9th Ward. This one smaller, moving fast, and I ran to the window and saw it was a news helicopter, saw the station logo on the side, and I started waving, started trying to get their attention, and the kids saw what I was doing and they started waving too, started jumping and shouting, and the helicopter circled, came lower, and I could see the camera operator filming us, recording our desperate situation for whatever audience was still watching television. The helicopter hovered maybe 50 feet up and a rope ladder dropped down, and I understood what they were offering. Understood they were giving us a way out, one or two at a time. And I started organizing the kids, started picking the smallest ones first, the ones who could climb the ladder, and I sent them out through a roof access hatch I'd found during my sweep of the building. Jasmine went first, climbing that ladder with determination, her pink backpack still strapped to her back, and the cameraman pulled her into the helicopter, and then he dropped the ladder again and the next kid went up. And we repeated this maybe a dozen times, getting kids to safety while the infected below went crazy, driven into a frenzy by the noise and movement but unable to reach us. But it was taking too long. The helicopter's fuel was limited, and after the 12th kid, the pilot signaled that they had to leave, had to get the kids they'd rescued to safety before they ran out of fuel and crashed. And I watched them fly away with a dozen kids saved but 34 still trapped, 34 still depending on me to somehow save them. I went back inside and looked at the remaining kids, looked at their hopeful faces that were starting to understand that the helicopter wasn't coming back, that they'd been left behind, and I felt something break inside me. Felt the last of my optimism shatter because I'd failed them, failed to save them all, failed to be the hero they needed. But I couldn't give up, couldn't surrender, so I started thinking tactically. Started looking at our resources and our situation with clear eyes. We had the building, we had some food and water, we had the infected outside, but they couldn't get in, not yet anyway. And we had time, maybe days if we rationed carefully, and in that time maybe something would change. Maybe help would come. Maybe the military would get organized and start clearing areas. I was lying to myself and I knew it, but sometimes lies are all that keep you going. Sometimes false hope is better than no hope at all. We settled into a routine, taking turns keeping watch, rationing the vending machine food, trying to stay quiet so the infected wouldn't get more agitated. Days passed, 3 of them, 4, and the infected outside never left, never lost interest. Just stood there waiting with infinite patience for us to make a mistake, to give them an opportunity. The radio was still broadcasting, but the messages were darker now, more desperate. Military channels talking about strategic withdrawals and acceptable losses and final protocols. and I understood we were listening to the death throes of civilization, hearing the last gasps of a world that was ending while we huddled in a concrete box in a Louisiana state park. On the fifth day, one of the kids, Marcus Chen, who was in fifth grade and the oldest in our group, he got sick, started running a fever, and I isolated him in the bathroom, locked him in there even though he cried and begged to stay with the others because I couldn't risk him turning and infecting everyone else. He died that night. I heard him stop crying, heard the silence, and then I heard the growling start, heard him throwing himself against the bathroom door, and I sat outside that door with the tire iron and cried because I'd locked a 10-year-old boy in a bathroom to die alone and turn into a monster. The kids were starting to give up, starting to accept that we were going to die here, that there was no rescue coming, no happy ending. And I tried to keep their spirits up, but I was failing, was running out of strength and hope and lies to tell. We were down to our last bottles of water, our last candy bars, and I knew that within another day or two we'd be weak from dehydration and hunger. Easy prey when the infected finally found a way inside. That's when I heard the engines, heard vehicles approaching, and I ran to the window and saw them. Saw a convoy of civilian vehicles, pickup trucks and SUVs, heavily modified with armor plating and gun mounts, and I saw people, survivors, armed and organized, and they were driving straight at the infected surrounding our building, running them down, shooting them, clearing a path. The convoy stopped near the visitor center and a man got out, tall and heavily armed, military bearing, and he yelled up at the building, "We know you're in there, we saw the helicopter footage, we came to get you out, but you need to move fast, we can't hold them forever." I didn't hesitate, didn't stop to question whether they were friendly or what they wanted, just started getting kids moving, getting them out the door and toward the vehicles, and the survivors formed a protective corridor, shooting any infected that got close, and we ran. All of us, the 33 kids who remained and me. And we piled into the trucks and SUVs, cramming in wherever we could fit. The convoy pulled out fast, leaving the infected behind, and I sat in the back of a pickup with 8 kids and tried to process what had just happened, tried to understand that we'd been saved, that someone had come for us. And I looked at the man who'd organized the rescue, looked at him properly for the first time, and I felt my blood run cold because I recognized him from news reports before the outbreak, from wanted posters, from FBI alerts. His name was Marcus Trent, and he was the leader of the American Phoenix, the terrorist group that had released the virus, the man directly responsible for everything that had happened, for Gloria's death, for the destruction of New Orleans, for the end of the world as we knew it. He saw me looking at him, saw recognition in my eyes, and he smiled, a cold, calculating expression that had nothing to do with warmth or humor, and he said, "That's right, I know you know who I am, but that doesn't matter anymore, does it? The old world is dead, and in this new world the only thing that matters is survival, and I'm very good at surviving." I wanted to attack him, wanted to grab the rifle off his shoulder and shoot him in the face, wanted to make him pay for everything he'd done. But I was surrounded by his people, his followers, heavily armed men and women who'd chosen to follow a terrorist, a mass murderer, and I had 33 kids to protect, kids who needed me alive, not dead in a futile gesture of revenge. So I swallowed my rage, buried it deep, and I said, "Where are you taking us?" "Somewhere safe," he said. "Somewhere I've been preparing for a long time, a compound in the woods, self-sufficient, defensible, a place where we can wait out the collapse and build something new from the ashes." We drove for hours deeper into the wilderness, taking back roads and logging trails, avoiding cities and towns, and eventually we reached Trent's compound, and it was impressive in a terrifying way. High walls topped with razor wire, guard towers with mounted guns, buildings that looked like they could withstand a siege, and I realized this had been planned long before the outbreak, that Trent had been preparing for the apocalypse he was going to create. The kids and I were given a barracks building, clean and supplied with beds and basic necessities, and we were told we were free to move around the compound but not to leave, that the gates were locked and guarded for our protection. And I understood immediately that we weren't guests. We were prisoners. That Trent had rescued us not out of kindness but because he wanted something, needed something, and I was determined to find out what before it was too late. I spent the next few days exploring the compound, getting to know its layout, its routines, its weaknesses, and I talked to the other survivors who'd been gathered here, maybe 200 people total. And I learned that Trent was building an army, recruiting followers, convincing people that he was their savior, that he alone could guide them through the apocalypse, and they were believing him, were giving him power and authority because they were desperate and scared and needed someone to follow. He held meetings in a central hall, gave speeches about the old world's corruption, about how the virus was necessary to cleanse the rot, about how they would be the foundation of a new America, stronger and purer, and I watched people cheer, watched them applaud his madness, and I felt sick because I understood how it happened, how ordinary people became complicit in monstrous things, how fear and desperation could be weaponized. I also learned about his security, about the rotation of guards, about the weapons cache in the main building, about the radio room where he communicated with other Phoenix cells across the country, coordinating, planning, preparing for whatever came next. I learned that he kept meticulous records, documented everything, including the viral release, including his terrorist acts, because he saw himself as a revolutionary, a founding father of this new world, and he wanted his actions preserved for history. And I learned that he planned to release more virus, had samples stored in a lab facility within the compound, planned to use it strategically to eliminate rival survivor groups, to consolidate power, to build his empire on an ocean of corpses, and I knew then that I had to stop him, had to kill him before he could do more damage, even if it meant sacrificing myself, even if it meant leaving the kids orphaned again. I started planning, started preparing, sneaking supplies, a knife from the kitchen, a lighter, a bottle of alcohol, anything I could use as a weapon or tool. I recruited help from some of the other survivors, people who'd started to see through Trent's rhetoric, who understood that he was a monster regardless of whether he kept them safe, and together we planned our move. Planned to strike during one of his speeches when most of his guards would be in the hall, when security would be focused on crowd control rather than perimeter defense. The night came, and I left the kids in the care of a woman named Sarah who'd been a teacher before the outbreak, someone I trusted to protect them if things went wrong, and I made my way to the hall with my small group of conspirators, maybe 8 of us total, armed with improvised weapons and desperate courage. Trent was on stage, mid-speech, talking about sacrifice and vision and destiny. And I pushed through the crowd, knife hidden in my sleeve, my heart hammering so hard I thought everyone could hear it. And I got close, got within 10 feet of the stage, and one of his guards saw me. Saw something in my expression or my movement, and he shouted a warning. Everything happened fast then. Guards converging, people screaming, my conspirators revealing themselves and engaging the guards, trying to create an opening for me. And I ran at the stage, vaulted up onto it, and Trent turned to face me, his hand going to the pistol on his hip. But I was faster, was driven by months of rage and grief and guilt, and I got to him before he could draw. We went down together, rolling across the stage, and I had the knife against his throat. Had him pinned, had won. And I looked into his eyes and I said, "This is for Gloria, for everyone you killed, for the world you destroyed." And I pulled the blade across his throat, felt it bite deep, felt his blood spray hot across my hands. He tried to speak, tried to say something, but all that came out was a wet, gurgling sound, and his eyes went wide and then empty, and Marcus Trent, terrorist, mass murderer, architect of the apocalypse, died on a stage in front of his followers, killed by a 53-year-old bus driver from New Orleans. The guards shot me. I felt the impacts. Felt bullets punch through my chest and abdomen, felt myself falling, and I hit the floor hard and lay there watching my blood pool around me, mixing with Trent's. And I thought it was fitting, thought it was right that I would die killing him, that we'd go together into whatever darkness waited. But I didn't die. Not then. The wounds were serious but not immediately fatal, and Trent's followers were too shocked and confused to finish me off. Too busy arguing about succession, about who was in charge now, about what to do with the compound, and in the chaos my conspirators got me out, got me to a vehicle, and we fled into the night with the kids, all 33 of them piled into trucks and driving blind into the darkness. We drove until we ran out of gas, ended up near what used to be Shreveport, and we found an abandoned shopping mall, big and defensible, and we made it our shelter, our home. The kids and the few adults who'd escaped with us, and we survived there for weeks while I healed, while my wounds slowly closed and scarred. But the world kept dying around us, the infection kept spreading, the zombies kept multiplying, and we heard on the radio that the military was pulling back, consolidating forces, abandoning most of the country to the infected. And then we heard about the decision. Heard about the plan to use nuclear weapons on the major cities, to destroy the infection at its source, even if it meant killing millions of survivors. New Orleans was on the list, was scheduled for a tactical nuclear strike to eliminate the massive concentration of infected that had turned the city into a hive, a breeding ground for the virus, and I thought about Gloria. About whether she was still out there somewhere, still one of those things, and I hoped the bomb would give her peace, would finally end her suffering. The bomb fell on a Tuesday, 8 weeks after the outbreak started, and we watched from 100 miles away as the sky lit up, as a mushroom cloud rose over the horizon where New Orleans had been, where my home, my life, my wife, everything I'd known for 53 years had existed. And I watched it all turn to ash and fire and radiation. The shockwave reached us minutes later, rattled the windows of our mall, shook dust from the ceiling, and the kids were scared, were crying, asking me what happened, what that light meant. And I told them the truth, told them that New Orleans was gone, that the government had decided to destroy it rather than let the infection spread, that sometimes there are no good choices, only different kinds of terrible. We stayed in the mall for another month, but supplies were running out. The infected were gathering in larger hordes, and we knew we couldn't stay there forever, couldn't wait for rescue that would never come, had to move, had to find somewhere more permanent, somewhere we could actually live rather than just survive. I healed enough to drive, to function, and we loaded up what vehicles we could find, took what supplies remained, and we headed west, away from the cities, away from the infection, into the empty spaces of Texas and New Mexico, looking for somewhere remote, somewhere defensible, somewhere the kids could grow up in something resembling safety. We found it eventually, found a ranch in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town, with a well for water and land for farming and enough space to build a real community, and we settled there. All of us, the 33 kids and the dozen adults who'd survived the escape from Trent's compound. And we started over, started building something new. But the virus didn't stop, didn't burn itself out, didn't go away. It kept spreading, kept creating more infected, kept taking more territory. And we listened on the radio as city after city fell. As the government collapsed, as the military splintered into warlord factions fighting over the scraps, as the world we'd known ended completely and finally. The kids grew up in this new world, this world of walls and weapons and constant vigilance, and they learned to fight, learned to survive, learned to be hard in ways children should never have to be hard. And I watched them and mourned for their stolen childhood, even as I taught them the skills they needed to live. Jasmine is 15 now, tall and strong and nothing like the 8-year-old girl with the pink unicorn backpack, and she leads patrols, kills infected without hesitation, has already buried friends and seen horrors that would break most adults. And she's alive. She's surviving, and I tell myself that's enough, that I gave her that chance, that Coach Henderson's sacrifice and Gloria's death and all of it meant something because these kids are still alive. But the infected keep coming, keep evolving, keep adapting, and I know this isn't sustainable. Know that eventually we'll be overrun, that the ranch will fall like everything else has fallen, that the virus has won, that humanity is slowly going extinct while the infected inherit the earth. I'm 61 now, 8 years since that Tuesday in March. 8 years since I drove a school bus through hell and lost everything I loved, and I'm tired. So goddamn tired. Tired of fighting, tired of watching people die, tired of living in a world where every sunrise is a gift you don't deserve and every sunset might be your last. The kids want me to tell them stories about the old world, about New Orleans and Mardi Gras and music and food and culture and life before the infected, and I do. I tell them about Gloria's daycare and the smell of beignets from Café du Monde and second lines in the streets and the way the sun set over the Mississippi. And I see them trying to imagine it, trying to picture a world where people lived for more than survival, and I know they can't. Not really, because the world I'm describing might as well be fantasy. Might as well be Middle-earth or Narnia for how unreal it seems compared to the daily brutality they know. Sometimes at night I dream about that last drive. Dream about the choice I didn't make. The one where I drove into the 9th Ward instead of away. Where I died trying to save Gloria instead of living with her death. And in the dreams I make it, I reach her, I save her and the kids, and we all get out together. And we live happily ever after in some impossible future. And then I wake up and I'm in this world, this dead world. And Gloria is gone. Turned to ash and radiation 8 years ago. And I'm still here, still surviving, still punished with life. The infected came to the ranch last month, a massive horde, thousands of them, more than we'd ever seen in one place. And we fought them off, but barely. Lost 6 people, including one of the kids from Jefferson Elementary, Marcus Chen, who turned in that bathroom all those years ago, except it wasn't him. Different Marcus. I'm confusing names and faces because there have been so many dead, so many lost, and they all blur together after a while. We can't hold here much longer. I can see it in everyone's eyes, can feel it in the way we're running out of ammunition, running out of food, running out of hope, and I've been thinking about what comes next, about what to do when the ranch falls, and I keep coming back to the Mississippi River, keep thinking about water and depth and the peace of drowning versus the horror of being torn apart by infected. I've been teaching Jasmine how to drive the old bus we found, the one that's been sitting in the barn for years. The one I've kept running more out of nostalgia than practical need. And I tell her it's for emergencies, for if we need to evacuate quickly. But really I'm teaching her because I know what I'm going to do. Know how this ends for me. And I want her to be able to escape when the time comes. The infected are gathering again. I can see them in the distance more every day. And I know the final attack is coming soon, maybe days, maybe hours. And I've made my decision, made my peace, written letters to each of the kids telling them I love them, telling them to keep fighting, to survive, to remember that the world was once beautiful even if they can't imagine it. When the horde comes, when they breach the walls and flood into the compound, I'm going to get the kids on that bus, all of them, everyone who's left. And I'm going to drive like I drove 8 years ago, going to drive with everything I have toward the Mississippi. And when we reach the water, I'm going to keep driving. Going to drive that bus right off the bank and into the current, and we're going to sink together, all of us. And drown together, clean and quick and human, rather than let the infected take us, rather than let them turn us into monsters. It's not noble, not heroic, just the last choice of a tired old man who's seen too much death and can't face any more, who wants to control the end rather than have it inflicted on him. Who wants to die as himself rather than as some shambling corpse wearing his face. I can hear them now, hear the horde approaching, hear the moans and shuffling footsteps of tens of thousands of infected converging on our position. And I'm walking to the barn, to the bus, and I'm calling the kids, calling everyone to gather, telling them it's time to go, time to evacuate, and they're coming. They're trusting me one last time to save them, and I'm going to save them from a fate worse than death, going to give them peace. The engine starts, the same old diesel rumble I've known for 34 years, and the kids pile on, 31 of them now. 31 survivors of Jefferson Elementary and the ranch and everything in between, and I put the bus in gear and I drive. Drive straight through the gates, through the gathered infected, crushing them under the wheels, and I head east, head toward the river, toward the end. Jasmine is in the seat behind me, and somehow she knows what I'm planning, and she puts her hand on my shoulder and says, "Mr. Jackson, it's okay, we understand, we're not afraid." And I'm crying now, tears streaming down my face, but I keep driving, keep pushing the bus forward. The Mississippi is ahead. I can see it in the distance, wide and brown and eternal. And I press the accelerator down, build up speed, and the infected are chasing us, but they can't catch us. We're moving too fast, and I aim for the steepest bank I can find, the place where the water runs deepest. The kids are quiet, holding hands, holding each other, and some of them are crying, but not from fear. From relief, from gratitude that it's ending, that the nightmare is finally over, and I think about Gloria, about Coach Henderson, about everyone we lost, and I know they're waiting for us on the other side, waiting to welcome us home. The bus hits the bank at 40 miles an hour, and we're airborne for just a second, suspended between earth and water, between life and death. And then we hit the Mississippi, and the impact is tremendous, crushing, and the bus is sinking fast, water pouring in through every crack and seam, rising around our feet, our knees, our waist, cold and dark and final. I look at the kids one last time, at their faces peaceful in the dim light filtering through the windows, and I say, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you, couldn't give you the world you deserved." And Jasmine squeezes my shoulder and says, "You did save us, Mr. Jackson. You saved us every day for 8 years, gave us life when you could have given us nothing, and we love you for it." The water is up to our necks now, and I can feel the bus settling onto the river bottom, and I take one last breath, one last moment of being alive, being human, being Leroy Jackson. And then the water closes over my head, and I let it take me. Let the current carry me away. Let the darkness embrace me, and I think of Gloria, think of her smile, her laugh, her love, and I know I'm coming home. No, I'm finally going home. The bus rests on the bottom of the Mississippi, 40 feet down, a tomb for 32 souls who chose to die together rather than live apart in hell. And above us, the infected stand on the shore, confused, hungry, waiting for prey that will never emerge. And eventually they wander away, shambling off in search of other victims, other meals. And the river flows on, indifferent, eternal, carrying secrets and corpses and the wreckage of civilization toward the Gulf, toward the sea, toward oblivion. The world above is dead, is dying, is lost to the infected and the virus and the chaos, and there is no cure, no hope, no future for humanity. Just slow extinction while the monsters multiply and spread and consume, and in 50 years, 100, there will be nothing left, no memory of what we were, no record of our existence, just overgrown ruins and bones and silence. But down here in the dark and the cold, we are at peace, we are together, we are safe from the horror, and that is enough. That has to be enough, because it's all we have left. The final dignity of choosing our end, of saying no to the virus, no to transformation, no to everything the world has become. I died saving children, died protecting innocence, died doing what I'd done for 34 years. And if there's any meaning to be found in this nightmare, any purpose or redemption, it's in that. In the fact that I used my last breath to shelter kids from horror, to give them peace instead of pain. Gloria would have understood, would have approved, would have done the same in my place, and I hope wherever she is, whatever comes after, she knows I never stopped loving her, never stopped trying to honor her memory, never stopped fighting for the world we believed in even after it died. The Mississippi flows on above us, muddy and vast, and somewhere in its depths, wrapped in the corroded shell of a yellow school bus, 32 bodies rest in eternal sleep. The last students of Jefferson Elementary, the final testimony to a world that was, a memorial to everything we lost, everything we failed to save, everything we were and will never be again. And the infected roam the shores, countless millions of them now, spreading across the continent, across the world, inheriting an earth they cannot appreciate, cannot understand, cannot do anything with except consume and destroy. And the virus wins, the terrorists win, chaos wins, and humanity fades into history, into myth, into nothing. This is how the world ends, not with a bang or a whimper, but with a growl and hunger and teeth. With science weaponized and unleashed by fanatics who thought destruction would bring rebirth, who believed death could create life, who were wrong about everything except their ability to kill. And they succeeded in that beyond their wildest dreams, succeeded in destroying civilization, succeeded in dooming the species, succeeded in creating hell on Earth. And I, Leroy Jackson, school bus driver, widower, survivor, murderer, guardian, failure, and finally victim, I rest at the bottom of the Mississippi with the children I couldn't save, waiting for a rescue that will never come. Waiting for a future that doesn't exist, waiting for nothing in particular because waiting is all that's left when the world has ended and death has won and hope has died with everything else. This is my testimony, my witness, my final words, and they will never be read, never be heard, never matter to anyone because there's no one left to care, no one left to remember, no one left to mourn what we lost, and that might be the cruelest truth of all. That we died not just physically but existentially, erased from memory and history and the universe, as if we never existed at all. The darkness is complete, the water is still, and we sleep forever in our submarine tomb, and above us the infected walk and hunt and spread, and the world turns and time passes, and eventually even they will fall, will decay, will return to dust, and the earth will heal, will forget. We'll start over with whatever life survives, and maybe in a million years something new will evolve, something better, something that learns from our mistakes even though there's no record to learn from. But that's a future so distant it might as well be fantasy. And in the present, in the now, in this moment frozen in time, there is only us, only this bus, only these 32 souls who chose drowning over devouring, who chose peace over horror, who chose each other over survival. And if that's not noble, then nothing is. If that's not worth something, then nothing matters. If that's not the best humanity could offer at the end, then we deserve to die. We deserve to die, and we did. We're dead. We're gone. We're nothing. And the infected have won, the virus has won, entropy has won, and I have no comfort to offer, no hope to share, no wisdom to impart except this. We tried. We fought, we loved, we protected each other until the very end. And if that's all we accomplished, then it's more than most. It's everything that matters. It's the only thing that separates us from the monsters, the only thing that makes us human. And now even that is gone, sunk beneath the Mississippi, lost to time and darkness, and I am done, we are done, this story is done, and there is nothing more to say except goodbye. Goodbye to the world that was, goodbye to the future that won't be, goodbye to everyone and everything, goodbye. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. I grabbed the door handle and threw myself out of the cab, stumbling onto the gravel shoulder of the highway, and behind me I heard the partition finally give way, the sound of plastic shattering. And then that thing was climbing through, moving with a speed and strength that defied everything I knew about human biology. Cars were slowing down, drivers staring. some pulling out their phones to record what they thought was just another crazy San Francisco moment. And I backed away from my cab, watching as the thing that had been my fare pulled itself through the partition, its body contorting in ways that should have broken bones, its dead eyes locked on me. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran, sprinting along the shoulder of the highway, and I heard it coming after me, heard its footsteps pounding on the pavement, and when I risked a glance back, I saw it was fast, impossibly fast, covering ground with long loping strides that ate up the distance between us. A semi-truck blared its horn, the driver swerving to avoid me, and I dove behind the concrete barrier that separated the highway from the access road, landing hard on my shoulder, pain shooting through my arm. The thing crashed into the barrier seconds later, and I heard it scrabbling at the concrete, trying to climb over, making those awful wet sounds, and I scrambled to my feet and ran down the access road, my lungs burning, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. There was a construction site ahead, one of those new condo developments that were popping up everywhere, replacing old warehouses with luxury apartments that nobody who actually worked in this city could afford, and I ducked through a gap in the chain-link fence, looking for somewhere to hide, somewhere to think, to figure out what the hell was happening. Behind me, I heard more sounds, screams now coming from the highway, and when I looked back, I saw chaos, cars stopped, people running, and in the distance, more of those things moving through the traffic, attacking anyone they could reach. My phone was buzzing in my pocket, calls coming in. Probably Lucia wondering why I hadn't checked in, and I pulled it out with shaking hands. Saw the screen covered in notifications, news alerts, emergency broadcasts, all saying the same thing. Outbreak, quarantine, stay indoors, avoid contact with infected individuals. I found a portable construction toilet and I locked myself inside, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the smell of chemicals and human waste making my stomach turn. And I pulled up a news website, watching a video that had been posted just minutes ago, shaky phone footage from inside SFO, showing people in hazmat suits, passengers being restrained, someone screaming about Atlanta, about a lab, about something getting out. The video cut off abruptly and I scrolled down, reading fragments of information that didn't make sense. CDC breach in Atlanta, biological containment failure, experimental virus, suspected terrorist involvement, dozens of flights already in the air before the quarantine was established, estimated exposure in the hundreds, maybe thousands. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone, and I called Lucia, listening to it ring once, twice, 3 times before she picked up, her voice tight with worry. "Gino, where are you? The news is saying there's some kind of outbreak. They're telling people to stay home. The kids' school just called and said they're in lockdown." I tried to keep my voice steady, tried not to let her hear the fear that was threatening to overwhelm me. "I'm okay. I'm near the airport, but Lucia, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. The guy I picked up, he died in my cab, and then he came back. He attacked me." There was a long silence on the other end, and then Lucia said, "What do you mean he came back? Gino, are you hurt? Did he bite you?" I looked down at myself, checking for injuries, and realized I was covered in sweat but no blood, at least none that I could see. No, I got away, but Lucia, you need to lock the store, get the kids upstairs, don't let anyone in, I'm coming to you, I'll be there as soon as I can." She was saying something about the bodega being packed with customers buying up supplies, saying she couldn't just close, and I cut her off, my voice rising. "Listen to me. Lock the fucking door right now. Board up the windows if you have to. This is serious. People are dying out here. Please, just do what I say." I ended the call and peered out through the gap in the toilet door, seeing the construction site was empty. The workers probably sent home when the news started breaking, and I made my way to the fence, climbing over and dropping down onto the street on the other side. The neighborhood was residential, quiet houses with manicured lawns, and for a moment it felt surreal. Like the horror I'd just experienced was happening in a different world. Not here in these peaceful streets where someone's sprinkler was watering their grass and a cat was sleeping on a porch railing. That illusion shattered when I heard an explosion in the distance, followed by the wail of sirens, dozens of them converging from every direction, and I started walking toward the city, toward the mission, toward my sister and her kids. I didn't have my cab, didn't have anything except my phone and my wallet, and I was still wearing my Giants cap, which felt absurdly normal given the circumstances, and I picked up my pace, breaking into a jog when I heard more screams, closer now, coming from the direction of a park at the end of the block. I turned the corner and saw them, 3 people, 2 men and a woman, running toward me with that same unnatural speed I'd seen from my fare. Their clothes torn and bloody, their faces slack and dead-eyed, and behind them were more people, normal people running for their lives. I ducked into an alley between 2 houses, pressing myself against the fence, and watched as the infected tore into the fleeing crowd, pulling people down, biting, clawing, and the sounds they made, the wet tearing sounds mixed with screams, would haunt me for the rest of my life, however long or short that might be. One of the infected, a woman in a business suit with her throat torn open, noticed me in the alley and changed direction, coming straight for me, and I looked around desperately for a weapon, finding nothing but a garbage can and some recycling bins. I grabbed the metal lid off the garbage can, and when she reached me, I swung it as hard as I could, catching her in the temple, the impact reverberating up my arm, and she went down but didn't stay down, scrambling to her feet almost immediately, that horrible dead stare fixed on me. I ran deeper into the alley, hoping it would lead to another street, and found myself at a dead end, a high fence blocking my path, and I turned back to see the infected woman advancing on me, her movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet with tangled strings. There was a garage to my left, the door partially open, and I threw myself through the gap, pulling the door down behind me, hearing her slam into it seconds later. The garage was dark and smelled of motor oil and dust, someone's classic car restoration project taking up most of the space. A beautiful Mustang from the 60s covered in primer, and I felt my way around it, looking for another exit, finding a door that led into the house. I tried the handle, found it locked, and I was about to try breaking a window when I heard voices inside, people arguing, a man saying they needed to leave right now, a woman insisting they should wait for the authorities to handle it. I pounded on the door, yelling for them to let me in, that there were infected outside, and the arguing stopped, replaced by silence, and then the man's voice, suspicious and afraid, asking who I was, what I wanted. Before I could answer, the garage door behind me started to buckle, that infected woman somehow having the strength to bend the metal, and I could see her fingers curling under the gap, pulling it upward inch by inch. "Please," I shouted, "please let me in, they're breaking through." The door unlocked and swung open, revealing a man in his 60s, gray hair, thick glasses, holding a golf club like a weapon, and behind him a woman about the same age, her face pale with fear. I stumbled into their kitchen, and the man slammed the door behind me, engaging 3 separate locks, and then he turned to me and said, "Did they bite you? Scratch you? Did you have any contact?" I shook my head, holding up my hands to show I was clean, and he seemed to accept this, lowering the golf club slightly but not putting it down. "We've been watching the news," the woman said. "They're saying it's some kind of virus, came from Atlanta, a lab breach. They're telling people to shelter in place until the military can establish a perimeter." The golf club man, whose name I learned was Robert, led me to their living room where a large television was showing continuous news coverage, split screens showing footage from around the city, from other cities, Atlanta in flames, people running through streets, the infected attacking in broad daylight, no attempt at concealment, just pure predatory violence. The crawler at the bottom of the screen was updating every few seconds, casualty estimates, quarantine zones, emergency numbers to call. And then a breaking news banner appeared. The president was addressing the nation, and we watched as a grim-faced man in a suit stood behind a podium and explained that this was a crisis of unprecedented scope, that the virus had been stolen from a classified research facility, that a terrorist group calling themselves the Liberation Front had released it in multiple cities as an act of biological warfare, that the full resources of the United States military were being deployed to contain and eliminate the threat. He said the virus was engineered, designed to reanimate dead tissue, to create what he carefully avoided calling zombies, instead using terms like infected individuals and hostile casualties, and he promised that a cure was being developed, that scientists were working around the clock, that we would overcome this as we had overcome every challenge in our nation's history. I didn't believe a word of it, could see in his eyes that he didn't believe it either, and when he finished speaking and the news cut back to the anchors, their professional composure was cracking. You could hear the fear in their voices as they tried to make sense of reports coming in from across the country. From around the world, Robert's wife, whose name was Margaret, brought me a glass of water and I drank it in one long swallow. My throat raw from breathing hard, and I told them I needed to get to the mission, that my sister and her kids were there, that I had to make sure they were safe. Robert shook his head, said the streets were impossible, said we should stay here where we were safe. And I wanted to scream at him that nowhere was safe, that safety was an illusion. But instead I just thanked them for letting me in and asked if I could borrow a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. He disappeared into a back room and returned with a tire iron, the same kind I used to keep in my trunk, and he handed it to me with a solemn expression that said he knew I probably wouldn't make it, but he respected my decision to try. I left through their back door, climbing over their fence into another yard, and made my way through the neighborhood like that, staying off the main streets, moving from yard to yard, and I saw terrible things, families huddled in their homes, windows barricaded with furniture. One house where all the windows were broken and blood streaked the walls. Bodies in driveways. Cars crashed into trees and lampposts. A school bus overturned with small sneakers scattered around it. The infection was spreading faster than seemed possible, and I realized that the news estimates were already outdated, that whatever was happening was beyond containment, beyond control. I reached a commercial area, shops and restaurants, and everything was chaos. People looting stores, not for food or water, but for electronics, for jewelry, for stupid shit that wouldn't matter in a day or a week. And I saw fights breaking out, people killing each other over televisions while the real threat closed in around them. A police car sat abandoned in the middle of the street, doors open, lights still flashing. And I looked inside, hoping to find a gun, but it had already been stripped clean. A sound made me turn, that wet, rattling sound I was learning to recognize, and I saw a group of infected emerging from a pharmacy, their mouths stained with blood and chemicals. And they saw me at the same moment I saw them, and I ran. The tire iron felt heavy in my hand as I sprinted down the sidewalk, dodging abandoned cars and debris. And one of the infected, a teenage boy in a hoodie, got close enough that I had to swing at him, the iron connecting with his shoulder. And I felt bones break, but he barely seemed to notice, reaching for me with fingers that ended in broken, bloody nails. I hit him again, this time in the head, and he went down, but I didn't stop to see if he stayed down, just kept running until my lungs felt like they were on fire and my legs were threatening to give out. I ducked into an alley and pressed myself against the wall, trying to catch my breath. And that's when I saw him. A man in his 30s, clean cut, wearing tactical gear that looked military but wasn't quite right. And he was standing over a body, a young woman, and he was going through her pockets. When he saw me, he smiled, actually smiled. And there was something wrong with that smile, something predatory and cruel. "Crazy out here, huh?" he said, his voice casual, like we were talking about the weather. I tightened my grip on the tire iron and nodded, not trusting myself to speak, and he continued, "Name's Derek. I was private security before all this went to shit, worked for one of the tech companies downtown, protecting billionaires from angry protesters." He laughed at that, a harsh barking sound. Funny how quick it all falls apart. All their money, all their security systems didn't mean shit when the dead started walking. He finished looting the body and stood up, and I saw he had a handgun tucked into his belt, a nice one. Looked like a Glock, and my eyes must have lingered on it too long because his smile widened. "Yeah, I'm holding and I plan to keep holding, so don't get any ideas." I raised my hands slightly, showing I wasn't a threat, and started to back away, but he called after me. "Where you headed? Maybe we should team up. Better chances in a group, you know." Every instinct told me to refuse, to get away from this guy as fast as possible, but he had a gun and I had a tire iron, and the streets were full of infected, and I was still miles from the mission. "I'm trying to get to my sister's place," I said carefully, "in the Mission District." Derek nodded, said he was headed that direction anyway, that he knew a route through the Tenderloin that should be less crowded, and I found myself agreeing to go with him even though I absolutely knew, that this was a mistake. We moved through the streets together, Derek leading the way with his gun drawn, and he was good at this. I had to give him that. He moved quietly and efficiently, always checking corners, always aware of our surroundings. We passed other survivors, people huddled in doorways, families trying to flee the city, and cars that were stuck in gridlock traffic. And Derek ignored all of them, focused on our path. And I wondered what he'd done before this, what kind of security work required the skills he was displaying. We entered the Tenderloin just as the sun was starting to set, the light turning golden and then orange, casting long shadows that made every movement seem threatening. And this neighborhood, which had always been rough, was now a war zone. The homeless population, which had exploded in recent years, was now part of the infected population, and they were everywhere, shambling out of alleys and tents, their bodies showing the ravages of addiction and disease even before the virus. And now animated by whatever force was driving the dead to hunt the living. Derek shot 3 of them in quick succession, headshots that dropped them instantly, and I realized he knew exactly where to aim. Knew that destroying the brain was the only way to stop them. "How do you know that?" I asked, and he glanced back at me with that cruel smile. "My boss, the billionaire I was protecting, he had information, classified shit from his government contacts. They knew this was coming, knew about the lab breach weeks ago, kept it quiet while they tried to figure out damage control." The anger that surged through me at those words was almost overwhelming. The idea that people in power had known about this, had let it spread while they protected themselves and their interests. But I swallowed it down because anger wouldn't help me now, wouldn't get me to Lucia and the kids. We fought our way through the Tenderloin block by block, and I used the tire iron more times than I could count, feeling it crunch into skulls, breaking bone and destroying the brain tissue that somehow kept these corpses moving. I got blood on my clothes, on my face, and my mouth, and I tried not to think about infection, about whether I was already dead, just didn't know it yet. Derek looted bodies as we went, taking wallets, phones, jewelry, anything of value, and when I asked him what the point was, what good was money now? He laughed and said, "The world's not ending, it's just changing, and when the dust settles, the guys with resources will be the ones in charge." I realized then that Derek wasn't just surviving. He was planning, looking ahead to some future where society rebuilt itself, and he intended to be one of the people at the top. We encountered our first living hostile near the edge of the Tenderloin, a guy with a shotgun who demanded we hand over our supplies, and Derek shot him without hesitation, the bullet catching the man in the chest, dropping him to the pavement where he clutched at the wound and gurgled blood. I stood there in shock, watching him die, and Derek stepped over the body, taking the shotgun, and kept walking. "He was going to kill us," Derek said over his shoulder, It was him or us. I knew he was right, knew that the old rules didn't apply anymore, that survival meant making hard choices, brutal choices. But I couldn't shake the image of that man's face, the surprise in his eyes when the bullet hit, the way his hands had scrabbled uselessly at his chest. We reached the edge of the mission as full darkness fell, and I could see smoke rising from several buildings, fires burning out of control because there was no one left to fight them, and the streets were littered with bodies, infected and regular dead, all mixed together, and I had to step carefully to avoid tripping over them. Lucia's bodega was still 10 blocks away, and those 10 blocks might as well have been 10 miles given what we had to go through. The mission was burning, not everywhere, not all at once, but enough that the air was thick with smoke and the sky glowed red in patches. We saw a group of people, maybe 20 or 30, normal people not infected, trying to make a stand in front of a corner store. They had formed a barricade using cars and shopping carts, and they were fighting off wave after wave of infected with whatever weapons they could find, baseball bats, kitchen knives. One guy had a chainsaw that roared and sprayed blood in wide arcs. Derek wanted to go around them, said getting involved would only slow us down. But I saw kids in that group, saw a woman holding a baby, and I couldn't just leave them. I ran toward the barricade and Derek cursed but followed, and we added our weapons to the defense, me swinging my tire iron with all the strength I had left. Derek firing controlled shots that dropped infected with mechanical precision. The battle lasted maybe 10 minutes, but it felt like hours. My arms burning with fatigue, my hands slippery with blood, and when it was over, when the last infected body lay still, half the defending group was dead or dying, torn apart by teeth and nails, and the survivors looked at us with hollow eyes that had seen too much. An older Hispanic man who seemed to be the leader thanked us, said they were trying to reach the Bay Bridge, thought maybe if they could get to Oakland they'd be safer. And I told him good luck, knowing in my heart that the bridge was probably already blocked, already overrun, that there was nowhere safe left to run. Derek was getting impatient, said we needed to move, and I agreed because I was so close now, just a few more blocks to Lucia's store, and I couldn't stop. Couldn't give up when I was this close. We left the group behind and moved through streets that I'd known my entire life. Streets where I'd played as a kid, where I'd learned to drive, where I'd had my first kiss behind the taqueria that was now a burning shell. And seeing it all destroyed, seeing my home turned into a nightmare, broke something inside me that I didn't know could break. We turned onto Lucia's block and I saw her store. The lights still on inside, the security gate pulled down and locked, and my heart leaped because it meant she was there. She was alive. She'd listened to me. I ran to the front door and pounded on it, shouting her name, and I heard movement inside, heard her voice calling back, asking if it was really me. "It's me, Lucia. It's Gino. Open up." The security gate rattled as she unlocked it from inside, rolling it up just enough for me to slide under, and I found myself in the store, in the familiar space that smelled of spices and floor wax and the specific combination of scents that meant home to me. And Lucia was there, pulling me into a hug so tight I could barely breathe. She was crying, her whole body shaking, and over her shoulder I saw Marco and Sophia huddled behind the counter, their eyes wide with fear, and I wanted to tell them it was going to be okay. Wanted to be the uncle who made everything better, but I couldn't lie to them. Couldn't promise something I had no way of delivering. Derek slid under the security gate before Lucia could close it, and she jerked back, reaching for something behind the counter, and I stepped between them, my hands raised. "He's with me. He helped me get here. It's okay." Lucia didn't look convinced, her hand still hidden behind the counter where I knew she kept a baseball bat, maybe more, and Derek raised his hands in a peaceful gesture, that smile playing at his lips. "Just looking for a safe place to wait this out, ma'am. No trouble intended." The way he said it, the casual presumption that he was welcome here, made my skin crawl, but I was too exhausted to argue, and besides, he had saved my life multiple times on the way here. I owed him something even if I didn't trust him. Lucia slowly lowered her guard and locked the security gate behind us. And then she turned to me and I saw how much she'd aged in just these few hours. New lines around her eyes, her hair disheveled, her hands trembling. The news is saying the whole country is infected, that it started in Atlanta, but it's everywhere now. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, all the major cities, they're saying millions are dead already. I pulled off my giant's cap and ran my hand through my sweat-soaked hair, trying to process the scale of what she was telling me. Millions dead. How was that even possible? How had the world fallen apart so quickly? Marco spoke up from behind the counter, his voice trying to be brave but cracking with fear. Uncle Gino, is it true? Are they really zombies? Like in the movies? I looked at my nephew. This kid who should be worrying about homework and girls, not whether the dead were walking, and I nodded. Yeah, kid, they're real and they're dangerous, but we're going to be okay. We're together. We're going to figure this out. Sophia started crying then. Quiet sobs that shook her small shoulders, and Lucia went to her, pulling her close. And I saw Derek watching this family moment with an expression I couldn't quite read, something between contempt and longing. You got supplies here? He asked, already moving toward the shelves, and Lucia shot him a look that could have stripped paint. This is my store, my inventory, and you don't touch anything without asking. Derek stopped, turned to face her, and for a moment I thought he might do something stupid. Might pull his gun and decide he didn't need to ask permission, but instead he just nodded and said, Fair enough. It's your place. I respect that, just thought we should take stock of what we have to work with. He was right. As much as I hated to admit it, we needed to know what resources we had, how long we could hold out here, and I helped Lucia do an inventory while Derek kept watch at the front windows, peering through the gaps in the security gate at the street outside. We had food, not a lot but enough for maybe a week if we rationed carefully. Canned goods and dry pasta, rice, beans, bottled water. And Lucia had some camping supplies in the back room, a propane stove, flashlights, batteries. The bodega had bathrooms and a small break room, and upstairs was the apartment where Lucia and the kids lived. 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, more supplies. Beds where we could actually sleep if we could stop being terrified long enough to close our eyes. Night fell completely and the sounds from outside changed, became more intense. Screams and gunfire, explosions that shook the windows, and once a helicopter passed overhead, its searchlight sweeping the streets, and we heard the rattle of machine gun fire, saw tracer rounds arcing down into the darkness. Marco wanted to go to the window, wanted to see what was happening, and I had to physically hold him back. Had to tell him that looking would only show him things he couldn't unsee, things that would stay with him forever. We ate a cold dinner. Nobody wanted to risk cooking and drawing attention with smells or light. And Derek told us stories about the outbreak's origin, information he claimed his billionaire boss had shared in those final hours before everything collapsed. According to Derek, the virus was developed at a facility in Nevada, not Area 51 exactly, but something similar. A black site where the government worked on classified bioweapons projects that officially didn't exist. The project was called Lazarus, and its goal was to develop a treatment for catastrophic tissue damage, something that could keep soldiers alive long enough to receive medical treatment even after suffering injuries that would normally be fatal. They achieved this by creating a modified virus that could reanimate dead cells, force them to continue functioning through a combination of electrical stimulus and biochemical manipulation. But they couldn't control it, couldn't limit the reanimation to specific tissue types. And what they created instead was something that reanimated entire bodies, that turned corpses into mindless predators driven by some base instinct to feed. The virus was supposed to be destroyed, the project shut down, but someone, either the terrorist group or maybe someone inside the facility itself, maybe someone who saw the potential for weaponization, managed to steal samples, and those samples made their way to Atlanta, to the CDC's secure storage facility where they were being analyzed to develop countermeasures. And that's where the Liberation Front struck, releasing the virus into the ventilation system, infecting everyone inside the facility, and those infected personnel walked out, got on planes, spread the virus to cities across the country before anyone even knew there was a problem. I listened to Derek's story and wondered how much of it was true, how much was speculation or rumor, but it didn't really matter because the result was the same. The world was ending and we were trapped in a bodega in the Mission, surrounded by infected who wanted to tear us apart. Lucia put the kids to bed upstairs and I could hear her singing to them, an old lullaby our mother used to sing to us, and the sound of her voice, familiar and warm, made my throat tight with emotion. When she came back downstairs, Derek was laying out his weapons on the counter, the Glock, the shotgun he'd taken, a knife with a wicked curved blade, and he was cleaning them with methodical precision. And he looked up at Lucia and said, "We should talk about what happens next, about our plan for survival." Lucia sat down on one of the stools behind the counter, exhaustion evident in every line of her body, and said, "What plan? We stay here. We wait for the military to get things under control. We survive." Derek shook his head, said the military wasn't coming, that they were too busy trying to protect critical infrastructure, power plants and water treatment facilities, government buildings. They didn't have the resources to save everyone, and we needed to accept that we were on our own. "So what are you suggesting?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. Derek finished cleaning the Glock and set it aside, then looked at me with those cold eyes. "We fortify this position, make it defensible, and we gather supplies from the surrounding buildings. There's other stores on this block, apartments. We can break in and take what we need, food, water, weapons, medical supplies, and then we hold out here until things stabilize, until the infected die off or get cleared out. And then we rebuild. We take control of this territory and make it ours." Yeah. The way he said it, the casual assumption of ownership, of power, made it clear what kind of future Derek was envisioning. And it wasn't one where we all worked together for the common good. It was one where he was in charge and the rest of us did what he said. Lucia saw it too. I could tell by the way her jaw tightened, but she didn't argue, just said, "Fine. Tomorrow we'll look at fortifying the building, but tonight we rest. We take turns on watch and we don't do anything stupid." I took the first watch, sitting by the front window with the tire iron across my lap, and Derek went upstairs to sleep in Lucia's guest room without asking if that was okay, just assuming. And I added that to the growing list of reasons I didn't like him. The streets outside were quieter now, the initial chaos giving way to an eerie silence broken only by distant sounds, screams or gunfire, or the crash of something collapsing. I saw infected wandering past, individuals in small groups, and they moved with purpose now. Not aimlessly shambling like in the movies, but hunting, searching for prey. And when they didn't find any, they kept moving. And I wondered where they all went, if there was some gathering point where the infected congregated, or if they just spread out infinitely until the whole world was consumed. Around 2 in the morning, I saw headlights approaching, a convoy of military vehicles, Humvees and troop carriers, and they rolled down the street with their guns pointing outward, soldiers in the turrets scanning for threats. And for a moment I felt hope, felt like maybe Derek was wrong and help was coming. But then the convoy was gone, heading toward downtown, and the street was empty again except for the dead. Lucia relieved me at 4 and I went upstairs to sleep, finding Sophia in her bed clutching a stuffed animal, her face peaceful in sleep, and Marco in his room with headphones on, probably listening to music to drown out the sounds from outside. and I lay down on the couch in the living room and closed my eyes, expecting nightmares, but instead I just dropped into a black, exhausted sleep that swallowed me whole. I woke to the sound of breaking glass, sat bolt upright with my heart racing, and grabbed the tire iron that I'd brought upstairs with me. The sun was rising, pale light streaming through the windows, and I could hear Derek downstairs, his voice raised, and Lucia shouting back at him. And I ran down the stairs to find them facing off across the store, Derek with his gun drawn, pointing at the security gate, which was partially open, and beyond it I could see someone, a man, trying to get in. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, and Lucia turned to me, her face flushed with anger. "This asshole won't let me help someone. There's a man out there. He's hurt. He needs help, and Derek wants to leave him to die." The man outside was crawling now, dragging himself toward the gate, and I could see he was badly injured, blood soaking his shirt. And behind him, getting closer, were infected, 3 of them moving with that horrible, purposeful stride. Derek hadn't lowered his gun, hadn't stopped pointing it at Lucia, and he said, "He's bitten, look at him, he's already dead, and if we let him in here, he'll turn and kill us all." Lucia was shaking her head, tears streaming down her face, and she said, "We can't know that. Maybe he's just hurt. Maybe we can help him." And Derek's response was to fire a shot through the security gate, the bullet taking the crawling man in the head, dropping him instantly. The sound of the gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space of the store, and Lucia screamed, a sound of pure rage and grief, and she lunged at Derek, her fists swinging, and I had to grab her, had to pull her back before Derek decided she was a threat and shot her too. "He murdered him," Lucia sobbed against my chest. "He murdered that man in cold blood." Derek holstered his gun and turned away, his voice flat. "I did what needed to be done. That man was infected, and now he's not a threat. You're welcome." I wanted to kill him right then, wanted to smash his skull in with the tire iron. But Lucia was clinging to me, and the kids were coming down the stairs, woken by the gunshot, and I had to hold it together, had to be the adult, even though I felt like I was about to fly apart into a million pieces. Marco looked at the body outside, at the blood spreading across the pavement, and his face went pale, and he turned and ran back upstairs, and I heard him throwing up in the bathroom. The infected that had been following the wounded man reached the security gate and started trying to get through, their hands reaching between the bars, and Derek shot them with the same cold efficiency he'd shown when killing the man. 3 shots. 3 bodies. Sophia was crying, asking what was happening, why the bad man killed someone, and Lucia took her back upstairs, and I was left alone with Derek and the smell of gunpowder and the bodies outside. "We need to talk," I said, my voice low and dangerous, and Derek nodded, said, "Yeah, we do, because you need to understand something, Gino. In this new world, there are only 2 kinds of people, predators and prey, and I'm a predator. I do what needs to be done to survive, and if you want to survive, if you want your sister and her kids to survive, you'll accept that and work with me, or you'll end up like that guy out there, dead because you were too weak to make hard choices." I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw exactly what he was. A man who'd been waiting his whole life for society to collapse, for the rules to stop applying so he could finally be what he'd always wanted to be. A warlord, a king in the ruins. "How long have you been planning this?" I asked, and he smiled that cruel smile. "Since the moment I heard the first reports, I knew this was my opportunity, and I've been making the most of it, gathering weapons, supplies, intel, and now I've got a defensible position. I've got you and your sister and her kids. I've got leverage and resources, and when this is over, when the dust settles, I'm going to be one of the people running things." The sheer arrogance of it, the casual assumption that he could just take over our lives, use us as pawns in his plan for power, made me sick. But I also knew that without his weapons, without his ruthlessness, we probably wouldn't have survived this long. And I was trapped, dependent on someone I despised. The rest of that day passed in tense silence. Lucia wouldn't speak to Derek, wouldn't even look at him, and Marco stayed in his room, and Sophia clung to her mother, and I felt the walls closing in. Felt like we were in a cage with a monster who happened to be human. Derek went out in the late afternoon, said he was going to scout the neighboring buildings, look for supplies, and I wanted to lock the gate behind him and not let him back in. But he had the guns, had the power, and so I waited, sitting by the window with my tire iron, watching the street where more infected wandered past, where bodies lay rotting in the sun, where fires burned in the distance, sending columns of black smoke into a sky that should have been blue but was instead a sickly yellow-gray. When Derek came back, he had a backpack full of supplies, canned food and batteries and medical supplies, and he also had someone with him, a woman in her 20s, Asian, small and wiry, with short black hair and wild eyes. Her name was Sarah, and she'd been hiding in an apartment building 2 blocks away, living on whatever she could scavenge, and Derek had found her and convinced her to come back with him. And the way he'd convinced her was clear from the way she flinched when he moved too quickly, from the bruise forming on her jaw. Lucia saw it too, and her anger, which had been simmering all day, boiled over. "You hit her. You brought her here against her will. What kind of monster are you?" Derek set down his backpack, his expression annoyed, like Lucia was a child having a tantrum. She was hysterical. I had to calm her down, and I didn't force her to do anything. She came willingly because she knew staying alone meant death. Isn't that right, Sarah? Sarah nodded, not meeting anyone's eyes, and I saw that she was terrified, not of the infected, of Derek, and I understood that we weren't just survivors banding together, we were prisoners. And Derek was our warden. That night I lay awake in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the city dying, and I thought about making a move against Derek, about trying to take his gun while he slept. But I knew he was too careful, too experienced, and if I failed, if he woke up, he'd kill me, and then what would happen to Lucia and the kids? So I did nothing. I lay there and hated myself for my cowardice. And I thought about all the choices I'd made that led me to this moment, driving a cab because it was easy, never pushing myself, never risking failure, and now here I was, trapped in a nightmare, dependent on a psychopath for survival. The next morning, Derek announced we were going to expand our territory, clear out the infected from the surrounding buildings and establish a perimeter we could defend. And he wanted me and Sarah to help him. Said Lucia would stay behind with the kids and keep the store secure. I didn't like splitting up, didn't trust Derek alone with me and Sarah, but I also knew that sitting in the store doing nothing while the world burned around us wasn't a long-term solution. We armed ourselves, Derek with his guns, me with my tire iron, and Sarah with a kitchen knife that looked too small to do much damage. And we went out into the morning light, the air thick with smoke and the smell of decay. The street was littered with bodies, infected and human, all mixed together. And we had to step carefully, watching for movement, because some of the bodies weren't dead, just dormant, waiting for prey to come close enough to grab. We cleared the building next to Lucia's first, going room by room, apartment by apartment, and we found infected in 3 of them, trapped inside by doors they lacked the intelligence to open, and Derek shot them without hesitation, the sound of gunfire echoing through the empty building. We also found survivors, a family of 4 hiding in a bathroom, parents and 2 young children, and they begged us to take them with us, to let them into the safety of our perimeter. And Derek looked at them with that calculating expression and said no, said we didn't have room for more people, and I saw the hope die in their eyes. I argued with him, said we couldn't just leave them, but Derek grabbed my arm and pulled me aside, his voice low and intense. Every person we take in is another mouth to feed, another person who might panic, might compromise our security. We can't save everyone, Gino. We can only save ourselves, and the sooner you accept that, the better. I looked back at the family, at the mother holding her children, at the father who was trying to be brave, and I saw myself, saw Lucia and Marco and Sophia, and I couldn't do it, couldn't leave them. "They come with us," I said, my voice hard, and Derek's eyes narrowed. "You trying to challenge my authority? You want to be in charge?" "Because I've got the guns. I make the decisions." I met his stare, my hand tightening on the tire iron, and for a long moment we stood there, the tension crackling between us. And then Sarah spoke up, her voice quiet but firm. "Let them come, Derek. We have room, and if you're planning to build something here, you're going to need people, a community. You can't do it alone." Derek considered this, and I could see him doing the calculations, weighing the costs and benefits, and finally he nodded. "Fine. They can come, but they work, they contribute, they follow the rules, or they're out." The family thanked us profusely, the mother crying with relief, and we led them back to the bodega, Derek in front, me bringing up the rear and Sarah in the middle with the family. And I saw how she positioned herself between Derek and the children, how she kept glancing back at me like she was looking for an ally, and I understood that she saw Derek for what he was, saw the danger, and was trying to protect herself and now this family. When we got back to the store, Lucia welcomed the family, gave them food and water, found space for them to settle, and the apartment above the store was getting crowded, but it felt more human. More like we were actually trying to rebuild something instead of just surviving in a bunker. Derek wasn't happy about it, but he didn't push back. Maybe because he saw the same calculation Sarah had mentioned, that a community gave him more power, more people to control. Over the next few days, we fell into a routine. Derek and I going out to scavenge supplies and clear infected, while Lucia and Sarah and the family, whose names I learned were Tom and Jennifer, and their kids Emma and Kyle, fortified the building and managed our resources. We found more survivors, added them to our group, a mechanic named Carlos who'd been trapped in his garage, an elderly couple named the Johnsons who'd survived by locking themselves in their apartment and refusing to make noise, a teenager named Marcus who'd watched his parents turn and had been living in an attic eating dry cereal and canned peaches. Our community grew to 15 people, then 20, and Derek loved it. Loved being the one in charge, the one who decided who lived and who died, who got food and who didn't, and I watched him transform from a survivor into something else, something worse, a petty dictator drunk on the small amount of power he held over desperate people. The infected were everywhere, but they were starting to change, becoming slower, their movements more mechanical as their bodies decayed, and we learned that they could only function for a certain amount of time before the decomposition made them too damaged to move. But new ones kept appearing, people who'd been bitten and turned, and the cycle continued. The military presence increased. We saw more helicopters, more convoys, and one day a broadcast came through on the radio. A message from the government saying that evacuation zones were being established, that survivors should make their way to designated checkpoints where they would be transported to safe areas outside the cities. And there was an address, a location in the financial district where survivors were being gathered for evacuation to a military base in the Central Valley. Hope surged through our group, people talking excitedly about getting out, about being saved, and even Lucia looked like maybe she believed rescue was possible. But Derek shut it down, said it was a trap, said the government was lying, that they were probably just gathering people to study them or use them as labor or worse, and nobody should go. I wanted to believe the broadcast was real, wanted to think that maybe there was a way out of this nightmare. But I'd also seen enough in the past week to know that trust was a luxury we couldn't afford, and Derek, as much as I hated him, had kept us alive. That night I sat with Lucia on the roof of the bodega looking out over the city, seeing fires burning in a dozen places, seeing the darkness where power had failed, seeing the evidence of complete societal collapse. And she said, "We can't stay here forever, Gino. Eventually we'll run out of food, out of water, and then what?" I didn't have an answer because I'd been asking myself the same question, and I was starting to think that maybe Derek was right. Maybe there was no rescue coming, maybe this was it. This was the world now, and we had to accept it and adapt or die. Lucia leaned against me, her head on my shoulder, and said, "Do you remember when we were kids when Mom would take us to the park and we'd pretend the jungle gym was a castle and we were defending it from dragons?" I smiled at the memory, said, "Yeah. And you always wanted to be the knight, never the princess. You'd make me be the dragon and you'd chase me around with a stick." She laughed, a sound I hadn't heard in days, and it was like a shaft of sunlight breaking through clouds. "I wish we could go back," she said, her voice soft. "Wish we could undo everything, go back to when the biggest problem was whether Marco would clean his room or Sophia would eat her vegetables." I put my arm around her and said, "Me too, but we can't. We can only move forward, and we're going to survive this, all of us, I promise." It was a lie, and we both knew it. There was no way to promise survival in a world like this, but sometimes lies are all we have to hold on to. The next morning, Derek called a meeting, gathered everyone in the bodega, and he laid out his vision for the future, said we were going to expand our territory, take over more buildings, establish a secure zone that we controlled, and eventually we'd have enough people and resources to be self-sufficient, to rebuild, not just survive, and people listened because they were desperate for leadership, for someone to tell them what to do. And Derek was good at that, good at projecting confidence even when he was making it up as he went along. But then he said something that made my blood run cold, said that to ensure security we needed to establish rules, and the first rule was that he was in charge, his word was law, and anyone who challenged that would be expelled from the community, left outside to fend for themselves with the infected. I saw people shift uncomfortably, saw them exchange glances, but nobody spoke up. Nobody challenged him, because the alternative was death, and Derek knew it, knew he had them trapped. Sarah caught my eye from across the room, and I saw the fear there, saw the plea for help, and I knew I had to do something, had to stop Derek before he became a monster that we couldn't escape from. After the meeting, I pulled Lucia aside, told her we needed to make a move against Derek, needed to take him out before he consolidated his power completely, and she agreed. Said she'd been thinking the same thing, but we needed to be smart about it. Needed a plan that wouldn't get us killed. We spent the next day preparing, quietly talking to the others, finding out who would support us if we moved against Derek. And we discovered that most of the community was afraid of him, but there were a few who would stand with us: Carlos the mechanic, Marcus the teenager, Sarah, and a woman named Patricia who'd lost her husband to the infected and had nothing left to lose. The plan was simple. We'd wait until Derek was asleep, take his weapons, and then we'd confront him, give him a choice, leave peacefully or we'd force him out. And I knew it was risky, knew it could go wrong in 100 different ways. But doing nothing meant living under Derek's rule, and I couldn't do that. Couldn't let him turn our community into his personal fiefdom. That night I couldn't sleep. Lay in the darkness listening to the sounds of the building settling, the distant moans of infected, the wind rattling windows, and I thought about all the violence I'd seen, all the death, and I wondered if I was capable of killing Derek if it came to that, if I could look him in the eye and take his life. The answer came to me in the early hours of the morning, as the sky was just starting to lighten, and the answer was yes, I could do it. Because Derek was a threat not just to me, but to Lucia and Marco and Sophia and everyone else in this building. And protecting them meant making hard choices, meant doing things I never thought I'd be capable of. I got up, moved quietly through the apartment, and found Lucia in the kitchen making coffee on the propane stove. And she looked at me, and I could see in her eyes that she'd reached the same conclusion, that we were going to do this. We were going to move against Derek today. We gathered the others, Carlos and Marcus and Sarah and Patricia, and we went over the plan one more time, made sure everyone knew their role. and then we moved upstairs to the guest room where Derek was sleeping. I had my tire iron, Carlos had a crowbar, Marcus had a baseball bat, and the women stayed back, ready to support us if needed. I pushed open the door to Derek's room expecting to find him asleep, but the bed was empty, the sheets cold, and my heart sank because I realized he was already awake, already aware, and then I heard his voice behind us, calm and amused. Looking for someone? We spun around, and there he was, standing in the hallway with his Glock pointed at us. And I could see from his expression that he'd known, had been expecting this. "Did you really think you could sneak up on me?" he said, shaking his head like he was disappointed. "I've been listening to you plot for 2 days, heard every word. I let you plan because I wanted to see who I could trust and who I couldn't, and now I know." He gestured with the gun, indicating we should move downstairs, and we had no choice. We went down to the bodega where the rest of the community was gathering, woken by the commotion, and Derek made us stand in the middle of the room while he addressed everyone. "These people," he said, pointing at us with the gun, "tried to kill me in my sleep, tried to stage a coup, and you know what that means in the world we live in now. It means they're a threat to the entire community, to our survival, and threats need to be eliminated." I saw where this was going, saw that Derek was going to use us as an example, was going to kill us in front of everyone to cement his power, and I looked at Lucia, saw the terror in her eyes, and I knew I had to do something, had to act even if it meant dying. I lunged at Derek, swinging the tire iron with everything I had, and he fired, the bullet catching me in the shoulder, pain exploding through my body, and I went down hard, the tire iron clattering across the floor. Derek stood over me, the gun pointed at my head, and I could see his finger tightening on the trigger. And I thought, this is it. This is how I die. And then there was a crash, the sound of breaking glass, and infected poured through the front window which someone, probably Sarah, had broken from the outside. Chaos erupted, Derek spinning to face the new threat, firing into the mass of infected bodies and people screaming, running for the stairs. And I dragged myself behind the counter, my shoulder on fire, blood soaking my shirt. And I saw Lucia grab Sophia and run, saw Marco fighting with an infected that had grabbed Tom from the family we'd rescued, and I tried to stand to help, but my legs wouldn't hold me. Carlos was fighting with his crowbar, smashing infected skulls, and Marcus was backed into a corner, swinging his bat wildly, and I saw Derek get pulled down by 3 infected at once, saw them tear into him, and I heard him screaming, and I felt nothing, no pity, no satisfaction, just a cold acceptance that this was justice, that Derek had brought this on himself. Sarah appeared beside me, her hands on my injured shoulder, applying pressure, and she was saying something about needing to get me upstairs, needing to stop the bleeding, but I was focused on the doorway where more infected were coming in. An endless stream of them, and I realized someone had deliberately broken the window, had let them in, had sacrificed our security to stop Derek, and I understood it was Sarah who'd done it. Sarah who'd made the choice that I couldn't make. We made it to the stairs, Sarah half carrying me, and behind us I could hear Derek still screaming, the sound cutting off abruptly, and then just the moans of the infected and the wet sounds of feeding. Upstairs, the apartment was chaos, people barricading doors, Lucia holding her children, and I was laid out on the couch, Sarah working to bandage my shoulder with torn sheets, and the pain was incredible. Waves of it that made me dizzy, made the room spin. "The bullet went through," Sarah said, her voice clinical. "You're lucky. If it had hit bone or an artery, you'd be dead, but you're going to be okay. You just need to rest, avoid infection." Infection, the word had a different meaning now, and I understood she meant bacterial infection from the wound, not the virus. And I wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it, but I was too tired, too overwhelmed. The infected were in the bodega below us. I could hear them moving around, knocking things over, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they found the stairs, found us. and we needed to move, needed to evacuate. But I could barely stand, let alone run. Lucia came over, her face pale, and she said, "Ongino, we have to go. The roof, there's a fire escape that connects to the building next door. We can get across, get away from the infected." I nodded, tried to sit up, and the room spun, and Sarah had to support me, had to help me to my feet. And we moved through the apartment, gathering people, getting them organized, and I counted heads, saw we'd lost Tom and Jennifer, saw that the Johnsons weren't there, realized they'd been caught downstairs when the infected broke through. We made it to the roof access, a narrow ladder that led up through a hatch, and people climbed up one by one, Marcus helping the children, Carlos going first to secure the other side, and I went last with Sarah, each rung of the ladder sending fresh waves of agony through my shoulder. On the roof, the city spread out before us, smoke and fire and devastation as far as I could see. And the fire escape was a rickety metal structure that connected our building to the one next door. And we had to cross it one at a time because it looked like it might collapse under too much weight. People started crossing, moving carefully, and I was near the back of the line with Lucia and the kids, and that's when I heard them, the infected, coming up through the hatch behind us faster than they should be, and I realized these weren't the slow decaying ones, these were fresh, newly turned, still retaining coordination and speed. "Go, go now!" I shouted, and people started running across the fire escape, and it swayed and groaned under the movement, and I heard metal tearing, bolts pulling free from brick. And I knew it wasn't going to hold, wasn't going to support everyone. Lucia was crossing with Sophia, Marco right behind them, and I was about to follow when I saw it, an infected emerging from the hatch, and it was Derek, or what used to be Derek, his face torn apart but still recognizable. And he saw me and charged, and I barely got my tire iron up in time to block his grasping hands. We grappled on the roof, me using my good arm to keep him away, the tire iron between us, and he was so strong, stronger than he should be, and I could feel my wounded shoulder tearing, blood flowing fresh and hot, and I knew I was going to lose this fight. Then Marcus was there, the teenager swinging his baseball bat into Derek's head once, twice, 3 times until Derek went down and stayed down. And Marcus grabbed me and pulled me toward the fire escape, which was now hanging at an angle, half of it torn away from our building, swaying in the wind. "We have to jump," Marcus said, and I looked at the gap, maybe 4 feet, maybe 5, and I knew with my injured shoulder I wouldn't make it. But I also knew I had to try. Marcus went first, leaping across the gap, landing on the other side, and then it was my turn, and I backed up to get a running start, and I ran and I jumped, and for a moment I was airborne, and I thought I might make it, but my fingers barely caught the edge, my shoulder screaming, and I was slipping, falling, and then hands grabbed me, Carlos and Marcus hauling me up, and I collapsed on the other roof, gasping. And behind me I heard the fire escape finally give way, tearing free from both buildings and plummeting to the street below with a crash that echoed through the neighborhood. We were on the roof of the adjacent building, and below us more infected were gathering, drawn by the noise, and we needed to move, needed to find a way down and out of this area before we were completely surrounded. Someone found a roof access door that led into the building, and we broke the lock and went inside, moving through hallways that smelled of mold and decay, checking apartments for supplies for a safe way down. We found stairs that led to the ground floor, and when we reached street level, we could see infected everywhere. The bodega across the street was swarming with them, and I felt a pang of loss because that had been home. That had been Lucia's life's work, and now it was just another infected building in a dead city. We moved through alleys, staying low, staying quiet, and I was flagging, my shoulder throbbing with each heartbeat. And Sarah stayed close, supporting me when I stumbled, and I was grateful for her. Grateful for her quick thinking and her bravery, even though her decision to break the window had cost lives, had cost our community. We made our way toward the waterfront, thinking maybe we could find a boat, could get out onto the bay and away from the infected. And along the way, we saw horror after horror, bodies hanging from lampposts. Buildings collapsed, entire blocks burned to the ground. We passed a school and I made the mistake of looking in the windows, seeing small bodies scattered across a classroom, seeing words written on the chalkboard in blood. And I turned away, unable to process it, unable to add it to the mountain of trauma I was already carrying. As the sun set, we found shelter in a warehouse near the piers, the kind of place that used to store shipping containers but was now empty, and we barricaded the doors and collapsed in exhaustion. We'd been on the move for 12 hours straight, had lost half our group, and everyone was beyond exhausted, beyond scared, operating on pure survival instinct. Lucia sat with her children, both of them crying quietly, and I joined them, pulling them into an awkward hug with my good arm, and we didn't say anything because there was nothing to say that could make it better. That night I developed a fever, the wound in my shoulder getting infected despite Sarah's best efforts, and I drifted in and out of consciousness, having vivid hallucinations, seeing my mother who'd been dead for 5 years, seeing Derek's infected face, seeing the city burning. And when I woke, it was to Sarah changing my bandages, and she told me I'd been out for 2 days, that the fever had broken, that I was going to live. The warehouse had become our temporary home. We'd found some supplies, water, and canned food, and Marcus had rigged up a rainwater collection system on the roof, and we were surviving day by day. But I could see it in everyone's eyes, the knowledge that this couldn't last, that eventually the supplies would run out or the infected would find us or we'd make a mistake and it would all be over. I was recovering slowly, my shoulder healing but leaving me weaker, less mobile, and I knew I was becoming a burden, knew that in Derek's world I would have been left behind. And I was grateful that Lucia and the others weren't like Derek, that they still had their humanity even after everything we'd been through. On the 5th day in the warehouse, we heard sounds from outside, not the moans of infected but engines, vehicles. And when we carefully looked out through gaps in the barricaded doors, we saw military trucks, soldiers in hazmat suits, and a loudspeaker announcing that they were evacuating survivors, that we should come out with our hands visible, that we would be taken to a secure location. Hope surged through the group, people actually smiling. And we removed the barricade and went outside, hands up, and soldiers surrounded us, checking us for bites, for signs of infection. And when they determined we were clean, they loaded us into the back of a truck with other survivors, maybe 30 people total, all of us filthy and exhausted and traumatized. The truck drove through the city and I saw the extent of the devastation, saw that entire neighborhoods were gone, saw military checkpoints every few blocks, saw soldiers shooting infected on sight, saw pyres where bodies were being burned, thousands of bodies, the smoke from them creating a perpetual twilight. We were taken to a processing center, a commandeered convention hall where survivors were being cataloged, given medical attention, assigned to evacuation groups, and I was separated from Lucia and the kids, taken to a medical tent where a harried doctor looked at my shoulder, cleaned and redressed the wound, gave me antibiotics and told me I was lucky, that in a few more days the infection would have killed me. I asked about my sister and he said families were being kept together, that I'd see them soon, and I had to trust that because I had no other choice. The processing took hours, answering questions, filling out forms, being fingerprinted and photographed, and through it all I kept thinking that this was just bureaucracy, the same systems that had existed before trying to impose order on chaos, and it would fail just like everything else had failed. When I finally found Lucia, she was in a different section of the hall, in a holding area with other families, and when she saw me, she ran over and hugged me, careful of my shoulder, and she was crying and smiling at the same time. "They're taking us to a base in the Central Valley," she said. "They have food and shelter. They're trying to rebuild, Gino. We're going to make it. We're actually going to make it." I wanted to believe her. Wanted to think that maybe the worst was over, but I'd seen too much. Knew too much about how quickly things could fall apart. That night we slept in the convention hall, on cots provided by the military, and it felt strange to be in a bed, to have a blanket, to have armed guards protecting us instead of us protecting ourselves. And I slept deeply for the first time in weeks, dreamless and complete. In the morning they loaded us onto buses, military convoy with armed escorts, and we drove out of San Francisco, watching the city recede in the distance, the Golden Gate Bridge visible through the smoke. And I wondered if I would ever see it again, if any of us would, or if this was the end, if the city where I'd been born and raised was lost forever. The convoy made it maybe 50 miles before we hit the roadblock, cars abandoned across all lanes of the highway. And when the soldiers got out to clear them, the infected attacked, hundreds of them, pouring out of the surrounding vegetation, and it was chaos again, gunfire and screaming. And I grabbed Lucia and the kids, and we ran, everyone ran, scattering into the fields on either side of the highway. I looked back and saw soldiers being overwhelmed, saw buses being torn apart, and I understood that there was no safe zone, no evacuation, no rescue. It was all just a lie told to keep people calm while the world ended. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, collapsing in a drainage ditch, hiding while infected ran past, following the sounds of screaming back toward the convoy. And when it was quiet, when the only sounds were distant moans and the crackle of burning vehicles, we emerged and found ourselves in farmland, endless flat fields stretching to the horizon. We walked for days, scavenging from abandoned farmhouses, drinking from irrigation ditches, always moving, always looking over our shoulders. And our group shrank, people getting sick, getting injured, getting caught by infected, until it was just me and Lucia and Marco and Sophia, just family, the way it had always been meant to be. We found a small town, population maybe a few hundred before the outbreak, and now seemingly empty, and we holed up in a house on the edge of town, and we survived, day by day, week by week, and the seasons changed. Summer giving way to fall, and we heard rumors from other survivors, whispers of the government collapsing, of entire states going dark, of the virus spreading globally, unstoppable and absolute. The radio broadcasts became less frequent, and then they stopped entirely, and we were alone in a dead world. And I taught Marco and Sophia how to kill infected, how to be quiet, how to survive, and I watched them lose their innocence. Watched them become hard and capable, and I hated it, but I knew it was necessary. Lucia and I never talked about what we'd lost, about the life we used to have, because it was too painful, too distant. And all we could do was focus on the present, on making it to tomorrow and then the next day and the next. Winter came and the infected became slower, the cold affecting their decaying bodies, and we had a brief respite, time to fortify our house, to gather supplies, and I let myself think that maybe we could do this, maybe we could outlast the outbreak. But spring came and the infected were active again. And we heard new sounds, helicopters and jets, and we thought maybe it was rescue, maybe the military was making a comeback. But then we saw the bombers flying high overhead, and we heard the explosions in the distance, felt the ground shake, and we understood what was happening. The government, what was left of it, had decided that the cities were lost, that the only way to stop the virus was to destroy the infected concentration zones. And San Francisco was on the list, along with Los Angeles and New York and Chicago and every other major population center. We watched from our farmhouse as the horizon lit up, mushroom clouds rising into the sky, and we felt the shockwave hours later, windows rattling. And I held Lucia and the kids, and we didn't speak, didn't cry, just sat there as the world ended with fire and fury. The bombs didn't stop the virus, didn't cure anything. They just killed millions more people, vaporized entire cities, poisoned the land and air and water, and made everything worse, made survival that much harder. The days after the bombing were strange. The sky turned gray with ash, the sun a dim orange disk when we could see it at all. And snow fell, black snow that tasted of chemicals, and we sealed our house, used plastic and tape to keep the air out, and we rationed our water. And we waited for the world to stabilize, for the fallout to settle. And I wondered if we'd survived the infected only to die of radiation poisoning or starvation. Reports trickled in from other survivors over shortwave radio. Stories of safe zones in the mountains, of communities forming, of people trying to rebuild. But they always ended the same way, with silence, with dead air. And I knew that those communities had fallen, that the infected had found them, or they'd run out of supplies, or they'd turned on each other the way Derek had tried to turn us into his personal kingdom. Months passed, and we were still alive. Thinner, weaker, but alive, and the infected were fewer now. Most of them destroyed in the bombings or worn down by time and decay, and we ventured further from our house, exploring the surrounding area, finding other survivors, forming tentative alliances. And I met a man who claimed to have been a scientist, who said he'd worked on the Lazarus Project, who said the virus was never meant to be a weapon. It was meant to save lives, to reverse death itself. But they'd lost control, hadn't understood what they were creating, and now it was too late. The virus had spread too far, had mutated too many times, and there would never be a cure, never be a return to the world we'd lost. I asked him if he had any regrets, and he laughed, a hollow sound without humor, and said regrets were a luxury for people who had futures, and we had none. We were just ghosts haunting the ruins of civilization, waiting for our turn to die. I thought about that a lot in the following weeks, about whether survival was even worth it, whether we were just prolonging the inevitable. But then I'd look at Sophia's face, see her smile when we found something edible or when Marco told a joke, and I knew we had to keep going, had to keep fighting, because that's what humans do. We survive, we endure, even when it seems pointless, even when hope is gone. One day we got word that there were infected moving through the area, a horde, hundreds of them, driven by some instinct to migrate, to search for food, and they were heading straight for our town, and we had a choice, run or fight. And I was so tired of running, so tired of being afraid, and I wanted to make a stand, wanted to do something that mattered, even if it was futile. We gathered the other survivors, maybe 20 people total, and we fortified the town center, used cars and barricades, gathered what weapons we had, and we waited for the horde. And when they came, it was like a wave of death, shambling bodies stretching back as far as I could see. And we fought. We fought with everything we had, and people died around me, neighbors and friends, and I killed infected until my arms were numb and my tire iron was slick with blood and brain matter, and still they came. And I knew we were going to lose, knew we were all going to die, but I kept fighting because that's all I had left, the fight, the refusal to give up. The horde overran us, broke through our barricades, and I found myself separated from Lucia and the kids, surrounded by infected, and I swung my tire iron in wide arcs, keeping them at bay, and I backed up step by step until I felt something behind me, a wall. And I realized I was at the gas station at the edge of town, the pumps still intact, fuel still in the underground tanks, and I understood what I had to do. Understood that I could stop the horde, or at least slow them down, give Lucia and the kids time to escape. I dropped my tire iron and ran to the pumps, turned them on, and fuel began pouring out, pooling on the ground, the smell overwhelming. And I pulled the lighter from my pocket, the same Zippo I'd carried for 20 years, and I thought about everything I'd seen, everyone I'd lost. And I thought about Lucia and Marco and Sophia, and I hoped they'd make it, hoped they'd find somewhere safe, hoped they'd remember me. The infected were closing in, dozens of them, reaching for me with blackened fingers, and I struck the lighter, watched the flame dance. And I looked up at the sky one last time, at the gray clouds and the dim sun, and I thought about San Francisco, about the city I'd loved, about driving my cab through those streets, about my parents and my childhood and everything that had been lost, and I dropped the lighter into the fuel. The explosion was immediate and absolute, a wall of fire that consumed everything, the gas station, the infected me, and I felt the heat. Felt my skin burning, felt pain beyond anything I'd ever imagined, but it only lasted a second, maybe two, and then there was nothing. Just darkness and silence. And I thought, this is death. This is the end. But I could still think, could still feel something, and I realized I wasn't dead, not yet. I was somewhere in between. And I could hear sounds, distant screaming. Lucia's voice calling my name, and I wanted to answer, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. And then even those sounds faded, and there was only the darkness. When I woke, I was somewhere else, somewhere cold and white, and I thought maybe this was heaven. Maybe there was something after death. But then the pain hit, massive and overwhelming, and I understood I was alive, barely. And I was in what looked like a field hospital, tents and cots and medical equipment, and there were doctors and nurses moving between patients, and I tried to sit up, but my body wouldn't respond, and a nurse saw me awake and came over, and she had tears in her eyes when she looked at me, and I didn't understand why, until I looked down at myself and saw the bandages, saw that most of my body was burned, that I was more bandaged than person, and I understood that I should have died, that the only reason I was alive was because someone had pulled me out of the fire and brought me here, to this place where they were trying to save people who couldn't be saved. The nurse told me I'd been out for 3 days, that Lucia had brought me here, that she'd carried me through miles of infected territory to reach this field hospital that was operating out of an old National Guard base, and that she and the kids were safe. Were waiting to see me, and I tried to speak, but my throat was too damaged. And the nurse understood and brought me water, helped me drink even though swallowing was agony, and eventually I managed to croak out, "The Horde?" And she shook her head, said the explosion had killed most of them, but not all. That Lucia and the survivors from the town had finished off the rest, that they'd won. But the cost had been terrible, so many dead, and I was among the wounded who would probably never fully recover. Lucia came to see me, and she tried not to cry, but she couldn't help it. And she held my bandaged hand and told me I was an idiot, told me I should have run with them instead of playing hero, and I would have laughed if I could have, would have told her that heroes were just people who didn't know how to quit. But I couldn't speak anymore, my throat too damaged, and so I just squeezed her hand and hoped she understood. Marco and Sophia came too, and they were different now, harder, older than they should be. Marco was 14 and had killed his first infected during the Horde attack, and Sophia was 11 and had seen things no child should see. And I wanted to tell them I was sorry. Sorry for the world we'd left them, sorry that they'd never have normal lives, never have the innocence they deserved. But I couldn't find the words even if I could speak them. The doctors told me I would never walk again, that the burns had destroyed too much tissue, too much muscle. And even if I survived the infections that were setting in, even if the antibiotics they had left could save me, I'd be bedridden for whatever time I had left. I wanted to give up then, wanted to just let go. Because what was the point of surviving if I couldn't protect my family, couldn't contribute, couldn't do anything but lie in a cot and waste resources that could go to someone who had a chance? But Lucia wouldn't let me. She came every day and talked to me, told me stories about what the kids were doing, how they were helping rebuild, how they were learning to farm, to hunt, to do all the things necessary for survival in this new world, and she said I was going to get better, was going to heal. And we were going to grow old together, watching our kids have kids of their own. And even though I knew it was a fantasy, knew that the world was too broken for that kind of future, I held on to it because I had nothing else. Weeks passed and I didn't die. The infections cleared, my body slowly healing in ways the doctors couldn't explain, and I started to regain some mobility, could sit up, could feed myself, could speak in a raspy whisper that sounded nothing like my old voice. The field hospital was struggling, supplies running low, too many patients, not enough medicine, and every day we lost people to infections, to complications, to despair. And I watched them die, and I wondered why I was still alive. What cosmic joke was keeping me here when so many others more deserving were gone? The news from the outside world was uniformly bad. The virus had spread globally, every continent infected, governments collapsed or barely functioning, billions dead. And there was talk of the survivors reorganizing, of trying to establish some kind of new society. But it was all just talk. Words without action. Hope without foundation. One morning Sarah appeared. I hadn't seen her since the escape from the warehouse. Thought she was probably dead, but she'd made it to the base, had been working as a scout, going out to search for supplies and survivors, and she came to my cot and sat down and told me that she'd been back to San Francisco, or what was left of it. Said the nuke had created a crater 10 miles wide, had vaporized everything, the mission, the Tenderloin, downtown, all of it gone. Just radioactive glass and ash. And she said my sister's bodega, the place where Marco and Sophia had grown up, where Lucia had built her life, was at ground zero, completely erased. And I felt a strange sense of closure at that, knowing that the place where all this started for me was gone, was literally wiped from the earth. Sarah told me other things too, said that the zombies were dying off naturally, that without fresh hosts the virus was burning itself out, that in another year, maybe 2, there wouldn't be any infected left, just survivors trying to figure out how to live in a poisoned world. And I asked her if she thought humanity would make it, if we'd survive as a species, and she said she didn't know. Said that was above her pay grade, but that she was going to keep fighting, keep trying, because what else was there to do? I thought about Derek then, about his vision of becoming a warlord, of using the chaos to grab power, and I wondered if there were others like him out there, if the new world would just be a return to feudalism, to strongmen controlling territories through violence. And I realized that probably that was exactly what would happen, that human nature didn't change just because the world ended, that we'd make the same mistakes, fight the same battles, just with different weapons and different stakes. Months turned into a year, and I learned to walk again, learned to live with the scars that covered my body, learned to speak in my new raspy voice, and I helped where I could, teaching kids how to defend themselves, how to recognize infected, how to survive. And I watched Lucia and Marco and Sophia adapt, watched them become part of this new community that was forming around the base, and I saw them smile sometimes, saw moments of joy amid the horror. And I understood that life goes on, that humans are incredibly resilient, that we find ways to adapt to anything, even the end of the world. The base commander, a woman named Colonel Martinez, who'd taken charge when the civilian government collapsed, announced plans to expand, to send out teams to reclaim territory, to establish outposts and farms, to begin the long process of rebuilding civilization. And people were excited, were hopeful, and I wanted to share that hope, but I'd seen too much, knew too well how quickly things could fall apart. The infected attacks became less frequent. Most of them had decayed beyond the point of being mobile, and the ones that remained were slow, easy to avoid or kill. And it seemed like maybe Sarah was right. Maybe the virus was burning out. Maybe we'd actually survived. But then new reports came in, reports of infected that weren't decaying, that were somehow maintaining themselves, and worse, reports of infected that were showing intelligence, working together, setting traps. And I knew the virus was mutating again, adapting, and the war wasn't over. It was just entering a new phase. Colonel Martinez sent out scouts to investigate, and they came back with stories that made my blood run cold. Infected that could use tools, that could open doors, that could coordinate attacks, and we realized that the virus was evolving faster than we'd anticipated, that it wasn't just reanimating corpses anymore, it was creating something new, something worse. The decision was made to abandon the base, to move deeper into the mountains where the infected couldn't follow, where we could establish a more defensible position. And we packed up what we could carry, destroyed what we couldn't, and we left, a column of survivors marching into the wilderness. And I looked back at the base one time, at this place that had been home for more than a year, and I wondered if we'd ever stop running, ever find a place we could truly call safe. The journey was hard. We lost people to accidents, to sickness, to infected attacks. And when we finally reached the mountains, when we found a valley with fresh water and defensible terrain, we were down to maybe 300 people from the 1,000 that had left the base, and everyone was exhausted, traumatized, barely holding on. We built a settlement, crude at first, tents and temporary shelters, but over time it became more permanent. Cabins and walls, farms and workshops, and we established routines, rules, a government of sorts. And life took on a rhythm that was almost normal except for the constant awareness that we were the last remnants of humanity, that outside our valley the world was dead or dying, and that our survival was precarious, dependent on factors we couldn't control. I grew older, my burns continuing to cause me pain, limiting my mobility, and I became the settlement storyteller, the person who remembered the old world, who could tell children about cities and cars and the internet, about all the things we'd lost, and they listened with wide eyes like I was describing a fairy tale. And I realized that to them, the world I'd known was as mythical as Atlantis, as distant and unreal. Marco grew into a man strong and capable, married a girl from the settlement and had a child, my first grandnephew. And I held that baby and felt something I hadn't felt in years. Hope, real genuine hope that maybe we'd make it, that maybe humanity had a future after all. Sophia became a teacher, educated the settlement's children, gave them skills and knowledge, and I was proud of both of them. Proud of how they'd survived, how they'd adapted, how they'd held on to their humanity when it would have been so easy to become like Derek, to let the darkness win. Lucia aged too, her hair going gray, her hands developing arthritis from years of hard labor, and we'd sit together in the evenings and watch the sun set over the mountains. And we didn't need to talk, didn't need to say anything because we'd survived together, we'd made it. And that was enough. Years passed, 5, 10, and the infected became rare, occasional stragglers that wandered into our territory and were quickly dispatched. And there were rumors of other settlements, other survivors scattered across the continent trying to rebuild. And some people talked about reestablishing contact, about forming a new nation. But most of us were too tired, too traumatized, too focused on just getting through each day to think about grand plans for the future. The radio crackled to life sometimes, voices speaking in languages I didn't understand, transmissions from overseas where the virus had taken different forms, where survivors faced different challenges. And I understood that the story of the outbreak wasn't uniform, that each region, each population had its own version of the apocalypse, and ours was just one among many. I sit now in my cabin writing this account because Colonel Martinez asked me to, asked all the survivors who could write to document what happened, to leave a record for future generations, and I've done my best to remember everything, to capture not just the events but the feeling, the terror and the grief and the small moments of grace that sustained us. I don't know if anyone will ever read this, if there will be future generations to read it. But I write it anyway because bearing witness matters, because remembering matters, because the people who died, all the millions and billions who died, deserve to be mourned, deserve to be remembered as more than statistics, more than casualties of a virus that we created and couldn't control. San Francisco is gone, vaporized by a nuclear weapon that was supposed to save us but only killed more people. And the world I knew, the world of traffic jams and smartphones and complaints about rent prices, is gone too, replaced by something harsher, simpler, more honest in its brutality. The zombies won in the end, not because they destroyed us completely, but because they destroyed the world we'd built. They tore down our civilization and forced us to start over, and we're building something new in the ashes, something that might be better or might just be different. I don't know. I won't live long enough to see how it all turns out. My shoulder aches where Derek's bullet tore through it. My burns hurt in the cold mountain air, and I'm tired, so tired, but I'm also grateful. Grateful to have survived, grateful for Lucia and Marco and Sophia. Grateful for each sunrise I get to see. And when my time comes, when I finally join the billions who didn't make it, I'll go knowing that I fought, that I tried, that I did everything I could to protect the people I loved. And in the end, that's all any of us can do. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. Carlos looked at me, his dark eyes wide. Boss, that's bad. My sister works at TMC. I need to call her. I nodded, my mind racing. Texas Medical Center was the largest medical complex in the world, a sprawling campus of hospitals and research facilities in the heart of Houston, maybe 15 miles from where we were. A bioweapon attack. The words didn't make sense. This was Houston, not Baghdad or Kabul. We didn't have bioweapon attacks here. We had hurricanes and floods and the occasional industrial accident, but not this. Not terrorism on that scale. I keyed the radio again, trying to raise the Port Authority, but the channel was chaos. Everyone talking at once, no organization, just fear spreading like oil on water. Tommy, I called down to the deck. Get up here, we need to figure out what's happening. No response. I leaned out of the wheelhouse door and looked down at the aft deck where Tommy had been checking the towing cables. He was there, but something was wrong. He was bent over, one hand pressed against the deck railing, his body swaying like he was about to fall. Tommy, I called again, louder this time. Carlos was already moving toward the ladder, concern etched across his face. I'll check on him, he said, and disappeared down the steps. I turned back to the controls, my hands steady despite the adrenaline now flooding my system. The Maersk Tallahassee was still moving ahead, oblivious to whatever chaos was unfolding on shore, and I needed to keep us on course. The channel here was tight, with shallow water on both sides and commercial traffic moving in both directions. I couldn't just stop. I couldn't just abandon the tow. But my mind was already calculating, already planning. If this was real, if there really was some kind of attack downtown, then my wife, Sarah, was in danger. She worked at a law firm on Travis Street, right in the heart of the business district, maybe a mile from the medical center. I needed to get to her. I needed to get off this boat and get to her. Boss! Carlos's voice came up from below, sharp with alarm. Boss, something's wrong with Tommy. I hit the intercom button. What is it? He's bleeding. His nose is just pouring blood and he's not responding. He's just staring at nothing. I think we need to call the Coast Guard. We need medical. The transmission cut off into a sound I'd never heard before. A wet, gurgling scream that rose in pitch and intensity until it became something inhuman. Something that made every hair on my body stand straight up. I abandoned the controls and ran for the ladder, my boots ringing on the metal steps as I descended to the main deck. What I saw there would replay in my nightmares for whatever time I had left on this earth. Tommy had Carlos pinned against the deck housing, and he was biting him. Not fighting, not punching, but biting. His teeth sunk into Carlos's shoulder while my first mate screamed and tried to push him away. Blood covered both of them, Tommy's face a crimson mask from the nosebleed that had turned into a hemorrhage, and more blood pumping from the ragged wound in Carlos's shoulder where Tommy's teeth had found meat. I didn't think. I grabbed the boat hook from its rack on the bulkhead, a 6-foot pole with a wicked curved hook on the end that we used for snagging lines and fending off from docks, and I swung it like a baseball bat. The metal hook caught Tommy in the side of the head with a sound like a hammer hitting a watermelon, and he released Carlos and stumbled sideways, but he didn't fall. He didn't even seem hurt. He turned toward me, and that's when I saw his eyes. They weren't Tommy's eyes anymore. They were clouded over, milky white like cataracts, and the expression on his face wasn't pain or confusion or fear. It was hunger. Pure, mindless hunger. He came at me with his arms outstretched, moving faster than I would have thought possible for someone who'd just taken a boat hook to the skull. And I backpedaled, raising the pole defensively. His hands grabbed for me, fingers crooked into claws, and I could see that his fingernails had already started to blacken and crack, like they were rotting from the inside out. I jabbed the hook forward, catching him in the chest and pushing him back, but he didn't stop coming. He grabbed the pole and tried to pull himself toward me along its length, his mouth open and snapping. Those teeth that had been white and perfect this morning now stained red and looking somehow longer, sharper. Behind him, Carlos was on his knees, both hands pressed to his shoulder, blood streaming between his fingers. "Boss," he gasped. "Boss, what the fuck is happening?" I didn't have an answer. I braced my feet and shoved hard on the boat hook, driving Tommy backward until his back hit the deck rail. Then I pulled the hook free and swung again, this time aiming for his legs. The curved metal caught him behind the knees, and I yanked, pulling his feet out from under him. He went down hard on the deck, but immediately started to get back up, that same relentless hunger driving him. The Gulf Ranger was still under power, still moving forward with the tanker, but without anyone at the controls, we were starting to drift, the bow pulling slightly to starboard. I could hear the engines groaning as the automatic systems tried to compensate, and I knew I had maybe 30 seconds before we lost our position and either collided with the tanker or ran aground. But I couldn't leave Carlos. I couldn't leave him bleeding on the deck while whatever had taken over Tommy continued to attack. I moved in again, this time bringing the boat hook down vertically like a spear. The point caught Tommy in the collarbone and drove deep, pinning him to the deck. He thrashed and writhed, his hands grabbing at the pole, but I kept my weight on it, pushing down with everything I had. His mouth kept working, teeth clicking together, and the sounds coming from his throat weren't words or even human anymore, just animal grunts and growls. Dark blood, almost black, was pooling around the boat hook where it entered his chest, but he wasn't dying. He should have been dying, should have been in shock, should have been unconscious, but he kept moving, kept trying to get to me. "Carlos," I shouted, "get to the wheelhouse, take the controls, keep us on course." He looked at me with eyes glazed by pain and shock, but some part of his training kicked in and he nodded, staggered to his feet and stumbled toward the ladder. I watched him go, saw how his left arm hung useless at his side, how blood continued to stream from the bite wound, and I felt something cold and hard settle in my chest. Whatever had happened to Tommy was spreading. The blood, the bite. Carlos was infected. I twisted the boat hook, driving it deeper, and Tommy's movements became more frantic. I needed to end this. I needed to kill him. The thought was insane, impossible. This was Tommy, the kid who brought his girlfriend to our 4th of July barbecue, who helped me rebuild the carburetor on my old Chevy, who called me captain with genuine respect and affection. But the thing on the deck wasn't Tommy anymore. Tommy was gone. This was something else, something that wore his face and his body but had nothing inside it except disease and hunger. I pulled the boat hook free and stepped back. Tommy immediately rolled over and started to rise, moving with the jerky, uncoordinated motions of a marionette. I repositioned my grip on the pole, raised it high, and brought the heavy steel hook down on his skull with every ounce of strength I possessed. The impact sent shockwaves up my arms. Tommy's head snapped to the side and he collapsed, finally still. Dark blood spread across the deck, mixing with seawater and diesel residue. And I stood there shaking, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my temples. The radio in the wheelhouse was still broadcasting chaos. I could hear it through the open door, multiple voices overlapping, screaming, reporting attacks all over the city. Officer down on Main Street. Requesting backup at Memorial Herman, patients attacking staff. Galveston Causeway is blocked. Multiple vehicle accidents, people in the water. Methodist Hospital reports containment breach, infected spreading to surrounding blocks. The words washed over me like waves, each one bringing a new horror, a new understanding of just how bad this had become. I climbed back to the wheelhouse where Carlos was slumped in the captain's chair. His good hand on the wheel, his face gray and slick with sweat. "I got us back on course," he said, his voice weak. "Good job," I told him. But I was looking at his shoulder, at the way the bleeding had slowed, but the flesh around the bite was already changing, turning dark and mottled like a bruise spreading. "How do you feel?" He tried to smile. "Like I got bit by a rabid deckhand, boss. What the hell was wrong with Tommy?" I didn't answer because I didn't know, not really, though I was starting to understand. The radio reports, the attacks, the bioweapon at the medical center, it was all connected. Some kind of virus, some kind of infection that turned people into what Tommy had become. Into things that bit and killed and spread it further. I grabbed the radio handset and keyed the emergency channel. "This is the Gulf Ranger tugboat and Houston ship channel. We have a medical emergency, 1 crew member down, 1 injured, requesting immediate assistance. Over." Static. Then a voice, official but strained. "Gulf Ranger, this is Coast Guard Station Galveston. Be advised all medical facilities are at capacity. Recommend you proceed to nearest marina and seek local emergency services. Over." I wanted to scream at them, wanted to demand help. But I could hear in that voice the same overwhelmed panic that was in all the other transmissions. They didn't have help to send. They were drowning in this just like everyone else. "Carlos," I said, keeping my voice as steady as I could, "I need you to be straight with me. How do you feel? Any dizziness? Nausea? Fever?" He looked at me and I saw understanding dawn in his eyes. He knew what I was asking. He knew what had happened to Tommy might happen to him. "I feel okay," he said. "I mean, my shoulder hurts like a son of a bitch, but I'm okay. I'm not going to turn into that thing, boss. I'm not." I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to believe him. Ahead of us, maybe a quarter mile up the channel, the tanker Maersk Tallahassee was still maintaining course, but something was happening on her deck. I grabbed my binoculars and focused on her stern. Figures were moving there, lots of them, and even from this distance I could see the chaos. Crew members running, fighting, falling. One figure stumbled to the rail and went over, dropping 40 feet into the dark water of the channel. Another was on top of someone else, and I could see the jerking, violent movements of an attack. "Jesus Christ," Carlos whispered, looking through his own glasses. "It's spreading to them too?" As we watched, the tanker began to veer off course, her massive bulk turning slowly to port. No one was at her controls. Her crew was either dead, dying, or transformed into whatever Tommy had become. I calculated her trajectory and felt my stomach drop. She was heading for the bank, for the shallow water near the turning basin. And at her current speed and mass, she wasn't going to stop. "We need to cut her loose," I said. "We need to drop the tow and get out of here." Carlos nodded, already reaching for the release controls, but his injured arm wouldn't cooperate and he cried out in pain. "I got it," I told him and moved to the panel that controlled the towing winch. I hit the release and felt the Gulf Ranger lurch as the heavy cables went slack. The tanker continued on her death march toward the shore, and I knew that when she hit, when all that momentum met solid ground, Bad things were going to happen. I turned the Gulf Ranger hard to starboard, putting distance between us and the doomed tanker, and opened the throttles. The twin diesels roared and the deck vibrated under my feet as we accelerated away. Behind us, the Maersk Tallahassee plowed into the bank with a sound like the end of the world. Metal screaming and tearing as her bow rode up onto the muddy shore and her stern swung around, blocking half the channel. Containers on her deck broke loose and tumbled into the water, and I could see tiny figures jumping or falling from her rails. "Where are we going?" Carlos asked. I was already plotting the course in my head. "The marina." "Came a boardwalk marina where Sarah keeps the sailboat. If this is as bad as it sounds, if the whole city's going to hell, we need to get offshore. We need to get out on the water where it's safe." Carlos nodded, but I could see him starting to fade, his eyes losing focus. "Boss," he said quietly, "I can feel it. Something's wrong. My head feels hot and everything's starting to look weird, like there's fog or something." I looked at him and saw what I'd been dreading. His eyes were changing, the whites turning cloudy, and when he moved his head there was a stiffness to it that wasn't natural. The infection was taking him. Whatever virus had transformed Tommy was now working through Carlos's system, rewriting him from the inside out. "How long has it been since you were bitten?" I asked, checking my watch. 20 minutes, maybe 25. That was all it took. Less than half an hour from infection to transformation. "I'm sorry, boss," Carlos said, and his voice was already changing, becoming rougher, more guttural. "I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to become like Tommy. You need to do what you did to him. You need to stop me before I can't control it anymore." I felt my throat tighten. Carlos had worked for me for 6 years. He'd been my right hand, my friend, had stood up as a groomsman at my daughter's wedding. I'd known his parents, had dinner with his family, had celebrated birthdays and holidays together. And now, I was supposed to kill him. "Not yet," I said. "You're still you. Maybe you can fight it, maybe it won't take you." But even as I said it, I knew I was lying. I'd seen what happened to Tommy. There was no fighting this. There was no immunity. Once you were bitten, once that infected blood entered your system, you were gone. It was just a matter of time. The radio continued its litany of horror. Downtown Houston was in chaos. The infection had spread from the medical center to surrounding areas with terrifying speed. Emergency services were overwhelmed. The police were asking for National Guard support. The governor was being evacuated. Hospitals were being overrun not by victims but by the infected themselves, and the violence was spreading like wildfire through the densest populated areas of the fourth largest city in America. I navigated the Gulf Ranger through the channel, passing other vessels that seemed to be dead in the water. Their crews either fled or fighting their own battles with infection. A shrimping boat was on fire near the Bayport container terminal, black smoke pouring into the already hazy sky. A yacht had run aground near the Kema Bridge, its deck stained with blood. And everywhere, on every dock and pier, I could see people running, fighting, dying. "Boss," Carlos said, and his voice was barely recognizable now, thick and slurred like his tongue had swollen. "Boss, you need to do it now. I can feel it taking over. I can feel myself disappearing. Please, don't let me become one of those things." His hands were gripping the arms of the chair so hard his knuckles had turned white, and I could see him trembling with the effort of holding himself back, of keeping whatever monster was growing inside him from taking complete control. I picked up the boat hook again, the same one I'd used on Tommy, still stained with his blood. My hands were shaking. "Carlos, I can't do this." "You have to," he said. And now there was urgency in his voice, panic breaking through. "I can feel it, boss. I can feel the hunger. I want to bite you. I want to hurt you. That's not me. That's not me thinking those things, please. I raised the boat hook, positioning it like a spear, and Carlos looked at me with eyes that were almost completely white now, clouded over like milk. But somewhere in there I could still see him, still see the man I knew. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "Tell my sister I love her," he said, and then his face contorted and he lunged at me with a roar that rattled the windows of the wheelhouse. I drove the boat hook forward with both hands, putting my whole body weight behind it, and the sharp point entered his chest just below the sternum and punched through, erupting from his back in a spray of dark blood. Carlos jerked and spasmed, his hands grabbing at the pole, and for a moment our eyes met and I saw accusation there, betrayal, pain. Then the light went out of them completely and he slumped forward, held up only by the boat hook impaling him through the chair. I pulled the hook free and Carlos's body fell to the side, sliding out of the captain's chair and onto the floor of the wheelhouse. I stood there looking at him, at the man who'd been my friend, and I felt something break inside me. This wasn't war, this wasn't combat where you knew the enemy and understood the mission. This was something worse, something that took the people you loved and turned them into monsters, that gave you no choice but to kill them before they killed you. The Gulf Ranger had drifted while I dealt with Carlos, the engine still running but no one steering. And now I stumbled to the controls and grabbed the wheel, getting us back on course. My hands left bloody prints on the polished wood. The marina was maybe another 3 miles down the channel, past the Kama Bridge and into Clear Lake. If Sarah had made it there, if she'd gotten out of downtown before the infection spread that far, she'd be at the sailboat. Our Lady Sarah, a 38-foot sloop we'd bought as a retirement dream, was moored at Slip 42. That's where I needed to go. That's where I needed to be. The Kama Bridge loomed ahead, a high concrete span that carried Webster Street over the channel. And as I approached, I could see that it was backed up with traffic, cars at a standstill as far as I could see in both directions. People were out of their vehicles, some running, some fighting, and I saw one man get pulled from his car by 3 or 4 figures that swarmed over him like ants. The sounds carried across the water, screams and gunshots, and the constant wail of car alarms and sirens. I passed under the bridge doing 15 knots faster than was safe in the channel, but I didn't care anymore. The rules didn't matter. Navigation laws didn't matter. Nothing mattered except getting to Sarah. I tried calling her cell phone again. Had been trying every few minutes since the first radio reports, but the call wouldn't connect. The network was either overloaded or down completely. I tried texting, tried everything, but got nothing back. She could be safe. She could be at the marina. She could be waiting for me. I had to believe that. I had to hold on to that hope or I'd lose my mind. The entrance to Clear Lake appeared on my starboard side, and I turned the Gulf Ranger into the broader waters, passing the entrance channel markers and heading toward the forest of masts that marked the Kama Boardwalk Marina. This was normally one of the busiest recreational boating areas on the Texas coast, filled with weekend sailors and fishing enthusiasts, with restaurants and shops and tourists walking the boardwalk. Now it looked like a vision of hell. The boardwalk was on fire. I could see flames climbing up the wooden structures of the amusement park. Could see the Ferris wheel silhouetted against a wall of orange and black smoke. The marina docks were chaos, people running and fighting, boats pulling away from their slips without regard for safety or navigation, colliding with each other in their panic to get away from shore. And among all the fleeing crowds, I could see them, the infected, moving with that same jerky, relentless purpose that Tommy and Carlos had shown, pursuing anyone who moved, pulling them down, biting, spreading the infection further. I scanned the slips desperately, looking for slip 42, looking for the Lady Sarah's distinctive blue hull and white deck. There. I saw her, still moored, apparently untouched by the chaos around her. But there was no sign of Sarah herself, no sign of anyone on board. I brought the Gulf Ranger around, intending to tie up alongside and transfer over, but as I got closer, I saw that the dock leading to Slip 42 was crawling with infected. At least a dozen of them stumbling along the wooden planks, some of them on fire from the spreading flames, but still moving, still hunting. A family of 4 was trapped at the end of the dock near Slip 45, the parents trying to shield 2 small children while the infected closed in. The father had a boat oar and was swinging it wildly, keeping them back, but it was only a matter of time. I couldn't help them. I couldn't save them. I could barely save myself. But I watched as one of the infected, a woman in a burning sundress, grabbed the mother and bit into her neck, and the screams of those children cut through every other sound in that hellscape. I couldn't get to the Lady Sarah by docking. The infected were too thick on the slips, but maybe I could ram close enough, use the Gulf Ranger to create a path, get aboard the sailboat, and cast off before they could reach me. It was insane. It was suicide. It was the only chance I had. I backed the Gulf Ranger up, giving myself room, and then pushed the throttles forward, building speed. The tugboat responded, her powerful engines driving her forward, and I aimed for the largest vessel I could see. A big motor yacht moored 3 slips down from the Lady Sarah. 40 feet of fiberglass and luxury, probably worth $500,000. I didn't care. I pointed the Gulf Ranger's reinforced bow at her waterline and held course. The impact threw me against the control panel, the whole wheelhouse shuddering as the Gulf Ranger's bow crushed into the yacht's hull. I heard the screech of tearing fiberglass, felt the deck lurch beneath me, and kept the throttles open, driving deeper. The yacht's hull ruptured and she immediately began taking on water, listing to starboard. But more importantly, her fuel tanks had been punctured. I could smell the diesel and gasoline mixing. Could see the rainbow sheen spreading across the water around us. I threw the Gulf Ranger into reverse, backing away from the sinking yacht, and grabbed the flare gun from the emergency locker. I didn't hesitate. I aimed at the spreading fuel slick and fired. The flare arced through the smoky air and hit the water with a hiss. For a second, nothing happened. Then the fuel ignited with a whoosh that sucked the air from my lungs, and a wall of fire erupted across the marina, climbing 30 feet into the air, feeding on the diesel and gasoline and spreading to other boats, to the wooden docks, to everything flammable in its path. The infected on the docks were caught in the flames. I watched them burn, watched them continue to move even as fire consumed their clothes and skin, some of them walking straight into the water where they sank and disappeared, others stumbling around like living torches until they finally collapsed. The wall of fire separated the marina from the shore, cutting off the infected that were still coming from the boardwalk, creating a temporary barrier of heat and smoke. I brought the Gulf Ranger alongside the Lady Sarah, scraping paint and not caring, and leaped across to the sailboat's deck. The fire was spreading fast, too fast, and I had maybe minutes before the flames reached our slip. I ran to the cabin, calling Sarah's name, praying she was below, praying she'd made it here. The cabin was empty. Her purse was on the navigation table, her phone beside it, but she wasn't here. She'd been here. She'd made it to the boat. But she'd left again, maybe gone back to shore for supplies, maybe gone looking for me. I grabbed her phone, saw dozens of missed calls and texts, most of them from me, but also one from a number I didn't recognize. I opened it and read, "Sarah, this is Rebecca from the office. Downtown is being evacuated. There's some kind of outbreak. Meet at the parking garage. We'll leave together." That text had been sent 2 hours ago. 2 hours. She'd gone back. She'd gone back into the city. The fire was roaring now, a living thing that filled the sky with smoke and embers. Other boats were catching, their fuel tanks exploding in fireballs that sent debris flying. The heat was intense enough to blister paint, to make the air shimmer. I couldn't stay here. The Lady Sarah was going to burn like everything else. But I couldn't leave without Sarah. I couldn't abandon her to whatever was happening in the city. I ran back to the Gulf Ranger, the deck already hot enough to feel through my boots, and climbed aboard. The tugboat had taken damage in the ramming, but her engines were still running, still strong. I put her in reverse and backed away from the inferno I'd created, away from the marina that was now completely engulfed in flames, watching my retirement dream, the Lady Sarah, disappear into the fire. The radio was still broadcasting, though the transmissions were getting more scattered, more desperate. Bush Intercontinental Airport has been overrun. Recommend avoiding all air travel. Interstate 45 is blocked at multiple points. Emergency vehicles cannot get through. Clear Lake area reporting widespread infection. Citizens advised to shelter in place. This is an emergency broadcast. The President has declared a state of national emergency. Martial law is now in effect for Harris County and surrounding areas. I turned the Gulf Ranger back toward the ship channel, back toward Houston, back toward where Sarah had to be. I knew it was suicide. I knew I was heading into the heart of the outbreak, into a city that was tearing itself apart. But she was my wife of 32 years. She was the mother of my children. She was the reason I got up every morning and the reason I'd worked these waters for 3 decades. I wasn't leaving her. The channel was clogged with vessels now. Some abandoned, some on fire, some with desperate people aboard trying to escape. I wove between them, using every bit of my knowledge of these waters to find a path. A container ship had capsized near the Bayport terminal, her massive hull blocking 2/3 of the channel, forcing all traffic to squeeze through a narrow gap on the south side. Bodies floated in the water, and not all of them were still. Some were moving, infected even in death or drowning, their arms reaching up from beneath the surface like something from a nightmare. I passed under the Fred Hartman Bridge, the twin spans towering 800 feet above the water, and I could see people on the bridge deck, tiny figures looking down at the chaos below. Some were jumping, choosing a 100-foot fall into the ship channel over whatever was happening up there. I didn't look too closely. I didn't want to see what was chasing them. The refineries along the channel were burning. The massive petrochemical complexes that lined both banks, the lifeblood of Houston's economy, were going up in flames and explosions that shook the ground and sent pillars of black smoke thousands of feet into the air. I could see emergency vehicles with their lights flashing, but nobody manning them. Fire trucks sitting idle while the fires spread unchecked. The infection had hit the refineries too, and now millions of gallons of volatile chemicals were burning without anyone to fight them. I tried Sarah's phone again. This time it actually rang instead of going straight to voicemail, and I felt hope surge in my chest. Sarah! Sarah, baby, where are you? Static, breathing, then her voice, weak and scared. Bruno, I'm in the parking garage on Travis Street, the one near my office. I'm hiding in my car. There's those things everywhere. They're trying to get in. I can hear them hitting the windows. I'm so scared, Bruno. I don't know what to do. Listen to me, I said, forcing my voice to stay calm even though my heart was hammering. Stay in the car. Lock the doors. I'm coming for you. I'm on my way. Just hold on, baby. Just hold on. Bruno, they're not people anymore. They're trying to bite me. They killed Rebecca. I saw them tear her apart. There was so much blood. What's happening? What is this? I don't know, I told her, though I was starting to understand more than I wanted to. But I'm coming for you. What floor are you on? 5th floor near the elevator shaft. My car is the blue Honda. You know the one. I knew the one. I'd picked her up from that garage 100 times. I'll be there as soon as I can. Stay quiet, stay hidden. I love you. I love you too. Please hurry. The line went dead. The parking garage on Travis Street was in the heart of downtown, at least 8 miles from where I was. 8 miles through a city that had descended into hell. I couldn't take the Gulf Ranger there. The ship channel didn't go that far inland. I needed a vehicle. I needed to get to shore and find a way to drive into the city. I aimed for the nearest dock that wasn't on fire or overrun with infected, a small industrial pier near the Greens Bayou turning basin that served a chemical plant. The plant itself looked abandoned, the gates standing open, security booths empty. I tied the Gulf Ranger up and stepped onto the dock, my boat hook in hand, my eyes scanning for movement. The parking lot beyond the gate had maybe a dozen vehicles, probably belonging to workers who'd fled when the outbreak hit. I needed keys. The security booth had a board inside with keys hanging from hooks, each labeled with a vehicle description and license plate. I grabbed the one labeled F-150 white L3B9472 and ran for the parking lot. The truck was right where the label said it would be, an older model with rust around the wheel wells, but it looked solid enough. I climbed in, fired it up, and pointed it toward the gate. The streets beyond were chaos. Abandoned cars blocked intersections, bodies lay everywhere, some still moving, some torn apart beyond recognition. Smoke from burning buildings turned day into twilight, and the air was thick with ash and the smell of burning plastic and flesh. I drove on the sidewalk when the street was blocked, smashing through newspaper boxes and bus stop shelters, not caring about anything except getting to Travis Street, getting to Sarah. A group of infected stumbled out from between buildings ahead, maybe 6 or 7 of them, and I accelerated into them without slowing. The truck's bumper caught them and threw them aside like bowling pins, but one managed to grab onto the passenger side mirror and held on, its face pressing against the window, teeth clicking against the glass. I swerved hard left then right, trying to shake it loose, and it finally lost its grip and fell away. Every street told the same story. People had tried to flee, tried to escape in their cars, and gotten stuck in traffic that never moved. Now those same people were either dead or transformed, and the city they'd known was burning around them. I saw a police officer still in uniform feeding on a body in the middle of the street. I saw a mother carrying a baby, except the baby was biting her face, and she didn't seem to notice or care. I saw a church with its doors barricaded from the outside, and I could hear screaming from within. Travis Street was 8 blocks away. 7, 6. I was getting close. The parking garage was on the corner of Travis and Rusk, a 7-story structure that served the office buildings in that block. I could see it now, see the entrance ramp, see the figures milling around outside. So many of them, dozens, maybe hundreds. All infected, all drawn to the garage by the sounds of people hiding inside, by the scent of uninfected prey. I couldn't drive into that. The infected would swarm the truck before I made it 10 feet. I needed another way in. I looked up at the garage, at its concrete levels rising above the street, and saw the pedestrian bridge that connected the 3rd floor to the office building across the street. If I could get into that building, get to the 3rd floor, I could cross the bridge and get into the garage from above, bypass the infected at ground level. The office building's front entrance was smashed in, the glass doors shattered, and I could see infected moving in the lobby. But there was a loading dock around back, a metal roll-up door that was closed. I drove around the block, nearly running over infected with every turn, and pulled up to the loading dock. The door was locked, but there was a regular entrance door beside it. I grabbed my boat hook, stepped out of the truck, and tried the handle. Locked. I used the hook to smash the small window beside the door handle, reached through and unlocked it from the inside. The loading area was dark and smelled like trash, but it was empty of infected. I moved quickly to the stairs, climbing in the darkness, my breathing loud in the confined space. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. I pushed open the stairwell door and found myself in an office corridor. Fluorescent lights still burning, cubicles stretching away in neat rows. Empty. Silent. The bridge was at the end of the corridor, visible through glass walls. I ran toward it, my boots loud on the carpet. and I was halfway there when I saw movement in one of the corner offices. An infected lurched out, a man in a business suit with half his face missing, and he came at me with arms outstretched. I drove the boat hook into his chest and he went down, but the sound had attracted others. I could hear them now, could hear the shuffle of feet and the low moans that seemed to be their only form of communication. I reached the bridge and crossed it at a run. The garage on the other side was exactly what Sarah had described, a multi-level parking structure with cars on every floor. I was on level 3. She'd said she was on level 5. I found the stairwell and started climbing, listening for any sound that might be her, that might be survivors or infected. The garage echoed with noise, the groans of the infected below, the hiss of a car's deflating tire, the creak of concrete settling. 5th floor. I pushed open the stairwell door and called out softly, "Sarah? Sarah, it's Bruno. Where are you?" Movement to my right. I spun, raising the boat hook, but it was her. She was crouched between a Honda and a concrete pillar, her clothes torn, her face streaked with tears and dirt, but alive. Alive. I ran to her and pulled her into my arms, feeling her shake against me, and for a moment nothing else mattered. "We need to go," I told her. "We need to go right now." She nodded against my chest, unable to speak, and I took her hand and led her back toward the stairwell. We made it down one flight before we heard them coming up, the infected climbing the stairs below us, drawn by our voices or our movement. We went back up, past the 5th floor, past the 6th, to the 7th and top level, the roof deck that was open to the sky. The roof level had fewer cars, mostly reserved parking for executives, and from here we could see across downtown Houston. The city was dying. Fires burned in every direction, sending smoke into a sky that was already dark with ash and approaching night. The skyscrapers that normally defined the Houston skyline were dark, power out, and we could see helicopters circling, military or news, too far away to help. To the south, toward Hobby Airport, I could see flashes that might have been explosions or gunfire. "What do we do?" Sarah asked, her voice small and scared. "We can't stay here." I looked around the roof level, thinking, planning. We were trapped on top of a parking garage in the middle of a city overrun by infected. The truck was 7 stories below, probably already surrounded. The only way down was through the infected that were even now climbing the stairs toward us. We were going to die here. Unless... "The crane," I said, pointing to a construction site 2 blocks away where a high-rise was being built. The tower crane sat atop the partially completed building, its long arm extending out over the street. If we can get to that building, we can use the crane to get above the infected, maybe signal for help, maybe last until the military gets organized. It was a long shot. It was probably impossible. But it was the only shot we had. Between us and the construction site was a sea of infected, thousands of them filling the streets below, and no way to cross without going through them. But buildings. The buildings were connected, or close enough that we might be able to jump from roof to roof. I looked at the office building next door, the one we'd come from via the bridge. Its roof was lower than ours, maybe a 12-foot drop. We could make that. We ran to the edge of the parking garage roof. Below us, 7 stories down, infected were packed around the entrance, more pouring in every minute. The office building roof was 20 feet away horizontally, 12 feet down. Too far to jump safely, but there were options. I ran to a maintenance shed at the corner of the roof and kicked the door open. Inside were cleaning supplies, tools, and a long ladder. Aluminum, maybe 16 feet long. It would work. I dragged the ladder out and extended it across the gap, one end resting on the parking garage roof, the other on the office building. It bowed in the middle but held. "I'll go first," I told Sarah. "Once I'm across, you follow. Don't look down, just focus on the other end." She nodded, her eyes wide, and I stepped onto the ladder. It flexed under my weight, aluminum creaking, and I moved carefully, one hand on each rail, sliding my feet along the rungs. Halfway across, the wind picked up, a hot breeze laden with smoke and ash, and the ladder shifted. I froze, my heart in my throat, then continued moving. One step, another, another. My boot touched the office building roof and I pulled myself over, then turned to guide Sarah. She was crying as she stepped onto the ladder, her whole body shaking. But she moved. Slow and steady, her eyes locked on mine, she crossed that 20-foot gap suspended 40 feet above the infected-filled street. And when I grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the roof, I held her close and whispered, "You did it. You're okay. We're okay." The office building roof had access to a stairwell, and we descended into the building, moving floor by floor toward the ground level. This building seemed less infested than others. Maybe because most workers had evacuated early, but we still encountered infected on several floors. I killed them with the boat hook, quick, efficient strikes that I was becoming far too practiced at, and we kept moving. Ground level was a lobby with floor-to-ceiling windows looking out on Travis Street. We could see the construction site from here, see the tower crane rising above the half-finished building like a skeletal finger pointing at the darkening sky. Between us and there was 2 blocks of hell, but I thought I saw a path. An alley ran behind the buildings on this side of the street, and it looked less crowded with infected than the main street. We slipped out a side door and into the alley. Dumpsters and delivery trucks provided some cover, and we moved quietly, trying not to attract attention. An infected emerged from a doorway ahead, a woman in a nurse's uniform, and I put her down before she could make a sound. Sarah was shaking beside me, but she kept moving, kept following my lead. The construction site had a chain-link fence around it topped with barbed wire, but the gate was hanging open. We slipped through and ran across the torn-up ground toward the building itself. The lower floors were just steel framework, no walls yet, and we could see straight through to the crane operator's elevator, a construction lift that ran up the outside of the building to the crane platform 8 stories up. I hit the button and the lift started its climb with us aboard, a metal cage open to the air on all sides. As we rose, we could see more of the city, more of the devastation. Fires had merged into firestorms in some areas, entire neighborhoods burning unchecked. The highways were parking lots of abandoned cars. The medical center where this had started was barely visible through the smoke, but I could see flashes there that might have been gunfire or explosions. The lift reached the crane platform and we stepped off. This was as high as we could go, 8 stories up on an unfinished building in the middle of a dying city. The crane itself was a massive piece of machinery, its long arm extending 100 feet out over the street. Its operator's cab, a small metal box with windows on all sides. I helped Sarah climb the ladder up to the cab and followed her in. From here, we could see everything. The scope of the disaster was beyond anything I'd imagined. This wasn't an outbreak contained to one area, this was the entire city. Every direction showed smoke and fire, abandoned vehicles, buildings damaged or destroyed. And the infected. So many infected. They filled the streets like a tide, moving in groups, hunting, feeding, spreading. Sarah found a radio in the cab, a commercial band receiver, and turned it on. Most frequencies were dead, just static, but on the emergency broadcast band we found a voice. Official, measured, reading from a script. This is the emergency broadcast system. At 1800 hours today, the President authorized the use of extreme measures to contain the outbreak in Houston, Texas. All civilians are ordered to evacuate the city immediately using designated evacuation routes. Interstate 10 westbound, Highway 290 northwest, and Interstate 45 southbound remain open. All other routes are closed. Evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. At 2100 hours, federal forces will implement a containment perimeter. Anyone remaining within the perimeter after that time cannot be guaranteed safety. Evacuate immediately. I checked my watch. It was 1930 hours, 9:30 p.m. We had 90 minutes to get out of the city before whatever containment perimeter they were planning went into effect. I thought about what that might mean. Bombs. They were going to bomb Houston. They were going to try to burn out the infection with fire from above, probably incendiaries or fuel-air explosives, maybe even tactical nukes. And anyone still inside the city when that happened was going to die. "We need to move," I said. "We need to get to one of those evacuation routes." Sarah looked at me with hollow eyes. "How? We're 8 stories up in the middle of thousands of those things. We can't get to a car. We can't even get to the ground without being swarmed." She was right. I knew she was right. But I couldn't accept it. There had to be a way. I looked out at the crane arm, at the way it extended out over the street, and an insane idea formed. The crane had a trolley that ran along the arm, used to position loads for lifting. It was controlled from the cab. If I could position it over a building roof, we could ride it out away from this structure, drop down to that roof and make our way from there. It was crazy. It was dangerous as hell. But it was a chance. I studied the controls, figuring out which lever did what. The crane hadn't been used in weeks, not since the construction stopped, but it had power. I could hear the electric motors humming. I moved the controls carefully, watching as the trolley began to slide along the arm, moving outward. 50 feet, 75, 100. The arm extended over a lower building across the street, maybe 5 stories tall, and I positioned the trolley directly above its roof. "We're going to ride that down," I told Sarah. She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Bruno, that's insane. We'll fall. We'll die. We'll die if we stay here," I said. "In 90 minutes, they're going to flatten this whole city. This is our only shot." I could see her wrestling with it, could see the fear and the desperate hope fighting in her eyes. Finally, she nodded. We climbed down from the cab and out onto the crane arm itself. It was maybe 3 feet wide, a narrow steel beam with cable runs along the sides and nothing but empty air below. The infected had noticed us up here and were gathering at the base of the building, hundreds of them looking up, their arms reaching toward us even though we were impossibly far above them. I tried not to look down. We moved slowly along the arm, our hands gripping the cables for balance, until we reached the trolley. It was a metal frame with a hook hanging below it for lifting loads, and there was just enough room for both of us to hold on. I positioned Sarah on one side, wrapped her arms around the frame, and took the other side myself. Then I pulled out my phone and called the number for the crane operator's cab, a number I'd seen written on the control panel. It rang once. Then I heard the ringtone coming from the cab behind us. I used the phone to remotely trigger the controls, having programmed a simple descent sequence before we left the cab. The trolley shuddered and began to move downward, lowering us toward the roof of the building below. It was a terrifying ride, the whole frame swaying and spinning, the ground seeming to rush up at us even though we were descending slowly. Sarah had her eyes squeezed shut and was praying under her breath, words I couldn't make out over the whine of the electric motors and the moans of the infected below. We were 20 feet from the roof when I heard the first shots. Gunfire, close and loud, coming from somewhere to the north. I looked up and saw helicopters, military Black Hawks, and they were firing into the streets, into the masses of infected, their door guns chattering. But they weren't trying to save anyone. They were just killing everything that moved, infected and survivors alike. I realized what the containment perimeter really meant. They weren't evacuating people. They were making sure nothing got out. They were killing the city. The trolley reached the roof and we dropped the last few feet, landing hard on the concrete. I immediately looked for a way down, a stairwell access, a fire escape, anything. There was a rooftop door and I ran for it, Sarah right behind me. The door was locked, but I used the boat hook to pry it open and we descended into the building. This was an old warehouse that had been converted to loft apartments, and most of the units were empty, people having fled or been killed. We made our way down floor by floor, checking each level until we reached the ground floor and found a loading dock. There was a delivery van backed up to the dock, its rear doors open, and I had a wild hope that the keys might be inside. They were. In the ignition. I fired up the van and pulled away from the dock, crashing through the warehouse's roll-up door and out into the street. The infected turned toward us immediately, dozens of them, and I accelerated into them, the van's heavy frame plowing through the mob. I knew where I was, knew these streets, and I pointed us toward Interstate 45 southbound, toward one of the evacuation routes that was supposedly still open. The streets were a maze of abandoned vehicles and infected, but the van was heavy enough to push smaller cars aside and fast enough to outrun the infected when we had clear pavement. Sarah was in the passenger seat, holding onto the door handle with white knuckles, her eyes scanning for threats. We were maybe 3 miles from the Interstate 45 on-ramp, 3 miles that felt like 300. A military checkpoint appeared ahead, Humvees arranged in a barricade across the street, and I slowed, hopeful that these were the evacuation forces, that they were here to help. Then I saw the bodies. Civilians piled 10 deep in front of the barricade and soldiers standing behind it with rifles pointed at us. "Stop the vehicle!" a voice called over a loudspeaker. "Stop or we will fire!" I stopped, my hands visible on the wheel. "We're not infected," I shouted out the window. "We're trying to evacuate." The broadcast said Interstate 45 southbound was open. The soldiers didn't lower their weapons. "No one gets through," the voice on the loudspeaker said. "Return to your homes. Await further instructions." "Our homes are burning," Sarah screamed. "The whole city is burning. You have to let us through." "Final warning. Leave the area or you will be engaged." I realized they meant it. They weren't here to evacuate anyone. They were here to enforce the containment, to make sure no one, infected or not, got out of Houston. We were trapped. The whole city was trapped. This wasn't a rescue operation. This was a mass execution. I put the van in reverse and backed up, turning around before the soldiers could decide to shoot us. We needed another way out, Highway 290 northwest. Maybe that route was different. Maybe those soldiers were actually evacuating people. It was the only hope we had left. We drove northwest, cutting through neighborhoods I'd known my whole life, past schools where my daughters had played, past restaurants where Sarah and I had celebrated anniversaries, past the church where we'd been married. Everything was burning or abandoned or overrun with infected. The city I'd lived in for 51 years, the city where I'd built my life, was gone. Destroyed in less than a day. Highway 290 was chaos. Cars were backed up for miles, people had abandoned their vehicles and were trying to walk, and the infected were among them, hunting, feeding. I saw a National Guard checkpoint ahead, but it was overrun. The soldiers either dead or fled, their barricades knocked aside. The evacuation routes were a lie. There was no way out. They'd trapped everyone here to die. "Bruno, what do we do?" Sarah asked, her voice breaking. I didn't have an answer. I looked at my watch. It was 45 hours, 15 minutes until the containment perimeter went into effect. 15 minutes until they dropped whatever weapons they'd prepared to sterilize Houston. We couldn't get out. We couldn't survive. All we could do was find somewhere to be together when the end came. I thought of the ship channel, of the Gulf Ranger still tied up at that industrial pier. If we could get there, if we could get aboard and get offshore out into the Gulf of Mexico, maybe the bombs wouldn't reach us, maybe we could survive. It was a slim chance, almost no chance at all, but it was something. I turned the van around and headed back toward the channel. back the way we'd come, driving like a maniac through streets packed with infected and abandoned cars. The fires were everywhere now, merging into a firestorm that created its own wind, hot gusts that buffeted the van and filled the air with embers. Buildings were collapsing, gas lines were exploding, and the night sky glowed orange from horizon to horizon. We reached the industrial pier, and I could see the Gulf Ranger still there, still afloat, waiting. I drove the van right onto the dock, and we jumped out, running for the tugboat. Infected were emerging from the chemical plant, workers who'd hidden and succumbed to the infection, and they came at us in a wave. I fought them off with the boat hook while Sarah got aboard, then I followed, jumping the gap as infected hands grabbed at my legs. I fired up the Gulf Ranger's engines and cast off, pulling away from the dock with infected tumbling into the water behind us, their arms still reaching. I pointed us toward the bay, toward open water, and opened the throttles wide. The tugboat responded, her powerful diesels driving us forward at her maximum speed of 12 knots. Behind us, Houston burned. The entire city was a sea of fire, the smoke column rising thousands of feet into the night sky, visible for 100 miles in every direction. And as we watched, as we put distance between us and the dying city, the sky lit up with a different kind of light. Brilliant, white, brighter than the sun. The shockwave hit us seconds later, a wall of sound and pressure that rolled across the water and nearly capsized the Gulf Ranger. And when I looked back, the city was gone. Just gone, replaced by an expanding fireball that climbed into the stratosphere, that turned night into day, that incinerated everything within 20 miles of ground zero. They'd done it. They'd actually done it. They'd dropped a nuclear weapon on Houston, on 4 million people, on everyone who'd been trapped in that containment perimeter, whether infected or not. The fourth largest city in America had just ceased to exist. Sarah was screaming, though I couldn't hear her over the roar of the blast and the ringing in my ears. I held the wheel and kept us pointed south toward open water, toward the Gulf. The heat from the fireball reached us even this far out, a wave of warmth that felt like standing too close to a furnace. And I wondered if we were far enough away, if the radiation would kill us anyway. The firestorm behind us raged for hours, the mushroom cloud towering into the sky, lightning flickering in its depths. I kept the Gulf Ranger moving south, putting as many miles between us and that hell as I could. Sarah sat on the deck, staring back at the burning horizon, her face blank with shock. I didn't try to comfort her. There was no comfort for this. As dawn broke, gray and ashen, we were 40 miles offshore, floating in the Gulf of Mexico with maybe a quarter tank of fuel left and nowhere to go. The radio was still working, though most stations were dead. I found one broadcast, a calm voice reading a statement. At 2100 hours yesterday, federal forces deployed a strategic nuclear device over Houston, Texas, in an attempt to contain the outbreak that had consumed the city. Initial reports suggest the weapon was effective in eliminating the infected within the blast radius. However, we have reports of infection spreading to surrounding communities that were outside the immediate blast zone. The virus appears to be airborne in some cases, capable of spreading through population centers with extreme rapidity. Additional containment measures are being implemented in Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and other major Texas cities. Citizens are advised to remain indoors, avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms, and await instructions from local authorities. The virus was spreading. The bomb hadn't stopped it. All they'd done was kill millions of people and buy time, maybe a few days, maybe less. And it would keep spreading from city to city, state to state, until there was nowhere left to run, until the whole world looked like Houston had in those final hours. I thought about trying to reach land, maybe Mexico or Louisiana, somewhere that hadn't been hit yet. But I knew it was pointless. This wasn't ending. There was no cure, no vaccine, no way to stop it. The infected would keep spreading, and every person they bit would become another infected, and it would continue until there was no one left to bite. Sarah came to stand beside me in the wheelhouse, and we watched the sun rise over water that was gray with ash and debris. Behind us, the remains of Houston smoldered, a radioactive wasteland where a great city had stood. "What do we do now?" she asked. I didn't have an answer. We had fuel for maybe another 8 hours of running. We had some food and water aboard, enough for a few days. We had each other, that was all. "We survive as long as we can," I finally said. "We stay out here on the water where it's safe and we survive." She nodded, leaning against me, and we stood together watching the poisoned dawn, knowing that we were witnesses to the end of the world. Knowing that even if we survived the radiation and the starvation and the elements, eventually the infected would find us. Eventually everyone would be infected. Eventually the dead would inherit the earth. But that was later. For now, in this moment, we were alive. We were together. And the Gulf Ranger was still moving, still carrying us away from the nightmare behind us into an uncertain future on an empty ocean. I didn't know how long we could last. I didn't know if anyone else had survived, if there were other boats out here, other refugees from the burning cities. I didn't know if the government still existed, if the military was still organized, if anyone was in control anymore. All I knew was that I'd failed to save my city, failed to save my crew, failed to stop any of this, but I'd saved Sarah. I'd gotten her out. And maybe somehow that was enough. Maybe that would have to be enough. The Gulf Ranger's engines rumbled beneath my feet, steady and reliable. And I held the wheel and kept us pointed south into deep water, into whatever came next. Behind us, America burned. Ahead, the Gulf stretched empty and indifferent, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the world was ending. But here, now, in this moment, we were still alive. That was when I saw the smoke on the southern horizon. Not the smoke from Houston, but different smoke, gray and thick, coming from multiple points. I grabbed the binoculars and looked, and my heart sank. The oil platforms. The offshore drilling platforms that dotted the Gulf of Mexico that provided a significant portion of America's domestic oil production, they were burning. Either the workers had been infected, or they'd been sabotaged, or they'd simply been abandoned and accidents had occurred, but they were going up one by one, each platform a towering inferno, pumping thousands of gallons of crude oil into the Gulf every minute. The radio crackled again, a new voice, panicked and desperate. "This is Captain Martinez of the Coast Guard cutter Defiance. We are taking on infected refugees from Galveston Island. Repeat, we have infected aboard. Crew is compromised. We are attempting to contain, but the situation is..." The transmission cut off in screams and gunfire. The Coast Guard was falling. The military was falling. Everyone was falling. I changed course, turning us west, running parallel to the coast but staying well offshore. If the platforms were burning, there might be other boats out here, other survivors from the coastal communities. Maybe we could find them, band together, create some kind of floating refuge. It was a desperate hope, but it was all I had. An hour passed, 2. The fuel gauge dropped steadily. I was calculating range in my head, trying to figure out how far we could go before we ran dry. Maybe Mexico. Maybe we could make it to Tampico or Veracruz, find a port that hadn't been infected yet. But even as I thought it, I knew it was futile. If the virus was airborne like the broadcast had said, it was everywhere by now. There was no safe port. There was no refuge. The radio brought more news, each broadcast worse than the last. Atlanta reports massive outbreak, city under martial law. Los Angeles International Airport has been shut down after infected passengers attacked gate agents. Reports of infection in London, Paris, Tokyo, Sydney. The president has been evacuated to an undisclosed location. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Seek shelter immediately. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. Symptoms include nosebleeds, aggression, cloudy eyes, and violent behavior. There is currently no cure. Repeat, there is no cure. Sarah was crying silently, tears running down her face, and I realized I was crying too. For our city, for our world, for our species. We'd done this to ourselves. Some lab, some researcher trying to cure disease or create a weapon had unleashed something they couldn't control, and now it was ending everything. 30,000 years of human civilization gone in less than a day. The sun climbed higher. The Gulf waters turned from gray to blue, and the Gulf Ranger kept moving south. I saw other boats now dotting the horizon, all heading the same direction, all fleeing the burning coast. A sailboat maybe 2 miles to our west, a fishing trawler to the east, a yacht far ahead moving fast. All of us refugees, all of us running from an enemy that couldn't be outrun. My phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly dropped it. The number was blocked, but I answered anyway. Hello? Static, then a voice, mechanical and filtered. This is an automated emergency broadcast from the United States government. All citizens are advised that a state of global emergency has been declared. The biological outbreak that began in Houston, Texas, has now spread to multiple continents. Efforts to contain the outbreak have failed. Military and emergency services are overwhelmed. Citizens are instructed to shelter in place and defend themselves by any means necessary. May God have mercy on us all. The line went dead. I looked at Sarah and saw my own horror reflected in her face. Global. It had gone global. In less than 24 hours, the virus had spread from a single laboratory in Houston to every continent on Earth. How was that even possible? Unless it had been deliberate, unless someone had released it simultaneously in multiple locations. Terrorists. That's what the early reports had said. Terrorists had gotten access to the virus and used it as a weapon, but why? What could anyone possibly gain from destroying the entire world? It didn't make sense, unless they weren't trying to gain anything, unless they were simply trying to end everything. And they'd succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. I thought about Tommy, about how fast the infection had taken him. 20 minutes from bite to transformation, and each person he bit would transform just as fast, and each of those would bite more. Exponential growth. If someone had released the virus simultaneously in 100 major cities worldwide, infecting just a few people in each location, within hours you'd have thousands infected. Within a day, millions. Within a week, everyone. The math was simple and terrifying. Humanity was finished. We just didn't know it yet. Most people were still in denial, still thinking this could be contained, still believing their governments would save them. But I'd seen Houston die. I'd seen the nuclear fire that was supposed to sterilize the infection, and I'd heard the reports that it had failed, that the virus continued to spread even through the radiation and the ash. There was no stopping this. There was no cure coming. There was only survival, day by day, hour by hour, until you ran out of food or fuel or luck. And then you'd die, either from starvation or exposure or the infected. Those were the only options left. The Gulf Ranger's fuel gauge hit the quarter mark, and I knew we had maybe 4 more hours of running, maybe less if I kept the throttles wide open. I pulled back to cruising speed, conserving what we had left. The other boats around us were doing the same, all of us slowly dying as our fuel ran out and we became dead in the water, waiting for whatever came next. Sarah spoke for the first time in hours. "Bruno, I'm scared." "I know, baby, I'm scared too. I don't want to become one of those things. Promise me, if I get infected, if I get bitten, you'll kill me before I turn. Promise me." I looked at her, at this woman I'd loved for 3 decades, and I nodded. "I promise, and you promise me the same." She took my hand and squeezed it. "I promise." We stood together in the wheelhouse, holding hands, watching the empty ocean and the empty sky. And I wondered how many other people around the world were having this same conversation right now. How many husbands and wives, parents and children, friends and lovers were making promises to kill each other rather than let the infection take them. Billions, probably. The whole world making death pacts. The sun reached its zenith and started its descent toward the western horizon. I'd been awake for more than 36 hours, running on adrenaline and fear, and now exhaustion was catching up with me. My hands were shaking on the wheel. My vision was blurring. I needed to rest, needed to sleep, but I was afraid of what might happen if I closed my eyes. Afraid that the infected might somehow reach us out here, might climb aboard while I slept. But the ocean was empty. No boats within a mile in any direction. No land visible anywhere. We were alone on the water, and for the moment we were safe. I told Sarah to take the wheel, to maintain our heading, and I went below to the tiny cabin where Carlos's body still lay on the floor, cold and stiff. I dragged him out to the deck and pushed him over the side, watching him sink into the blue water. And I said a prayer for him and for Tommy and for all the millions who died today. Then I went back to the cabin, collapsed on the narrow bunk, and fell into a sleep haunted by nightmares of fire and screaming and teeth. I woke to Sarah shaking me, her voice urgent. "Bruno, wake up. You need to see this." I stumbled to the wheelhouse, my head pounding, my mouth dry. The sun was setting, painting the western sky in shades of orange and red that reminded me too much of Houston burning. Sarah pointed to the south, and I looked. A Navy destroyer was on the horizon, maybe 5 miles away, and she was moving fast, cutting through the water at what had to be 30 knots. As I watched, she fired her guns, the main turret swiveling and booming, and I could see the shells hitting something in the water ahead of her. Boats. She was firing on boats, civilian boats trying to flee the coast. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered. "They're killing everyone. They're not letting anyone escape." I grabbed the radio and tuned to the military frequencies, listening to the chatter. "Command, this is USS Porter. Continuing to enforce exclusion zone. Have engaged and destroyed 17 civilian vessels attempting to break quarantine. Requesting permission to expand engagement range to 20 nautical miles. Over." USS Porter, this is Fleet Command. Permission granted. Expand engagement zone to 20 nautical miles. Rules of engagement remain the same. Anything that moves gets sunk. We cannot allow the infection to spread via maritime routes. Over. Copy that, Command. Expanding engagement zone. Porter out. They were sinking everyone. Every boat, every ship, every vessel trying to escape the quarantine zones. The Navy had been ordered to sink them all, to drown anyone trying to flee, to make absolutely certain that the infection didn't spread beyond the American coast. It didn't matter that most of the people on those boats weren't infected. It didn't matter that they were just trying to survive. The government had made its decision. No one gets out. No one escapes. Humanity would die on land, not at sea. I looked at our position, calculating the distance to the destroyer. She was heading north, sweeping the Gulf in a search pattern, and we were in her path. In maybe 20 minutes, she'd be close enough to spot us, close enough to fire on us. The Gulf Ranger couldn't outrun a destroyer. We couldn't hide from her radar. We had one option. I turned the Gulf Ranger east, toward the coast, toward the burning oil platforms and the contaminated shore. If we could get close to land, lose ourselves in the coastal waters where there were shallows and channels that a destroyer couldn't navigate, maybe we could slip past them. It was a terrible plan. It meant going back toward the infection, back toward the danger we'd fled. But it was better than being sunk by our own Navy. Sarah understood without me having to explain. She'd heard the radio traffic, seen the destroyer destroying boats. She just nodded and held on as I pushed the throttles forward. running the Gulf Ranger at full speed toward the coast 10 miles ahead. The fuel gauge dropped faster now, the needle falling toward empty, and I knew we'd run dry before we reached shore. But maybe we'd get close enough. Maybe we could swim the last bit, find something to float on, find a way to survive. Behind us, the destroyer altered course, tracking us. Her radar had spotted us. Her guns were turning our direction. I zigzagged, hoping to throw off her fire control, but it was pointless. She was a warship with modern targeting systems, and we were a tugboat barely making 12 knots. She could sink us whenever she wanted. The first shell landed 100 yards ahead of us, throwing up a water spout that drenched the Gulf Ranger's deck. A warning shot. The next one would hit us directly. I looked at Sarah and saw her looking back at me, and we both knew this was the end. We'd survived the outbreak, survived the infection, survived the nuclear destruction of our city, only to be killed by our own military in the Gulf of Mexico. There was something darkly fitting about it. This whole nightmare had started with a bioweapon, with military research gone wrong, and now it would end with military fire. But I wasn't going to make it easy for them. I ran the Gulf Ranger straight and true toward the coast, maxing out the throttles, and I waited for the shell that would end it. It came a minute later, a whistling scream through the air that ended in an explosion that lifted the Gulf Ranger's stern out of the water and threw me across the wheelhouse. The engines died instantly, their fuel lines ruptured, and we began to sink. Sarah was on the deck, blood running from a cut on her forehead, and I pulled her to her feet. The Gulf Ranger was going down fast, water pouring in through the massive hole in her stern where the shell had hit. We had maybe 30 seconds before she went under completely. I grabbed a life jacket and threw it to Sarah, grabbed another for myself, and we jumped over the side into the warm Gulf water just as the Gulf Ranger made her final dive, her bow rising up like she was waving goodbye before sliding beneath the surface. We floated there, treading water, watching the destroyer pass us by without slowing. They didn't even bother to check if we'd survived. We were just another target eliminated, another potential vector for infection removed. The destroyer continued north, hunting for more refugees to kill, and we were left alone in the water with night falling and the coast still 5 miles away. I looked at Sarah, at her pale face and wide eyes, and I took her hand. "We can make it, we can swim it, just stay with me." She nodded, too exhausted to speak, and we began to swim toward the distant shore, toward the orange glow of burning platforms and burning cities, toward whatever hell waited for us there. The swim took hours. My arms felt like lead, my legs cramping, the life jacket the only thing keeping me afloat. Sarah was struggling too, and several times I had to help her, had to keep her head above water when she started to slip under. The current was against us, pushing us south, and for every 100 yards we swam toward shore, we drifted 50 yards along the coast. But we kept going. We didn't have any other choice. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, my feet touched bottom. Sand and mud, maybe 4 feet down, and I stood up and pulled Sarah to her feet beside me. We'd made it. We'd actually made it to shore. I looked around, trying to orient myself, and recognized where we were. Somewhere near Freeport, 30 miles south of where we'd started. The burning platforms were to our east, their flames reflecting off low clouds, and to the north I could see the glow that must be what was left of Houston, still burning days after the nuclear strike. The beach was empty, no infected visible, but I knew they'd be nearby. They'd be everywhere. I helped Sarah out of the water, and we collapsed on the sand, too exhausted to move, just breathing and shivering despite the warm night. I could hear sounds in the distance, screams and gunshots and explosions, the soundtrack of civilization's collapse. But for now, for this moment, we were safe. Sarah fell asleep there on the beach, her head on my shoulder, and I sat watch, staring out at the dark water where the Gulf Ranger had gone down, where my life as a tugboat captain had ended. I thought about my daughters, both living in other states, and I wondered if they were still alive, if they'd survived the outbreak in their own cities, or if they'd been consumed like everyone else. I'd tried calling them a dozen times since this started, but the networks were down, the phones dead. I'd probably never know what happened to them. The night dragged on. I counted the hours by watching the stars wheel overhead, the constellations I'd used for navigation for 30 years now marking time in a world gone mad. At some point, infected appeared on the beach, wandering figures moving in that distinctive shambling gait, and I woke Sarah and we moved inland, crossing the coastal highway and making our way into the subdivisions beyond. The houses were dark, some burned out, some with doors standing open and blood on the walls. We found one that looked intact, a small ranch-style home with bars on the windows and a solid door. I forced the lock and we went inside, checking each room for infected. It was clear. We barricaded the door and collapsed in the master bedroom, too tired to do anything else. Morning came with the sound of helicopters overhead, military birds flying search patterns, and I wondered if they were looking for survivors or just mapping the extent of the disaster. I found food in the kitchen, canned goods and bottled water, and we ate mechanically, neither of us speaking. What was there to say? The world had ended. We were alive, but maybe that was worse. Maybe it would have been better to die with Houston quick and clean in the nuclear fire rather than face this slow death by starvation and infection. The radio still worked, running on battery power, and I turned it on to hear the news. Day 4 of the global pandemic, infection rates continue to accelerate. Major cities worldwide are reporting complete breakdown of government and emergency services. The virus has now been confirmed on every continent, including Antarctica. The president has issued a statement from the Emergency Operations Center, urging citizens to remain calm and follow guidance from local authorities, though it's unclear what authorities remain functional. Reports indicate that approximately 30% of the world's population may already be infected or deceased. This is an unprecedented catastrophe on a scale never before seen in human history. 30% in 4 days. By the end of the week, it would be half. By the end of the month, everyone. I did the math, calculated the exponential growth, and realized that at this rate, within 6 weeks, there would be no uninfected humans left anywhere on Earth. 6 weeks until the infected outnumbered the living so completely that survival would be impossible. 6 weeks until humanity became a footnote in geological history. A brief footnote about a species that rose and fell in the blink of an evolutionary eye. Sarah was looking at me and I realized I'd been speaking out loud, narrating my calculations. "So what do we do?" she asked. "We just wait here for 6 weeks and then die?" I didn't have an answer. We could try to run to stay ahead of the infection, but where would we go? The whole world was infected. We could try to find other survivors, band together, create some kind of defended community, but I'd seen how that ended. The infected didn't stop coming. They didn't get tired. They didn't run out of ammunition. Eventually, every wall fell. Every refuge was overrun. "We survive as long as we can," I finally said. "That's all anyone can do." She nodded, accepting it, and we spent the day fortifying the house, boarding up windows, reinforcing doors, gathering supplies from neighboring homes. We found more food, more water, some weapons, a shotgun with shells and a hunting rifle with a scope. Not much, but it was something. That night the infected came. We heard them before we saw them, that low moaning that seemed to be their only form of communication, and then they were at the door, pounding, trying to force their way in. I counted maybe a dozen of them, drawn by the noise we'd made during the day, by our scent or our movement. I fired through a window, the rifle cracking loudly in the confined space, and dropped 3 of them before the rest scattered into the darkness. But they didn't leave. They stayed nearby, circling the house, waiting for an opening. I knew it was only a matter of time before they found one, before their numbers grew and they overwhelmed our defenses. This house wasn't a fortress. It was a temporary shelter at best, and we needed to move, needed to find somewhere more secure. In the morning, I scouted the neighborhood, moving carefully from house to house, checking for supplies and infected. Most homes were empty. Their occupants fled or dead or transformed. I found a few survivors barricaded in their homes like we were, but they were too scared to talk, too paranoid to trust anyone. I didn't blame them. In this world, other humans were as dangerous as the infected. More dangerous in some ways because they could plan, could ambush, could take what they wanted by force. I returned to our house and told Sarah what I'd found. There's a school about 3 blocks from here, elementary school with brick walls and fewer windows. If we can get there, fortify it, we might be able to hold out longer. She agreed, and we packed what supplies we could carry, filled backpacks with food and water and ammunition, and prepared to move. The streets were a nightmare. Abandoned cars everywhere, bodies in various states of decay, and infected wandering in groups of 2 or 3. We moved quietly, avoiding them when we could, shooting them when we couldn't avoid them. The school was where I remembered it, a squat brick building with a chain-link fence around the playground, and the front doors were intact. We slipped inside and barricaded ourselves in. The school became our new refuge. We fortified it room by room, blocking windows, reinforcing doors, setting up sleeping quarters in the principal's office where there was only one door and thick walls. We found a few other survivors over the next few days, people who'd been hiding in nearby homes and were drawn to the school by the lights we kept burning at night. A teacher named Marcus who'd stayed behind when everyone else fled. A teenage girl named Kayla whose family had been killed. An older couple, the Hendersons, who'd survived by sheer luck. Together we created something like a community. We posted watches, took shifts guarding the doors and windows. We scavenged for supplies from the surrounding neighborhood, bringing back food and water and anything else we could use. Marcus knew the school's layout, knew where everything was stored, and he helped us set up a sustainable operation. We had enough food for maybe 2 weeks if we rationed carefully. Enough water for a month, enough ammunition for however long it took to run out. But even as we built this fragile society, even as we tried to create some semblance of normal life, the world outside continued to collapse. The radio broadcasts became less frequent, more desperate. London has fallen. Moscow is burning. Beijing reports 90% infection rate. This may be the last broadcast from Tokyo. If anyone is listening, please know that we fought. We tried to survive, but there are too many of them. They're breaking through the perimeter. This is NHK signing off. God save us all. One by one, the voices went silent. One by one, the cities fell. By the end of the 2nd week, there were no more broadcasts from anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere. By the end of the 3rd week, the Southern Hemisphere went dark too. The last transmission I heard was from a research station in Antarctica. A scientist speaking calmly about how the infection had reached even that frozen continent. How the station personnel were transforming one by one. How he could hear them outside his door. "I'm the last one left," he said. "Everyone else is gone. I'm going to step outside now. I'm going to end this on my own terms. To whoever finds this recording, if anyone ever does, please know that we tried. Humanity tried. We just weren't strong enough, we weren't fast enough, we weren't smart enough. God forgive us for what we created. God forgive us for unleashing this on the world." The transmission ended with the sound of a door opening, cold wind rushing in, and then screaming. Then silence. The radio never spoke again. The world had gone quiet. At our school, we continued to survive, but it was getting harder. The infected were gathering in larger groups, drawn together by some instinct we didn't understand, and they were getting smarter. They'd learned to work together, to use simple tools to coordinate attacks. We'd had to fight them off 3 times in the last week, and each time we'd lost a little more ammunition, a little more of our strength. Marcus was bitten during the 3rd attack. He'd been on guard duty when a group of infected broke through a window he hadn't properly secured, and one of them got him before we could respond. We knew what that meant. We all knew. Marcus knew. "Do it now," he said. "Don't wait. Don't let me turn." And Sarah, because I couldn't, because I'd known Marcus for less than 2 weeks but had come to respect him, Sarah took the pistol and shot him in the head. We buried him in the playground, next to 2 other survivors who'd died in earlier attacks. And we stood there in the fading light, and I realized we were losing. We were all going to die here, either from the infected or from starvation or from each other. This school wasn't a refuge. It was a tomb. That night I approached the Henderson couple with a plan I'd been forming. "We need to leave. We need to find somewhere more defensible, somewhere the infected can't reach. I'm thinking offshore, maybe one of the oil platforms that hasn't burned, or a ship anchored in deep water. Somewhere we can see them coming and have room to escape." The Hendersons looked at each other, and I could see the doubt in their eyes, but Mr. Henderson nodded. "What about the Navy? Won't they sink us like they did before?" "I don't think there is a Navy anymore," I said. "I think all the military is gone, just like everything else. If we can find a boat, if we can get offshore, we might actually have a chance." Mrs. Henderson spoke up. "What about the infected in the water? We saw them before. We know they can swim." "They sink," I said. "I saw them go under and not come back up. I think the salt water kills them, or they can't coordinate well enough to swim. Either way, the ocean is safer than land." We debated for another hour, but in the end everyone agreed. Staying here was death. Moving gave us at least a chance. In the morning, we packed up everything we could carry and abandoned the school. 6 of us heading toward the coast, toward the marina at Freeport, where there might still be boats. The walk took all day. The streets were worse than before, the infected now in groups of dozens or hundreds, and we had to fight our way through several times. Kayla took a bite to the arm, and we had to leave her behind, screaming for us to come back as she realized what was happening to her, what she was becoming. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done, leaving that girl to transform alone in the street, but we didn't have a choice. We couldn't risk the infection spreading to the rest of us. The marina was a war zone. Boats had been smashed and burned. Docks had collapsed, and infected were everywhere. But I saw one vessel that looked intact. A sport fishing boat maybe 35 feet long, still tied to its slip. If we could get to it, if we could get it started, we had a chance. We made a run for it, all 5 of us charging down the dock, shooting infected as we went, and we made it aboard with the infected right behind us. I cast off while the Hendersons held them back with gunfire, and I got the engine started, pulled away from the dock just as an infected managed to jump aboard. Sarah hit it with a boat hook, knocking it over the side, and we were free, running for open water with infected falling into our wake. The boat had fuel, half a tank, and I pointed us south, away from the burning coast into the Gulf. We ran for an hour before I felt safe enough to slow down to check our situation. We had some food aboard, not much, and minimal water. We had the fuel in the tank and nothing else. We were alive, but barely. That first night on the water, Mr. Henderson died. Heart attack, we thought. The stress and exertion too much for him. Mrs. Henderson went with him, couldn't face the thought of surviving alone, and she just slipped over the side into the dark water before anyone could stop her. That left 3 of us. Me and Sarah and a young man named David who joined our group at the school. 3 survivors on a fishing boat in the Gulf of Mexico with nowhere to go and no plan beyond staying alive one more day. We drifted for days, conserving fuel, fishing for food, collecting rainwater when it fell. The coast was a distant glow on the horizon, fires still burning weeks after the outbreak started. We saw other boats sometimes, other refugees like us, but we avoided them. We'd learned that other people couldn't be trusted. That desperation made everyone dangerous. On the 10th day adrift, we found an oil platform, one of the few that hadn't burned. It was abandoned. The crew either fled or dead, but it was intact and functional. We tied up to it and climbed aboard, and for the first time since Houston burned, we felt something like safe. The platform had food stores, water desalination, power from solar panels, and enough elevation that the infected couldn't reach us even if they somehow got into the water and made it this far offshore. We set up residence there, the 3 of us creating a tiny fragment of civilization on a steel structure in the middle of the Gulf. David rigged up a radio antenna and we listened to the silence, hoping for broadcasts that never came. We fished and maintained the equipment and watched the horizon for threats that sometimes appeared in the form of Navy ships still enforcing their quarantine, though they never came close enough to engage us. Months passed. The world stayed silent. We saw no other boats, heard no radio traffic, detected no signs that anyone else had survived. The 3 of us were alone on our platform, and sometimes I wondered if we were the last humans left alive, if everyone else had died or transformed and we were it, the final remnants of a species that had dominated the planet for millennia. Sarah got sick in the 4th month. Not the infection, something else, cancer maybe, or an infection that had nothing to do with the virus. We didn't have medicine, didn't have a doctor, couldn't do anything but make her comfortable. She died on a cold January morning peacefully in her sleep, and I buried her at sea, wrapping her body in a sheet and lowering her into the water while David said a prayer. I was alone then, except for David, and we rarely spoke. What was there to say? We maintained the platform, kept ourselves fed, and waited for death. David went first, fell from a catwalk doing repairs and broke his neck on the deck below. I buried him too. And then I was truly alone. The years passed, counted in sunrises and sunsets, in storms and calm seas, in the slow decay of the platform around me. I kept the radio on, kept listening for voices that never came. I kept a journal documenting what had happened, how the world ended, though I didn't know who would ever read it. I kept surviving day after day because I didn't know what else to do. I'm writing this now in the 10th year since Houston fell, since civilization collapsed, since humanity lost its war with a virus we created. I'm 51 years old when it started. I'm 61 now. I'm alone on this platform with no hope of rescue, no hope of rebuilding, no hope of anything except continuing to survive for however long my body holds out. The world is silent. The coast is dark. No lights burn anywhere, no ships sail, no planes fly. Humanity is gone, wiped out by the very science we thought would save us, destroyed by a weapon we built to defend ourselves. The infected still roam the dead cities, I suppose, though I can't see them from here. They've inherited the earth like the broadcast said they would, and they can have it. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. My body is failing. The years of solitude and minimal nutrition taking their toll. When I die, there will be no one left who remembers the old world, who remembers Houston or tugboats or the smell of coffee in the morning or the sound of Sarah's laugh. All of that will die with me, and the earth will spin on indifferent, carrying the ruins of what we were into an unknowable future. This is my testimony. This is my witness. Humanity existed. We built cities and ships and sent machines to other worlds. We created art and music and love. We weren't perfect, we made terrible mistakes, but we were here. We existed, we mattered. And then we were gone, consumed by the monsters we made, leaving nothing behind but empty buildings and silent oceans and the memory of what might have been. This is how the world ended, not with a bang but with a bite, not with glory but with hunger, not with hope but with horror. The zombies won, the virus won, death won. And here at the end of all things, I sit alone on a rusting platform and watch the sun set on a world that has forgotten what sunsets mean, what beauty means, what humanity means. This is the end. This is how it ends. This is all that's left. And even now, even after everything, even knowing that there's no hope and no future and no point, I'll wake tomorrow and check the fishing lines and maintain the solar panels and listen to the silent radio. Because that's what I do. That's what we did. We survived. Even when survival meant nothing, even when we were already dead and just didn't know it yet, we survived. That was humanity's final act, our last defiance in the face of extinction. We survived. Right up until the moment we didn't. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. Traffic was heavy but moving, the usual morning crawl of commuters heading toward downtown and the west side. I had my route planned out in my head, the way I always did, starting with the residential deliveries in the Hollywood Hills and working my way down through West Hollywood, then cutting over to Beverly Hills and finishing in Culver City near home. The radio played classic rock, the same songs I'd heard 1,000 times, and I hummed along while navigating lane changes and watching for aggressive drivers. Around 7:30, just as I was exiting onto Highland Avenue, the DJ interrupted the music with a news update. Authorities are asking residents near UCLA Medical Center to remain indoors this morning as emergency crews respond to what officials are calling a medical situation, the DJ said, his voice tight with forced casualness. The hospital has been placed under temporary quarantine and several surrounding streets have been closed. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available. In other news, traffic is backing up on the 101 near downtown due to what appears to be multiple vehicle collisions. I changed the station, found nothing but commercials, changed it again. The third station was playing the same news update about UCLA Medical Center, and I felt a small prickle of unease in my chest. UCLA was maybe 4 miles from where I was right now, close enough that if something serious was happening, it might affect my route. But the news wasn't saying what the medical situation actually was, and I had 218 packages to deliver, so I pushed the thought aside and turned onto Franklin Avenue. The Hollywood Hills deliveries went smoothly at first. I rang doorbells, scanned packages, collected signatures from sleepy residents in bathrobes who barely acknowledged me. An actress whose face I vaguely recognized from commercials asked if I'd heard anything about what was happening at UCLA, and I told her I didn't know anything. "My friend's a nurse there," she said, clutching her package to her chest. "She texted me an hour ago saying they were putting patients in restraints, that people were trying to bite the staff. I haven't heard from her since." "Probably just a precaution," I said, trying to sound reassuring even though the prickle of unease was growing stronger. "I'm sure she's fine." I finished the Hills run by 9 and descended back toward the flatlands, navigating the narrow, winding streets that tourists always got lost on. My scanner chimed with each delivery confirmation, the steady rhythm of completed stops, and I was making good time despite the weird news. But as I turned onto Sunset Boulevard, heading east toward West Hollywood, I noticed the traffic was worse than usual. Not just heavy, but completely stalled. Cars sat motionless in all lanes, engines idling, and ahead I could see people standing outside their vehicles, looking at their phones or talking to other drivers. I pulled the truck to the curb near a Starbucks and grabbed my scanner to check if there was a delivery nearby I could knock out while traffic cleared. That's when I heard the first scream. It was high-pitched and terrified, coming from somewhere up the boulevard. and it cut through the ambient noise of traffic and conversation like a knife. People on the sidewalk stopped walking, turned to look. Another scream followed, then another, and suddenly there was movement in the stalled traffic ahead. People running, car doors slamming. I climbed down from the truck, my hand automatically going to the extendable hand truck I kept mounted on the side, and started walking toward the commotion. The Hollywood Walk of Fame stretched out beneath my feet, bronze stars embedded in pink terrazzo, and tourists with cameras were pointing and shouting. About half a block ahead, I saw what they were looking at. A woman in a business suit was on top of a man in the middle of the street, and she was biting him. Not attacking him with her hands, not punching or scratching, biting, tearing at his throat with her teeth while he thrashed underneath her, and blood sprayed across the pavement in arterial spurts. "Jesus Christ," someone next to me whispered, and then people were running in all directions, screaming, pulling out phones to record or call 911. I stood frozen, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The woman looked wrong, her movements jerky and aggressive, her jaw working with mechanical intensity at the man's neck. He stopped thrashing. She lifted her head, her face smeared with blood. And I saw that her eyes were wrong too, clouded and vacant, like she wasn't really seeing anything. She stood up, swaying slightly, and turned toward the crowd of fleeing tourists. A security guard from one of the nearby stores ran toward her, shouting for her to stop, to get on the ground. She lunged at him with shocking speed, tackling him to the pavement, and the screaming intensified. More people were running now, abandoning their cars, pushing and shoving to get away. I backed toward my truck, my heart hammering, and that's when I saw the second attack. A teenage boy, maybe 16, was convulsing on the sidewalk outside a souvenir shop. Tourists formed a circle around him, some trying to help, others just filming. His body jerked and spasmed, foam coming from his mouth, and then he went still for about 5 seconds before his eyes snapped open. He grabbed the ankle of a woman trying to check his pulse and bit down hard enough that I heard her scream even from 50 feet away. She tried to pull free, but he held on, teeth sunk into her calf, and when she finally wrenched herself away, she left a chunk of flesh in his mouth. The crowd scattered. The boy stood up, his movements wrong, stilted like a puppet with tangled strings, and he shuffled toward the nearest person, arms outstretched. I turned and ran back to my truck, fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them and had to scoop them off the ground. Behind me, the screaming was getting louder, multiplying, and when I risked a glance over my shoulder, I saw more people attacking, more people being attacked. The infection, or whatever it was, spreading through the crowd like wildfire. I yanked open the truck door and climbed inside, slamming it shut and locking it. My scanner was buzzing with messages, the UPS system lighting up with notifications. "All drivers return to facility immediately," one message read. "Do not attempt further deliveries, emergency protocols in effect." I started the engine, threw the truck into gear, and tried to pull back into traffic, but the street was completely blocked now. Cars were abandoned everywhere, doors hanging open, and between them I could see people running, fighting, falling. My phone rang. It was Marcus. "Williams, where the hell are you?" he shouted over background noise that sounded like chaos. "Sunset Boulevard near La Cienega," I said, gripping the steering wheel. "Marcus, what the fuck is happening? People are attacking each other out here. I know," he cut me off. "It's everywhere. Whatever got out at UCLA, it's spreading. The company's evacuating all personnel. Get back here now." "I can't," I said, watching through my windshield as a man in a Dodgers jersey tackled a woman trying to climb into her car. "Traffic is completely stopped. There are people, Marcus, they're eating each other. I watched someone." "Then abandon the truck and get somewhere safe," Marcus said. "We're shutting down the facility. Everyone's being sent home." "I have to get to Jasmine," I said, my voice cracking. "My daughter, she's at daycare in Koreatown." Then go, Marcus said. Fuck the truck, fuck the packages. Just go get your daughter and hole up somewhere until this blows over. The line went dead. I tried calling back, but the call wouldn't connect. I tried calling Mrs. Chen at the daycare, got a busy signal. I tried Keisha in Phoenix, got her voicemail. Keisha, if you get this, there's something happening in LA, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm going to get Jasmine and take her somewhere safe. I'll call you when I can. I hung up, checked my phone's GPS, and saw that every major road between here and Koreatown was marked red with traffic. The daycare was maybe 5 miles away, but in this chaos it might as well have been 50. I looked in the truck's side mirror and saw 3 people stumbling between cars toward me. Their movements were the same jerky wrong gait I'd seen on the others, and their clothes were torn and bloody. One of them, a woman in a server's uniform, had what looked like a bite taken out of her shoulder, the flesh hanging in ragged strips. I watched as she grabbed a man trying to squeeze between 2 SUVs and pulled him toward her, her teeth finding his arm before he could even scream. I couldn't stay in the truck. If those things reached me here, I'd be trapped, boxed in by abandoned cars with no way out. I grabbed my scanner out of habit, then realized how useless it was and tossed it aside. What I needed was the hand truck, the heavy metal one I used for appliance deliveries. I'd used it for 12 years, pushed thousands of pounds across countless driveways and loading docks, and right now it was the closest thing to a weapon I had. I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and climbed down from the truck. The 3 infected people were maybe 30 feet away now, moving between cars with single-minded purpose toward any movement they saw. I pulled the hand truck free from its mount, feeling its familiar weight, and extended the handle. It was solid aluminum with a thick steel nose plate, and I'd seen it survive impacts that would have bent lesser equipment. Now I was going to use it for something the manufacturer never intended. The server reached me first. Up close I could see that her eyes were completely clouded over, white and milky, and there was blood crusted around her mouth and dripping from her chin. She didn't say anything, didn't make any sound except a low rattling in her throat, and she lunged at me with her hands outstretched like claws. I swung the hand truck like a baseball bat, putting my whole body into it, and the steel nose plate caught her in the side of the head with a sound like a hammer hitting a watermelon. She went down hard, twitching on the pavement, and I didn't wait to see if she'd get up. I ran. Not toward the truck, but along the sidewalk, weaving between panicked civilians and overturned newspaper stands, heading east on Sunset toward Koreatown. Behind me I could hear more screaming, more car alarms, the sound of breaking glass and collisions. A fire had started somewhere, black smoke rising into the morning sky. A police car raced past, going the wrong way down the street, its siren wailing, and I saw the officers inside weren't even looking where they were going, just trying to get away from something. I made it 2 blocks before I had to stop, my lungs burning, my legs shaking. I'd been sitting in a truck for 8 hours a day for 12 years, and my body wasn't built for running anymore. I ducked into a recessed doorway outside a closed boutique, pressing my back against the glass, and tried to catch my breath. The street in front of me was pandemonium. People were fighting, some trying to help others, some just trying to escape. A metro bus had crashed into a line of parked cars, its front end crumpled, and I could see movement inside, passengers trying to get out while something attacked them. My phone buzzed. A news alert. Emergency. Martial law declared in Los Angeles County. All residents ordered to shelter in place. Military deploying to contain outbreak. I clicked on the story, but it wouldn't load. The network overloaded with everyone trying to call or text or search for information. I tried Mrs. Chen again. Got the same busy signal. I tried to pull up a map to find alternate routes to Koreatown, but the app kept crashing. A man in a suit ran past my doorway, his briefcase still clutched in one hand, and 3 of those things shambled after him. He made it about 10 feet before he tripped over a fire hydrant and went sprawling. They fell on him like animals, tearing at his clothes, his skin, and his screams were the worst sound I'd ever heard. I forced myself to look away, to focus on the route ahead. Sunset Boulevard ran roughly east, and if I could stay on it or parallel to it, I could reach Western Avenue and then cut north into Koreatown. It was maybe 3 miles, maybe 4. On a normal day, driving, it would take 20 minutes. Today, it might as well be a marathon. I stepped out of the doorway and started moving again, keeping the hand truck ready, staying close to the buildings where there was some cover. A woman burst out of a restaurant ahead of me, her apron covered in blood, and I tensed, ready to defend myself, but she ran right past me without stopping. "They're inside!" she screamed to no one in particular. "They're eating everyone inside!" I didn't look. I kept moving, one foot in front of the other, my eyes scanning for threats. A group of people had barricaded themselves inside a 7-Eleven, the door blocked with shelving units, and they watched me through the glass with terrified eyes. One of them, a young guy with a skateboard, shouted something I couldn't hear and pointed behind me. I turned and saw 4 of the infected shuffling toward me from across the street, their clothes torn, their skin gray and mottled. I ran again, my lungs screaming, the hand truck banging against my leg with each step. The infected were slow but relentless, never stopping, never getting tired, and every minute there seemed to be more of them. I passed a bank with its windows smashed out, an electronics store being looted by people who apparently thought a new TV was worth dying for, a restaurant where bodies lay in spreading pools of blood. Sirens wailed from every direction, helicopters thundered overhead, and in the distance I could hear what sounded like gunfire. At Fairfax Avenue I had to stop again. The intersection was completely blocked by a massive pileup, at least 15 cars smashed together in a twisted sculpture of metal and broken glass. People were trapped inside some of the vehicles, pounding on windows, screaming for help, while the infected surrounded the wreckage and tried to claw their way in. I saw a man in one car desperately trying to start his engine even though the front end was completely destroyed, and I saw the moment when the infected broke through his window and pulled him out through the opening. I couldn't help him. I couldn't help any of them. All I could do was keep moving, find another route, get to Jasmine. I turned south on Fairfax, running past stores and apartments, looking for a way around the pileup. A National Guard truck roared past, soldiers in the back firing their rifles at something I couldn't see. Spent shell casings clinked onto the pavement, rolling to a stop at my feet. One of the soldiers saw me and shouted, "Get off the streets, they're everywhere." I found a side street that looked clear and took it, my navigation sense telling me I was still heading generally east. The residential neighborhood here was quieter but not empty. I saw curtains moving in windows, faces peering out, and in one yard I saw a family loading suitcases into a minivan with the frantic energy of people who knew they were almost out of time. The father saw me and shouted, "Do you know which way is clear? We're trying to get to the freeway." "Nothing's clear," I shouted back. "Stay inside, lock your doors." "We can't stay here," the mother said, buckling a young child into a car seat. "If those things come through this neighborhood—" She didn't finish the sentence because one of those things came through the hedge between their yard and the neighbors. It had been a mailman, I could tell from the torn uniform, and it moved with that same horrible shuffling gait toward the family. The father grabbed a baseball bat from the garage and swung it at the thing's head, connecting with a crack that echoed down the street. The infected mailman staggered but didn't fall, and it grabbed the father's arm, pulling him close. I ran toward them, raising the hand truck, and brought it down on the back of the thing's skull with all my strength. It collapsed, and the father stumbled backward, breathing hard. "Thank you," he gasped. "Thank you, More movement in the hedge. 3 more infected, then 5 pushing through from the next yard. The neighborhood wasn't clear anymore. Nowhere was clear. "Get in the van and drive," I told the family. "Don't stop for anything." They didn't argue. The father grabbed his kid and threw himself into the driver's seat while the mother slammed the sliding door shut. The van peeled out of the driveway, narrowly missing me, and disappeared around the corner with several of the infected shuffling uselessly after it. I kept moving east. The sun was higher now, the morning heat starting to build, and I was drenched in sweat, my uniform sticking to my back. My phone buzzed again. Another news alert. CDC confirms outbreak linked to experimental treatment protocol. Infection rate exponential. Avoid all contact with symptomatic individuals. I laughed, a harsh sound that hurt my throat. Avoid contact, sure. I'll just stroll through the middle of Los Angeles, avoiding contact with the thousands of infected people flooding the streets. I tried Mrs. Chen again. Still busy. I tried sending a text. "I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming for Jasmine." I didn't know if it would send, but I had to try. I had to believe she was still safe, that the daycare's doors were locked, that Mrs. Chen had heard the news and gotten the children somewhere secure. I had to believe it because if I didn't, if I let myself imagine what might already be happening in that building, I wouldn't be able to keep moving. The streets got rougher as I pushed deeper east. I passed through neighborhoods where the buildings got older, where homeless encampments lined the sidewalks, where the signs switched from English to Spanish to Korean. I saw a bus on fire, flames pouring from its windows while infected wandered around it like moths drawn to light. I saw a police officer fighting hand-to-hand with 3 infected, his gun empty or lost, his baton useless against their numbers. I saw a pharmacy that had been broken into, people loading their arms with prescription bottles while infected fed on bodies in the parking lot. At Normandy Avenue, I found a clearer path north and took it, finally heading toward Koreatown proper. The neighborhood here was denser, apartment buildings and strip malls pressed together, and I could see smoke rising from multiple fires. A grocery store's windows were shattered and people were fighting over cans of food while others tried to barricade themselves inside. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Jasmine was close now. Maybe 10 blocks, maybe less. I heard the explosion before I saw it. A deep ground-shaking boom that rattled windows and set off every car alarm in a 3-block radius. I looked west and saw a fireball rising into the sky, black smoke mushrooming above it. Something had blown up, a gas station or maybe a building. The shockwave hit seconds later, a wall of hot air that made me stagger, and debris rained down around me, bits of wood and metal and things I didn't want to identify. The daycare was on 8th Street. A 3-story building wedged between a dry cleaner and a Korean barbecue restaurant. I could see it now, just 2 blocks ahead, and I ran the last distance, my legs barely holding me, my chest on fire. The street was chaos. Cars were crashed into each other, bodies lay on the sidewalk, and the infected were everywhere, maybe 20 of them wandering between vehicles and storefronts. But the daycare itself looked intact. The windows unbroken, the door closed. I ran toward it, shouting Mrs. Chen's name, pounding on the door. "It's Dante Williams. I'm here for Jasmine. Let me in." Nothing. I pounded harder, looking over my shoulder at the infected who were starting to notice me, starting to turn in my direction. "Mrs. Chen, it's Jasmine's father. Open the door." A face appeared in the window. A young teacher I recognized from drop-offs. Her eyes were wide with terror. "We can't open the door," she shouted through the glass. "There are too many of them. They'll get in." "I need to get my daughter," I shouted back. "Please." "She's on the roof," the teacher said, pointing upward. "Mrs. Chen took all the children to the roof when it started. There's a fire escape around back." The infected were close now, 5 of them shambling across the street toward me. I ran around the building, found the narrow alley behind it, and saw the fire escape. It was one of those old models, a metal ladder that descended from the first-floor landing, and I could see people on the roof, children and adults packed together, looking down at me. I saw Jasmine's pink backpack among them, saw her small face peering over the edge, and my heart nearly exploded with relief. "Jasmine!" I shouted. "Baby girl, I'm here! I'm coming up!" But the fire escape wasn't empty. 3 infected were climbing the ladder, their movements slow and clumsy but persistent, pulling themselves up rung by rung toward the landing. On the landing itself, 2 more were trying to climb the stairs to the 2nd floor, and I could hear Mrs. Chen's voice from the roof, calm but urgent, telling the children to stay back, to stay together. The infected were going to reach them. It was just a matter of time. I grabbed the bottom of the ladder and pulled myself up, the hand truck still somehow gripped in my other hand. My arms screamed with the effort, 12 years of lifting boxes giving me just enough strength to climb one-handed. I reached the first infected climber, a man in construction gear with a bloody gash across his forehead, and I swung the hand truck at his hands, smashing his fingers against the metal rung. He lost his grip and fell, hitting the pavement below with a crunch, and I kept climbing. The second one was a woman in a nurse's uniform, ironic given where this whole nightmare had started. She grabbed my ankle, her teeth snapping inches from my shin, and I kicked her in the face hard enough that I felt her nose break under my boot. She fell too, tumbling backwards off the ladder. The third one was higher up, almost to the landing, and I climbed faster, my lungs raw, my vision starting to tunnel from exhaustion and fear. I reached the landing just as the infected man ahead of me grabbed the railing and pulled himself up. I swung the hand truck in a wide arc, catching him in the shoulder and knocking him sideways. He grabbed for me, his fingers catching my uniform shirt, and we both stumbled toward the edge of the landing. I could see straight down to the alley below, a 15-foot drop onto concrete, and I could see more infected pouring into the alley, drawn by the noise. Mrs. Chen's voice came from above. "Mr. Williams, the stairs! Get them away from the stairs!" I looked up and saw what she meant. 2 infected were on the landing with me, blocking the metal staircase that led to the 2nd floor. If they made it up those stairs, they'd eventually reach the roof, reach the children, reach Jasmine. I was one man with a hand truck against an endless tide. But I was also a father, and there was no universe in which I was going to let those things touch my daughter. I charged at the first one, a teenage girl with blood matted in her hair, and drove the hand truck into her chest like a battering ram. She flew backward, hit the railing, and flipped over it, falling into the alley. The second one grabbed me from behind, its arms wrapping around my torso, its teeth searching for my neck. I threw my head back, felt it connect with the thing's face, and it loosened its grip enough for me to spin around and shove it away. But there was no more room on the landing. My heel hit the edge, and I felt myself starting to fall. I grabbed the thing's shirt as I went over, pulling it with me. We fell together, tumbling through empty air, and I had just enough time to think about Jasmine, about how I'd promised to pick her up at 6 before we hit the ground. The impact drove all the air from my lungs, and pain exploded through my left side, my ribs, my shoulder. The infected thing landed half on top of me, its weight crushing, and it immediately started trying to bite my face. I got the hand truck between us, wedging it against its chest, holding it back while more infected shuffled toward us from both ends of the alley. Above me, I heard Mrs. Chen shouting instructions, heard children crying, and I heard Jasmine's voice, small and terrified, calling for me. "Daddy, Daddy, get up!" I rolled, throwing the infected thing off me, and staggered to my feet. Every breath was agony, my ribs definitely cracked if not broken, and my left arm hung useless at my side. But I could still hold the hand truck with my right hand, and I could still move, and that meant I could still fight. The alley was filling with infected, maybe 10 of them now, shuffling toward me from both directions. I looked up at the roof, at Jasmine's tear-streaked face looking down at me, and I made a decision. I couldn't climb the fire escape again, not with my injuries, not with my arm like this. But I could draw these things away, give Mrs. Chen time to get the children somewhere safer, higher up, anywhere that wasn't here. I could do that much. "Mrs. Chen," I shouted, my voice raw, "get them inside. Get to the highest floor and barricade the doors." "What about you?" she called back. "I'll find another way in," I lied. "Just keep Jasmine safe. Keep her safe." I didn't wait for her response. I ran toward the infected, blocking the east end of the alley. The hand truck held out like a lance, and I drove it into the first one's midsection with all my remaining strength. It went down, and I vaulted over it, nearly falling myself, and burst out onto the street beyond. The infected followed, their shuffling gait maddeningly slow but relentless, and I led them away from the daycare, away from my daughter, into the burning chaos of Koreatown. The streets were hell. Buildings burned unchecked, their windows blown out by the heat, flames climbing toward the sky. Bodies lay everywhere, some moving, some still, and the air was thick with smoke and the smell of death. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my lungs gave out and my legs turned to rubber, and then I collapsed behind an overturned delivery truck, gasping for air, my vision swimming with black spots. The radio in the delivery truck was still on, someone's voice crackling through the speaker. Reports of military establishing quarantine perimeter along Interstate 10, infected population estimated in the tens of thousands. CDC confirms pathogen is blood-borne but also spreads through saliva. Incubation period approximately 2 to 4 hours. I tuned it out. 2 to 4 hours. It had been maybe 3 hours since I'd seen the first attack on Sunset Boulevard. Every person who'd been bitten since then was a ticking time bomb, carrying the infection, spreading it further before they even knew they were sick. I checked my phone. No signal. I tried calling anyway, punching in Keisha's number from muscle memory, and got nothing. I tried Mrs. Chen, tried the daycare's main line, tried 911, got nothing. The networks were down, overwhelmed, or maybe deliberately shut off to prevent panic. Too late for that. The panic was already here, complete and total. I forced myself to stand, to assess my situation. My left arm was definitely broken or dislocated, hanging at an odd angle that sent waves of nauseating pain through me every time I moved. My ribs were cracked, making every breath feel like I was being stabbed. I'd lost the hand truck somewhere in the last mad sprint, and I had no weapons, no plan, and no idea what to do next. I couldn't get to Jasmine. Couldn't even get close to the daycare with all those infected in the streets. Mrs. Chen would keep her safe. She had to, because if she didn't, if something happened to Jasmine while I was out here bleeding in an alley behind a truck, then nothing else mattered. A helicopter passed overhead, low enough that I could see military markings on its side, and it banked toward downtown, toward the thick columns of smoke rising from the city's center. I followed its path with my eyes and saw something that made my blood freeze. The downtown skyline, the cluster of high-rises and office towers that defined Los Angeles, was burning. Not one or two buildings, but dozens, flames pouring from windows, smoke obscuring the upper floors. The infection had reached downtown, had probably reached every part of the city by now, and the authorities were losing control. A voice called out from nearby, shocking in the sudden silence. "Hey, you alive over there?" I turned and saw a man peering out from a second-story window of an apartment building across the street. He was maybe 50, white, with a baseball cap and a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. "You got bit?" "No," I called back, my voice hoarse. Just hurt." "Can you make it to the door?" he asked, pointing to the building's entrance. We're barricaded in here, but I can let you in if you're clean. I looked at the distance between the truck and the apartment building. Maybe 30 feet across open street, exposed to any infected that might wander by. But staying here wasn't an option, not with my injuries, not with night coming. I nodded and pushed off from the truck, staggering across the street with my right arm pressed against my ribs. The man disappeared from the window, and a few seconds later I heard locks clicking open. The apartment door swung inward and hands grabbed me, pulled me inside, and the door slammed shut again. The lobby was dark, the power out or deliberately killed, and I could smell unwashed bodies and fear. Maybe a dozen people huddled inside, residents of the building, and they all stared at me with the same expression of desperate suspicion. "Check him," someone said, and suddenly multiple people were on me, pulling at my uniform, looking for bites. I tried to protest, but I didn't have the strength, and anyway, they had every right to be careful. "He's clean," the man with the rifle said finally. "Looks like he fell or got hit by something, but no bites." He helped me to a sitting position against the wall and offered me a bottle of water. "Name's Tom. Welcome to Chateau Desperation." I drank, the water like ice on my raw throat. "Dante," I managed. "My daughter's at a daycare a few blocks from here. You need to stay put," Tom interrupted. "You're in no shape to go anywhere, and the streets are death. We've been watching from the windows. Those things are everywhere, and they're not slowing down." "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Since this morning when the news said to shelter in place," a woman said. She was younger, maybe 30s, with a baby clutched to her chest. "We thought it would blow over, that the police or military would get it under control. But it's just getting worse. The screaming hasn't stopped for hours." "My wife was at work when it started," another man said, his voice empty. "Downtown. I tried calling, texting, everything, no response. I don't even know if she's—" He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. I knew how he felt. I looked at my phone again, at the picture of Jasmine I used as my wallpaper, her gap-toothed smile and pigtails, and I felt my chest tighten with something beyond physical pain. She was alive. She had to be alive. Mrs. Chen was smart, resourceful, and the daycare building was solid. They could hold out. They would hold out. I just had to find a way back to her. "Does anyone have painkillers?" I asked. "Something for broken ribs?" Tom rummaged in a first aid kit and produced a bottle of ibuprofen. I dry swallowed 4 pills, knowing it wouldn't be enough but needing something. A woman who introduced herself as Linda, a former nurse, examined my arm and shoulder with gentle fingers. "Dislocated shoulder," she said. "I can put it back in, but it's going to hurt." "Do it," I said. She did, and I nearly blacked out from the pain. But when it was over, my arm was back where it belonged, secured in a makeshift sling she fashioned from a torn bed sheet. The relief was immediate, the nauseating wrongness replaced by a dull, manageable ache. "Thank you," I gasped. "Don't thank me yet," Linda said. "You need real medical attention, antibiotics probably. That shoulder's going to get infected if we don't clean it properly." "Later," I said. "Right now I need to figure out how to get to my daughter." Tom shook his head. "You heard me, right? The streets are suicide. Even if you made it 2 blocks, you'd be swarmed. Those things travel in packs now, like they're hunting together." "Then I'll wait for nightfall," I said. "Move when it's dark, when they can't see as well." "You think they need to see you?" a man near the window said. He'd been keeping watch, peeking through the blinds. "Listen." I listened. At first I heard nothing but the distant sounds of chaos, sirens, explosions, screaming. But then I heard what he meant. Closer sounds, footsteps in the hallway outside the lobby, a low rattling breathing, the shuffle of multiple bodies moving past the door. "They're in the building," someone whispered. Tom chambered around in his rifle, the metallic click impossibly loud in the sudden silence. They got in through the parking garage, I think. We barricaded the front and back, but there's a dozen ways into a building like this. So what do we do? The woman with the baby asked, her voice climbing toward panic. We stay quiet, Tom said. We stay in the lobby where we can see the exits and we don't make noise. If they don't know we're here, maybe they'll move on. We sat in silence, barely breathing while the sounds of the infected grew louder. They were on the stairs now, climbing or descending, I couldn't tell. I heard them bumping against walls, heard the scrape of nails on plaster, heard that awful rattling breath. The baby started to fuss, and its mother pressed it against her chest, rocking it gently, whispering, "Please, please, please," under her breath. The footsteps reached the lobby level. I could see shadows moving in the hallway beyond the glass doors, could see the shapes of bodies shuffling past. Tom raised his rifle, aiming at the door, his finger on the trigger. "If they come through," he whispered, "I'll try to take down as many as I can. The rest of you run for the back exit." "There's at least 20 of them," the man at the window said. "You can't—" "I know," Tom said, "but maybe I can buy you enough time." The shadows passed. The footsteps faded, moving deeper into the building or up the stairs. We waited for 5 minutes, then 10, and finally the sounds were distant again, muffled by walls and distance. Everyone let out a collective breath, and the woman with the baby started crying softly, her relief and terror spilling out. "We can't stay here," I said, keeping my voice low. "If they're in the building, they'll find us eventually. We need to move to a higher floor, somewhere we can barricade properly. Or we need to leave the building entirely," Linda said. "Find somewhere safer, somewhere the military is setting up shelters." "Military?" Tom laughed bitterly. "Lady, the military can't even hold their own positions. I've been listening to the radio scanner. They're being overrun everywhere they set up. UCLA, the airport, the convention center, all gone. The infection's spreading faster than they can contain it." "Then what do we do?" someone asked. "Just wait here to die?" "We survive," I said, standing up despite the pain in my ribs. "We find weapons, supplies, and we survive long enough for this to burn out or for help to arrive. And I'm going to survive long enough to get to my daughter." Tom looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, then we need to move now while those things are distracted. There's a Korean restaurant next door with metal security gates. If we can get there, we might be able to hold out better than here." We gathered what little supplies we had. Bottles of water, some canned food from people's apartments, Tom's rifle and about 20 rounds of ammunition, a couple of kitchen knives. It wasn't much, but it was something. Tom and I went first, checking the lobby hallway, and when it looked clear, we motioned for the others to follow. We moved in a tight group, the baby mercifully quiet now, and we made it to the back exit without encountering any infected. The alley behind the building was a narrow canyon between structures, and it was filled with garbage bins and the detritus of urban life. It was also clear, at least for the moment. We ran to the restaurant Tom had mentioned, found the metal security gate pulled halfway down over the entrance, and squeezed underneath one by one. Inside, the restaurant was dark and smelled like kimchi and soy sauce, and it felt almost normal, like we'd just stepped in for lunch on any ordinary day. Tom pulled the security gate the rest of the way closed and locked it with a chain and padlock he found behind the counter. "This should hold them for a while," he said. "Metal's thick, and the gate's anchored into the brick. They'd have to be smart to get through, and from what I've seen, smart isn't their thing." We spread out through the restaurant, checking the back rooms and the kitchen. The place was empty, the staff having fled or died or turned, and we found some additional supplies: dried goods, bottles of soju, a first aid kit. Linda used the kit to properly clean and bandage my shoulder, and she made me swallow more painkillers. "You're going to need to rest that arm for at least a week," she said. "I don't have a week," I said. "Then you're going to make your injuries worse," she replied. "Possibly permanently." I didn't argue. She was right, and I knew it, but the timeline wasn't up to me. Jasmine was out there 5 or 6 blocks away, and every minute I spent here was a minute she was alone, scared, wondering where I was. I pulled out my phone and tried calling again. Still no signal. I tried sending another text to Mrs. Chen. "Still alive, still coming. Keep Jasmine safe." I hit send and watched the message sit in limbo, neither delivering nor failing. Just hanging there like everything else in this nightmare. The others settled into a semblance of routine, barricading the windows with tables and chairs, organizing supplies, taking turns keeping watch. The man who'd lost contact with his wife sat in a corner and stared at his phone, occasionally trying to call her, his face getting more haggard each time it failed to connect. The woman with the baby found a booth in the back and tried to nurse while the baby cried, its wails small and pitiful in the enclosed space. I sat near the front window, watching the street through a gap in the barricade. The sun was starting to sink toward the horizon, the long summer day finally waning, and the quality of light was changing, turning golden and then orange. Smoke drifted through the streets like fog, carrying the smell of burning plastic and wood and things I didn't want to identify. The infected wandered in groups now, clusters of 3 or 4 or more, and I watched them move with a horrible kind of purpose, like they were searching for something. "You really think you can make it to your daughter?" Tom asked, settling in next to me with his rifle across his lap. "I have to," I said simply. "Even if it kills you?" "Especially if it kills me," I said. "Because if I die trying, at least I tried. If I die sitting here, I failed her." Tom nodded slowly. "I get it. I've got 2 kids myself, grown now, living in Oregon. I tried calling them this morning, told them to stay away from cities, to get somewhere remote. Don't know if they listened." He paused, looking out at the burning city. "This is the end, you know. Not just LA. This thing's going to spread everywhere, and we don't have a cure, don't have a way to stop it. Even if the military nukes the city, it's probably already too late." "Maybe," I said. "But I'm not thinking about everywhere. I'm thinking about 6 blocks from here." As night fell, the sounds of the city changed. The sirens faded one by one, either the emergency services being overwhelmed or the responders themselves being infected. The screaming continued, sporadic bursts of terror in the darkness, but even that was less frequent than before. What replaced it was worse. A low, constant moaning that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The collective voice of thousands of infected wandering through the ruins. Around 8 o'clock, we heard helicopters passing overhead, multiple aircraft moving in formation. I went to the window and watched them fly toward downtown, and I saw them launch missiles, bright streaks of light that struck the high-rises and detonated in massive fireballs. The explosions lit up the night sky, and the shock waves rattled our windows. They were trying to burn it out, to destroy the infected en masse, but all they were doing was spreading the fire, collapsing buildings, creating more chaos. "Jesus," Linda whispered, standing beside me. "They're bombing their own city." "They're desperate," Tom said. "And when people get desperate, they do stupid things." The bombing continued for about an hour, the helicopters making multiple passes, and when they finally stopped, most of downtown was an inferno, flames climbing hundreds of feet into the air. The smoke was so thick now that it blocked out the stars, and the air inside the restaurant grew hazy with it, making everyone cough. We wet cloths and held them over our mouths and noses, but it didn't help much. Around midnight, one of the men on watch, a young guy named Marcus, who'd been remarkably quiet until now, called out urgently, "We've got a problem. There's people outside, lots of them, and they're not infected." Hey. We crowded around the window and looked. He was right. A group of maybe 15 people was moving down the street, and they looked organized, purposeful. They carried flashlights and weapons, baseball bats, crowbars, what looked like a couple of guns, and they were checking buildings methodically, trying doors, looking in windows. They didn't look like survivors trying to escape. They looked like they were searching for something. Or someone. "Looters," Tom said quietly. "I was wondering when they'd show up. Chaos like this, there's always people looking to profit." We watched as the group reached a jewelry store across the street. Two of them smashed the window with a crowbar, the sound of breaking glass shockingly loud in the night, and they climbed inside. A few minutes later, they emerged carrying bags, and one of them was holding up a handful of necklaces, laughing. Then one of them spotted our restaurant, pointed at the closed security gate, and said something to the others. "Get away from the window," Tom hissed, and we backed into the shadows. "Everyone stay quiet." The group crossed the street toward us. I heard them testing the security gate, rattling it. And then someone spoke. "Hey, anyone in there? We know someone's inside. We saw movement." We didn't respond. Tom moved to a position near the front counter, his rifle aimed at the gate, and I grabbed one of the kitchen knives, feeling pathetically underarmed. The baby started to whimper, and its mother clapped a hand over its mouth, her eyes wide with terror. "Look, we don't want trouble," the voice continued. "We're just looking for supplies. Food, water, medicine. You help us out, we'll help you out. That's how it works now, right? No more rules, no more laws. Just people helping people." "Bullshit," Tom whispered. "Or," the voice said, tone hardening, "you don't help us and we cut through this gate and take what we want anyway." "Your choice," Tom called back. "We don't have anything to share. This place was already cleaned out when we got here." Laughter from outside. "Sure it was. That's why you're hiding in there instead of moving on. Come on, man, be smart. You've got what? A dozen people in there? Women? Kids? We're 15 strong, all armed. This doesn't have to get ugly." "It's already ugly," Tom said. "Whole world's ugly. You want to make it worse?" "We want to survive," the voice said. "Same as you. Now open the gate." "No." A pause, then, "All right." We tried. Footsteps retreating, and I thought maybe they were leaving. Then I heard other sounds. The scrape of metal on concrete, the grunt of effort. They were trying to lever the gate open or break through the brick it was anchored to. Tom raised his rifle, sighting on the gate, and I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. The gate held. They didn't have the right tools or the time to break through properly, and after about 10 minutes of trying, they gave up. "This ain't over," the voice called out. "We'll be back with better equipment. You got maybe a few hours to reconsider." Footsteps moving away, fading into the distance. We waited in silence for another hour before anyone dared to speak. "They're going to come back," Linda said finally. "And when they do, they'll get through. We can't defend this place against 15 armed men." "So we leave before they return," I said. "We move now while it's still dark." "And go where?" the man who'd lost his wife asked. "Where the hell is safe anymore?" "Nowhere's safe," Tom said. "But some places are less dangerous than others. I say we try for the National Guard perimeter. If they've established a quarantine line like the radio said, that's where we should be heading." "The perimeter's on the 10 freeway," Marcus said. "That's miles from here, and we'd have to cross half the city to reach it." "You got a better idea?" Tom challenged. Marcus didn't. None of us did. We gathered our meager supplies, took one last look around the restaurant that had sheltered us for a few hours, and prepared to leave. Tom went first, easing the gate open just enough for us to slip under one at a time. The street outside was dark, lit only by the distant glow of fires and the occasional flickering streetlight running on backup power. The infected moaning was louder out here, and I could see shapes moving in the darkness, shambling forms that might have been human once. "Oh, you stay close," Tom whispered. "Stay quiet. We move fast but careful." We formed a single-file line, Tom in front with his rifle, me near the back with my kitchen knife. The woman with the baby was in the middle, surrounded by others who could protect her if needed. We moved down the street, staying close to the buildings, using shadows and parked cars for cover. Every few seconds we'd freeze, listening, making sure we weren't being followed or walking into an ambush. We made it 3 blocks before we encountered the first group of infected. There were maybe 8 of them clustered around what looked like a body in the middle of the street, and they were feeding, tearing at the flesh with their teeth and hands. The sounds were wet and horrible, and I felt my stomach lurch. Tom motioned for us to detour, to circle around through an alley, and we did, holding our breath as we passed within 20 feet of the feeding frenzy. The infected didn't notice us. They were too focused on their meal, and we slipped past like ghosts. But as we emerged from the alley onto the next street, we ran straight into another problem. The looters. The same group from before, or maybe a different one. It was hard to tell in the darkness, but they spotted us immediately. "Well, well," a man's voice called out. "Look what we have here. The folks from the restaurant." He stepped into the light cast by a burning car, and I saw he was big, maybe 6'4", with a shaved head and a shotgun cradled in his arms. "Told you we'd see you again." Tom raised his rifle. "We don't want trouble. We're just passing through." The big man laughed. "Yeah? So are we. But you know how it is. Resources are scarce, and we need to eat too. So how about you share what you're carrying, and we'll call it even? How about you go to hell?" Tom said. The shotgun came up faster than I expected, and Tom's rifle barked at the same instant. The big man staggered, clutched at his shoulder, but didn't go down. 2 more men stepped out from behind a truck, both armed, and gunfire erupted. I grabbed the woman with the baby and pulled her behind a car, shouting for everyone to take cover. Bullets whined off metal and concrete, and I heard someone scream. Marcus, hit in the leg, going down hard. Tom fired again, then again, and one of the looters went down, but there were more of them and only one of him, and his rifle clicked empty. "Run!" he shouted, fumbling for his spare magazine. "Get out of here, I'll hold them off." "We're not leaving you," Linda yelled. "You don't have a choice." Tom fired 3 more shots, forcing the looters to duck behind cover. "Go, now!" I didn't want to leave him. Every instinct screamed against it. But he was right. We were outgunned, outmanned, and staying meant dying. I grabbed Marcus under the arms and dragged him toward the nearest side street, my broken ribs shrieking in protest. The others followed, running in a panicked scatter, and behind us I heard Tom's rifle continue to bark. 1 shot, 2, 3, then silence. Then the shotgun boomed, and I knew he was gone. We ran for our lives, dragging Marcus between 2 of us, his blood leaving a trail on the pavement. The baby was screaming now, its mother sobbing as she ran, and somewhere behind us I could hear the looters shouting, arguing about whether to chase us or not. A single gunshot echoed, and Linda gasped, stumbled, but kept running. I looked back and saw blood spreading across her side, a through and through that had caught her in the ribs. We ducked into a parking garage, a multi-level structure that was dark and silent as a tomb. I helped Marcus and Linda behind a concrete pillar and tried to assess their wounds in the faint light from my phone. Marcus's leg was bad, the bullet having shattered his femur, and he was going into shock. Linda's wound was bleeding steadily but not arterially, and she pressed a hand against it, her face pale. "I'm okay," she gasped. "I can keep moving." "We need to stop the bleeding," I said, tearing strips from my uniform shirt. "No time," she said. If those men find us here, we're dead. She was right. I could hear voices echoing in the street outside, the looters still searching. We pushed deeper into the garage, climbing the ramps to the second level, and we found a cluster of abandoned cars to hide behind. Marcus was fading, his breathing shallow, and the woman with the baby was rocking back and forth on the edge of hysteria. "We're going to die here," someone whispered. "We're all going to die." "No," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. "We're going to survive. We're going to make it to the perimeter, and we're going to—" "Bullshit," Marcus coughed, blood on his lips. "The perimeter's gone, man. I heard it on the radio before the power died. The National Guard pulled back, said the infection was spreading too fast. They're evacuating to the mountains, leaving the city to burn. Then we'll find another way," I said desperately. "We'll find cars, drive out, get somewhere safe." "There is nowhere safe," Marcus said, and then he closed his eyes and stopped breathing. We sat in the darkness with Marcus's body for a long time, none of us speaking, none of us able to process what was happening. Tom was dead. Marcus was dead. We'd lost half our group in the span of an hour, and the night was far from over. The baby had finally cried itself to sleep, and its mother held it like a doll, her eyes empty and staring. I checked my phone. Still no signal. I looked at Jasmine's picture, her smile, and I felt something break inside me. I'd promised to protect her, to always be there for her, and here I was hiding in a parking garage while she was alone in a daycare 6 blocks away. I'd failed as a father, failed as a man, failed at the only thing that truly mattered. "I'm going," I said, standing up. "Going where?" Linda asked. "To get my daughter," I said. "The daycare's not far, maybe another 10-minute walk if the streets are clear. I'm going to get her, and then I'm going to find a way out of this city." "You'll never make it," Linda said. "You're injured, you're exhausted, and the streets are crawling with infected and worse." "I have to try," I said. "She's my daughter." Linda looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. "Then I'm coming with you. Someone has to watch your back. Your wound—" "I'm a nurse," she said. "I've worked through worse. Besides, what else am I going to do? Sit here and wait to die?" The woman with the baby stood as well. "I'm coming too. If you're going to a daycare, there might be supplies there. Diapers, formula, things I need." We were down to 3 adults and a baby, the last remnants of our makeshift group. We checked our weapons, 2 kitchen knives and whatever we could scavenge from the garage. I found a tire iron in one of the cars, and Linda found a baseball bat in another. It wasn't much, but it was something. We said a quiet prayer over Marcus's body, and then we left him there in the darkness, just another casualty in a city full of them. The streets were quieter now, the deep hours of the night when even chaos takes a breath. The infected were still out there, but they seemed slower, more lethargic, and I wondered if they needed rest the way humans did, or if they just moved differently at night. We navigated by firelight and memory, avoiding the main streets and sticking to alleys and side roads. Every shadow might hide a threat, every sound might be a warning, and my nerves were stretched so thin I thought they might snap. We saw horrible things in those streets. Bodies torn apart and left in pieces, cars with families inside them, dead by their own hands rather than face infection. A playground where infected children swayed on swings, their movements mechanical and wrong. Linda threw up twice, and the woman with the baby just stared straight ahead, her mind seemingly gone to some distant place where none of this was real. When we finally reached 8th Street and I saw the daycare building, my heart nearly stopped. The fire escape was still visible in the darkness, and I could see movement on the roof, shapes silhouetted against the glow of fires burning in the distance. People, survivors, maybe Jasmine. I started to run, forgetting caution, forgetting pain, and I called out her name. "Jasmine, baby girl, it's Daddy, I'm here." A figure appeared at the roof's edge, and I recognized Mrs. Chen's voice. "Mr. Williams, is that really you?" "It's me," I shouted back. "I'm here. Is Jasmine okay? Is she safe?" "She's here," Mrs. Chen called down. "She's safe. We're all safe up here, but Mr. Williams, you can't come up. The building, the infected got inside. They're on every floor below us. We're trapped." I looked at the fire escape, saw the shapes moving on it, infected climbing slowly but steadily toward the roof. There were maybe a dozen of them spread across the ladder and the landings, all moving with that same horrible single-minded purpose. And behind me, attracted by my shouting, I could hear more of them coming, their moaning growing louder. "How many people are up there?" I called. 18, Mrs. Chen said. 15 children and 3 staff members. We have some water but no food. The children are terrified, Mr. Williams. Some of them won't stop crying. 18 people trapped on a roof with infected climbing toward them and no way down. I looked at Linda, at the woman with the baby, and I saw the same hopelessness in their eyes that I felt in my chest. We couldn't fight a dozen infected, couldn't clear the fire escape, couldn't save them. We could barely save ourselves. Unless... "Mrs. Chen," I called up. "Do you have rope up there? Anything you could use to lower the children down?" "We have some extension cords," she called back. "And the cable from the window blinds, but it wouldn't be strong enough to hold a child's weight, and it's not long enough to reach the ground." "What about to the second-floor landing?" I asked. "Could you reach that?" A pause while she checked. "Maybe, yes, I think so. But the infected are on that landing, Mr. Williams. The children would be lowering themselves right into their arms." "Not if we clear it first," I said. I looked at Linda and the woman with the baby. "I need you to take the baby and get to safety. Find somewhere secure and hole up. I'm going up there." "That's suicide," Linda said flatly. "Probably," I agreed. "But those are children up there. One of them is my daughter. I can't leave them." The woman with the baby grabbed my arm. "You saved us back at the apartment. You got us this far. Please don't throw your life away." "I'm not throwing it away," I said. "I'm spending it on something that matters." I didn't wait for more arguments. I grabbed the tire iron and ran toward the fire escape, toward the infected climbing it, and I started swinging. The first one I hit fell off the ladder, and the second and the third. But there were more, always more, and they grabbed at me with their cold hands, their teeth snapping inches from my face. I fought with everything I had, with all the strength left in my broken body, and I climbed. The second-floor landing was packed with them, maybe 6 infected clustered there, and they turned toward me as I hauled myself up. I swung the tire iron in wide arcs, keeping them back, and I kicked one over the railing. It fell 2 stories and didn't get up. Another grabbed my bad arm, and I screamed from the pain but brought the tire iron down on its skull. It dropped, and I kicked its body off the landing. Below me, I heard Linda shout. She'd followed me, the crazy woman, and she was climbing the ladder with her baseball bat, fighting her way up. "You don't get to be the only hero," she yelled, and despite everything, I almost laughed. We fought together back to back on that narrow landing, and we cleared it in a brutal minute of violence that left us both bloody and gasping. "Mrs. Chen," I called up. "Send down the cord. We'll catch them." The makeshift rope of extension cords and blind cable lowered from the roof, and the first child appeared at the edge, a little boy maybe 4 years old, crying and terrified. Mrs. Chen helped him onto the cord, and he descended hand over hand, his small body swinging in the empty air. I reached up and grabbed him, pulled him onto the landing, and Linda got him safely down the rest of the ladder. One by one they came down, 15 children, each one terrified, some too young to climb on their own and having to be lowered while Mrs. Chen held the cord from above. I caught each one, my arms screaming, my broken ribs grinding together, and I passed them to Linda, who got them to the street below where the woman with the baby was trying to organize them. Jasmine was second to last. When I saw her small face appear over the edge of the roof, when I heard her voice say, "Daddy?" In that scared, hopeful way, I felt tears streaming down my face. "I'm here, baby girl," I called up. "I'm right here. Just climb down to me." She climbed, her little hands gripping the cord, and when she was close enough, I grabbed her and pulled her against my chest with my good arm. She wrapped her arms around my neck and sobbed into my shoulder, and I held her like I was never going to let go. "I knew you'd come," she whispered. "I told them you'd come." "Always," I said, my voice breaking. "I'll always come for you." Mrs. Chen came down next, followed by the other 2 staff members, and then we were all on the landing, looking at the street below where 18 exhausted, terrified people waited. But our problems weren't over. The sounds of our fighting had attracted more infected, and they were shambling toward us from both ends of the alley, dozens of them, maybe 50 or more. "We have to run," Mrs. Chen said, "right now." We climbed down to the street and we ran, the whole ragged group of us, children crying, adults carrying the youngest ones, and behind us the tide of infected followed. We ran through alleys and across streets, through the burning remains of Koreatown, and we didn't stop until we reached a church with heavy wooden doors that we could barricade from inside. The sanctuary was dark and cool, and it smelled like incense and old wood. We collapsed into the pews, trying to catch our breath, trying to process survival. I sat with Jasmine pulled tight against me, and I checked her over for injuries, for bites, for anything wrong. She was okay, scared and exhausted, but okay. Mrs. Chen had kept her safe, and I owed that woman everything. "What now?" one of the other teachers asked. "We can't stay here forever." "We stay here until we figure out a plan," I said. "We rest, we take stock of what we have, and then we figure out how to get out of the city." But even as I said it, I knew it might be impossible. The radio in the church office was still working, running on backup batteries, and we listened to the emergency broadcasts. The infection had spread to every part of Los Angeles, to Orange County, to Riverside and San Bernardino. Military evacuation points had been overrun. Highways were clogged with abandoned vehicles. And the government had made a decision. "Attention all remaining personnel in the Los Angeles metropolitan area," a flat official voice said. "At 0600 hours, the decision has been made to implement a last resort containment protocol. A tactical nuclear device will be deployed to the city center to halt the spread of infection. All personnel are ordered to evacuate to a minimum safe distance of 50 miles. This is not a drill. You have 6 hours to evacuate. May God have mercy on us all." The broadcast repeated the same message over and over, and I felt the blood drain from my face. They were going to nuke the city. They were going to destroy Los Angeles, kill everyone in it, infected and survivors alike, in a desperate attempt to stop the spread. And we had 6 hours to get 50 miles away. 50 miles, Linda said numbly. We'd need cars, we'd need fuel, we'd need roads that aren't blocked. We'd need a miracle, Mrs. Chen said quietly. I looked at Jasmine, at her trusting eyes, and I made a decision. "Then we'll find one," I said. "We'll find cars, we'll find a way, and we'll get these children out of here. All of them." We scavenged the church, finding bottled water and some food in the kitchen, finding blankets and first aid supplies. We organized the children, pairing the youngest with the older ones, making sure everyone had shoes and coats. And then we went back out into the nightmare of the streets, searching for vehicles that might still run. We found a school bus 2 blocks away, its keys still in the ignition, and by some miracle it started on the first try. I climbed behind the wheel, my broken ribs making every movement agony, and Mrs. Chen took the seat next to me to navigate. Linda and the other teachers got the children loaded, counting heads, making sure everyone was accounted for. 18 children, 5 adults, 1 bus, and 6 hours to get 50 miles through a city full of death. I put the bus in gear and started driving. The streets were an obstacle course of abandoned cars and bodies and fires, and I had to constantly weave and backtrack, looking for paths that weren't completely blocked. The children were quiet in the back, too scared or exhausted to do anything but hold each other. Jasmine sat right behind me, her hand on my shoulder, and every few seconds I'd reach back and touch her fingers, reminding myself she was real, she was here, she was safe. We made it about a mile before we hit the first real roadblock. A pile-up at an intersection, maybe 30 cars crashed together, and there was no way through or around it. I stopped the bus and tried to think. Tried to find an alternate route on the map Mrs. Chen held, but every direction looked just as bad. And then I saw them. A group of maybe 20 people on foot, survivors like us, trying to climb over the wrecked cars to get through. One of them saw the bus and started waving, shouting. Others joined in, running toward us, and I hesitated. We had room on the bus, we could take them. But more people meant more risk, more mouths to feed, more chances for someone to be infected without knowing it yet. "Mr. Williams," Mrs. Chen said quietly, "we can't leave them." "I know," I said, and I opened the door. They piled on, 16 more people, and suddenly the bus was packed, standing room only in the aisles. Among them was a National Guard soldier, still in his uniform but without his weapon, and he looked shell-shocked. "They're all gone," he kept muttering. "My whole unit all gone. The infected just kept coming, and we ran out of ammo and—" "Focus," I said, cutting him off. "Can you help us find a way out of the city?" He blinked, seemed to come back to himself. "The 10 freeway," he said. "It's our best bet. The military was trying to keep it clear for evacuation. If we can reach it, we can follow it east into the desert." "How far to the 10?" I asked. "Maybe 3 miles," he said. "But it won't be easy. The whole city's falling apart." We pushed forward, the bus groaning under the weight, and we navigated by instinct and luck through streets that looked like war zones. Buildings burned unchecked, their flames lighting our path. Bodies lay everywhere, some moving, most still. We saw other survivors, some begging us to stop, others warning us away, and we passed them all because we couldn't save everyone, couldn't even try. At one point, we had to drive over bodies to get through, and I felt the bus bump and lurch over them, and I tried not to think about what I was doing, tried to focus only on the road ahead. One of the children in the back started screaming, and I heard Mrs. Chen go back to comfort them, her voice soothing even though she must have been just as terrified as they were. We reached the 10 freeway on-ramp just as dawn was breaking, the sky turning gray and orange with smoke and sunrise. The freeway was a river of abandoned cars, thousands of them stretching as far as I could see, and between them the infected wandered in massive hordes. There was no way through. Not in a bus. Maybe not at all. "We have to go on foot," the soldier said. "Leave the bus and move through the cars. It's the only way." "With children?" Mrs. Chen asked. "Some of them can barely walk, and we'd be completely exposed to those things." "You have a better idea," the soldier challenged. Nobody did. We unloaded from the bus, organizing the children into pairs, making sure the adults each had a group to watch. I picked up Jasmine, ignoring the screaming pain in my ribs, and started climbing over car hoods and through tight spaces between vehicles. The others followed, and we moved as quickly as we dared through the automotive graveyard. The infected noticed us. Of course they did. We were noisy, we were vulnerable, and they could probably smell living flesh from a mile away. They came shambling between the cars, moaning, reaching, and we ran, stumbling and falling and picking ourselves up again. One of the new survivors, an older man, fell and couldn't get up fast enough. The infected swarmed him, and his screams followed us as we kept running, kept climbing, kept moving forward because stopping meant dying. We lost 3 more people in that desperate flight across the freeway, 3 more lives that ended in terror and pain while the rest of us ran. And when we finally reached the far side, when we climbed down the embankment and found ourselves in a strip mall parking lot with the freeway behind us, we were down to 30 people, half of them children, all of us at the end of our endurance. "How much time?" I asked the soldier, who'd managed to keep his watch. 4 hours, he said. Maybe less. The blast radius from a tactical nuke is 5 to 10 miles, and the fallout will cover much more. We need to be at least 30 miles away, preferably 50, and we've barely made 5. Then we find more vehicles, I said. We hotwire cars, An explosion cut me off, massive and earth-shaking, and I looked back toward downtown and saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. They detonated early. The government had lied about the timing, or they'd decided they couldn't wait. Or maybe the infection had spread faster than they'd thought. It didn't matter. The nuke had been deployed and we were well within the blast radius. "Run," the soldier said, his voice empty. "Just run. Not that it'll matter." But I grabbed Jasmine and I ran anyway because I wasn't going to just stand there and wait to be vaporized. The others ran too, scattering in all directions, and I could hear the shockwave coming, a wall of sound and pressure racing toward us faster than we could ever hope to outrun. I threw myself and Jasmine to the ground behind a concrete planter, covering her body with mine, and I felt the world end. The shockwave hit like the fist of God, and I felt the air being crushed from my lungs, felt the ground heave beneath me, felt heat like standing next to the sun. The planter exploded into fragments, and I felt shrapnel tear into my back, and then everything went white and silent and still. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Could have been seconds, could have been hours. When I came to, I was lying on my back looking at a sky that was black with smoke and ash, and the air was so hot it burned to breathe. I couldn't hear anything except a high-pitched ringing, and when I tried to move, I found that my legs wouldn't respond. I looked down and saw that a piece of rebar had gone through my right leg, pinning me to the ground. Jasmine. Where was Jasmine? I turned my head, ignoring the pain, and I saw her lying a few feet away, covered in dust but moving, breathing. Alive. Jasmine, I tried to say, but my voice wouldn't work. I reached toward her, my hand trembling, and she opened her eyes and looked at me. "Daddy?" Her voice was small, scared. "Daddy, I can't hear very good. Everything sounds funny." "It's okay," I mouthed, not sure if she could hear me. "You're okay." Around us, the strip mall was a ruin. Every window was blown out, every wall cracked and crumbling, and fires burned everywhere. Bodies lay scattered across the parking lot. People who'd been running when the blast hit, and most of them weren't moving. I saw Mrs. Chen a few yards away, her body twisted at an impossible angle, her eyes open and staring at nothing. I saw Linda near her, half buried in rubble, and I couldn't tell if she was dead or just unconscious. The soldier appeared, staggering through the smoke, blood running from his ears and nose. He saw me pinned, saw Jasmine, and he limped over to help. He grabbed the rebar and tried to pull it out, and the pain was so intense that I screamed, but no sound came out. After a few seconds, he gave up, shaking his head. "I can't get it out," he said, his voice muffled and distant through my damaged hearing. "It's stuck in the ground too deep." "Jasmine," I managed to say. "Take care of Jasmine." "What?" He leaned closer. "My daughter," I said louder. "Take her. Get her away from here. The fallout—" "Man, we're all dead," he said. "The radiation, we're way too close. We'll be dead in hours, maybe days. There's no escaping it." "Then die trying," I shouted, and this time my voice worked, raw and desperate. "She's 6 years old. She deserves a chance." He looked at Jasmine, at her small, scared face, and something changed in his eyes. Some last spark of humanity or duty or just basic decency. He nodded. "Okay," he said. "Okay, I'll take her. I'll get her as far as I can." "No!" Jasmine cried, suddenly understanding. "No! I won't leave Daddy, I won't." "Baby girl," I said, forcing myself to smile even though every part of me was breaking. "You have to go. You have to be brave for me." "But you're coming too," she said, tears streaming down her face. "You have to come too." "I can't," I said gently. "I'm hurt too bad, but this nice man is going to take you somewhere safe, and I'll meet you there later, okay? I promise." It was a lie. We both knew it was a lie, but what else could I say? How do you tell a 6-year-old that you're going to die? That you're going to lie here in the ruins of the world while she runs for a future that might not even exist? How do you let go of the only thing you've ever loved? The soldier picked her up and she fought him, kicking and screaming, reaching for me. "Daddy, Daddy, please, don't make me go." And I just kept smiling, kept telling her I loved her, kept lying to her until her voice faded into the distance and I couldn't hear her anymore. Then I was alone. Alone in a city of the dead, pinned to the ground by metal and circumstance, breathing air that was thick with radiation and ash. The sky above me was darkening, not with night but with fallout, the deadly particulates settling over everything like gray snow. I could feel it on my skin, taste it in my mouth, and I knew the soldier had been right. We were all dead. The only question was how long it would take. I thought about my life, about the choices I'd made, about morning coffee and Cheerios and the sacred routine of dropping Jasmine at daycare. I thought about my route, my 218 stops, the endless stream of brown packages that had filled my days with purpose. I thought about Keisha in Phoenix, wondered if she'd survived, if the infection had spread that far, or if some places were still safe. I thought about Tom and Marcus and Linda and Mrs. Chen, all the people who died trying to survive, trying to help others survive. And I thought about Jasmine, about whether she'd make it out of the blast zone, whether the soldier would keep his word, whether there was anywhere left in the world that was safe for a 6-year-old girl with a pink backpack and endless questions. I hoped so. I prayed so, even though I wasn't sure I believed in anything anymore. The infected came eventually. I could hear them shambling through the rubble, moaning their endless hunger. And I wondered if they'd been affected by the radiation, if they'd die from it, or if the virus made them immune. They found me, 3 of them, their skin blistered and peeling from the blast heat, and they looked down at me with their clouded eyes. I couldn't move, couldn't fight, couldn't do anything but wait. But they didn't attack. They just stood there, swaying slightly, as if they couldn't quite figure out what to do with me. Maybe I smelled too much like death already. Maybe the radiation had damaged whatever drove them, or maybe even the virus knew that I was already gone, already finished, and there was no point in wasting energy on a corpse that was still technically breathing. They shambled away, and I was alone again. The sky continued to darken, the fires burned lower. And somewhere in the distance I heard more explosions, maybe other bombs, maybe just the city destroying itself, I couldn't tell. My phone was shattered, crushed in the blast, but I didn't need it anymore. There was no one left to call, no messages left to send, no route left to complete. I closed my eyes and waited for the end, and I thought about Jasmine's smile, her gap-toothed grin, the way she said "daddy" like it was the most important word in the world. I thought about her growing up without me, if she grew up at all, and I hoped she'd remember me as I'd been before all this. Just a regular guy who drove a truck and loved his daughter and tried his best to be good. The world went dark, and I went with it, and the last thing I felt was relief that at least it was over. At least the struggle was done, at least I didn't have to watch any more of the horror that humanity had brought upon itself. The virus had won. The infected had won. And Los Angeles, the city of angels, became their tomb and their kingdom in equal measure. But somewhere, I hoped, a 6-year-old girl with a pink backpack was running toward sunrise, running toward whatever future was still possible in a world that had ended, and she was alive. And that mattered more than anything else ever could. That's how I want to be remembered. Not as a UPS driver, not as a survivor, but as a father who kept his promise, who came for his daughter when she needed him, even if it cost him everything. Even if it cost him the world.